and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
Yeah, for me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with cherry berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
KILT FM HD2.
I think it is relevant and contextual because I think the biggest story today is this offense that we've been waiting for months and months and months. Came in and looked a whole lot like the old offense that we thought we were getting rid of. And I'm looking at texts from both 11 minutes ago and 8 hours ago when I was on here doing the postgame show, or 11 hours ago, whatever it is. And I'll just read a couple of them because I think it's a good lead-in. Let's see here. Sean and Seth, did Kaylee pick up Bobby Slowik's play calling sheet? Same song, second singer. After viewing this game, I see no difference from last year. It looked like a following week game of last season. Go Texans.
Go Texans.
Go Texans, yeah.
There were honestly, there were a couple of good things that I can take from this game, but they're
smeared over with a whole lot of the same stuff from last year, including, the offensive line. I mean, let's start with the offensive line. The only marked improvement was that they did a much better job of not having negative plays in the run game. A lot of that was when good blocking was in front of Nick Chubb. They did some good things. But when you've got a smattering of running backs, everybody gets a touch at some point. Nick Chubb only gets 13 carries in the game, and I'm guessing that they're trying to be careful with him and his health. And if that's going to continue, I'm not real optimistic about some of the positive things they did in the run game, because Nick Chubb 13 times a game isn't going to churn the sticks when you're giving Dameon Pierce touches, because why the hell not, apparently. It's 17 years from now, I fully expect to tune in on a Monday and be listening to somebody on this show say, wow, no, they're going to give Dameon Pierce another shot here to go 1.3 yards per carry, apparently, and drop easy passes on the final and critical drive for the Texans where they might have a chance. So there's that. Ogunbowale will be a key factor in the game late because apparently Nick Chubb hasn't done enough, or he's not healthy enough to do it. So there's that. The pass protection, not good enough. On third down, especially, there were just too many instances of easy pressure up the middle, off the edge, wherever it might be. In the run game, there were too many times, and there was that 1 3rd and 1 where they got stuffed, where you had both Ariante Irisier and Laken Tomlinson getting destroyed. But then also C.J. Stroud, he still looks like he's frazzled at times. The times when there was good pass protection, it was only a 4-man rush. CJ's fleeing the pocket, or CJ's throwing the ball underneath instead of waiting for things to develop downfield. He just either can't trust the pass protection, so he's fleeing too early, or he's fleeing backwards out the pocket, and taking sacks. It was a disjointed mess, and I can't act like, they didn't have Christian Kirk out there. Right. Oh, no. What are you going to do without Christian Kirk in the offense?
Right.
Can't score a touchdown or even a field goal in the second half without Christian Kirk in the offense.
Well, you've got zero evidence that Christian Kirk is a solution to anything because he's never played a game for the Texans. So there's that. To me, okay, how do you go through this game watching the other play caller find ways to scheme open Puka Nacua for 10 receptions, Devontae Adams at the most crucial junctures of the game? You talk about third down. All 4 of his catches went for first downs in this game. He only had 4 catches for 52 yards. They all felt important. I feel like I can remember all 4 of them. Puka Nacua had 10 catches in this game for 130 yards. Meanwhile, Nico Collins is targeted 5 times the entire game. You've got Dameon Pierce in. He was in on the drop you talked about, and then the subsequent toss sweep that he got on the next play, a play that he said on the postgame show 2 weeks ago he does not like running. He likes running up the middle. Yeah. That was on the second-to-last drive with about 9 minutes to go. And then Dare Ogunbowale is getting touches on the final drive of the game, including one where he gets the ball punched out. Game over for the Houston Texans. And meanwhile, you've got one of the 5 best receivers in football who is collecting dust the entire game. And I haven't watched the all 22. I haven't been able to see what the Rams did. If I were them, I'd want to take away Nico Collins also. But Clint brought this up in the postgame show. Run a jet sweep with him, then. Run one of these screens that Bobby Slowick could not stop running last year. The Texans actually run them decent now with Nick Caley. Do some of those. Get the ball in his hands.
Hey, guess what? You know what? If there's one takeaway from yesterday, I'm watching and I'm thinking, man, the Rams are just a smarter football team than the Texans. The
Absolutely.
Texans continually doing stupid things. But then part of it structurally with the defense is that, man, Jalen Petrie is not a cornerback. He is not a cornerback. And it's so easy for these veteran quarterbacks that when the Texans blitz, hey, look at that. We got Jalen Petrie manned up on Puka Nacua. Yep. There you go. And it's as simple as that. It's really not rocket science. A blitz. Yeah, there's my matchup. And off to the races you go. And likewise, right, it just can't continually be an excuse that, they're playing cover 2, not going to throw it to Nico. Versus a 4-man rush, test it sometimes. Yeah. I don't know, man. Figure out ways to see him. Right from the very get-go, when the Rams were coming out and running a whole bunch of, 3 wide receiver trips formations, and you're watching and you're thinking, man, Stafford, if he has time, is just going to be able to pick out who he wants in that, because there's still questions about, despite your good cornerbacks, despite your good safeties, you've still got mismatches when it comes to zone coverage with your linebackers, with Jalen Petrie in coverage, and a guy like Stafford was really, I didn't want to crush the pass rush for the Texans right immediately after the game, and I still don't think I will. Stafford he was able to get the ball off on time and in rhythm so often. Derek Stingley was definitely banged up. I mean, he left the game after he got hit in the hip in the first series, and you could see the entire game where Devontae Adams just kind of taking what he wanted from Derek Stingley. Stingley was really hobbled afterwards, and it's not the only reason the Texans lost, obviously. The offense didn't do a damn thing.
No.
But that's a big thing to think about this week, is just, all right, what's the injury report on Wednesday? Is Derek Stingley going to be all right on Monday night? Or I guess we'll get the first injury report on Thursday
this week. Yeah, we'll get the first injury report. Everything's kind of pushed back a day this week with the Monday Night Football game. I think this team played like a poorly coached football team yesterday.
It's just sloppy. You know what, Sean? I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You're right. When it comes to, hey, what have I been saying all preseason? Yeah. The pre-snap operation looks better. Yeah. Then you got delay of games.
Yep.
You've got multiple illegal shifts.
Yep.
You're struggling to get the snap off in the second half. That did not look like a well-coached football team at all.
It was all the same stuff. It was all the same stuff from last year. All the stuff we were watching in the preseason. Oh, look, they're getting to the line with 18 seconds to go on the play clock. And yesterday it was like, there's 9 seconds. You may want to start doing your thing here. This 11 penalties for 80 yards. And there was not a big chunk one in there where it's, 35 of it was a pass interference. It was death by 1,000 paper cuts with all the procedural penalties. There was stuff on defense, too. It was mostly offense. Delay a game, Seth, as you said. This was D'Amico Ryans on the 11 penalties yesterday. Sorry, Ben.
Yeah, the penalties it's uncalled for, right? It's all controllable, things we can control. And if you stand up here and we're talking about negative plays, talking about going backwards, this is not what we talked about. Main thing offensively, we wanted to stay on track, right? And we got some unfortunate penalties that put us behind the sticks and just put us in some really long third downs that we weren't not able to manage. So we had to clean up the penalties.
And we're going to be all over the place this morning because there's so much to dig into. But the first drive, we've been saying all offseason, got to stay in 2nd and 6, got to stay in 2nd and 5. And the very first drive of the season, they're in 2nd and 23. Because Cam Robinson horse collars a guy to the ground. It's just, and CJ is culpable in some of this too. And I tweeted this last night as I was sifting through the autopsy of this thing, Seth, is that both quarterbacks took 3 sacks in this game. Matthew Stafford took 3 sacks for 21 yards. That's not good, but it's 6-7 yards a sack, whatever that is. CJ Stroud's 3 sacks are 13, 12, and 12 yards. CJ has a bad habit of taking a bad situation and making it worse.
And as they pointed out on the broadcast, the one sack where it was Jake Andrews' guy that got CJ, step up there. What are you doing?
Yep.
Step up. There were instances. One of the first down that he ran for early in the game, in the first quarter, he ran to the right, but he also had somebody wide open over the middle in a clean pocket. I mean, I don't know why he's fleeing a clean pocket as often as he is, other than that he's still frazzled from last year. And guess what? He can't trust an offensive line that's being shuffled around and rejiggered on the fly throughout the day. Ariante Ursari's playing left tackle and right tackle. The offensive line is here we go. It's a shambles again already. Week 1, it's a shambles.
Okay, so let's stick with this in the next segment. We are going through yesterday's game, 14-9. The Rams beat the Texans in the opener. No touchdown scored by the Texans on offense. This offensive line was a huge topic in the postgame show yesterday. And the approach that D'Amico Ryans took, how much do they hate Juice Scruggs right now? How much must they not trust Juice Scruggs to not just take him and plug him in for Ed Ingram with all this shuffling? And CJ let a little bit of a window into what this means for a quarterback when you're moving all these guys around. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans on this. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud on this. We'll take a look around the NFL. That Sunday night game did not get me enthused for the rest of the schedule this year, watching the Ravens and the Bills play last night. Certainly not for Week 5. So we got a lot to get into, man. It's a Reaction Monday. It's the first one of the year, and they've given us plenty of material. That's all coming up next.
Tough to get enthusiastic about yesterday. You get enthusiastic about tonight because you can play.
to Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, stop me.
Second and a long three across the Houston 26-yard line. Stroud shotgun. Chubb in the backfield. CJ gets the snap. Pocket collapse, and CJ's going to go down. Byron Young brings him down deep in the backfield. He had Chubb to his left to dump it off to, but CJ kept looking to the right side for something to develop, and now it's going to be second and very long.
Yeah, that was CJ, the first sack of the game. Actually, it was second down. It became 3rd and 16. He was 2nd and 3, became 3rd and 16. 13-yard sacks, man. 13 when sacks are on the offensive line to a degree. When they're 13-yard sacks and 12-yard sacks, there's stuff the quarterback can be doing to at least mitigate the damage. Just not a good day for the offense. Seth, stop me if you've heard this before. The offense didn't score any points in the second half of that football game yesterday.
Oh, my gosh. That's where I know. I think people might be surprised if you were to just drop in and see that people were so upset about a 16-9 loss. You would look at it and you would immediately think, well, yeah, you'd be upset that the Texans didn't score any touchdowns. Certainly you'd love to see at least one touchdown in the game. But, I mean, these majestic, methodical, precision field goal drives in the first half, I suppose. There was something where you might think, all right, boy, if they can build on this. Nope, it was squashed conclusively and completely in the second half. And there's so much from last year that was a carryover. People are accurate in saying they just look like they picked up where they left off last year. The only real positive that I take from the game offensively was that they were at least running the ball for positive yardage consistently. It wasn't impressive yardage other than Nick Chubb's runs.
Yeah.
But Nick Chubb only got 13 carries in the game. Dameon Pierce has 2 incomplete passes, and nothing as a runner in the game. You've got to you run Woody Marks a few times. Agumbawale is a key factor in the fourth quarter. It's like nothing about that really felt good other than that, okay, Nick Chubb still got something in the tank.
These aren't things that Super Bowl teams say about their team in week 1. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like these just like, I'm not saying what you're saying isn't a positive given how last year went.
No, you're 100% correct. Yeah.
Like they were getting positive yardage running the football. What are we doing?
I feel like a dirty little I feel dirty even saying it.
Yeah.
No, I feel dirty even saying it. Hey, we didn't get tackled for a loss.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So the shuffling on the offensive line, Ed Ingram, mind you, not Quentin Nelson. This is the shuffling you go through when Ed Ingram, who you picked up for a 6th-round pick, misses the game due to an abdomen issue. So he's inactive for the game. So the solution for the Texans along the offensive line is to, instead of putting in your backup guard, which I think is what backup guards are for, right? Like when your frontline guy gets hurt, you put the backup in. That's usually what happens. Before I explain the whole rigmarole, that's normally what happens, right?
But I mean, it's worse than that, though. Yeah. Okay.
I'll let you normally, finish. Normally that's what happens. You go, okay, well, who's our swing interior guy? Go play guard. The Texans, instead of just putting in their backup guard, move their rookie left tackle over to right tackle, move their right tackle to right guard, and they put in a new left tackle who had lost his job to said rookie left tackle. All right? Cam Robinson goes down in the game, and here's another opportunity to put in Juice Scruggs, but instead of going back to your best tackle combo, they move right tackle to left tackle. They put in Blake Fisher, who's been bad throughout training camp. All of this to, just kind of try to keep your best 5 guys on the field in their eyes, I guess. Here, before we get to it, Seth, here was DeMeco Ryans, who, by the way, in his last press conference said he was tired of answering questions about the offensive line. Very first question right out of the chute. What went into the decision to shuffle the offensive line?
Yeah, our offensive line was our offensive line. We had 5 guys we had out there that were up, and injuries unfortunately happened throughout the week, so shuffling will take place. That's the NFL. That's the nature of the league. Guys go down. You have to move guys around, and we don't complain about it. It's, hey, you got to show up and just get your job done.
No, we complain about it.
Okay, so this is where I don't understand where this newfound affection for Juice Scruggs has come from people asking why didn't Juice Scruggs go in, because Juice Scruggs he was awful last year.
Yeah.
He was just awful, and I don't know if he's any better this year. The problem is that this is the situation they're in where you don't actually have a backup interior offensive lineman that you feel good about.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, and then, but when it does come to the shuffling, the sack that we played coming in, that one wasn't on CJ. Ariante Ursary got just destroyed in a way that he's a rookie. I'm going to be patient with him, but this is what I was worried about coming into this game. Ariante Ursary will let guys get into his body a little bit, and in college, that's cool. When you weigh 335 pounds, you can get away with it. You can't get away with it against these
not that
pass rushers like that.
Yeah.
I mean, he just got destroyed. Absolutely destroyed on that play. So CJ doesn't really have a chance on that one. CJ would cause his own problems later on in the game. But, I mean, this is the problem, is that the offensive line as constructed is you have a right guard that was a backup last year in Minnesota. He got benched. He's a backup. But he's starting for you. When you get rid of him, you've got a guy who's a backup to a previous backup in Juice Scruggs. And I can agree with D'Amico's theory there on the surface, but the problem is you're already in a situation in week one where, man, your lack of guys that you feel genuinely good about and the lack of depth behind them is already starting to hurt. And you got, I mean, I don't know. Ariante Ursary, now that he's playing left tackle, he's playing right tackle, he's playing left tackle. It feels so much like Xavier Su'a-Filo back in the day.
Yes.
I'm back to it. This doesn't feel like last year. This feels like the worst elements of the Bill O'Brien era.
Yep.
Where you're just gonna move a rookie around all over the place and expect to get anything out of him or develop him. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Versus this defensive line especially.
Yeah. Yep. I think this was interesting. This was C.J. Stroud when he was asked following the game about all the shuffling going on the offensive line.
Yeah, it's not easy, It's something that what you're going to complain about, or you're just, or you're going to lay down, or you're going to go play. So for me, I just try to compete, as best I can and show those guys that I don't care who's in there, like, I trust in you. And by the way I play, I try to play as hard as I can to show that I'm there for them, and also vocally as well. So. But yeah, even, our receiver a little bit, we got some guys, hopefully coming back, hopefully soon. So, yeah, it's not always easy, but, that's why I'm in the position I am, to try to, solve some of those issues, because everybody deals with injuries. But, I think I've, tried to do my best at that.
So it's an issue. I mean, he said right at the beginning there, it's not easy. And CJ's not going to all of a sudden spend a minute on a soapbox telling you how hard it is for him to do this with a shuffling offensive line. I'm with you. I'm not saying it was the wrong approach given the personnel that you have. What I'm saying is that you've got a backup guard on the roster that you feel so uninclined to play in a game when the situation is what being a backup guard is made for. It's the guard goes down, put this guy in. Then find somebody to put on the roster that you feel capable of going in to play guard.
Right, and that part of it too is that, all right, Juice Scruggs, I don't have any confidence in Juice Scruggs, but I also now don't also have any confidence in Ariante Ursary playing both left tackle and right tackle in a game. And on that play, Byron Young, Byron Young ends up, it was funny, man. He went to forklift him. He basically grabs Ariante Ursary by the hands, almost like like when you play that strength game of clasping hands and over your heads, and
wrestlers do that all the time.
Yeah, the wrestlers. Yeah, like the pro wrestler thing. Yeah. And Ariante Ursary looked like the what do they call the guys that are just jobbers or whatever?
Jobbers, they call them.
Yeah, like he's just wearing yellow trunks and he's just getting destroyed.
Had no walkout music.
Yeah. But and it was against Byron Young. It was like a jobber going against The Rock in his prime.
That's
or something.
exactly right. Good job,
Not
Seth.
Skinny Rock.
No, not this version. No, yoked up Rock. Look, offensive line not good. It's interesting. Text message: super disappointed in the offensive display. I mean, lack of offensive display. Defense was not impressive either. No Super Bowl this year. Defense was not impressive either was what I want to ask you about. They gave up 14 points. You look at the score sheet, they gave up, whatever, less than 300 yards in total offense. To me, it's interesting, Seth, when you go and look. These two teams who were mirror images of each other last year in terms of the results, same record, won the division, knocked out in the same round of the playoffs by the team that went to the Super Bowl out of their conference. Like the results were extremely similar. I thought it was interesting yesterday, same number of first downs, ran the same number of plays, time of possession pretty even. Like the stat sheet for the most part between these two teams played very evenly yesterday. Now, if you watch the game, you know it was not even. That when the Rams needed to make plays, they did. And where that's reflected is 2 out of 9 on third down for the Texans, 7 out of 13 on third down for the Rams.
And it was really also the tale of two halves. Yeah. And that's a big part of it. It's that the Stafford in the second half, just right off the bat in that first drive, just looked like he was taking what he wanted with ease. And a lot of times the Texans' pass rush was better than I thought it was when going back and watching it. But Stafford was just getting the ball off on time and in rhythm, and he really wasn't stressed all that much. He was able to, I don't want to overly talk about halftime adjustments as much as just Stafford by the second half had figured the Texans out a little bit.
Well, we hear coaches talking all the time, and D'Amico may have said it at some point about the middle 8, the last 4 minutes of the first half, the first 4 minutes of the second half, and how coaches really seem to stress that. That's why when you get the ball to start the second half in a game, it just feels like an advantage that when you get the ball. They scored all 14 of their points in the middle 8, the Rams did. They scored their first touchdown on the last drive of the first half. They scored their second touchdown on the first drive of the second half. They dominate, and I'll give the Texans credit in between. They did go down and get 3 points to close out the half. That was, if there were any positives offensively, I would say that was one of them. CJ using his legs, I thought, was one of them, which he did on that last field goal drive. He got that 14-yard scramble to set up Kaimi with a makeable field goal. So that was a little thing. But the Rams, this middle 8 that all the coaches talk about nowadays, that's when the Rams scored all their points. End of the first half, beginning of the second half yesterday.
The Texans had 200 yards or so of offense in the first half, and in the second half, they fell off a cliff.
They wound up with 260 something. So that's
the other thing too. I mean, it's credit to Azeez Al-Shire for creating that turnover on the Rams' second to last drive. But that's where also the score is a little bit deceptive because. Ifs and buts and what have you, but the Rams were going to score at least 17 points, and on a pretty much like a game-sealing drive at the end of the game.
Yeah,
that's the trouble with that. That final drive and turnover for the Rams was, all right, they could have easily scored 17 or 21 points in that game, but then also on the final drive of the game when the Texans had one last desperation potential chance to get another shot at it, they converted with relative ease on that too. So the tale of the second half was just so much different than the first half. Anything positive that they might have shown in the first half just felt like it got snuffed out immediately in the second half.
It was a super deceptive box score. This game, if you watch the game, you go, okay, forget about what the numbers look like. It looked easy at times for one team. It never, ever, ever looked easy offensively for the Houston Texans. Not at any juncture in the game did it look like they had rhythm on offense. Did it look like they had made progress throughout the offseason offensively? Not at one point, and they scored 9 points in the game. They didn't score a touchdown. It played itself out that way.
You know what? Okay, and this is perfect. This is exactly what I thought. I didn't know if they'd have these stats out yet, but yes, as of right now, after one, every game except one has been completed so far. Second fastest time to throw in the NFL so far this season is Matt Stafford. 2.42 seconds per throw. And that matches up exactly with what it looked like. That's why the pass rush was better than I thought it was. When I went back and watched, I'm like, oh, all right. There's no time to get there. Stafford is he's dropping back and the ball is coming out.
That's how you turn the most scrutinized herniated disc in the NFL into a complete non-story the entire game. It's the most overblown story in the offseason now in retrospect. because of the way Sean McVay engineered that offense for Matthew Stafford. Is there a bigger overblown story from the offseason than Matt Stafford's back after yesterday? At any point in the game, did that guy look like a guy who was hindered by a back injury?
No, especially once they went for the QB sneak on third down and it was unsuccessful, I'm like, oh, okay, his back's feeling fine.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I don't know if it was Stafford's decision or McVay's, but I don't know if I would have done that. I don't care how good his back feels in the moment.
No kidding.
I just want to do everything I can to keep that guy from straining himself too much. But once he did that, I thought, all right, well, unless you actually get to him and hit him or something, then you're probably not going to have much of this guy's going to be a healthy Matt Stafford. And he came out in the second half and really looked like it.
He sure did.
But yeah, 2.42 seconds per throw, just super easy for him.
Getting it out fast.
Super easy.
Yep, getting it out fast. All right, CJ taking some on the text page. We'll get to that as the show rolls on here. We're with you till 8 a.m. today on a Reaction Monday here on Sports Radio 610. Football talk on Sports Radio 610 presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Headlines are coming up next. We've not gotten to the Astros yet, so we will get to them in headlines. We'll certainly get to the Texans as well. Some really exciting games yesterday, too, around the NFL that we will get to. But before we do that, I want to get you guys in that brand new Lincoln. They've got great
22. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
40 seconds to go. Stafford takes the knee. It is over in Los Angeles. The Rams take down the Texans 14-9 on opening day. Turnovers, penalties, other mistakes cost the Texans, who dropped to 0-1 and look forward to the home opener against Tampa Bay September 15th on Monday Night Football.
I'm Mark Vandermeer on the call, as always. Texans lose 14-9 yesterday to the Los Angeles Rams in their 2025 season opener. The big story in this one, the offense for 2025 looked a whole lot like the offense from 2024. As Vandy mentioned, penalties, 11 penalties for the team for 80 yards. Turnovers, a big one by Daria Gumbawale late in the game as the Texans were driving for what could have been a go-ahead touchdown, aided greatly by a roughing the passer penalty that kept that drive alive. There was just nothing easy offensively for the Texans all day long. DeMeco Ryans was asked after the game with the offense, where can he see progress being made?
Yeah, for us offensively, in the first half, we drove down. We got field goals. We needed to get in the end zone there, but we had some really successful drives. Just got to end in the end zone. And then there, at the end of the game, it's the NFL, right? Fourth quarter, that's why everybody watches it. We got the ball. We got a chance to drive down and score. We're making progress. We're making plays. And the one thing that we talked about, the main thing throughout the week of what it was going to take for us to win this game, it was protecting the football, right? They took the ball away 2 times and took it at the most critical time of the game there as we're driving down to score. They make a play to take the football away, but we're in striking distance. We don't make the play. They made the play. Credit to the Rams. They showed up, and they played really well today, and they made the plays, and we came up short on a few.
Yeah, they're doing it again. DeMeco's doing it again, where he kind of overstates the offense and what they actually accomplished. They had one trip into the red zone. But, let's not make it sound like you drove down inside the 5-yard line and Kaimi Fairbairn had to kick 3 chippies. He kicked a 51-yarder, a 45-yarder, and a 53-yarder to close out the half. Like, you never threatened the Rams really all day long until that last drive, and you couldn't hold on to the football at that point.
And a whole lot of self-inflicted wounds to go along with it, where at the very least what I hoped was for a cleaner operation out of the offense. But right off the bat, you've got delay of games, you've got illegal shifts, you've got all of these things that make it tougher on the quarterback. And we're sitting here where, man, look, you can say all you want about, they take Nico Collins out of the game with shell coverages, this, that, the other thing. Great. Puka Nacua goes off for 130 yards on 10 receptions, just taking it at will at times. Sean McVay's a better offensive coordinator than Nick Caley right now, as far as we can tell, obviously.
Yep.
Big surprise there, I suppose. But the ease with which the Rams did it in the second half is really disconcerting to me. And great, Nico Collins, you got him on a great deal. You got him on a bargain deal now because you signed him up early last year. Okay, right now it feels like I bought a gross of Cheese Whiz at the wholesale club.
Ooh, I like Cheese
But
Whiz.
I don't like Cheese Whiz or eat it. So it's sitting in my pantry.
Yeah.
Because what am I going to do with all this Cheese Whiz? I don't know. I got a great deal on it. Nico Collins, same thing. Apparently they don't like figuring out ways to get the ball to Nico Collins.
They don't like figuring out ways to get Nico Collins onto a Philly cheesesteak. I love me some Cheese Whiz on a Philly cheesesteak.
So, part of it, and now this is true though too, and it's the same issue as last year. Again, Groundhog Day with this offense. All right, if they want to play a lot of coverages to deep zones to keep Nico Collins out of the game, you know what beats that? If you have some time to let things develop.
Yeah.
If you can protect CJ and have him sit in the pocket. But now, there were also times in the game where it's 3rd and long and it's a 4-man rush. And CJ, you can sit there and wait, but he didn't. He threw one on a 3rd and long. It was a 4-man rush. The pass protection was good. It's 3rd and 10 plus. And CJ throws to Jaden Higgins, on kind of a sacrifice over the middle field position type of throw. That's a time where it's okay. It's okay it's in the 4th quarter. Just go ahead and if the pass protection's good, give it some time to develop. And he can't trust the offensive line.
Yeah.
But then there's other times where the pass protection is good, but he's not stepping up into the pocket and taking deep sacks. It's all a big mess right now.
Yep, it's a big mess. So we'll see. Boy, tonight's Monday Night Football game has a very interesting Texans angle to it. The Texans don't play either of these teams this year, the Vikings nor the Bears. You can hear the game on Sports Radio 610. The angle to this, though, is that there were a few teams that really needed to revamp their offensive line this offseason, most notably the Texans and the Bears, although Minnesota decided to make some investment in it as well. These are two teams tonight, Seth, the Minnesota Vikings and the Bears in particular, that invested heavily into protecting their young quarterbacks. J.J. McCarthy for the Vikings, Caleb Williams for the Chicago Bears. We know the Bears traded for Joe Thuney, gave him a big deal. They signed Dahlman in free agency to be their center. They trade for Jonah Jackson. Meanwhile, the Vikings give big money to Will Fries from Indianapolis, Ryan Kelly from Indianapolis. These are two teams that decided to fix their offensive line, I think the way that most Texan fans wanted the Texans to go about it, which is go get some guys, some proven guys out there. The Texans chose to go the journeyman route, invest a draft pick in Ariante Ursery, which that part I don't have an issue with. So far, the experiment for the Texans is not working out at all. There will be some agitated Texans if after the game tonight the final score is 38-35 and both teams are moving the ball up and down the field.
And the quarterbacks both look like the best version of themselves. Hey, look, you protect a young quarterback in J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah,
hey,
man.
Caleb Williams, different guy when he's got some protection in front of him. If this is a high-scoring game, Sean, I'm going to stab both my eyes out with a dull butter knife.
On YouTube.
Yeah. You might say, Seth, by definition, isn't a butter knife dull? No, this isn't even dull by butter knife standards,
this
okay?
Is the dullest. It's going to be really
This is a
painful.
non-serrated plastic fork.
Right. This is not going to be a quick process. It's going to take me multiple stabbings to get my eyes gouged out.
Or a non-serrated plastic knife. Look, and again, too, with the draft, you traded back out of the first round when Josh Simmons or the offensive lineman from Oregon that went to Josh Connerly. Josh Connerly were available, and then you end up trading up for Ariante Ursery. Ursery had some rough snaps yesterday, but he's also a rookie who's playing both left and right tackle in a game versus one of the best defensive fronts in
his
the
first
NFL.
game, not in a game, in his first game. His
versus
opener.
One of the best defensive lines in the NFL.
Yeah. Because you cannot put Juice Scruggs on the field right now. Apparently, cannot do it.
Which I get, and I understand why you can't. But then the question is, why is Juice Scruggs the backup interior offensive lineman?
100%. You and I are on the same page on that one.
And then Jake Andrews goes out, and it looks like it was a bad injury, and I feel bad for him. Yet at the same time, I'm sitting there, I'm like, yeah, this is the guy you picked up off of the scrap heap in New England. So now you're scrambling to replace the guy that you picked up off the scrap heap in New England, and it's the guy in Jared Patterson who was displaced by the guy you picked up off the scrap heap in New England.
That one at least felt like a conventional replacement of a guy, though. I'm like, oh, your center goes out, and you got this backup center who's played some games in the NFL. Put that guy in. I don't know how good he is, but just put him in. That at least felt like, oh my God, Jake Andrews is out. We gotta put Kate Stover at left guard, and we gotta put you didn't have to move 7 guys around to accommodate your lack of depth. Let's get to the Astros real quick. We'd have gotten to them quicker, except it's just as bad there as it was for the Texans yesterday. They lose to the Rangers 4-2. They lose 2 out of 3 to the Rangers. The lead is down to 2.5 games in the AL West. I guess the good news from the weekend would be that Hunter Brown outdueled Jacob deGrom. If you find yourself in a playoff series with the Texas Rangers, you feel
Hunter
good.
Brown, the day after going 12 innings, gives you 7 really good innings. So does everything you need him to do.
Yeah, everything you need to know about the bullpen depth for the Astros right now is they chose to bring in Lance McCullers in an extra innings game. They had nobody left, and he promptly walked a guy and gave up the game-winning hit. Didn't get anybody out.
Every time they bring Lance in now, I'm like, is Cesar Salazar not available?
Yeah.
What?
Chaz is in Sugar Land. Why is our best reliever down in Sugar Land playing outfield right now? Just not a great. And by the way, Caleb Ort, speaking of the bullpen, he's the latest to catch the right elbow inflammation bug for the Astros. That happened over the weekend.
When did the Arrighetti news come down? I think that was after our show.
We talked about it last week.
We did? Okay,
we talked about it on Friday. Yeah, no, I know. It's a lot of injuries, man. It's a lot of right elbows. Is it
And
contagious?
that's, don't worry, everybody. They don't see anything just yet on the imaging, but part of that's because there's so much inflammation that they can't tell. So,
dude, all these guys.
I'm not laughing at Arrighetti's pain. But I'm laughing at the absurdity of the situation.
It's crazy how many guys. It's like it's contagious. They're gonna have to mask up in the clubhouse. It's contagious. They're all catching right elbow inflammation. Don't breathe on anybody. Social distancing.
And you think the Astros are going to spring for the N95? Not a chance in hell.
Social distancing in the clubhouse so you don't get a right elbow inflammation.
No, the Astros are going to be using used bandanas from a thrift shop.
Oh, yeah. Little GPS trackers. Everybody's getting warned because they're all standing near each other. Oh, my God. All right, those are your headlines. I don't know what to tell you. All right, let's take a trip back through yesterday's game. The crucial plays in yesterday's game, I think, highlight a lot of the areas that this team has got some serious work to do. And, of course, we're talking about the Texans losing to the Rams 14-9 through the voice of Vandy. We take a trip back through yesterday's game, and we'll do Acknowledge Me at 7:20, where there will be 0 Texans or Astros acknowledged in this version of Acknowledge Me. That is coming up next.
Oh, if you want something to feel happy about on a football weekend, which includes Monday night, go get yourself some
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's take a look at yesterday's game through the voice of Mark Vandermeer. We're going to go back through the important plays in this game. And after a loss, it feels like an autopsy a little bit. So buckle up. We've got about, 7, 8, maybe 9 important plays here we're going to go through. Texans lose 14-9 as we welcome you in on our Reaction Monday. Maybe you're just getting in your car. The themes of today so far have been, this looks a lot like last year's offense. Defense kept you in the game. They made their own fair share of mistakes. And we got to figure out what happened. So first one for me, Seth, in terms of crucial plays, and there were lots of them. We won't get to all of them, but these to me were the most crucial. This wound up being the longest play of the day for the Houston Texans from scrimmage. This was Jaden Higgins with a 24-yard catch that helped set up your first points of the game.
First down for the 29. CJ fakes the give, dancing around, throwing downfield, and this is caught by Higgins across midfield, takes a hit, hangs on across the 49-yard line of the Rams. Welcome to the NFL rookie. 6'4", using every bit of that height to make a 24-yard gain into Rams territory.
Yep, that would be the longest play of the game. That would be the deepest the Texans would even attack the field. There weren't even any attempts downfield to longer than 24 yards in this game by the Houston Texans. A lot of that had to do with CJ didn't have a ton of time to do that. This was still early in the game, though, Seth, where I was encouraged. The play right before this was the one where CJ kind of spun out of the pocket and found Dalton Schultz for 11 yards for a first down.
Yeah.
So I'm watching this. I'm going, okay, now it's a second drive of the game. Your first drive, you went 3 and out because you had a holding penalty in there. But you next drive, it looks like you've cleaned a few things up, and you go down and you get 3 points. I was encouraged at this point in the game.
The one thing about this, and this would be a theme throughout the day, was the pass protection was good on this, but they also kept 7 guys in to pass protect. So you've only got a couple of guys out on routes downfield, and everything's got to work out just right before the Rams have had a chance to make any adjustments or anything. But even on this, Jaden Higgins ends up taking a big shot. He has to reach for the ball.
Big shot.
And CJ's kind of throwing it as he's sifting forward when he didn't need to. And there were a few plays today where CJ, he just didn't throw with the same touch that Matt Stafford does. Yeah. The one Dalton Schultz breakup on the pass to the right where Dalton Schultz had to reach behind him a little bit would have been a first down, but the pass gets broken up. He can't, he bobbles it and comes down with it while he's out of bounds. That wasn't a classic C.J. Stroud throw. That was just not quite right. The ball placement isn't necessarily there. And this is early in the game. I can't really give, even though this is a good play, I'm not seeing the ball placement specialist C.J. Stroud.
No.
And this was from a clean pocket.
Yep.
With him not really setting his feet the way that he's capable of doing.
All right, so the Texans, it's close game in the first half here. The Texans get their first break of the game, up 3-0 when the Rams, the center snaps the ball over Matthew Stafford's head. and Stafford recovers it deep in Rams territory. The Texans get their first good field position of the game. They would wind up getting a field goal on this drive, but, man, this was a painful one because they were moving the football. They got the ball at about midfield. They'd moved it. This was their only trip into the red zone all day, the Texans. They had a 2nd and 10 at the Rams 17-yard line. No, sorry, they had a 3rd and 8 at the Rams 15-yard line, and they were moving the football, and then this happens.
Out of the gun, 3rd and 7 at the Rams 15. One back, Daria Dembowale. 3 receivers to the right. CJ to throw. He's in trouble. CJ's going to go down. He's sacked. And the ball comes out. Do they pick it up? The Texans still have it. That ball came out, and Ursary, the rookie, helped make sure that it wasn't going to go to the other team.
So this was McCullough, number 2 for the Rams, coming on a corner blitz. This felt like me, Seth. You tell me if I'm right here. This felt like one of those plays that CJ, now given all this control at the line of scrimmage, should have seen something before the snap. All the protection's going one way, and then this guy comes in from the left.
Sometimes they just get you with a well-dialed-up blitz, but it's the guy off the edge was CJ's responsibility.
Yeah.
And he's looking to his right. You've got the left tackle and the running back responsible for 3 guys. So the guy on the outside's responsible. But Agumbawale, by the way, doesn't end up even taking care of the inside rusher either. So it was botched. Even if the edge – this is where everybody's to blame here because, yes, the edge defender is unaccounted for by design, but then Agumbawale and Ursary don't do a good job either. So it might have been a sack regardless. It was a full-blown meltdown of just unawareness, poor execution, everything that I was hoping that I wouldn't see, especially down as you're approaching the red zone. Yeah, it was a bad play.
Yeah, the sacks were just so punitive in this game.
That was in the red zone, wasn't it?
It was. They were
at the 15?
They were at the 15-yard line.
Yeah.
And so, so ultimately that becomes a 10-play, 19-yard drive for a field goal. You get points out of it, but, it's the Rams gave you an opportunity, man. They snapped the ball over Matthew Stafford's head, and that thing went skidding back 25 yards deep into their territory. You couldn't take advantage of it. The Rams get the ball back. The Rams would end up scoring before the half. Texans put up a good front when it was goal to go. They stopped Stafford on a QB sneak, 3rd down. And then the 4th down play here to Kyren Williams. Man, I thought it looked like a play from the snap. I'm like, okay, this feels like a play the Texans might be able to stop. Unfortunately, they did not.
4th and goal inside the 1. Stafford under center. Williams in the backfield. Stafford flips the ball to Williams. Running left, breaks the tackle, he's in. They almost got him. They couldn't do it. Rams score the touchdown. Game tied at the moment with the extra point on the way to help the Rams take the lead.
The run fit on this, I think Petrie went underneath. And if he had stayed to the front side, Azeez Elshire would have come back. That's, or excuse me, was it? Yeah, it was. Oh no, it was Petrie. I think that's the one. Just like some of the little details and some of the things that I like Petrie. Petrie didn't have a great day, man.
No.
Petrie did not have a great day, in pass coverage especially. And part of that I put on the Texans. He's not a cornerback. So this is a run play. This is why you have Petrie in there. And, okay, make that play at the very least.
Yeah.
You don't. As a cornerback, he's not a cornerback. He's a safety/linebacker. And the Rams just picked on every bit of weakness you have by having Jalen Petrie out there playing the role that he does. The Rams exploited it, and they did a great job of it. And I put a lot of that more on the way the Texans go in, like we saw this last year where Petrie is going to be a weakness in coverage at times. What are you going to do to make up for it? Apparently nothing. It's
right.
Just that's what you're going to have to live with.
But that wasn't a coverage play. To your point,
right.
That play is why he is getting $13 million a year now. He's expected to make that play. Don't go underneath the tackle, man. You're at the goal line. Like if somebody's coming in to clean up, if someone's coming in to clean up your mess, they're cleaning it up 3 yards into the end zone.
Yeah, Will Anderson did a great job on that play. He took on 2 guys to set the edge and turn it back in, and it could have been snuffed out very quickly. Like Petrie, listen, you're not Ray Lewis. You're not allowed to. You're not J.J. Watt. You're not a guy that's allowed to go backdoor on things because you're so blazingly fast.
Yeah.
You got to come up and just bury people.
Yep. Okay, so the Texans get the ball back after that touchdown with under a minute to go in the half. This, I thought, was one of the bright spots of the game, is that the Texans went down and got some points right before the half. The big key here, though, was C.J. Stroud. They weren't in field goal range until C.J. right before the half did this.
Second down and 10 at the Ram 49. One back, Stroud in the gun. Stroud looking from the pocket, scrambling forward. C.J. on the move, running across the 40, running out of bounds. First down and more, but 3 seconds to go. He does get them into field goal range.
Yeah, he did. And Kaimi, and you know what? Credit Kaimi, too. Kaimi looked a lot more like the Kaimi the first 5 weeks of last year, Seth, than he did from December on last year, where he was really, really shaky. So Kaimi did good things yesterday.
He did good, actually. Was it just me, or I felt like there was way too much hang time on those kicks.
I'm not getting
I'm like, man, that thing is just wafting slowly towards the goal. All right.
They went through the uprights.
All right, yeah.
Hey, man,
I'm going to be a beggar and a chooser, too.
53 yards. Dude's getting air under it from 53, and it's going in. So, so CJ with his legs, I thought, was a bright spot.
That was a good scramble. There was a scramble. One of his scrambles for a first down annoyed me a little bit because he had somebody, like, as it's drawn up over the middle for a first down as well, and he fled a clean pocket to do it. And like that's the decision to run, when to run and when not. It's good to see him running and everything, but I give him a pass to a certain degree. He's not comfortable back there behind that offensive line, but it's really affecting his decision-making.
Yep. So the Rams come out in the second half. The Texans went into the locker room with a 9-7 lead at the half. These were the only points that were scored in the second half, though. The Rams come out of the locker room, the middle 8 minutes, scored a touchdown in the last 4 minutes of the first half, and the Rams come out on their very first drive. 5 plays, 68 yards in 2.5 minutes. Just a quintessential Sean McVay, marched them down the field quickly, and they take the lead.
First down at the 13. Stafford under center. Takes the handoff. Flings the ball left side of the end zone, and it's caught. Allen, touchdown.
What a throw.
Davis Allen, the third-year tight end, and a beautiful pass by the veteran Matthew Stafford.
I'm sorry, you got to give credit where credit's due.
Yeah, I mean, Matt Stafford's back was the most overblown story coming into this game. He looked like there was nothing wrong with him all day long.
And part of it is, man, the Rams use play action really effectively. And this is one thing that the Texans needed to fix this year, is that they weren't good versus the play action last year. As many of the good things as they did, teams at times could really bait them. And on this play especially, everybody got baited. Everybody's a step late on this because they're just their eyes are in the backfield.
Yep. All right, now we're getting down to it. The most important plays of this game. Rams are driving up 14-9, looking to close out the game. You're starting to get into that range of the game, Seth. They're 1st and 10. They're in the red zone, the Rams are. There's about 4 minutes left. So now you're getting to that part of the game where, boy, if they score a touchdown, it's really problematic. It's a 2-score game. Even if they get a field goal, the Texans need to go down and get a touchdown and a 2-point conversion just to send the game to overtime. So you're in the danger zone here. The Rams' win probability here was at about 78% on this play we're about to play, and it felt like it was more than that just because they were moving the football. It's Sean McVay coaching on the other side here. But the Texans, credit their defense, credit Azeez Al-Shaair, came up with a play to give the Texans a chance.
Stafford bootlegs out to the right, looking, throwing underneath, and the ball comes out after the catch. It's loose. There's a scrum for it. Who's got it? The Texans say they have it.
It'll be 1st down and 10, Houston.
Houston football. Azeez Al-Shaair forced it. Texans get it on the bottom of the pile, and the Rams turn it over in the red zone as the Texans have the rock, down 14-9 with 4:09 to go in this game.
Boy, that was from the get-go. Did you think that was a catch?
From the get-go, no. The replay clearly showed it was a catch.
Right. I don't know, but maybe I was just being a homer and biased, but I thought it was a catch. It looked like it looked like he got at least 2 feet down.
Yeah.
So it was more that on the replay it was very, very obvious. If that hadn't got turned over or overturned, it would have been egregious. And it's funny, that play was really, really good by Azeez Al-Shaair. And yet, I mean, he wasn't operating really any differently than Henry To'oTo'o was in the first quarter when he lowered his helmet trying to go for the football and he hits Puka Nacua in the helmet.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell these guys anymore.
Nope.
I mean, if Azeez Elshire tried to just play with his chest up there, because God forbid you end up trying to make a football play, he does the right thing and he pops the ball out. It's a really good play. That's all. The one big thing that could have flipped the tables yesterday was if the Texans were able to create just one more turnover. Obviously, I mean, you can say that in any NFL game, but that was one little moment where you're like, oh yeah, the Texans need more of that. They need to go back. They need to be sure that this year they're one of the leading teams at taking the ball away, especially as long as the offense is playing the way they are.
No kidding. So the Texans get the ball back at their own 19-yard line, and they start to put a little something together on the short passing game and on the back of Nick Chubb, who busts out a 10-yard run, who busts out a 9-yard run, gets a yard off the left guard. There's a penalty that puts the Texans in 1st and 15, and then they're in 2nd and 11, 3rd and 11. They throw an incomplete pass, CJ does, to Jalen Knoll, but they get a penalty. They get a roughing the passer penalty on Kobe Turner, just a silly penalty that was definitely a penalty in today's NFL. So now you're inside the 2-minute warning, and the Texans are moving the football. CJ hits Dare Ogunbowale for 16 yards to get into Rams territory. Seth, now you got all 3 timeouts, and you're at a point where, like, okay, now we got to kind of manage things to make sure we're moving the ball slowly enough to where we don't give the ball back to Matthew Stafford. You know, you got all 3 timeouts. The clock is no longer an issue. You've got 1st and 10 at the Rams' 25-yard line after the 16-yard pickup by Dare Ogunbowale. So you are moving the football. You got a little something going. You got all 3 of your timeouts. You're in the catbird seat, and then this happens.
Empty backfield for CJ on 1st and 10 at the Ram 25. Stroud gets the snap. CJ looking. Throwing underneath, and the ball comes out. Dare had it. The ball popped out. The Rams have it. They recover. Fisk running away with it to the sideline to celebrate.
Okay. I mean, it was a hell of a punch-out by Landman.
Yeah, well, Kevin Harlan points out that that's only Ogunbowale's 2nd fumble in his career.
Yeah.
I would point out he's had 166 carries.
Yeah,
in his career.
Okay. I'm glad you looked it up. I'm like, I love Dare, but like, he touched the ball a whole lot.
I got 50 or so receptions too. So it's not like that. It's not like some gleaming. Derrick Henry went like 378 carries at one point without fumbling the football. So let's not like the fact that Dare Ogunbowale was a key feature on that drive is more of a concern than anything else. And he had a really nice reception. The play before that. The play before that. But I hated to be in that moment where this entire game I'm looking and Nick Chubb's got 13 carries in the game. Looked good, but they only felt comfortable giving him 13 carries. Whatever's going on with Joe Nixon, they need to airlift him out of Tibet or wherever the hell he is and do something illegal medically with him to get him back.
Looked good on that drive.
Yeah,
that drive. Like, and I saw they pulled him out, and the water person came over to him, and they're spraying water in his mouth, and they stopped, and he's like, more water. So I don't know if he was winded or something like that, but there were some weird personnel decisions. I think you're right. I love Dare Ogunbowale. His teammates obviously love him. They voted him a captain. But Dare Ogunbowale is the one that's catching balls for it. And I know he caught a game-winning touchdown against the Jags last year. But, yeah, you have Nico Collins. This is one where I'm like, Nico Collins had 5 targets all day in this game.
I love Jesus Sanchez's affable demeanor as well. There's times where I'm like, all right, can we do more than smile?
Right.
Is this what the hell's going on here?
Now,
that's where they are with the running back.
Yeah, Dameon Pierce is just not usable right now. That's my thing, Seth. Real quick, sorry. My thing. Do you have Dare Ogunbowale out here catching passes and fumbling the football? You're targeting Dameon Pierce on the drive before that. You drafted Woody Marks in the 4th round specifically because he's a very good pass catcher. Why is Dameon getting a target over Woody Marks?
why is Damian getting a target and
At
just
all. Yeah.
batting it away? He's like Omar Ashik out there. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I feel like they went into the game thinking, well, we're going to be running back by committee. And in a Bobby Slowick-type fashion, they stuck to that game plan.
Oh.
And it was also, look, the drive was going well. I don't mean to take away from that. But I'm also thinking about, great, you're getting down into the red zone. You haven't scored a touchdown yet today. I need more than this, man. And I need more than Daria Mawali fumbling to lose the game for him.
Dude, 5 targets for Nico Collins all day. Nico Collins, he had less than 6 targets last season in 2 games. The one that he went out of the game with a hamstring injury in the first quarter, and the one where he was taken out in the first quarter so he could get over 1,000 yards for the season in Week 18. And even in that Week 18 game, he had 5 targets in the first quarter. He had 5 targets all game yesterday.
This was, you talk about being outcoached. The Rams were thoroughly and completely outcoached. Yeah. And it starts with, the Texans were thoroughly outcoached by the Rams. And it starts with the sloppiness overall. Defensive penalties are usually aggressive penalties, and including encroachments, I'll give them that. But Darrell Taylor jumps off sides when the Rams are just trying to draw them off sides at the end of the third quarter.
There's 22 seconds on the game clock, or on the game clock. There's 27 seconds on the play clock. So the Rams can walk over to the sidelines if they want to and just end the quarter, and a lot of teams do that. And as they're lining up, I'm going, man, this is so smart by McVay. Like, he's got nothing to lose by just standing up there and trying to draw. And I'm Clint and Reggie and Patrick Parker and I are all up here, and we're looking around the room going, they're just trying to draw them. And you can tell Stafford comes up to the line and does that thing where he's like, doing the hard count, the hut, and he backs away for a little. Like, he's clearly trying to draw them off sides.
It wasn't like they hurried up to the line and did it or anything and they got him there.
It's so just obvious. And Darrell Taylor jumps off sides with 2 seconds left in the quarter. And I'm like, this is the dumbest stuff.
They looked like such a dumb football team yesterday.
Yes.
They looked really, really dumb. They just looked, honestly.
I don't even feel bad saying it.
It's amazing that the score was as tight as it was.
Oh, my God.
Because in the second half especially, that's where I said, Matt Stafford clearly doesn't have a herniated brain because, man, he knew exactly where he wanted to go with the ball. He was getting rid of it very, very quickly. And they were at a Chinese buffet there at the end. It was $14.99, all you can eat, and we're just going to take what we want.
Man.
And we'll take our time doing it. Just crazy.
All right, let's get to some acknowledgments for the weekend here. We'll do a little acknowledgement. We do it every Monday at about this time. Big performances from the weekend. Because I'm so angry with that game yesterday and with the Astros of late, none of them are getting acknowledged. Sorry, guys. None of you will hear this.
Acknowledge me.
Sorry. Instead, I'm forced to acknowledge the Ravens and the Bills last night. Acknowledging both teams because that was one of the most watchable games without a dog. The only dog in the fight that I had was the fear that I have over facing the Ravens 4 weeks from yesterday. They lost this game, by the way. If you went to bed, a lot of Bills fans left the stadium. They were down.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they were. And Josh Allen pointed that out in his post-game interview. But the Bills scored 16 points in the last few minutes of this game to come back and win 41-40. It was an incredible game with some huge offensive performances. Derrick Henry had 18 carries for 169 yards and 2 touchdowns. It felt like every carry he had, he was rumbling for at least 15 yards. The problem was, Seth, they were up 40-32 with under 4 minutes to go in the game. I mean, this is classic Lamar and Derrick Henry in a game where they've scored 40 points already. Man, just don't turn it over. Just lean on them and keep running the football. And credit the Bills. They force a fumble with Derrick Henry. They get their hand in there. They poke the ball out. He fumbles it. Josh Allen takes him down, and they end up scoring a touchdown, but they don't get the 2-point conversion. They're able to get the ball back though, and they go down and kick a field goal from Matt Prater, who flew in on a red eye. Like, the day before the game or something like that, kicks a game-winning field. It was an awesome game, 41-40, and I'm watching that game. I'm going, I do not want to be on the field with either of those teams right now.
The Ravens had a 98% win probability with 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
It sounds
left
low,
to go
actually.
before Derrick Henry, who I was just talking about, he had that long stretch without a fumble. Derrick Henry loses a fumble, and they even when they took possession there, the Bills only had a 17% win probability.
Yeah. But Josh Allen, man.
Josh Allen, he turned it into like the old Tom Brady dynamic of like, man, no matter how bad a blowout looks like for the Patriots on a Monday night game, even if the Patriots are losing by 21, you got to stay watching until the end of the game.
Got to. All right, I hate doing the Texans.
Disappointed in Bills fans. Wow.
Yeah, a lot of them left. It's so many. I mean, I was half paying attention. I was half show prepping and half watching the game, so I didn't. But after the game, that was a big topic. Tirico made a wisecrack about it. Like those who chose to stay around. And Josh Allen said something when he was getting interviewed by Melissa Stark after the game about it too. About, hey, for the people who stayed around. So yeah, it was a thing for sure. Man, the Texans. I hate that you're forcing me to acknowledge other people around the NFL, like Aaron Rodgers.
Acknowledge me.
Got to acknowledge him, man. First game as a Pittsburgh Steeler, 22 of 30, 244 yards, 4 touchdowns. No interceptions, and the Steelers beat the Jets, his former team, at MetLife Stadium. He'll be in the Pettycast tomorrow. I wasn't able to pull the audio of him saying how much he loved beating everybody with the Jets, not just Aaron Glenn, who, by the way, if we recall, had Aaron Rodgers come in, meet with him face-to-face to tell him, we really don't want you to be our quarterback anymore. Those 4 touchdown passes had to feel good for Aaron Rodgers yesterday, I would say.
They had to feel good for him. He was particularly petty after the press conference. He was given a chance to take a shot at Aaron Glenn specifically, and he just said something like, "I just like beating everybody in the Jets organization." Yeah. I mean, Justin Fields, though, he looked good.
Yeah.
Maybe he end up I'm curious to see what we see out of Justin Fields here.
Yep.
I mean, just like I'm very, very curious to see what Daniel Jones turns into this year. Because, man, I warned all of you. I warned all of you that Shane Steichen might get the very best out of Daniel Jones.
I need to see him against a team that hasn't quit on their coach in week 1. Yeah. I'm gonna pump the brakes on Daniel, and I've got him on the list here. Well, I'll acknowledge him. Daniel Jones was excellent. You're right, Seth. He was great yesterday. Certainly, he had an effort that we never saw from Anthony Richardson last year. Not one time did Anthony Richardson go out there and go 22 of 29 for 272, not turn the ball over, throw a touchdown pass, beautiful touchdown pass to Michael Pittman in that game, and then vulture a couple touchdowns from Jonathan Taylor. Two touchdowns. I have Jonathan Taylor on one of my teams. But Daniel Jones, 7 carries, 26 yards, and a couple short touchdowns down there at the 1-yard line. Daniel Jones got the Jalen Hurts treatment yesterday. And I say that because, as you point out, Shane Steichen is the Jalen Hurts' former OC. This was the Daniel Jones looked tailor-made for what Shane Steichen wants to do offensively.
Like when Shane Steichen, when he has a quarterback who can run some or a lot, and he uses the RPOs, he uses every bit of a quarterback's athleticism to make defenses uncomfortable and indecisive. And when you've got Jonathan Taylor behind, I want to say it's almost like a muted version, a very, very, maybe not that, a muted version of Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. Yep. It's that you make your offensive line better, and the Colts already have a good offensive line, and they've got good skill position players too. So whatever you think of Daniel Jones or what his ceiling is, I think Shane Steichen's got a good chance of getting him to his ceiling.
Yeah, yesterday was a great start, no doubt about it. All right, I'm going to acknowledge Peter Schrager here.
Acknowledge me.
We're not a huge Schrager shop here, but this was a big thing on Friday after we were off the air on Get Up, is that Ryan Clark pulled the I'll let the audio do the talking here. This was Peter Schrager. They're talking about the Thursday Night Football game here and CeeDee Lamb, and did CeeDee Lamb lose the game for the Dallas Cowboys. This was Peter Schrager on the set with Ryan Clark and a couple of other players.
2nd and 11. It was the one target. He runs the out route.
You wake up this morning saying A.J. Brown has had a better day than CeeDee Lamb?
You know what you wake up saying, though? A.J. Brown's team is 1-0.
Of course.
Right, like that's what,
I get it.
But the thing is this, though, and we shouldn't do this on TV. And so I apologize if people think this is rude. That's the non-player.
Oh, stop. CeeDee Lamb is...
Let me tell you why. I'm not saying...
I'm not looking at fantasy football. Ryan, I'm not... Don't belittle me like that. I could come in and say, as 3 ex-players are saying one thing, and give an alternative perspective, that maybe CeeDee Lamb did play well. And
Peter, what I need for you to do is not get mad and let me finish for once.
Okay, go on.
It wasn't about you. It was going to be about me.
For once.
Wait a second. It wasn't about you. That exchange started off with, that's the non-player in you.
Now, Ryan Clark went on to, his explanation, I'll paraphrase the explanation because I'm curious to get your take on this, Seth. His take he went on to have was that CeeDee Lamb, despite having 7 catches for 110 yards, I'm sure was sitting in his car stewing on the way home about the 3 drops. Ryan Clark said, I could have had 12 tackles and 2 picks in a game, but if I miss a tackle that loses the game for my team, my family knows not to come near me for the next 2 days.
This is the problem, because I think in a lot of ways, Ryan Clark, it was, when people were discussing it, I could tell a lot of people hadn't necessarily even watched the clip, because they were saying that Ryan Clark had said the classic, oh, you don't know because you didn't play the game. I think where he was going with it was, what he could have said was, this is how it is from a player's perspective.
Yep.
I want to tell you how it is from a player's perspective. The problem is, twice there, he treated Peter Schrager like a child.
Yeah.
Like, he said, first, that's the non-player in you. And then he said, what you need to do is be quiet and let me finish, or whatever he said like that. It was this whole superior tone about it, I think, that was off-putting.
I'm glad you said
that. But I don't think he wasn't as bad as saying, just trying to end the argument by saying, you don't know because you didn't play the game.
Right. No, I went and watched the whole segment because I wanted to... I wanted to make sure, because everybody was talking about this thing, and Ryan Clark was taking some, and I'm with you, his delivery could have been way, way better. I thought his take afterwards it truly was one that only a player could have. There's a ton of stuff that I defer to you on as the former player on the show that I know I have no clue what the dynamics are like in a locker room after a loss or the interpersonal part. There are things where there are things that truly only players know about this that we don't. But Ryan Clark at the beginning of this segment, the very beginning of this segment, they were going around the table getting takes on the Cowboys losing that game. Orlovsky gives a very measured take. I forget who the other player was on the set there. Gave a very measured take. Schrager gave a very measured analytical take that we'll hear the end of here before Clark leads into his take with this.
You look at what Booker did. You look at what those guys, Guyton, all them out there. They were moving that Eagles defensive line, which we heard all offseason was going to be this great, great advantage for Philadelphia.
I know what you want. Right. See, these 3 acted like they ain't never been on Get Up after a Cowboys game. But I'm here for you, Greeny. That's why I wore my blue. If those balls are caught, we're talking about Dak Prescott playing as well as we've ever seen him play.
Good enough, man. So all 3 guys, Teddy Bruschi was the other one. Teddy Bruschi, Orlovsky, and Peter Schrager all give their take on the game. They were all solid takes from what I remember. And in comes Ryan Clark going, these 3 guys that just gave their opinions, they're not as good as me because I've been on, they're acting like they've never been. He can't help but take a shot at his 3 co-hosts in delivering his opinion right there.
It's a classic. No, and then the third thing I forgot to mention, him starting off by saying that's the non-player in you. And then claiming afterwards, hey, don't make it about you.
Yeah.
I was going to be talking about myself. All right, man, I see what you're trying to do here. It's just, Ryan Clark, it feels like he's apologizing to a colleague or somebody or RG3's wife every 3 weeks these days.
Yeah, he tweeted. And it's funny, too, because he tweeted out an apology. I'll be curious if he's on today and he happens to be on with Schrager, if he apologized. I don't really care one way or the other. It's just a thing on talk radio. And I'm not one of these people saying ESPN needs to fire Ryan Clark. Whatever, okay? But
he's following a good game plan.
It's disrespectful. It's disrespectful, but it's not a firing offense. It'll play itself out. It's not like he's harassing somebody or something like that.
Yeah.
So I'll be curious. He tweeted out an apology literally like in the middle of plays in the Chargers. He's live tweeting the Chargers-Chiefs game. He's like, Marion Hampton up the middle for 3 yards. Boy, he had some room on the outside. And then the next tweet, I'd like to apologize after an incident on and off camera, he said today.
Yeah,
there was an off camera.
On and off camera.
Yeah.
What would happen off camera?
Me
That's
too.
the interesting part. Yeah.
Me too. All right, so that's Acknowledge Me. I do want to get to one other thing that we had in Acknowledge Me. Maybe it's better suited for the Pettycast tomorrow, but I do want to touch on it real quick. What are the etiquette rules about home run balls in the outfield? I want to run this past Pope Zaza. I feel like the czar of common sense is Pope Zaza. What are the rules on snagging a home run ball? Because boy, this turned into an incident this weekend. And C.J. Stroud talking like we've not heard him talk after football games yesterday. A couple things in particular I want to circle back to. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, what are the rules on playing underdog in Texas?
flag. It's a McCarran Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, I take just negative plays. I think it's kind of obvious. We can't shoot ourselves in the foot consistently and expect to win. And that starts with me, with a lot of different things. I got to get rid of the ball better and, use my legs maybe a little more. But, I think, there's a lot of hope still. We did a lot of good things. It's a really good defense, a really good team. But I definitely think we could have won. But just you can shoulda, woulda, coulda all day. We didn't deserve to win that game because we didn't do the right things. So when you come out in the NFL lollygagging and not going through the motions, that kind of what happens. So I think we'll be all right. But I think it's a good wake-up call for it.
That is not a throwaway line right there. Lollygagging, going through the motions at the end of that right there.
Whenever
CJ.
a 23 or 24-year-old man uses the word lollygagging,
he's serious.
That's who was gagging on lollies yesterday is what I need to know. Who the hell are the lollygaggers? What is this?
Name
what is
names.
this about? And again, when you got the starting quarterback talking about how you can't be lollygagging around, and it's a game where you have 11 penalties, and not just not kind of aggressive penalties, illegal shifts, delay of games. Almost another delay a game in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
CJ just trying to get the snap off at times. It looked like a shoddy operation. It looked like Bobby Slowick's first game against the Ravens a couple years ago.
Same number of points. Same number of points. 9 points.
Yeah, you don't score a single point in the second half. You don't score a touchdown all day long. And a lot of it, just like last year, comes back to, wow, the offensive line doesn't seem to be blocking all that well. C.J. Stroud pressured on 41% of his passes.
Yep.
Which is last year. C.J. Stroud had one of the highest pressure rates in the league at 43% or whatever it was.
It was 39% last year.
39% on
39% because that's what Mahomes got pressured in the Super Bowl. Remember that? That was like, hey, the amount of times Mahomes was running around, that was a normal day for C.J. Stroud last year.
C.J.'s was actually higher on this season.
Yeah, it was like 39 to 38 or something like that.
Okay,
if I remember.
So it's bad. It was bad.
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, there's times where I can criticize C.J.'s decision at times to either run when he had a clean pocket, but at the same time, and I don't want to make excuses for everybody all over the place, but I don't know how he's going to develop pocket presence when playing behind that level of pass protection. It gets worse and worse as quarterbacks have to deal with it year after year.
Here's one more from C.J. Stroud that I thought was really interesting after the game yesterday. Why do you feel like today was a wake-up call?
I just think the way we practiced this week, I think we could have practiced better. I think, I love the confidence we have, but there's I always say there's like a type of mindset is like, did I do enough? And I think it's a healthy way to be because then you'll probably do more. So I just, for me, preparing, I got to do a better job. And I also got to hold my guys accountable, for that one exotic look. And it's the first game of the year. We got a lot of exotic looks we did not expect. They did too, but they made the play. So you can come up with a million excuses. We got to just be better.
Okay.
Yeah,
didn't practice great all week.
Didn't practice great all week. Saw a lot of exotic looks that they didn't expect, and I think that again comes back to first-time offensive coordinator, where you expect to see exotic looks you didn't expect. If there's one thing that you can predict, it's that unpredictable things will happen.
Yeah.
And it's pinning down exactly which unpredictable things are going to happen. That's the hard part of it. The Rams seemed way more ready for that on their offensive side of the ball than the Texans did. And that's look, I'm not like throwing away all hope. It was ugly yesterday. Lots of coordinators look ugly in their first couple of games as coordinator. Vic Fangio's been in the league for decades, and the Eagles' defense did not get off to a hot start last year.
No.
And Vic Fangio's first year as a defensive coordinator, they ended up being the best defense in the league. So there's plenty of room for improvement, obviously. The question is, all right, over these next couple weeks, how much improvement do we see?
Yeah. Tampa Bay on Monday night, and then Jacksonville, who, they it's Carolina on the other side, but they looked impressive in their game against the Panthers. That's week 3. So, and that'll be a short week because you're playing Monday night against Tampa, and you're going on the road to face the Jags after that.
What did you box score watch Travis Hunter at all?
I heard on the way home last night, I was listening to one of the national rundowns, it was halftime, I think, of the Bills and the Ravens. I'm listening. And I think he had 8 targets in the game. He had 4 catches, 4 short catches, I think.
He had 6 receptions for 33 yards.
Yeah, it was a lot of
That's not
dunk.
redefining the game of football.
No, not at all.
I don't know how many tackles he had. I know he had at least 1 tackle early in the game.
Yep.
But, yeah.
Yeah.
That's been taken off the board. I don't know. That must have been a special teams tackle.
Yeah. That's so the game of football.
Oh, no, yeah. He finished the game with 1 tackle and 6 catches for 33 yards. Redefining the game.
I'm looking at the definition of football, and it's the same as it was yesterday morning. Has not been redefined. I'm looking it up on Webster's right now. Hey, you saw this thing with this they're calling her Philly Karen on the internet. Yeah. This woman who, if you missed it, there was a Marlins-Phillies game in Miami where there were Philly fans in the upper deck. Harrison Bader hits a home run, and the ball lands in the row right in front of these Phillies fans, one of whom is this older woman in a Phillies jersey. A man who appeared to be with his family there, we know he was there with his son at the very least, kind of runs down the same row, runs down the row. Yep. Ball is rolling around on the floor in the row right there, and he picks it up. As there's 5 people reaching for it.
He the row in front of the Philly Karen. Yeah.
He reaches down, picks it up, and walks back over to his seat and plunks it down in his son's glove. He went and got that home run ball. The Karen comes running over and gets right up in his face, saying, "You took my ball. That was my ball." There were cameras where you could actually hear her saying that to him. And the guy was surprised. He was shocked. He had this look on his face like, "Why are you yelling at me?" Ultimately, he decides to just take the ball from his 10-year-old son, who was there for his birthday, by the way, and give the ball to her just because I don't feel like dealing with this crazy person.
Yeah. No, in no way, shape, or form did she have first dibs on that ball.
Thank you, Pope.
He didn't jostle her out of the way. There was no, am I wrong? There was no physicality involved whatsoever.
None.
The ball was in front of her. If somebody had been sitting in that seat in front of her, it would have been that person's ball. I don't know why there's any question about that. Yeah. There's no way in which baseball has ever operated. Is that ever been a thing? The guy ran down. The guy didn't knock anybody out of the way or anything. That's his ball.
Yes.
And I don't know where she gets off, acting like somehow she's entitled to that just because it's in front of her. But then the really ugly side of this came from the people that decided they had to also criticize the father for not protecting his son.
Yes.
I'm like, dude, this guy, you get caught unaware, a woman is assailing you. The last thing you want in the world is listen, I don't want to go viral for all the wrong reasons.
Okay.
Whatever, lady. Here you go.
Okay, so that's good. So this is basically a preview of the Pettycast for tomorrow, I think. We got to revisit this tomorrow because there's great audio that goes with this thing. And it ended up working out for the kid, too. He got an autographed bat, got to meet Harrison Bader. It all worked out, but, man.
If the guy had run in down that aisle and there was a kid, if Philly Karen was a child, it's still the right thing to do would have been for him to hand it to the kid.
Yes.
But even in that situation, it's still, man, there was no jostling whatsoever.
I agree.
He had a clear path to the ball.
This is why you're Pope Zaza and everybody else is not. Good ruling, I would say. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and tomorrow will be a glorious day.
It will. It's going to be a better day tomorrow, everybody, I promise, because the Astros, I don't believe, play tonight, and we got Monday Night Football tonight, so that's all good. All right, and you can hear that game right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, we are done. We are out of time. John Harris, Mark Vandermeer are up next with Texans Monday, but before we do that, I want to get
KILT.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
40 seconds to go. Stafford takes the knee. It is over in Los Angeles. The Rams take down the Texans 14-9 on opening day. Turnovers, penalties, other mistakes cost the Texans, who dropped to 0-1 and look forward to the home opener against Tampa Bay September 15th on Monday Night Football. Yeah, can we play that tonight, please? Get this out of the way. Get this feeling evaporated. Texans losing, only putting up 3 field goals in the game, all in the first half. And we'll get to everything today. We've got N.D. Kalu coming on. Andre Ware's going to come on. We're all just fresh as roses after getting off the charter. John McClain's going to be on a little bit later, and we will dissect. We will go over everything, and we'll tell you what needs to be done for next week, because there's a lot to be done for next week. So Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. Welcome to the show, and we'll get to vent. We're on YouTube. We're on YouTube and Twitch on the Sports Radio 610 page, so check us out there, and you can comment on there, and we will read some of those. Yeah, why not? Because what happened yesterday cannot happen again. You can't have it. You can't do it. You can't come out opening day and score 3 field goals, and that's it. And give Fairbairn credit for those 3 long field goals. He was on his way to an AFC Special Teams Player of the Week performance. If that kind of thing continued, I would have taken 2 more for a 15-14 win. But what you wanted to see yesterday, in addition to the victory, was major progress on the offensive line, running the football, throwing the football, and you had a few flashes of it, but all in all, way too much. This was the wrong opponent to get opening day, but you knew that was coming. This showed up on the calendar in May, that you were going to play this Rams front, Johnny, and you couldn't deal with them the way you wanted to. You were able to run the ball a bit at times. Chubb looked good with 4.5 yards per carry, 60 yards, okay, but not enough. 13 carries, 27 carries in all. Stroud is the second leading rusher. I like Stroud running the football. We'll get to that. And you moved it at times. And at the end, you said it on the broadcast. Go ahead and steal it. Go ahead and steal it now. You're driving downfield. You hit Dari for the big gain. And there you are in business. You go ahead and punch it in. Now you got to stop them, which is no easy thing. We know that. Now you got to stop them. I don't know how much time would have been left on the clock. And yes, getting from where they were to the end zone could be Herculean as a feat, because the Rams are a top 5 red zone defense team. They do give up yards, but they don't give up yards in the red zone much. And you weren't in the red zone yet, but you turned it over with Dari's fumble right after he made a tremendous play, and I sung his praises on the broadcast, and then the fumble. Look, it wasn't like he just dropped the ball. I know it was a heck of a play by Landman, the linebacker, but you gave it up to them. And even after that, you had a chance to stop them on 3rd and 8, couldn't do it. They schemed Pakua open. Wait, whatever.
You put both of them together.
Yeah.
Puka Nacua.
Yeah, did I do that? That's 4 hours sleep working for you. Puka Nacua.
Toughest dude on the field.
I mean, he was amazing
Toughest
yesterday.
Dude on the field, man.
I mean, he took hit after hit. He took 2 shots to the head on one play, and Puka comes back into the game and wrecks shop. I mean, not only is he playing, he's not just a bystander. He is absolutely torching everybody with 10 catches for 130 yards, and Devontae Adams only 4, but that was 1 more than the Texans' bell cow receiver, Nico Collins, who had 3. And you got to throw Nico the ball. 5 targets in this one. We can get into why they couldn't get him the football. But all in all, I'll look at it this way. Defensively, you'll take it every time giving up 14 points against the Rams in their building. I would have taken 20 if you told me that coming in. All right, we'll try to get to 21. You give me 20, I'll try to get to 21. 14 points, and they're driving for a score that's going to inflate that lead, and I know, but give Azeez Al-Shire tons of credit for knocking that ball out with his helmet on Parkinson, the tight end. Anyway, that's it. Texans lose. It is what it is. Even if the offense looked great, you take the L. You got to deal with that 0-1 start and get ready for Tampa Bay next Monday night. But there's so much to correct here and so much to, I don't want to use the word fear. It's too early for that. Be concerned about when the injury report comes out Thursday, because you know a lot of guys are dinged up. Good morning, Johnny.
Yeah, there are going to be a ton of guys banged up for sure. It was a frustrating performance on a lot of different levels. CJ was pressured at a 40% pressure rate, which is even beyond what it was last year. luckily he was able to get out of the pocket and make some plays. When he got out of the pocket, he was special. He shouldn't have to get out of the pocket as much as he was. You had so many penalties that put you in. I mean, even the first play of the game, you've got just a little hitch route to Cade for 5 yards just to get it. And I'll get to the special teams after a little bit. The kick return team, I should say.
That was rough.
Not only the kick return team, but the kickoff team, because Kymie's got to know you cannot put the ball. You can't flirt with the ball in the end zone. You can't.
Right. If anything,
so
kick
the
it to the 15.
drive, the second touchdown drive to start the second half, he kicks it 2 yards in the end zone. Well, of course he's going to take a knee. Now they start the ball at the 35. You're going to give Stafford the ball at the 35? I mean, it couldn't field the kickoffs.
How about that?
Then kicked one into the end zone. Like, those are things, I mean, I know those are things that Frank Ross is pulling his hair out. Like, the Rams, we stopped the Rams on the first drive, punt the ball to us, we catch the ball at the 5-yard line. Like, it was a team wearing Texans uniform, wearing Texans logos, and guys I recognized, but that team I didn't recognize in training camp. And I think that was maybe the most frustrating aspect of it, is that they didn't. And I know training camp's different and preseason games are different. I get that. But the mistakes that were made throughout that game, like, hey, was that game played in 2024? Because that's what it seemed like. Holding penalties, pressure rates. CJ got to put the cape on. Mistakes look, I can live with a 15-yard penalty because you hit Puka in the head a couple of times, pinballing him just because you're flying to the football. But it just, the mistake at the end with Dart. Look, physical mistakes I can live with, but the ones that where we're giving up, like there was a third down play. I think it was a second drive, and the Rams go to run a ricochet stunt where they're going to take Spates, the linebacker. They're going to go basically pin the guard, and then let a defensive lineman or another linebacker go around. It's one of the most effective stunts. I love it. Omar Spates goes to run a ricochet stunt, and the guard goes the other direction. And he paused because he didn't know what to do. Because he was like, wait, I'm not supposed to – I guess I should go get the quarterback. Well, it was just that moment of hesitancy. And, by the way, the looper comes wide open too. Like, huh?
So they're not dealing with that well. Is that a problem?
Like, that's the same stunt the Packers beat us on 5 times in that game. It's like the same thing.
Was that after or before the juggling of the offensive line with the injury situation?
It was before.
All right.
It was like it was the second drive of the first quarter. And look, I know there are pieces, and then, somebody gets hurt. Cam got hurt. He ended up going back in the game. And now you're like, okay, well, let's move Ursary over here, and then we're going to put Blake in the game. And, you don't want that many moving parts. It happens when you only have 8 guys on game day. You're gonna end up in that situation. But we had seen them throughout training camp and the preseason handle those things, handle them much better, handle them in joint practice much better. But yesterday was reverting back to 2024.
But they weren't handling those things as well early in training camp, right?
Correct.
And then they got better at it. And now here we are early in the season, and I'm trying to make this comparison here, but every week's going to be different. We know that. You're going to be dealing with different fronts, and different defensive coordinators like to do different things. Like Todd Bowles is coming in here with his Tampa Bay front, and that's no picnic either. And he's a good coordinator as the head coach. But, Johnny, they have to improve. If they don't improve, they're dead. They have to improve. It's tough to take when you have a guy out, Ed Ingram, and it reshuffles the entire thing, and then they got to reshuffle again throughout the game. Now, they're used to it. That's the good thing, because we saw them work with so many different alignments during training camp, and I pointed that out during the broadcast. This is why they do it. Yep. I mean, they're experimenting, trying to find the best mix, but in addition to that, they can deal with these situations better because, all right, we're going to go with this one. All right, we've done this before, boys, against Will and Daniil and the rest of the Texans front, so maybe we can deal with this today. Having said everything we said, like you pointed out, they're driving with a chance to take the lead and ice this game, and yeah, it wasn't a great offensive day, but the Rams aren't probably celebrating their great offensive day. They're celebrating great moments and a victory, which I'd rather be doing, but there is a chance here for more progress. A chance. Like Seth said, there's room for improvement. They have to find ways to get into that room for improvement and change things dramatically before Monday night.
Yeah, because if they think Todd Bowles is just going to sit there and play base the whole game, and I know they don't. I know they know that, but that's what they're going to see. But, you could see on the very first play of the game, you could understand Nick Caley's thinking, and that is, how do I reduce the pressure on C.J. Stroud? Okay, let's get to the quick game. So on the very first play of the game, they just run Cade on a low hitch, going to steal 5-6 yards. Boom, pitch, catch, let's go. Protected pretty well. C.J. slid to his right just a half step just to be able to get clean. Ooh, let's go. This is the way it can be. Quick game, all right. Call holding on Cam Robinson, which is an awful call. I watched it from every angle. I saw it while it was going on. It was a horrible call. It was a horrid holding call in that first one. However, it's called. So now you're 1st and 20. Now, whether it was backed up, whether it was 1st and 10 and then a penalty, whether it was a false start, I can't, then it was the sacks. Both guys were sacked 3 times. But CJ was sacked for 37 yards lost versus Stafford's 21. That's 16 yards in a game of that magnitude that was that close, that was that even on both sides, ends up being huge. And it's not that I'm saying, okay, the first sack was Byron Young's. So Ursery is on Young. And so as he's blocking him, he's actually taking him around the arc, and which is what you're supposed to do. But then CJ backs up.
Yeah,
instead of moving up, he backs up, and because he backed up, then all of a sudden Young just takes a path right to him, and Ursery kind of looked up like, wait a second, what the hell just happened?
There was no pressure up the middle there on that one?
Yeah, I don't know. I have to go back and look at that part.
I just be feeling it, though.
No, I know.
He's used to getting pressure up the middle, so I got to bail out from the back door here instead of the front.
What we cannot have happen with this wunderkind we have at quarterback. We cannot. That young man can take us to places we have never been if we just keep opposing players out of his purview. If they just let him cook and give him time, he will take us places we've never been. But we're not doing that. We're not doing that as a collective group on offense. It's not happening. Receivers have got to get themselves open a little bit more. I just was watching a little while ago, there was one play in which CJ actually wasn't pressured, and you're trying to throw the ball, and he threw the ball to Nick in the flat. And I'll be honest, Nick is not the greatest receiver, especially in that situation. But I paused it, and I'm like, they're in man coverage, and there's nobody with a yard of separation. It's like receivers have got to get open too. This is a collective of guys got to make plays that aren't number 7. And it felt like down that final drive, like, okay, here it comes. Dari just makes that big play. Here we go. We're 18 yards away. And obviously the one guy that we love so much makes a physical mistake. He just wasn't able to protect the ball. And
yeah, that was heartbreaking.
That was it.
That was heartbreaking because it's him.
Because it's him and because he had just made a big play. And you really, like I said, you're going to steal this game because you honestly – really, whoever lost this game, whoever won this game is probably going, yeah, we maybe didn't deserve to win it.
Yeah, 14 points.
But we won it.
Right.
It was the lowest amount of points in a win in the league.
In the league this week. Well, we knew this, though. We knew it was two good defenses going at it, right? We knew Stafford, look, I don't know about a back problem. He looked pretty good to me.
Yeah, I don't know.
Andre was even saying it. Hey, pregame warm-ups, he gave you the report. He was watching Stafford. He's watched Stafford forever. He said, looked pretty good.
Yeah,
doesn't look like anything's bothering him. And even when you crushed him a couple of times. And on the sack thing, like you said, with CJ, the yards lost, he's trying to escape. He's trying to escape because he's capable of doing that at times. Hello, Xavier. In the playoff game, that kind of thing. I know that was a snap through his hands, but he can run around and get out of trouble and make great things happen, but it doesn't always happen, so you take a big loss when it doesn't pay off for you. Let's get to this about the offensive line. From the head coach after the game, what about progress to be made? We talked about room for improvement. Where is it? Here's D'Amico Ryans.
For us offensively, in the first half, we drove down. We got field goals. We needed to get in the end zone there, but we had some really successful drives. Just got to end in the end zone. And then there, at the end of the game, it's the NFL, right? Fourth quarter. That's why everybody watches it. We got the ball. We got a chance to drive down and score. We're making progress. We're making plays. And the one thing that we talked about, the main thing throughout the week of what it was going to take for us to win this game, it was protecting the football, right? They took the ball away 2 times and took it at the most critical time of the game there as we were driving down to score. They make a play to take the football away, but we're in striking distance. We don't make the play. They made the play. Credit to the Rams. They showed up, and they played really well today, and they made the plays, and we came up short on a few.
You lose by 5, and you lose turnovers 2-1 in this one. And you lose by 5. And it's heartbreaking because those 5 points are gigantic. 2 more Fairbairn field goals win the game somehow, but I get it. It's a strange world we live in, especially yesterday. Johnny, I want to get back to this. You talked about first play of the game or first series. You pick up the holding penalty, 1st and 20 from the 10. You have it at the 20 because you couldn't field the kickoff. We have been driving this thing all on Texans radio, all offseason, all preseason. I told you the kickoff game was going to be huge. What happened yesterday? Did you see the Jets? The Jets fumble a kickoff. They fumble a kickoff that enables the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's not the game winner, but it gets them the lead after that fumbled kickoff. I told you the ball was going to be on the ground. It was going to be tough. I'm not saying I told you. I know you know this. We told everybody about this, that this is going to be a big factor, and it was yesterday. They handled it better than the Texans because you've got to be able to field those knuckleballs in the landing zone between the 20 and the goal line.
Well, we didn't kick knuckleballs. I mean, Kaimi has tried to kick some of those, and
it's tough.
It's tough. It's really hard. But Cardi
did a good job.
I went back and I was watching this morning. I was watching the All-22, and you can see from the end zone view like how difficult that thing is because when he kicks it, you can see it knuckling in the air, and then when it bounces, boom, it just takes off, and you're like, whoa. Yeah. It's not, and that's why I asked Frank Ross the question the other day, like, as much as you want the best returner back there, you'd like a shortstop back there that can just sit and maybe even like get in front of the football, and even if you don't field it immediately, but like knock it down so you can then pick it up and go, as opposed to ball bouncing around in the end zone. Now you got to sprint back and take a knee just so you get the ball to 20. And it was a huge factor. And then when you kicked the one in the end zone, they get the drive right in the second half where they could start the ball at the 35, or maybe it was the one. No, it was the one before the half, because you kind of have given them a gift. You've given them 15 yards.
That offense or that quarterback anyway.
The last thing you want to do is give Matt Stafford 15 more yards to get the ball at 35.
Yeah, but I saw that a bunch of times too.
Oh no, I
Thursday, Friday, yesterday.
I don't get it. I mean, I get it, but we weren't playing the Patriots or the Raiders. We were playing the Rams. The Rams were the ones that got it right. And that was the problem. Like, you could have screwed that up in a sense on the kickoff, all game long, and you could have played the Jets, and there would have been maybe a wash. But because you did it against a team that was successful, putting you in the end zone and at the 20 the entire game, and then you gave them a shot at the 35, and they capitalize and go that way. Look, I think either the Rams are the Rams. Just listen to the Rams' comments after the game. McVay, it was more a sigh relief victory, like, holy crap, that was tough. I mean, there was some serious physical play going on. I mean, there was hitting on both sides.
The defense comes out, Johnny, the defense.
It was
the identity of this defense. They are a badass defense. Yeah. They are going to hit you hard. You are not going to enjoy playing the Houston Texans. There is no doubt. They are feeling it today. You made them hurt yesterday and earn everything they got. That defense, you are in good shape with this defense. Everyone's raving about last night's game, and I get it. It's an entertaining game. You got a game in the 40s. It's fun to watch. It's fantastic. Those teams this morning, especially the Ravens, but those teams this morning are saying, what are we going to do about our defense? Now, look, you're playing the Ravens. They're a prolific offense. You got Derrick Henry, a total nightmare. Lamar Jackson, you know the rest of the story. Josh Allen is the all-time leading player in rushing touchdowns for the Buffalo Bills now. The Bills, Thurman Thomas, O.J. Simpson, the freaking Bills. But that's what kind of offenses you're dealing with. But their defense is, I don't even know if they're close to well, I shouldn't say that. Are they on the level of this defense? We'll find out because we play both of those squads.
Yeah.
But the Texans have defense. There's no doubt about it. That's your calling card. But the offense has to develop the identity. Whatever it's going to be. It's run the football, C.J. Stroud making plays, play action. Whatever they want it to be, they got to do it. And it's clearly a work in progress, and they need to make progress heading into week 2. Here's C.J. Stroud on what they need to do better going into next Monday night following yesterday's loss to the Rams.
Yeah, I take just negative plays. I think it's kind of obvious. We can't shoot ourselves in the foot consistently and expect to win. And that starts with me, with a lot of different things. I got to get rid of the ball better and, use my legs maybe a little more. But, I think, there's a lot of hope still. We did a lot of good things. It's a really good defense, a really good team. But I definitely think we could have won. But just you can shoulda, woulda, coulda all day. We didn't deserve to win that game because we didn't do the right things. So when you come out in NFL lollygagging and not going through the motions, that kind of happens. So I think we'll be all right. But I think it's a good wake up call for us.
No, I don't want him running the ball more. No, I don't want him thinking that. I don't want him thinking, I gotta go. No, you've got one of the greatest right arms in the game. No, protect him and let him throw the ball to some receivers like Nico Collins. And, hopefully we'll get Christian Kirk back soon. No, I don't want him. This is what makes me mad about this, is that now his whole mindset is changing. Instead of, I'm going to sit in the pocket, I'm going to dime you guys all day. He's thinking, no, I got to run now. Like, no. That's the whole problem with this.
Yeah, but you don't think he's really thinking that. He's just thinking it's an additional weapon, and I'm okay with the additional weapon.
Yes and no. Yes and no. I don't even want him thinking about running the ball at all. Like creating a play, sure. I don't even want him thinking of running the ball because to me, him throwing the ball is as good a play as you can create as anything.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to be pressured 40% of the time.
You're right.
Like when we watched the Super Bowl, Patrick Mahomes was pressured 38% of the time, and we all watched it going on Twitter. Oh, my God, the Eagles are killing the Chiefs. Look at this pressure rate. CJ was pressured 2% more yesterday.
Yeah.
And
still was able to move the ball at key times.
He drove them at the end of the half and at the end of the game. He's caping and moving them down the field to a point where they get a field goal right before the half. Because if they scored a touch,
on a scramble by Stroud,
right,
to get them in range.
Right. Why? Because now that
He's getting pressured.
And I will say this: there are times when there's man coverage and an opening pops up, you should take off. As a quarterback, you should take off. Because they got their back to you. Guys are rushing too high.
You
can step underneath. That's when you should go. And that was a really smart decision. But he's going too many times because he has to. And that's got to stop. But right at the end of the half, they get that touchdown on 4th and 1. When he turned and flipped that ball to Kyron Williams, I was like, we got him stopped. That play didn't work against our defense. We missed 2 tackles. And he goes into the end zone. So now at 7-6, I'm like, man, what am I going to talk about D'Amico? You've had the half really kind of in your hands. And then all of a sudden they get one drive because they start the ball at the 35.
Right.
They get one drive, and now they're up 7-6. It was what I said to you guys during a break. I'm like, this is what I don't like. We've really dominated the first half. It's only 6-0. And that's what settling for field goals ends up forcing you to do, is that you can't produce to go down in the end zone, because if you had a 10-0 lead, the whole game changes at that point. But now it's 7-6. Well, thankfully, he goes down, CJ goes down and gets them in field goal range right before the half. It's beautiful. 2-minute drive is beautiful. But then what do you do right out of the half? They get the ball, the middle 8. They scored their 2 touchdowns in the last 4 minutes of the half and the first. I don't know. The drive was a little longer.
Opening drive, third quarter was like, what was it?
It was the last drive. It was the last drive, first drive. It was the middle 8. Talk about it all the time. Middle 8, those last 4, first 4. They didn't quite double dip because we got the 3 in between, but they basically did. And those only 14 points they got. That was it. Right in that little span right there. And you know who's going to be the first to tell you that can't happen? Not just that, but just the way that game went. I guarantee you that Will Anderson will be the first, like, man, we got to make more plays. Like, what? Like, I guarantee you'll be the first
You
one.
held the Rams to 14 in their gym.
Exactly.
And Kyron Williams had a not good day. I mean, you look at that yardage total. What do you have, 62 or something like that?
I don't even know what it was.
If you look at last year's game log, anytime he had anything that low, they lose.
Yep.
You had them where you wanted them. You just couldn't finish on offense, and it's a big just couldn't do it situation. Got to get better fast. All right, we got to get to Andy Kalu. Yep. We'll continue to talk about this. What needs to be done? What's his analysis of the offensive line? And what's the analysis of your health through Houston Methodist, which has primary care physicians available for you? You can log on to houstonmethodist.org/PCG to get more information on a primary care physician through Houston Methodist, the official health care provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans,
Now, back to Texans Monday.
First and 15 from the 44. Stafford buried. Will Anderson Jr. and friends, and it's Foley Fatukasi bringing him down for the sack deep in the backfield.
Nice job of team defense there. The outside edge rushers force Stafford to step up into the pocket, and then the inside guys get to eat.
Yeah, Foley. Will had one later. Will had the tackle on the snap that went over Stafford's head. When that snap, at that moment, the snap goes over Stafford's head. I know it's still in the first half. It was in the first half, right? I felt like it's a Texans win today. I'm sorry. If a team is doing that on opening day, you got them. Really? Things changed dramatically in the second half.
So
0 points scored in the second half. Big problem.
So I was standing right in line with that.
Yeah.
And I'm watching it, and Will is just chasing him down. Stafford picks up the ball at about the 6. Will makes contact with him and brings him down at the 2. They place the ball at the 7.
Forward progress. That's awful.
Like,
that's at the other end of the stadium of the broadcast booth. I would have been complaining about that.
When they spotted the ball at the 7, I looked at the guy like that guy.
First game for the officials.
It was not good.
Yeah.
And look, you guys know me. I never come in here and say, "Oh, the officials cost us the game." All that. I'm just telling you that there were bad moments, really bad moments with that crew, and that was one of them. I mean, that's 5 yards. You push Evans further back. Who knows? But
yep. You still had the ball at midfield and beyond midfield, and couldn't really do anything with it. Let's get to ND here. ND Kalu joining us. A Texans legend, 12-year NFL veteran, part of the Texans preseason broadcast crew, and a beloved friend of the program. ND, good morning. How did you see it? Let's start with the offensive line. We'll talk about the D-line. We'll talk about the pass rush. We'll talk about all of it. But the offensive line and that performance yesterday, because that was the big hot topic of the offseason, not the start they wanted. How did you see it?
It just the way everyone else saw it. You want to see consistency, and you want to see the offensive line, especially the offensive line that's new, start to create an identity. And the identity they created yesterday is the one you don't want, with the penalties and with not being able to get the push that we saw during the preseason at times. And I know Ed Ingram was out, but with all due respect to Ed Ingram, it's not like we're saying a Hall of Famer was out, so that's why the play dropped. Just the entire offense was inconsistent. It starts with the offensive line. But big picture, and I'm not Pollyanna, I'm not going to be rainbows and butterflies, but if I'm watching this game bird's eye view, I saw 2 division champs, 2 playoff teams just go blow for blow, defensive struggle, great defensive plays, and in the end, unfortunately, the bad guys won. But it was a great defensive output on both sides. Both sides, and both sides, even the Rams right now. I'm sure McVay and they're sitting saying, hey, we got to figure something out with our offense as well. But they made the plays when they needed to. They made the big plays on offense when they needed to. And Landsman, man, I know John Harris was like, hey, it was the wrong team that made it, but I know he appreciated that play. The way he punched that ball out,
yep.
That was more of a great defensive play than it was a bad offensive play.
Yeah, I was standing probably about 5 yards downfield, and I could see him kind of bracing. And then when I saw him reach back, just all in one, I'm like, oh, man, please protect. And then I see the ball come flying out. I mean, it was so perfectly placed because it's now become ND in the league where guys no longer really tackle you. They really go for that punch. I mean, I remember Shaquille Leonard with the Colts. He just stopped tackling people. He just was like, I'm going to punch it out. And then he would punch it out and then hit it perfectly. Landman got it perfect. And the thing I hate is he talked about all week how he was going to make a play. And, well, he did. And that was unfortunate. Andy, how do you feel if you're on the defensive side today after that performance? You gave up 2 touchdowns in the last possession of the first half, the first possession of the second half. That's the only touchdowns you gave up. They did have a couple other drives. They moved it, but then you shut them down. How do you feel about this defense and what you saw yesterday? About on par, or did you feel like maybe something was a little bit missing? What did you think?
as a fan, as a guy that's sitting on the couch watching the game or in the stands watching the game, I thought, man, that defense looked good. They played against a future Hall of Fame quarterback who was healthy. I was so annoyed with the talk of his back. I knew if they rolled him out there to start the season that he was going to be healthy. And in the end, especially in the third quarter, he looked like that guy in Matthew Stafford. But I was – I was pleased with what they did, and I was pleased with the way they opened up the game, the big hits. I mean, what we saw at practice, what we saw during the preseason with the intensity you saw on the field during the game, but with any good defense, whether you give up 14 points, 9 points, 6 points, if it results in a loss, you're saying you didn't do enough. When I was lucky enough to play on some of those great Philadelphia Eagles defenses, when we would lose a game, 10-7, we weren't saying, oh man, the offense needs to pick it up. We're saying, you know what, their defense played better than we did, and that's why they won the game. And I'm sure Will Anderson and crew, they're not sitting there saying, you know what, we had a pretty good game. If our offense picks it up, they're saying we didn't make enough plays like the Rams to win the game. So forget the stats, forget the fact that you held them to less than 17 points, which is typically the goal of every defense going into a game on Sundays. You have to look at it and say, that team over there, they played better defense. They made big plays at the right time, and we didn't. So I'm sure they're also going to watch film and see where they can improve.
Indeed, the longest run of the day belongs to Stroud at 14 yards, but right behind him, Nick Chubb had a 13-yard run, part of a 60-yard performance, 4.6 per carry. Look, this is not something that we're going to hang in Canton and framed up, that stat sheet, but there were some encouraging runs by Chubb, no doubt about it. 13 carries, do you push him more? You're hoping to get something similar out of Pierce, and maybe, I know Woody Marks had, 3 carries in this game. They didn't find the cracks of daylight that Chubb did. What did you make of the running game, and especially Chubb making his Texans debut, and what can happen from here with that?
I like that he looked healthy, Mark. Like you mentioned, do you give him more carries when they play against Tampa Bay? When you watch film against the Bucs defense, what did they give up against Atlanta? But he just looked healthy. That was what my biggest concern with Nick Chubb. And when you get more consistency and more of an identity from the offensive line, I'm expecting a century mark coming here real soon from Nick Chubb. And as much as we want to see everyone get carries, I do believe that more than likely it's 2 guys. I don't know who that second guy is going to be, whether it's Woody Marks, Dameon Pierce. We see Dare Gumbawale on certain packages. But when you talk about splitting carries, especially with all the weapons you have as a wide receiver, you're going to have your bell cow, who right now is going to be Nick Chubb, and hopefully one of the guys emerges as somebody you can give the rock 10, 15 times a game.
I remember back in the day, I want to say it was 99, 2000, like going way, way back. And the Vikings had Randy Moss. And I remember they had, I can't remember what it was called. It was called the Randy Plan or something like that, where they said 40% of all targets were going to go to Randy Moss during a game. I bring that up because I'd kind of like to see the Nico plan. And as I'm going back and watching the game, I don't think the Rams are doing anything extraordinary.
I was going to ask you about
to really take away Nico Collins.
Yeah.
And I know that, as we talked about in the first segment, like, there's a 40% pressure rate. There are times, like there's a time where CJ's got to throw the ball out to Cade Stover because it's a sim pressure and they miss the outside guy. Nico's wide open on the sidelines. But to that end, ND, I don't know the right way of saying this, would you like to see more just definitive targets going towards Nico Collins as opposed to, who's ever open, to actually, no, this ball is going to number 12, no question about it. We've got to get him involved more than the game on Sunday. How would you kind of like to see that going forward with Nico?
100%. I mean, when you talk about Nico Collins, when healthy, you're talking about a top 3 receiver in the entire AFC. With his body type, John, I believe, if you're in trouble, you just throw it high and in his direction. There were so many plays last year where when the ball left the arms of the hand of C.J. Stroud, I thought, oh, that's high. He's throwing it out of bounds. And then you see that big 6'4" frame just jump up and snatch it out of the air. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's what happens when you have a guy like Nico Collins. So I'm 100% with you. And I know, people here, oh, I hope he's not comparing him to Randy Moss. Absolutely not yet.
No.
But you want him to have that type of respect for from this team, with his body type, with his ability to catch, with his ability to make the big plays. I'm 100% with you. And keep in mind, you know whose first game this was, not just with the guys on the field, the guy making the calls on the offensive side. When you look at the offensive coordinator, he's probably watching film as we speak, saying and seeing where he could make improvements. It's not just about the players, the offensive line improving, but the play calling and some of the decisions that are being made. And hopefully, when he's done watching film for the 15th time, knowing coordinators the way I do, he's going to say, I have to figure out a way to target Nico Collins more.
I'm glad you said that, Andy. Two things. One, I'm not comparing Nico Collins or Randy Moss. I was just comparing the targets, and thank you for saying that, Andy. But the second thing, I
some
can tell
idiot
you,
sitting with his white
I know,
underwear on his couch.
Don't
saying,
say this.
These guys.
He has to have white underwear? Is that?
Yeah. I mean,
usually
typically
the prototype. I got
guys
you.
on the couch. Yeah. And the second thing is, there are times I remember after games where I'm like, oh, wait, such and such only got so many carries of plays I called. I'm like, oh, crap. I got to get him. So you're totally right. It's Nick Caley's, first time. And that's the thing. I think this is what I'm fighting today, is that it's Nick's first time doing it. And so there are going to be some fits and starts. Yet some of the same issues we saw last year that really kind of shot the offensive season, in a sense, right in the chest, were the same things that we saw yesterday. And I think that's what I'm trying to I'm fighting that balance of, no, we got to be even better than we were last year, such that we can get this offense moving beyond where it even got last year. Like this, we can't be making the same mistakes to correct those. And then, because we can't get 2025 going, basically, until you go back and fix what was wrong in 2024. That's kind of what the game yesterday felt like.
Who feels, and this is for both of you, who feels worse today, John Morton or Nick Caley? John Morton is the new offensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions, right? Ben Johnson's in Chicago. They play tonight against the Vikings Monday Night Football. He's the head coach there. John Morton takes over the Rolls Royce that is the Detroit Lions offense. They put up 13 points in a loss to Green Bay. Nick Caley takes over the Texans, and you mentioned it, John. He's got to replace the plumbing and fix that and design the new house and make it all work. So who feels worse today about things for their offense? Andy, what do you think?
The only reason I'm going to say Nick Caley, because at least the Detroit Lions scored a touchdown. So when you look at the touchdown, you have to say, okay, how can we continue this? But you can also argue that LA Rams defense is, I don't know now if you can say the Rams defense is better than Packers now that they have Parsons over there. But either way, they both feel bad. But at least you can hang your hat on the touchdown for the Lions. I don't know when it came, and I don't know if it was a give me play.
It was later.
They were down. Was it later? Okay.
It was in the fourth, yeah.
Okay, so we'll have to see how they score.
You're right. John Morton took over an offensive line, or an offense that had an established offensive line. Now we'll say
they have changes.
They've had 3 changes on there that are pretty big.
They have some established weaponry,
but their tackles
and performance.
But I will also give John Morton a little bit of not giving him a pass. Everybody in week 1 should get a little bit of a pass in a sense, because it's week 1. They're unscouted looks. The Packers added Parsons, and at that point you're like, oh crap, what can they do? And there's so many different things that you can do with Parsons and Rashawn Gary and now Lucas Van Ness, and those are the 3 guys that had the sacks for the Packers. Like, there's so many different things that they could probably do that once the Lions found out, they're like, oh my God, how do we handle this? How do we handle that? So I'm sure there was probably some week 1 stuff that they had to deal with, and didn't deal with it exceptionally well, obviously, because they went to Green Bay and got drilled. But we always look back at week 1 and go, whoa, what were we thinking? You know,
Yeah.
Why are we thinking that? All because it happened in week 1. We've been waiting for this week all along. And then you get kicked in the teeth. Andy, last night, and this really has nothing to do with seeing the game because we didn't see the game at all. I was just kind of following on the plane. The Ravens give up another game where they've got a double-digit lead, and this time it happens late. It's a different kind of loss. Obviously, it's on the road. It's tough. It's Baltimore. It's Sunday night. Like, going in there and winning was going to be hard, but you had the win in your hands. As a player, especially week 1, how do you kind of handle that where you absolutely gagged one at the end, where you've got it dead to rights, and then your key players don't make the plays? In fact, they make some bad plays down the stretch, Derrick Henry fumbling, etc., and you lose. As a player in week 1, how do you make sure, A, you don't overreact to it, but B, how do you deal with that kind of loss as you're flying back knowing we should be 1-0, but we're 0-1 because we didn't take care of our simple business?
A lot of drinking on that plane back ride because that one is rough. Like, I did see that game, and I didn't have a dog in the fight. I was kind of leaning towards the Ravens, wanting them to win because I feel like Lamar Jackson gets a lot of hate. But when the game ended, his haters had something to point to. Like, see, he can't finish it. Josh Allen, is the true MVP because he plays a full 4 quarters. And if you're being honest with yourself, just from the assessment from the game last night, it's hard to argue that point, that even though they put up 40 points, the Ravens, even though Lamar Jackson was spectacular, didn't throw any interceptions, had 70 yards plus rushing, then Derrick Henry had over 120 yards in the first half, but he has a huge mistake towards the end of the game, but they couldn't finish the game. And your great ones, the Josh Allens, who I believe is a top 3 quarterback, I don't think anybody disagrees with that. He's one of the greats, and he's proving it with his consistency as far as playing for 4 quarters. But similar to the Texans-Rams game, again, if you're just watching this game, you're seeing 2 of the better teams in the NFL just go blow for blow with each other, just, throwing haymakers and getting back up. And credit the Buffalo Bills. When the game seemed to be over, they never gave up. Sean McDermott, who was a freaking quality control coach when I was in Philly, to see him and the success he's having is awesome. But they just never gave up. And the way they worked the clock, I mean, it was masterful at the end of the game, the way they worked the clock right before they got the final game-winning field goal. It just showed great coaching and understanding of the game. But with the Ravens, on the bright side, hey, they put up 40 points in Buffalo. What are they going to have to work on? That defense, because I don't care who you're playing, how great of an offense you're playing against, to give up 41 as a defense, you're licking your wounds and you're going back to the drawing board trying to figure out what you have to do better.
Yep. And Texans play both of these teams, so buckle up, everybody. But the Buccaneers are next. Baker Mayfield and company. It is going to be interesting, to say the least. 1 week from tonight, NRG Stadium, Liberty Whiteout needed. Big push from the home crowd to get the first victory and get this feeling removed. But we got to wait a while, so we'll see what happens. Andy, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it, as always.
Thank y'all. Keep up the good work.
Andy Kalu joining us. And by the way, tomorrow night, Johnny, at the Texans team shop, Nick Caserio, live in person. He will be there in the flesh, 6 p.m. tomorrow at the Texans team shop. So we're really doing the show in the lobby, but it's right next to the team shop. They stay open late, 6 o'clock, so you can get your gear, Liberty White gear at the team shop. Nick's going to be with us on the air. It is going to be great to visit with the exec vice president and general manager and talk about the week to come, and his scouting report will be live. Instead of you seeing it on YouTube, hearing it on Sports Radio 610, Texans Radio, you are going to hear it live in the 6 o'clock hour tomorrow. It's going to be fun to visit with Nick. All right, coming up, Texans 0-1. What does it all mean? Let's zoom out. The grand scheme of things, the AFC South, all of it. Then we'll get back into the nitty-gritty with Andre Ware dissecting the C.J. Stroud passing game performance, the offensive line, all of it. And he kind of made me feel a little bit better, I got to tell you. And John McClain's going to join us at 9:30. Let's get to it all here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football.
Texans Monday.
First down for the 29. CJ fakes the give, dancing around, throwing downfield, and this is caught by Higgins across midfield, takes a hit, hangs on across the 49-yard line of the Rams. Welcome to the NFL rookie. 6'4", using every bit of that height to make a 24-yard gain into Rams territory.
So that was a great catch by Higgins, obviously. And the pick that CJ threw, if you freeze frame Higgins with the ball in his hands, Johnny, up on the sideline, one of those, I could see one of those tweets right now, and maybe somebody did do it, but you can see it happening. Higgins high in the air, ball in both hands, and somebody with the caption, "This was an interception." Because at that point, when he's got the ball in both hands, you're thinking, no way is this a pick, but he's unable to come down with it. And I think that was a learning moment, no question, for Jaden Higgins. You got to be so strong with that rock. Those hands have to be glued to it, and nothing anybody does is going to take it away from you. And if it is taken away from you, it's not going to end up in the hands of the opponent. It is going to end up on the ground, worst case scenario, after you have the ball in both of your hands going high up to get it. It was a hell of an effort, but he could not finish the effort. And it turned out to be a pick on C.J. Stroud's and the Houston Texans stat sheet.
And that's the unfortunate aspect from, not that C.J. cares really about the stats, but he threw that ball in the exact right spot he's supposed to throw it. Jaden Higgins is 6'4". Kobe Durant is 5'10" if he's lucky. You throw that ball high, you let your guy go up and get it. I think what Jaden – I'm sure Jaden knew that Durant was there or whatever the case might be. And he's caught plenty of those balls. I saw it all at Iowa State. But he's got to get that as soon as he gets it in his hands and secure it to his body. Durant doesn't really make a play on it until Higgins is coming down, and he still kind of has the ball in his hands around his helmet. that thing's got to go to his hands and tucked as soon as possible, and that is super hard. But that's why you draft a guy like Jaden Higgins, because he can do that. And the unfortunate aspect of that play is the fact that, as we've mentioned a few times, CJ's back there doing whatever he can with the cape on to make sure that the offense is moving and making throws and making plays even when he's under pressure, and he throws the perfect ball. We got to get to a point where offensive guys are bailing CJ out. Not that CJ needs it, but at a time when he's got pressure all over him, hey, somebody make a play and help my dude out. And that was one of those. And I guarantee you, from getting to know Jaden Higgins and just watching him in preseason, I guarantee you that kind of thing ain't going to happen to him anymore. He's not, and it really isn't a mistake. It's just kind of a fine-tuning thing. And give credit to Durant. It's one hell of an interception. I mean, it is a hell of an interception. And at that point, you're getting mossed, and he literally just, you got to swat at the ball. I got to compete at the ball. That's all I can do. He's 5'10". And he swiped at it at the right spot, just like Landman. Landman went to punch. If he punches 3 inches to the right, he probably punches Darie's arm, and maybe the ball doesn't come out. But he put it on the right spot. Durant was the right spot fighting for the ball, and he got it.
I can't blame this loss on no Kirk, but I can say this. Kirk plays. One play makes a difference in every game, especially a 5-point loss where you don't score any points in the second half. And if you do, what's the difference going to be? Well, it could be a victory, right? I know the universe plays out differently if you score a touchdown in the third quarter. I get it. The Rams have a different kind of pressure on them, et cetera. But I think it's a big factor because what did we say all preseason? What have I been saying? Those two guys, Nico and Kirk, you got to get, I think you said the number 15. That was a good number. At
15-plus games.
15-plus from each guy. Week 1, Kirk's out. And to make matters worse, Berrios probably would have helped too. Experienced guy, knows what the deal is. I'm okay with Jalen Noel returning punts, but Berrios would have seen some action, and who knows what he could do. Let's just leave it at that. Berrios not an all-time Pro Bowler, I get it, but Kirk is a big part of the recipe here, what they drew up in the offseason for success. AFC South, Colts win. Miami looks like a dead team. Tua turns it over 3 times, 2 picks, and they were horrible, and a fumble. And the Colts look good, so give them credit, but I don't know what to make of that. I'm not going to overinflate the Colts right now, and maybe we, underinflate the Dolphins, but the Dolphins look really dead. So we'll see.
They're toast.
Yeah, it just looks like
they're
that.
Toast.
Internal
they
strife.
Awful.
Didn't look like they were playing hard, shall we say?
So we
accuse them of that.
Would you call it psychological quitting or something like soft quitting?
It's quiet quitting. It's quiet quitting. It's psychological rebellion. That's what I call it.
That's exactly what it felt like.
It looks like a psychological rebellion. Yeah. And then you have the Jacksonville Jaguars beating Carolina. I don't know what to make of that. It's week 1. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, who knows?
Travis Hunter played 6 defensive snaps.
But
he's going to reset. He's going to reset the game. Well, he played 6 defensive snaps.
I would have loved to open up against Carolina at home. That's all I got to say. But, it is what it is. And from that division, it's the NFC South. We're playing the Buccaneers. They're playing the Panthers. But that's what it is. That's the punishment, so to speak, for finishing first. And then the Titans had their moments. I mean, they were hanging in there with Denver. They were playing some defense at Denver. But rookie quarterback, inexperience, Denver defense supposedly good, and I'm thinking they are. So that was a rough time for the Titans out there, mile high. But they kept it close, and they had their moments. All right, Andre Ware, let's get close to Dre next and catch up with him and talk about what happened and what needs to happen against Tampa Bay because they got to get off the schneid quickly. You have to wait a week. A week from tonight, they play against the Buccaneers. It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
A breast cancer diagnosis can turn your world upside down.
pressure. CJ looking, firing downfield, and high in the air for it, Higgins, and then a defender has it as it goes through his hands. Is it a pick? It is a pick. Kobe Durant plucks it out of the air as Higgins could not come down with the ball, and the Rams get a takeaway.
It's just unbelievable. We just described that one. Unbelievable that Higgins had that ball, and then it ends up in the hands of Kobe Durant on the way down. All right, that happened. The loss happened. We got to shake it off, but we got to go over what went wrong and what needs to improve, obviously. We'll catch up with Andre in just a moment here. This was in the heartbreaker category, no doubt about it. I'm watching the highlights here because we got the monitor on, all the league highlights. And Texans driving, it's 1st and 10. You hit Dare underneath. If he doesn't fumble the ball, that's a 7 or 8 yard gain right there. You got 2nd and relatively short. Who knows what happens? Maybe you're able to score on that drive, get the go-ahead touchdown, make a stop, get out of there with a victory. And you're still saying, got to do a lot of things better, but at least it was after a win. You talked about CJ putting his cape on, Johnny. No question about it. He did at times get them in position to score. He took sacks. He took, well, it wasn't him, but the offense taking some penalties. I mean, really, penalties. My gosh. This team is among the highest penalized teams in the last couple of years, 23 and 24, and yesterday's going to do nothing to evaporate that because they had 11 for 80 in the game. They got to clean that up. Now, some of them, okay, aggressive, whatever, but others got to clean it up. Procedural stuff, illegal shift, really, you got to clean that stuff up. And let's get to Andre Ware now. Dre, not sure we're going to feel much better after minimal sleep, but there they were at the end of the game with a chance to take the lead. Couldn't do it. End up with a 5-point loss opening day against a really good team. Your thoughts as you zoom out and reflect on what we watched yesterday in Los Angeles?
Yeah, I thought when you go on the road, you certainly have to play clean. And when you go on the road early in the season like that, it's certainly at a premium. And so when you have the penalties and you continuously start drives deep in your own territory, behind the chains, that makes it tough. And there's so many new things to this team, a new offensive line, new receivers, new play caller for the offense that you really have to make sure that things go well and you play clean, and it just didn't work out that way yesterday.
Dre, what's the one thing that you're most concerned about that happened yesterday, and what's the one thing that you're like, nah, I think this will get cleaned up. I think we'll be okay with this going forward that you saw yesterday?
It could be a combination of both, Johnny. My concern was TJ taking so many hits, and I don't know that you can go through a season where you're pressured as much as he was, and even when he's getting the ball out, he's being hit. But then on the other side of that, I think the protection, I think the offensive play overall, as they play together, as the chemistry starts to build itself, will get better. And they just have to have reps, which is, I'm a big proponent of playing in the preseason. And I don't, veterans, rookies, starters, non-starters, everybody should play because it's a ramp up to the regular season. And you need, especially up front, when guys are new and playing beside each other, they need reps together and they need live reps together. And sometimes I don't know that you get that in these controlled scrimmages because guys are cutting deals and things of that sort. In games, when spots on the roster are at stake, that's where you get the hardest stuff, and you build from being sometimes tough or tougher in games. And so I just think they needed more reps together so that they could by now be a little bit further along.
What about Nick Caley with the redesign of the offensive line, and you're dealing with calling plays for the first time in an unestablished offense? Your buddy John Morton has the Lions. He's got an established offense. I know they have changes on the offensive line. It's got to be tough when you're going through this reconstruction of things and you're calling plays as well. It's not just scheme, it's calling the right play at the right moment and that kind of thing. Right. You can get better at it. I'm sure everybody's first time was a tough time or not as easy as it would become, some of the great ones, but they don't all become great ones. So your thoughts on his development as you get from week 1 to 2 to 3 and the rest of it?
Yeah, all of what you said, and I'll even add that, your call, he's got to get in a rhythm as far as calling the right stuff for CJ in the right moments, or what CJ likes most or more of. And when you're trying to do that with an offensive line, it seemed like yesterday his concern was getting the ball out. We got to get the ball out quick and try to keep guys off CJ. And even doing that, he was still taking shots. So I don't know. Is it a matter of helping a young tackle who I thought played a very good game in Ursery, but maybe on the other side when you're trying to hold up and you go with Cam Robinson on the left and so on and so forth, do you keep tight ends in? Do you keep backs in? You got to find some juice at that position. Johnny asked me about concern. You got to find some more juice at running back because, is it Woody Marks? Joe Mixon's not coming back in that building, or he's in the building, but he's not going to play for quite a while. So who is the guy that gives you that? I thought at times Nick Chubb was able to provide a spark, but at this stage in Nick's career, I think he's more of a downhill runner than he is a lateral runner. So who fills that void? And you don't want to become so predictable that when one is in the game, you're doing this, and when the other one is in the game, you're doing that. You've got to have a good mixture.
Trey, in Detroit, you had Herman Moore, a guy that, man, if all things broke down, I got to get the ball to Herman Moore. And I bring it up because we talked to Indy a little while ago, and I brought up Randy Moss. Randy Moss was with the Vikings. There was always the Randy plan or whatever it was, and it was like, he's getting targets. He's one of the best players in the league. Everybody in the building is going to know he needs targets. He's getting the ball, and still they were going to force feed him. Do you think that has to happen a little bit more with Nico Collins, as good as Nico is, to only have 5 targets yesterday? And I know you got to read the defense and whatever they're giving, but it didn't look like they were trying to specifically take away Nico Collins. When you had a guy like Herman Moore, were you, man, if things break down, I'm going to him. I don't even know what the progression is. I'm just going to that dude because he is that dude. Did you kind of have that with Herman when you were playing? And do you think that maybe Nico needs a few more targets, force-fed targets?
Absolutely. And some guys just require that. With Herman, certain situations, calls for, you go in there no matter what. If you get a certain look, hey, you give him a wink when we break the huddle, pre-snap read, to make sure you let him know and you get the extra effort. Because one thing about receivers, if they think they've been shut out or the ball's not coming their way, it's hard for fans to believe, but they're not going to run the route at 100%. But if they think they're involved in it and they're going to get the first look and you're coming there no matter what, then you get their absolute best every time you kind of give them a signal. So, and then you get on the same page with them because they'll tell you, look, it's my time right now. This is 3rd down and 7. This is where I go get it. So let's go. And you're going to give that consideration as a quarterback. I think he absolutely deserves more looks. I think he has earned more looks, and it just could be Nick getting on the same page with both CJ and Nico in certain situations to know that this is a guy that I can force feed at any time. I can move him around. He can play anywhere, so it's hard to really get a beat on him and play double coverage on him. He needs to be moved around. There were certain points in the game yesterday. I'm like, where's Nico? Why is he hurt? Is he not? Why is he not in the game? And I think that was off air that I was asking you two that question, but there are certainly situations he needs to be in the game and situations where he needs to be force fed.
Dre, I saw the Stafford touchdown throw a day later, and it's even better than I thought it was. I mean, he's kind of backing up. I think he's on his back foot, and he just throws a perfect strike, dropping it in the bucket with a man on the move, and there was coverage, but he was kind of bracketed. Stafford threw it the only place you possibly could to make it a completion for a touchdown. So he played well enough, obviously, and they schemed Puka on that 3rd and 8 to kill the clock at the end of the game. They had their moments. But the good news, the bad news is the offense is still under construction. The good news is you've got a defense here. You, at the end of the day, hold them to 14 points in their building, and you'd take that every single time. So your thoughts on what you saw on that side of the football overall and where it goes from here?
Yeah, I thought the defense played an outstanding game. They came out. I think I even said on the during the broadcast to the fans listening to us yesterday, listen closely because you can hear shots, you can hear pads, coming together. I'll go Matthew first, in that play, it was just sick. My affection for him and his arm talent, and it's always been that way. He got with McVay, and you started to see that he could win in this league consistently as well. And then finally things turned around in Detroit and headed in another direction. That's a different subject for a different day. But this guy can flat out throw it. I think he's one of the top 5 arms in NFL history, is why I like him so much. He takes care of the ball. He can put it wherever he wants to, whenever he wants to, and whatever velocity that he wants to put it. He can speed it up. He can take it. He can change it up. It's a beautiful thing to watch him play. And that pass in the corner to Davis Allen was just sick. Now, with that being said, the defense got after him. I think it was 3 sacks in the game yesterday. I thought Will Anderson played one of his better games in terms of getting after the quarterback and then also stopping the run. Aziz played well. Toa played well. Christian Harris, it was good to see him back on the field. And so the guys on the back end, Kalen Bullock played well, along with Stingley, who played through some pain. And then Lassiter was coming up hitting. So it's a defense that can flat out play. When you hold someone to 14 points, you're thinking the first one to 21 in the NFL wins the game. Didn't take 21 points yesterday, but they certainly did their part.
I mean, we talked about it through the week. It was like, how many do you need? We always talk about that. Mark and I do. How many do you need? How many do you need? Do you think 23 gets it done? Like, oh, yeah, 23. Yeah, 15 would have got it done yesterday. I mean, if you told me that going in, I'm like, I think we can get to 15. I mean, I feel like a couple touchdowns and a field goal. I mean, that I think would get there. And yet we haven't scored a touchdown. I'll tell you the throw that got me, and I saw it, and I was like, he did not just do that. In the fourth quarter on the drive where Aziz knocked the ball out, he had a no-look to Puka, and he was looking – I swear to God, he's looking to the flat, and he flipped it back over everybody's head, and Puka knew exactly what was going on. I'm like, that's the sickest thing I've seen. It was ridiculous, and I was like, I got to see a replay to make sure I saw what I just think I thought I saw. And I look up there, and I'm like, I'll be damned. He's looking out to the flat, and he got our guys to bite a little bit, and then he flipped it back to Puka, and our guys couldn't react. It was a big completion. It was unbelievable. Unreal. He
didn't look like a guy that was suffering from anything back-related yesterday. Exactly right. And I think, I think Seth and Sean said it this morning at 7:15 while I was going through drop-off early this morning. He just did not look like a guy that had serious back pain. I told you guys yesterday, I said, what if this whole time, it was one of those convenient injuries and the Rams just kind of kept playing on it and it never really was there, or it was never as bad as it was made to seem. Because, I've had back issues, still have them. If it's what I think they were alluding to, there's no way he plays that kind of game at that pace. And unless he's gotten a shot maybe a day or two earlier where you're still reaping the benefits of feeling good. But that dude can throw a football, and he can throw it with the best of them.
Okay, this one's for both of y'all. True or false? The biggest improvement of a season happens between week 1 and week 2. True or false?
I'm going to answer this for. I think it's false. I don't think the biggest improvement. I think definitely improvement, measurable improvement, week 1 to week 2, because now you have their attention in a way you didn't. Because training camp, it's all speculative, right? Now it's, look what happened, you guys. We told you don't do this, and this is going to happen if you do this. So don't do this or do this. But to me, it's about the first 4 weeks versus maybe the rest of the season. You have to evolve through the course of a season and get better. And believe me, in Buffalo and Baltimore today, in those rooms, they're saying we got to play better defense. This is ridiculous. Both teams. Like, Buffalo, we got to win this thing going away early if we can put up 40-plus points. And the Ravens, my gosh, it's obvious. So at least you have a defense to work with. Dre, I'll let you address it.
Yeah, I think it does happen between week 1 and 2 because you have yet with this team, and I say that, and there's certainly get players that come back from year to year, but each team is different because some players exit, you bring in new players, you try to fix things in the off season, and so you have no idea what to expect from a group that you just put together. Now you have film on this group, and they can see themselves for the first time and know what to go work on, not to overstep on this blocking scheme or how to pick up this blitzer because I'm finally seeing it in a live football game. But I don't think it takes 4 or 5 weeks for that to happen. I think it's after the first week, and you finally, because you've been watching somebody else's film to learn the offense or to learn a defense if you're a new player, and whether you're a rookie or a veteran that's now on this team. But now it's you on that film, and that only happens after week 1 or for the first time seeing it, so to speak. So I think you definitely learn more about your teammates, what you can do, who you can trust, who you can't trust in certain instances, and then you progress from there and you start to build. But you're going to get significantly better just by seeing yourself on the film and knowing what to do after week 1.
Dre, the Colts' formula for success in the offseason, if it was going to be Jones, and it very much is, was going to be Jones, don't turn the ball over, run the ball with Jonathan Taylor. They did all that yesterday. It wasn't like a bonanza with Taylor, but Giddens had 41 yards on 12 carries. They ran it for 156. Tua turned it over 3 times. The Dolphins looked like dead men walking, but the Colts looked good. I don't know what to make of this one, but Indy looked good. Jacksonville looked good in beating Carolina. I would have loved to open up with either one of those teams, but didn't happen, and you got to take what you got to take. So your thoughts on the rest of the AFC South?
Yeah, I mean, it's scary with Indianapolis, with Daniel Jones getting a competent coach and a group around him. He's got talent around him now. And Micah Pittman had a big day yesterday as well as a receiver. So he's got, a go-to receiver in Pittman, and he's got a running game and an offensive line that he can lean on. I don't know that he's ever had that when he was in New York. So it's scary. When he takes care of the football, he can push it around and keep you off balance, so to speak. But it's a dangerous group. They're good defensively. They're young on that side of the ball. They'll get after you. So that'll be, I think, the competition within the division will come from Indianapolis, more so than Tennessee, who has a young team building around a young quarterback. And Jacksonville looked good yesterday. I mean, they kind of took care of business. ETN did the things they drafted him to do at running back. He had a hell of a day. And I thought Trevor Lawrence did just enough to help them win a football game. So it'll be interesting to see, but it's why you play the games, and can't wait to see how this thing shakes out within the division.
Okay, this is for both of you. Mike McDaniel is out in Miami at week 6. True or false? You think he's out before? Or you think he's going to continue after?
Dre,
you go first.
How many performances does he have in that first 6 weeks that he had, like he had yesterday?
I'll give you the schedule.
If he has another one, if he has another performance like he had yesterday, no matter what that schedule is, he's going to be gone. And that could be next week, and it could be 5 weeks from now. But if there's anything that remotely looks close to what they did yesterday, he is going to be gone.
Yeah, good point.
When is Buffalo?
Buffalo's week 3.
Oh.
Patriots are next week at home, then Buffalo on the road, Jets at home, at Carolina. That's the first 5 for the Dolphins.
That actually is somewhat manageable.
He won't make it to the Carolina game if they look like that against Buffalo.
Yeah, they have 3 division
Buffalo's
games.
Certainly capable of making them look that way.
Absolutely.
In Buffalo?
In Buffalo.
They'll quit.
Oh, my goodness. Who was it that we were joking yesterday, Mark, about something, and a coach getting fired on the tarmac?
Yeah.
And that might be Mike after after the Buffalo game in Buffalo.
Yeah, it's tough. I like him, but my gosh, it does not look good. They are not performing at a high level, to say the least. They are performing at a rock-bottom, subterranean, Earth's crust level with Tua throwing 2 bad picks and fumbling.
Well, you know it when the higher profile individuals with an NFL organization get up with the media and they're surly all the time. Like McDaniel was surly all the time in training camp. Like, okay, he's feeling it. Tua yesterday was asked about turnovers in bunches. He's like, oh, I don't think I turned the ball over in bunches. Like, dude, December 15th against us, you threw 3. What are you talking about?
In a really important game for them.
That was going to 2 on back-to-back drives.
Yeah, that was a fate-determining game. Dre, on the college circuit, anything stand out to you as we get through week 2? Well, it's week 3 for them coming up. But Arch looked better for the Longhorns, but they're playing San Jose State. It's so early. We get a lot of games that really don't tell you a whole lot. I know things are tough in Gainesville. Aggie's got a big one this week at Notre Dame. Anything standing out to you that you want to address on the college circuit?
Yeah, I think the first thing is just how the turnaround at OU from last year to this year. I mean, I know they went in the portal, got him a quarterback, but I didn't expect that type of performance against a team the caliber of Michigan. Now, you still don't know. At this point in the season, I don't know really how good Michigan is, but it was a strong performance from the Sooners because there were times last year that they left you with your head, just scratching your head on how they could do some of the things they were doing. But from that last year to where they are now, it is very, very surprising. And just the movement that continues in college football is disturbing to me, and I hope at some point they get a handle on it because there's just way too much movement going on. You can make your roster just by going into the transfer portal, and you can certainly lose a roster by kids leaving your program going into the transfer portal. And you think you've gotten to a spot in the year after spring ball or before the spring that you feel pretty good about your team, and then all of a sudden you got 6 or 7 transfers and you got to fill those spots. It's tough on coaches. Fans will say, yeah, but coaches do it, not to the magnitude that is being done right now.
All I know is I want Tommy Castellanos to keep winning at Florida State. I just want that to happen.
You and me both, man. You and me both.
He's a good kid. He's a good quarterback.
Scab, right? Pick that scab to death.
Yeah, just Tommy Castellanos rooting for you, brother.
All right, Dre, thanks so much for joining us this morning. And everybody's got to take a nap today, recharge, get ready for Monday Night Football. What do you have in college this week?
I am home. I'm home all week.
Nice.
I've got Colorado, Houston, and I'm going to get to maybe coach a little fall basketball on Saturday. Nice. Sunday, I got the day off, and then we'll get back to business Monday night against the Buccaneers.
Sounds good. Dre, thanks a lot.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, coming up, the General, the Hall of Famer. What does he have to say? I'm sure he's going to be in a terrific mood this morning. And let's talk about everything else going on around the league, everything the Texans need to improve on. Do we have time? Of course we do. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Your health is personal.
Don't make the coach make that decision.
That's right.
This is pretty simple stuff. And it's always simple to just dial the phone number and catch up with a Hall of Famer. The General, John McClain, joining us right now on Texans Monday. All right, General, what do you think here? Week 1, 14-9 loss. Defense holds them to 14. Offense unable to come up with a touchdown. You're 0-1 with the Bucs up next week. What do you think?
Well, since I'm Mr. Positivity, let me start with the positive. Even though Matthew Stafford threw really well in the second half, and they scored the game-winning touchdown, when you go on the road against a division champion, some are picking to go to the Super Bowl, and you limit them to 2 touchdowns, you should be able to win. And this one was on the offense. I thought the offense was terrible. Same problems as last year. All those penalties. And I was surprised that when Ed Ingram couldn't play, they didn't just put Juice Scruggs in. But the way they did it, it necessitated 3 changes in the offensive line. Then they had to go back. Stroud was pressured 41% of the time, about like last season. The last sack was on Stroud. He should have stepped up in the pocket. Instead, he turned right into a sack. His 3 sacks averaged 12 yards. And that's not good. And those penalties, that drives D'Amico, and the coach is crazy. 7 on the offense. And I thought Nick Chubb was the highlight, averaging 4.6 points a game. He got good blocking from his interior. You know, they had to put out an APB on Nico Collins. It's funny how one of the best secondaries in the league can't contain Puka Nacua at 10 catches and over 130 yards. And yet the Rams, who are not noted for having a great secondary, totally shut down Nico Collins. So the offense has a long way to go. Buccaneers should have been tied and sent into overtime, but the kicker for the Falcons missed like a 44-yard field goal with no time left. So Tampa Bay, defending division champion, won on the road. But I would look to see Nick Chubb get the ball more, not 20 or more times a game, but Nick looked good. I could see him getting around 15 to 18 carries against the Bucs.
Yeah, I had actually thought that we could just play one of your interviews from last year, John, and take out the team names, and it could have been pretty similar. Like you said, the penalties and the lack of protection for CJ. What one thing you can change, absolutely one thing from Sunday going forward? Like, this will not happen again throughout the year. Is it as simple to say that you cut the protection or the pressure at least in half for CJ? What one thing would you want changed going forward from Sunday?
Well, that would be one, of course, because the offense starts with the offensive line. And another thing we got to point out, as bad as the offense was, the one time they get in the red zone on the last play, and Dari Gumbawale, who seldom fumbles because of a great play by the landman from the Rams, knocking it out, and they still could have won that game. And that's just another example of the problems that plagued them last year. But I would say, John, it has to start up front. They don't – it just does. The run blocking was good in the interior, and but the 41% pressure, not good. That's about what it was last year. So I'd say up front.
Okay, what about Nick Kelly, first-time play caller? Obviously a tough baptism when you're going to Los Angeles, facing that defense, hostile environment. You mentioned it, division winner. Texans looking for improvement there, and he's got to do it in a hurry, but he's got another tough defense coming up against Tampa Bay. So your thoughts on his development and how it needs to transpire here while you're reconstructing the offensive line basically on the fly. We don't have the injury report. Andrews left the game. Cam left but came back. Andrews didn't. What do you think of Nick Kelly getting things going for this football team sooner rather than later?
It meant a lot to him going up against his former team. You also know that I'm sorry. You're going against your former team, and And that meant a lot to him. And so I felt bad for Nick, especially some of the same problems that plagued the team. But they'll be better because they can't be much worse. And, of course, it'll start with protection. I'm guessing Andrews is going to be out for a while, and Patterson will be the center, of course. And so they'll have more changes in the offensive line. Hopefully Ed Ingram can come back because he's done a good job. But it's just amazing when you had all those problems last year and then you have the same problems in the first game this season.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Defensively, John, pretty good for the most part, but Puka Nacua was I don't even know if he was as good as advertised. I think he was better. I mean, his toughness, he got his head bounced twice. Had to go out of the game, was bleeding, and he was absolutely fantastic. And Devontae Adams isn't what Devontae Adams was, but he was good enough yesterday. But Stafford is ridiculous. When his name comes up for Hall of Fame voting, John, and I know maybe he's got another year or two, who knows, you think he's going to the Hall of Fame?
I think he's got a chance. He's got a Super Bowl ring, and he's got great stats, and I don't think he's going to be retiring anytime soon. We're going to see a whole lot more of Stafford. Texans totally shut down the run. Did a great job against Kyron Williams. The problem was in the second half they couldn't contain the passing game when they had to. And but yeah, Matthew Stafford is a great quarterback who's been great for a long time. I think he'll have a chance.
General, okay, let's talk about the rest of the division here. Colts, thoughts? Daniel Jones playing well. No Anthony Richardson, no problem because they weren't turning the ball over. They ran it well enough with Taylor, 150-plus total rushing yards for them. And the Dolphins look awful. Thoughts?
The Colts played one of the worst teams in the league at home. They should have won. And just like the Jaguars played one of the worst teams at home, they should have won, while the Texans and Titans went on the road to play against playoff teams. So I thought Daniel Jones did everything he could do in that situation, and they're probably going to predict they're going to the Super Bowl in Indianapolis, but I'll remind them about who they played. I can't believe that Mike McDaniel's offense looked so bad. Tua Tagovailoa looked terrible. That may have been the worst game of his career right off the bat when their offense used to be so prolific. But the Colts did what they should do, which is win the game.
They definitely did. Last night, the Buffalo Bills won the game. General, I don't know if you were able to stay up to watch it.
Oh, I watched it, sure.
I figured. Your thoughts about what you saw in Baltimore gagging that win?
John Harbaugh has blown more double-digit games in the fourth quarter than any coach in maybe history, if I read it right. And, it's so funny. These coaches that go for two in the first half, and that's the dumbest thing you can ever do because some sheet tells you to do it, and then it comes back and can bite you in the butt like it always does. I thought there were a lot of left to be desired from the coaches. And but man, oh man, Josh Allen was incredible. I felt terrible for Derrick Henry. He doesn't fumble much, but what a great game. And when I watched Josh Allen, I thought back to the Texans game last year in which they beat the Bills and limited him to the worst game of his career. And right now, those two teams, I can't imagine, based on the way their offenses played, that there are any other offenses, including Kansas City, and anything in the NFC that's as good as the Bills and the Ravens offenses.
What do you think of the Buccaneers coming in here? They beat the Falcons yesterday. Baker Mayfield throws 3 touchdown passes. Not a ton of yards gained for the Buccaneers, but they don't turn the ball over in this victory. Bucs, Texans, a week from tonight. Thoughts?
Todd Bowles is a defensive coach. He calls the defense, does a great job of it. And I tell you what, Baker Mayfield, you think about it, people forget he played for the Rams and the Panthers. Yep. And he found a home. He's got good coaching. They've paid him. They've given him a lot of authority at the line of scrimmage, and Mayfield is playing great. I think he was second in touchdown passes last year, and I remember the last time he was in Houston. It was one of the greatest games we've seen and the greatest comeback led by C.J. Stroud in 2023.
Yeah, that was one hell of a game. Hopefully it's not even that close, but
you never know.
We'll see. John, Micah Parsons in Green Bay. He plays about half the snaps yesterday. Gets a sack. He chases Jared Goff from behind. He has 3 pressures. And the Packers beat last year's NFC champions, the number 1 seed, by 2 touchdowns, and it probably wasn't even that close at home. How good do you think Parsons makes the Packers?
Well, think about it. He'll get a lot more practice time. He'll get in better playing shape, and he'll help them even more. And they look really good. The Lions did not, but the game was at Lambeau Field. Detroit was 15-2 last year, despite more injuries than any team in the league. But right now, Jordan Love looked like money, and Parsons has revived the defense that needed pressure.
Well, it'll be the Texans and the Buccaneers next week with the 6 p.m. start. Don't forget, everybody, 6 p.m. start for that one. Anything else stand out to you week 1, John, that you want to address? Is it Aaron Rodgers against the Jets? Is it the Bengals somehow winning on week 1 on the road, 17-16 over the Browns? But who cares? They don't, because they're 1-0 right now. Any other thoughts?
Bengals offense was terrible, but they won against one of the worst teams in the league. In that Jets game, boy, Aaron Rodgers didn't hold back. You know, he was talking about Aaron Glenn, who made him fly across the country to tell him he was no longer wanted. Then he went out against Aaron's defense, threw 4 touchdown passes, no interceptions, walked off a winner because Boswell kicked a 60-yard field goal to win it. And Aaron Rodgers, he wasn't shy about the fans as he was walking off, putting his hand up to his ear like, can't hear you. And then he talked about he liked beating everything about that organization because there were people there that still didn't think he could play. That would be former Texan Aaron Glenn.
Yeah. What about the Titans? You mentioned it. The Titans go off to play a playoff team on the road just like the Texans did to open the season. Cam Ward does not throw any TDs or picks. He does fumble. He's sub 50%. They had trouble running the ball against the Broncos, but a lot of people do. That's a good defense. Anything to be gleaned from that Titan loss to Denver? They hung in there on the scoreboard. They hung in there into the fourth quarter. Just a one-score loss, a touchdown to 2.
Denver let them hang in. They had 3 turnovers. Maybe I think they might have been all fumbles. They did everything they could to help the Titans, so they made the score look respectable. Brian Callahan, the coach, was eviscerated by the media that covers the team because of strategy at the end of the first half. And tell you what, they better win 5 or 6 games or he'll be gone because he's got 2 new bosses that didn't hire him, and their offense looked awful. You expect growing pains from Cam Ward, but I expect that's going to be an example of what their offense is most of the season.
But their offense is terrible, but 12 points.
12 points.
Yeah.
All right, so that's more than us?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's too bad. Yeah. But 12 wouldn't have won it for us,
No.
see? Got to get to 15, Johnny.
15. But you probably play out the rest of the game down 2 a little bit differently.
Yeah, would have been nice. But didn't happen. Anyway, John, thanks for catching up with us. We will talk with you on Thursday.
Thank you very much, guys.
John McClain joining us on Texans Monday. Coming up, we won't do smoking hot players of the game, but we will do some performances that you can build on. How about that? I just came up with that. Performances you can build on going into week 2 to take on the Baker Mayfield-led Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
We believe in possibilities at Texans.
performances you can build on. This defense in general did get to the running game, did slow it down. Stafford made some clutch plays. That touchdown pass was as good as you're going to see this year, I think.
Should never happen.
Should never have happened?
Never happened.
Why?
D'Amico talked about it all in the press conference. Eye discipline. Kamari looking in the backfield. And Davis Allen ran right up the field. It can't happen. Coverage breakdowns a couple times yesterday.
But it wasn't like he was – I mean, he was open in the NFL. I get
he was open. But
a lot of
NFL
quarterbacks
open.
are not getting that ball to that spot with the opportunity that Stafford had. He's going backwards, and he's throwing it off his back foot.
I mean, it's an incredible throw. Don't get me wrong, but Allen was open. And TV open and what we see open, he was wide open. I mean, I saw him running by me, and I was like, oh, I hope he doesn't see him. And then when I saw the ball in the air, I was like, he saw him. He saw him.
So, okay.
I mean, it's eye discipline. It's like you got to take care of your responsibilities. You can't be staring in the backfield. And it happened earlier in the game as well. Staring in the backfield, losing responsibility as a guy goes across. Now, luckily, you're bailed out by a holding penalty on that one. The one that Whittington caught on the crosser.
Oh, gosh.
It's wide open.
Wide open. That was
Guess why? Guess why? Eyes in the backfield. Right. Eyes looking in the backfield. And that just that can't happen. D'Amico talked about that. When I talked to D'Amico, he was like, eye discipline, man. And he was like, 4th and 1. We got 2 guys there to make a tackle. We don't make a tackle, and he goes into the end zone.
And that one, to me, was the biggest one because that's 4th down, like you said.
And that's
you make
play.
That stop.
You run that play against this defense, we should eat it up.
Yeah.
And the outside guys did a really good job of turning it back in, and the guys coming inside out just not able to make the tackle.
Yeah, that's rough.
You lose that 7 there. I mean, look, that was a great throw by Stafford to Davis Allen.
Mm-hmm.
But again, that was more on us than it was the Rams being great. We just got to be more disciplined about things, and hopefully at some point we'll find that consistency in all of us. But again, as we've talked about with a lot of our guests, like it's week 1. There are going to be some things. This is a tough opponent. We were a tough opponent for them. That was an old school 15-round fight.
I like the way ND saw it. 2 great defenses going at it. They punch out at the end. They get the ball away. You got the ball away to get that drive going. 2 big defensive plays in the 4th quarter. Less than a minute here, Johnny. Nico Collins, could they have targeted him more, or were they taking him away? I know you haven't looked at all the all-22.
I've watched the first half, and I've seen plenty of times where Nico could have gotten more opportunities.
Got to do it.
Pressure or just CJ looking the other way.
He's the guy. You got to find a way. They got the ball to Puka. You got to get the ball to Nico.
Nico's one of the top 30 players in the league.
Yeah. Go.
Give him a damn ball.
Yeah. Give him the targets. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But got to find a way to get him open. Got to scheme him open. Do it. We'll see how they handle it against Tampa Bay. That'll be a week from tonight. Long way to go before we get to that. In the Loop is coming up next. We'll have some sort of D'Amico Ryan's program for you at 5 o'clock today. Thank you, Ben, for producing. Everybody have a great day. It's week 1. Long way to go. Let's do better. It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Balancing your work, family, and health.
WTFM HD2 Houston and your home of the Houston Texans.
Rock and roll, touchdown, Houston.
Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610, an Odyssey sports station.
Biggie, let's hit it big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
3 receivers to the wide side left. 2 to the right. Empty backfield for CJ on 1st and 10 at the Ram 25. Stroud gets the snap. CJ looking, throwing underneath, and the ball comes out. The ball comes out. Dare had it. The ball popped out. The Rams have it. They recover. Fish running away with it to the sideline to celebrate.
Just like that. And just like that, the Texans' opportunity to maybe go and try and take the lead, try and win that football game, evaporated. A 14-9 loss in Los Angeles for your Houston Texans. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos playing that audio for you. And you getting involved with the program on the text line, 713-572-4610. Also, we appreciate the Mo Karaminji lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on Twitch, 610 Houston. Man, that is, I don't know, I was thinking over the last 5 or so minutes in how we were about to intro or get into this show, and I was like, what is the descriptor that I would use to describe that loss for the Texans? I'm not quite sure. However, I feel like we're just going to go ahead and, stream of consciousness, and we'll see if that comes out in the wash as we get started with some OG's passing thoughts.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
All right, let's get into this kind of sweeping look at the passing thoughts of everything that happened yesterday. And my first passing thought is going to be about what you just said. What's the best descriptor of what happened yesterday? Ball don't lie.
Oh, okay.
Ball don't lie. Texans didn't deserve to win.
Shout out to Sheed.
Yeah, Texans did not deserve to win that game if you look at the grand scheme of things. So you just gave me my first passing thought, and I think that's probably the best descriptor. It was a tough break there at the end, but let's kind of go with some other passing thoughts here, and let's start with the big picture. Never bury the lead, etc. And we obviously are going to dig deep into this as we progress.
Why do you say it like that?
Because it's going to be a big topic of deep into this. It's going to be a big topic of discussion all week long, and especially today. This offense wore chastity belts off the bus, not jock straps. I mean, onto the field, not jock straps.
That would have been. You want to try that one more time? See if it lands better.
This offense wore chastity belts onto the field instead of jock straps.
I think they're belts.
Never stretched the field. Not a lot of creativity. Penalty, sacks. They just never got going. The offense was the issue.
Was this not somewhat to be expected?
Oh, somewhat, yes. Somewhat, yes.
Because this was the conversation I felt like we were trying to prime ourselves for, which was, hey, new offense, supposedly game plan offense. There's a lot at their disposal. They're going to try and work through all of this. And week one, after whatever limitations there are when it comes to training camp, they're not going to be a fully realized version of themselves.
But one thing we do know about this offense, and again, we'll dig in more because there's more to come here, is even just with the style of play and the approach they have, one sack or one penalty can be crippling to any drive. Because they're not stretching the field. There's not a lot of creativity. They're running the ball and not getting a lot of chunks that way.
Well, the easy way to say this is what you were talking about. Like, this is not going to be an offense where they can make up. They need to stay on schedule. Yes. That is probably the most important thing that this offense needs to do is stay on schedule. And there was a number of things, whether, as you mentioned, it was penalties, whether it was a sack,
whether it was just like an ineffective first down play or second down play, they weren't able to stay on schedule nearly as well as they needed to in order to matriculate the ball down the field.
Yeah, and that's by design. We'll dig into more of that. Let's move on with some passing thoughts here. And this was one that happened before the game, and I never liked it. We talked about it last week. They shuffled damn near the entire offensive line because Ed Ingram was out, and it backfired. 100% it backfired.
I don't entirely agree that that's why. We'll break that down.
We'll break that down
in the very next segment.
In the next segment, I feel
agree to disagree.
I feel it's impossible to say otherwise.
You're wrong,
but I'm curious on your impossible take.
Have to agree to disagree.
I'm curious about your impossible take. Another passing thought here. Post game, C.J. Stroud used one of my favorite words in sports: lollygagging. They were lollygagging. That's awesome. And the respective first drives, both offensively and really defensively, kind of set themselves back a little bit. Even though they held them out, kind of reflected that. And how in the world could you have bad practices or whatever it was that led to lollygagging before the first game of the year? How is that possible?
Can I take you a half step backwards real quick? Mm-hmm. How much do you think the word lollygagging was intentional there?
Oh, I think it was. I think, he was basically saying we weren't ourselves. We didn't bring it.
Or what's another word he could have used?
Well, I'm not even. Mm-hmm. Well, I guess
you're the words man. What's another word?
I'm the words man now. Yeah, he worked in print media for how many years? I'm the words man now.
Nigerian. So that's right. Default.
Those are the same thing, by the way. Working in print media and being Nigerian.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know. Like I got the impression, and look, I'm not here to shield C.J. Stroud. There's conversations to be had about the way that he played or just what he was able to do and the things that he was incapable to do early on in his tenure, having more of the reins of the offense. I got the impression that he was just like, we didn't do enough, as opposed to lollygagging, which seems to give the impression that we were not intentional. Like we weren't taking this seriously. I think
that's it. Figgy, that's the word I was going to use. Unserious. They were unserious about it. I don't think it was an accident that he used it. Lollygagging. I really don't think he could have said anything. I forget what the exact question was.
Yeah, I wish you would have given me a heads up. I'd have looked for this particular audio because CJ obviously said this on the podium after the game, and it did catch my ear as well. But as I'm kind of describing, I was like, did he mean to say that specific? Because that's a pretty big indictment.
And it's a sports word. We all remember Bull Durham. Lollygagging around, lollygagging this, lollygagging that. It was not an accident that he used that word, and it bothered me more than it probably should have that he did that.
I sense that. The question I will ask you, if you believe that was, one, intentional, and two, like probably in maybe one of the more harsher versions of the ways that you use that, who do you believe that was that conversation or that statement was made about?
Well, I think I don't know, but I think it has to reflect more on the offense simply because it was C.J. Stroud that said it. Whether it was the way that the receivers ran routes, the offensive line, whatever it may be, we were unserious about our approach to this game. Is I think what he was saying.
Okay.
Another one right here.
You good? You gonna be all right?
I'm good.
Okay.
We wondered about the middle of the defense, the middle of the field, and Sean McVay making adjustments and exploiting matchups. In terms of offensive minds, this was like a professor with multiple advanced degrees facing a preschooler. And let's go first half, second half here to illustrate it. First half, offense only scored 9 points. They had some success. They ran the ball a little bit. And then and this is more to the Rams defense. The Rams, made the adjustments, and it was 0 points in the second half, 0 touchdowns for the game. No real, until they got into the hurry up, no real progress moving the ball. Meanwhile, Sean McVay said, I know what I can do. I can get Puka Nacua in some really bad matchups in terms of some, especially the last one, which was just a thing of beauty. Offensive minds, one thing we know for sure, Nick Caley is not Sean McVay. That's not exactly breaking news.
What?
In terms of
what? Get out of here.
Reading what the defense is doing, making the changes. I mean, they came out to start the second half, boom, 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 touchdown. After they scored late in the first half. Sean McVay was toying in terms of offensive prowess with Nick Caley.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're comparing those guys, it's going to be very clear that comparison was not going to work in the favor of Nick Caley. How much deference do you give Nick Caley in the idea that you're talking about a Rams side that has more continuity, that has more kind of country in the various things that they can do, comparatively to a Nick Caley who is just finding his relationship with CJ, just breaking in this offense. Also, and this is something we'll talk about more and more, I think has to work within the confines of getting the ball out relatively quickly, although to be fair, the time to throw for Matt Stafford was lower than C.J. Stroud, but I think that also, like, the threat of being able to go downfield seemingly wasn't there, if for no other reason than you ain't going to be able to block it up to get the ball down the field.
Right. Look, I think you have to give some deference simply because it was the first game, first time he ever did it for real, but it was not. It was bad. And again, we'll talk about the offensive line specifically, but let me get this passing thought out.
Yeah.
With regard to the offensive line. Did you really think you could go 17 games without someone getting hurt, much less two people getting hurt? We've talked about the depth on this offensive line repeatedly, and forget what happened before the game, and we're going to discuss that in terms of shuffling people. But then Cam Robinson gets hurt for a little bit. Then Jake Andrews gets hurt, and who knows, what the seriousness of that is. This depth of the offensive line was a question coming in. You could not have thought for a moment that there weren't going to have to be moments like yesterday where the depth had to come in.
No, I think that's specifically part of why they did the, everybody is getting time and we're working all these guys at different places because they want to, they feel like you're going to have to deal with guys that, come in and play. Everybody needs to be a part of this. We're going to need all 10 or 9 of the guys in that room. It just was unsatisfactory. I think this was a lot less about the floor in a way of, oh, man, what happens when we have these guys come in, and more about the lack of height on the ceiling, if we're going to be completely honest. And, again, we will dig more into this here soon. But when it comes to the offensive line play, I think it's significantly less about, oh, man, how does this look like when you have to make adjustments for your offensive line? And it's more about where's the starting point that you were on your offensive line before we even get to the idea of having to have some adjustments.
And with regard to that, Blake Fisher, our guy Blake Fisher,
your man.
He came in. Your man. He came in for 4 snaps, one of which killed a crucial third-quarter drive. Like, absolutely. Face mask. Grab the face mask of that dude. I mean, Blake Fisher came in for 4 snaps and killed a drive.
How you getting pushed backwards and get called on a face mask?
That's also feeds into, did you really think you could go 17 games without having to rely on depth? They have problems. We will dig in. Matthew Stafford.
Hi.
Did he play in the preseason, by the way?
No, I don't believe that he – I'm not sure if you caught that, but he did not play in the preseason. Also, I'm also not sure if you heard, 37 years old.
37 years old.
An ageless wonder of 37 years.
And this is a very simple passing thought. He is one bad dude, man. He is one bad dude.
And the thing is, it wasn't like he was just airing it out to everybody.
No.
He would just move with it. Just a quick little.
Yep.
He was smooth with it, man.
I mean, literally, I think he had the 3rd or 2nd fastest time to throw in this game. Because he was getting that ball out quick.
It was quick,
which, to be fair, can't blame him. 2nd fastest time to throw. Only faster was Patrick Mahomes. He was like 51 to 55. I do not want to know you. He didn't really have very much opportunity to get acquainted with those fellas.
He was very familiar with this defense and said, all right, I got this bat problem.
Yeah.
I'm getting the ball out quick.
And how about shout out to epidurals, man? They had him running quarterback sneaks. He was taking hits, bouncing right back up.
Yeah, the quarterback sneak was the one where it was like, oh, Sarah Barship was right. They weren't worried at all.
They were not worried.
They were not worried in the slightest.
He is a bad dude. Has anyone seen Nico Collins? Raise your hand.
I think I saw him.
I saw him after the game.
I saw him after the game.
I think he was talking to Big Sarge.
He was.
Yeah.
No, I seen him on the field because he had a nice screen. Like, I was like, hey, in the same way during the preseason, I was like, damn, it's nice to see screens actually look good.
This was exactly what worried me the most when it came to the Texans wide receiver room. And if you think, hey, Christian Kirk was out, when he gets back, all is well, that might be a stretch. When the defense does not necessarily respect what the other guys are doing, Nico Collins is going to be wrapped up.
That's right. And how long will it take before you make anybody else respect what anything else is happening?
Yeah.
I know that John Harris in Texas Radio just a little while ago was making mention of they probably could have gotten the football to Nico Collins more. I very quickly started jumping on, on the film cut up that is provided by the NFL. And I can already see some instances where I go, okay, that might be a possibility where maybe you can feed the ball to Nico Collins, and maybe there was an opportunity. The very first one that I saw, as I was showing you, which was in the first quarter, one of those quick passes that comes out to Cade Stover, which, boy, there was a lot of love for the tight ends with the football and the distribution in this one. But it was like, oh, but the pocket's collapsing, right? Like, and just like with anything in football, the essence of the game is blocking and tackling. It's still, I wonder how much, as I go through rewatching this, how much of this comes back to, well, you can't get the ball to your receivers if you're not able to, give C.J. Stroud the opportunity and time to sit there and get the ball out. And also if C.J. Stroud is not comfortable enough to wait, because it did feel like he got a little antsy in this game, making sure to get the ball or get the ball out quickly, and then sometimes running into some tackles because he did not trust the front of the pocket, the center of the offensive line to hold up in the way that they should.
How about something positive? How about cup half full here, baby?
Cooper Kupp, he's not on this team anymore.
Well, no.
Talk about something positive.
That might be the most physical Texans defense, especially in the first half. They were just brutalizing guys.
They drew blood.
They caused stitches. They were just, every tackle was just an absolute horror show for the opponent. This is an extreme. I'll put it this way. The defense, they're counting on the defense winning games. The defense will win games. Problem is, they're going to be really close games, and they can probably go either way. We don't know a lot about what this team is going to look like, Figgy, but it's going to be a template like yesterday.
They definitely gave them a chance to win that game, especially with that last drive.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm down. Another passing thought here. Unless you have something on that. Yeah,
it's very clear though that defense, like the defensive plan, was to be incredibly physical. I mean, that's the nature of the DeMeco Ryans.
That's DeMeco Ryans,
right? Yeah. Is we want to be physical and we want to play fast and have that physicality.
It was impressive. Man.
It was clear that they were like, what we cannot make up and just like keeping up with all these guys. We're going to try and punish you so that you don't want to come over the middle. That worked.
They were doing that job too, man.
They were killing guys.
Yeah, to the point. I think that last drive, they kept showing the Z's on the sideline. I'm like, they clearly knew that the defense got that stop.
Yeah.
So they trying to. Now it's up to the offense.
Another passing thought. How many of us are curious exactly what that frustration was between C.J. Stroud, Titus Howard, and DeMeco Ryans? Two offensive players and the defense and the head coach was a defensive-minded guy.
Well, he's the head coach.
I said the head coach was a defensive-minded guy. But the two offensive players didn't go to the coordinator, didn't go to the quarterback's coach or anything. They went to DeMeco Ryans. I'm curious what that frustration was.
I feel like I have a good guess that it's probably just not going for it on fourth down. They wanted to go on fourth down. DeMeco decided, no, we're going to punt the ball. We're in our own territory. We're in negative territory here. And I think the offense was just like, we want you to trust us to get out here and do it. And to be fair, I understand why any player would want to have that feeling. However, seeing the way that the offense had worked to that point, and especially with the way that they had they didn't convert on third downs in this game. Now, of course, a lot of those were long third downs. I don't blame DeMeco Ryans for going, I don't know about that. However, there probably is a conversation to be had about just DeMeco Ryans' head coaching decision tendencies.
Oh, we're going to talk about that.
Because, I mean, we knew this, but it showed up again. He is pretty conservative in the way that happens, and I don't know how much people like that.
I thought that moment was kind of fair for DeMeco, though, because I feel like he was trusting his defense. And so I didn't have a problem with that. Now, the defense wasn't really that good, and Matt Stafford was the old Matt Stafford, then I would have been like, nah, we got to go for this. We can't give him the ball back.
Yeah. One more for you guys here. One thing I did not expect when it came to snap counts, and tell me how this hits you. Justin Watson, more snaps than Jaden Higgins.
I didn't expect it, but I saw how that was going as the game progressed. It very much felt like, okay, Justin Watson getting these routes run really well, drawing holds. Let's keep that one on the field. That's how that felt like that progressed.
Dare with the second most snaps by a running back, ahead of Dameon Pierce and Woody Marks.
A lot of third down passing downs, which are Dare downs.
That's the thing I was going to say. We're back to that, where Dare's on the field, we know what's coming.
Ain't nobody taking this spot.
Christian Harris and E.J. Speed had a combined 8 snaps.
And those base defense snaps were very interesting to me because, again, when you're getting attacked over the middle, why not put 3 linebackers instead of 2?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point.
Yeah, so just getting going on a reaction Monday after the Texans lose to the Los Angeles Rams 14-9. From the 3-4-6, let's see. Oh, I done lost it. Apologies. So didn't this crew say this was going to be a piece of cake? That tells me how much you know as much as the idiot Casario. First and foremost,
one-third of this crew.
Well, nobody in this crew said this game was going to be a piece of cake.
We all said it was going to be a low-scoring game.
Yeah.
One-third of this crew said that the defense was going to that it wasn't going to be nearly as much of a test, Rams offense versus the defense. I can admit that I was wrong, and we will have a conversation about to what degree I was wrong at noon. But keep it locked with us. Rock with us on a Reaction Monday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's continue talking about this Texans game. And let's talk about the offensive line, because as the day progressed, headed into the game, we found out that Ed Ingram was absolutely inactive. And so we knew that there was two ways they could handle this offensive line. Just throw in Juice Scruggs or do a little bit of offensive line shuffle. They do the shuffle. Where they write to 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
What up, y'all? It's Figgy Fig holding it down here to talk some Cougs football. The Cougs are 2-0, baby. 2-0, and they are fresh off of the win against Rice. And this Friday, the Cougs are back at TD-ECU Stadium for a huge matchup against Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes. Kickoff is at 6:30, and trust me, you do not want to miss this one. It's the Hispanic Heritage Game, so get ready for an incredible halftime show. The Spirit of Houston will light it up with Selena hits. And the U of H Mariachi Pumas will take the field for a special performance. Tailgating starts at 3:30. Cougs on Parade is at 5:20, so come there. Get there early. Bring the fam. It's going to be a great day going. Tickets are going super fast, by the way. A lot of people want to see Coach Prime wobbling around on that sideline. So make sure you lock your tickets in today by going to uhcougars.com/tickets, or you could call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, wear red. It's Cougar football, baby.
The Texans kick off their home schedule. seats in the bullpen could be yours, courtesy of your favorite sports station in town. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday, courtesy of your Houston area Ford dealers. Tomorrow on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, offensive line shuffle. Did you like the dance that the Texans ultimately decided to pull up? 14-9 loss versus the Los Angeles Rams. Before we get into that conversation, we turn it to the phone line with a homeboy. Dom in New Jersey is on the line. What's happening, Dom?
Reggie, what's up, man? I hereby declare today miserable Monday. It's no longer Reaction Monday. We're in for a long season. Listen, I got to go off here. You got to give me a minute. 11 penalties yesterday is inexcusable. This team has been undisciplined since D'Amico took over, and I love the guy, but it's time to start answering to these questions, all right? CJ said they could have practiced better. Are you kidding me? Just hearing that alone makes me sick as a fan. It should make everybody else just as sick. I don't blame Dare for the fumble at the end of the game. I really don't. You know what I blame? I blame the personnel decision by Caley, D'Amico to have Dare on the field. I know he had the big play prior to the fumble, but you and I could have caught that ball and gone for a big gain. So that was inexcusable to have him in that situation, okay? Just because Ingram got hurt, you just brought up the O-line shuffle. Absolutely ridiculous to reconfigure the whole line yesterday. Ariante Harris practice at left tackle, for the last couple of weeks. You leave him there, all right? This roster is abysmal. Nick Caserio totally ruined all the good vibes we had going a couple years ago. CJ Stroud has an uncanny ability to lose 15 to 20 yards every time he's sacked. I've never seen anything like it, okay? I'm just fired up today. And the final thing I want to leave you guys with, I am not paying CJ Stroud at the end of his rookie deal, all right? It's week 1. The sky's falling. Love you, boys. Thanks for taking my call.
That's how you do an Overreaction Monday, baby.
Wow.
My man said, grah.
Easy. That's why he's
right
one of the
across.
best. That's why he's one of the best. And hit a lot of very important and good points.
Including one that I think you guys are very strong on. I mean, there's a lot of those. We'll talk about all those throughout the day. And, yes, Overreaction Monday. You know what? If you want to get in, 713-572-4610. But the O-line shuffle is one. Ed Ingram, abdominal issue. We talked about this when he popped up on the injury report on Thursday. I was like, ooh, abdominal. Unless he has to use the restroom, that feels like that's something that might be able to hold him out. It did hold him out. They decided rather than just sliding in the next guard that would play right guard, and I believe that would have been Juice Scruggs in that instance, they decided Titus Howard back to right guard, Ariante Harris back to right tackle, Cam Robinson back to left tackle, as they had started training camp with this kind of or once they had gotten settled in training camp, they had found that configuration in the offensive line. I don't disagree with them doing that movement. You do, right?
100%. Let's talk about this. The entire sort of mantra during the preseason, offseason, and into training camp and the preseason games was let's find our 5 guys. Let's find our 5 guys. We need continuity. We need these guys to get to know each other. We need these guys to be able to start understanding what each other is doing, and keep this in mind as well. You had 4 new starters on the offensive line this year. You know, when you talk about Ursery and Tomlinson, Jake Andrews, Ed Ingram at right guard, and you could almost push it to 5 if you say it was the first time they're fully committed to Titus Howard at right tackle. Because,
right guard.
At right tackle, because they kind of wanted to pencil him into right tackle and leave him there. And then Ed Ingram goes down, and you switch 3 dudes. What happened to the continuity? What happened to getting to know each other and how you're playing with each other? Had you been able to just plug in, Juice Scruggs at right guard, who they talked about last week, had played a lot at right guard. I was stunned that they went there.
I think you're locked in on one of the things that they've said about the offensive line, because another thing that they continually said about the offensive line is that you're going to play in various different places. In fact, this is D'Amico Ryan's one here, if you don't mind, Fig. This is D'Amico Ryan's giving his thoughts as to what went into the decision to make this offensive line shuffle.
Yeah, our offensive line was our offensive line. We had 5 guys we had out there that were up, and injuries unfortunately happen throughout the week, so shuffling will take place. That's the NFL. That's the nature of the league. Guys go down. You have to move guys around, and we don't complain about it. It's, hey, you got to show up and just get your job done.
The way that they've talked about this offensive line all through training camp is, hey, we're going to move guys around. We're going to get this flexibility. I've seen teams that go with no, we want to have like the static nature. We don't want to do the musical chairs on the offensive line. I vividly remember teams that handle that. That's been diametrically opposite to the way that the Texans have handled this. They're like, hey, we want to have this flexibility. Guys are capable of playing at these various places. And I agree with it to this extent. You need to get your 5 best guys out there. And if you want to be mad at the Texans, I don't think you can get mad at them for this shuffle. I think you get mad at them for the place that you started at. You did not have enough talent so that you have to make sure that you squeeze your best 5 in no matter if you have to move them around. If that makes you mad because you go, hey, they have not worked at this place most recently, even though Tay had worked at right tackle a good amount, that's where he looked like he was going to be a starter before he moves to left. Titus obviously has worked at right tackle recently, right? Like or right guard even, right? Like all those things have happened. I think you get more mad at, and I think this is the place where you should be. The idea that your starting level of your offensive line probably wasn't that high, because as much as you go, well, if you had put in Juice Scruggs, then the offensive line would have gone together. Are we sure? What certainty do we have that Ariante Ursery at left tackle works out much better than him at right tackle? What certainty do we have that Titus Howard out there at right tackle actually goes as smoothly as you want it to go, right? Like, I don't think that we have certainty as much as you're talking about all the new offensive linemen. They'd have been new if they were stayed in that other way that they were handling too, because all we saw them against was the Panthers, who they didn't look all that solid this game, week 1 either.
Here's the problem I have with that. When you talk about best 5 guys, are we sure, to use what you just said, that moving a rookie left tackle to right tackle still makes him one of your best 5 guys?
He'd have been a rookie at left tackle and right tackle.
But he had played there throughout the preseason, basically. And are we sure that shuffling, the line 3 different ways is going to still make them the best 5? I am not. And frankly, the statistics and the numbers say as much as well. We're talking about 11 penalties. Penalties are those pre-snap penalties, especially, or when you're a little bit unsure of yourself, when you're a little bit anxious to maybe get a head start, which we saw a couple of times, the quick jump trying to get an angle. So what you're saying is we need to get our best 5 guys out there. What I'm saying is your best 5 guys, they take a hit either mentally or in terms of their performance level when you switch them from where you had them all along.
I mean,
why do that?
Because I think you have more confidence in a veteran in Cam Robinson than you do in Juice Scruggs on the interior. And I get it.
Cam Robinson was getting worked by Jared Verse.
Yeah.
Worked.
Yeah. And we've seen Juice Scruggs get worked at guard as well.
Yeah, but that's one guy that you can you certainly the head coach that had confidence in him. You will never convince me. 2 of 9 on third down. Maybe a little continuity helps you with some of those blitzes and other things that the Rams were doing. I just can't see the logic behind what they were doing. I can't see it.
And I understand the frustration with that. I feel like, again, I view that as the smaller of the larger issue, which is just the way that this offensive line was constructed, right? But I get where you're coming from here. The problem that ultimately that pops up for me is you're trying to prove a negative, which is something that we can't really get to, right? That this would have been better on the other side of that. Like we can't ultimately get to that.
Same thing with what you're saying. Like this is better than they had 4/5 of their starting offensive line in place. You can't prove that it wouldn't be better.
No, I'm talking about you have your 5 best players on there, and I think that we feel pretty confident about that.
What you're saying is that I'm assuming that they would have been better had they left them alone. You're assuming that they were better this way.
No, I'm saying that you got your best 5 players on the field.
Again, are they your best 5 players when you're switching them around?
The question
they're not doing what they've been doing.
Let me ask you this flat out.
Yeah.
Is Cam Robinson better than Ed Ingram in your mind?
Is Cam Robinson better than Ed Ingram?
Yes.
Well, they play different positions.
Ed Ingram, sorry, but Juice Scruggs, rather, is the man who I'm
They play different positions, too.
Okay, I know that Nico Collins and Dare Ogunbowale play different positions. You could tell me who's the better of those 2.
That's not apples to apples, because this is 5, this is the whole, they've been talking about 5 fingers in a glove, 5 fingers in a glove. Then you take 3 away. That to me is the issue,
I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you. Mm-hmm. I think that they're trying to get the best players on the field. But again, the issue for me is that you started with your best players being, so-so. The whole question was, can you get a mediocre offense? And that's where it felt like you were, offensive line, that's where it felt like you were starting from. And so any move that you make is a downgrade.
I think the bigger issue here is this is just not a good offensive line talent-wise.
Correct.
Whether you move Juice Scruggs in, to my point, or switch 3 guys to your point. They had C.J. Stroud is on pace to be sacked 51 times. 3 sacks, 9 pressures, throwing off the back foot. He had one great completion off his back foot, which I don't know how he did. And so whether it was one guy or three guys, this is not a good offensive line, at least after week one.
Yeah, that's kind of saying a lot about Juice Scruggs, too, if they feel like they got to move three other people to prevent him for one person to step in right there.
Mm-hmm.
And can I circle back to a point of, I wasn't that confident in Ed Ingram starting at right guard. If we're going to be entirely and maybe we just had the conversation.
But he had played okay.
In vain.
It seemed like this was the best offensive line as far as the one with Ed Ingram, but that wasn't really saying a lot.
And again, we don't really have proof of that either, because again, who did we see them compete against really? Who did we see any level of evidence
themselves, to be honest?
Exactly.
That's just the best we saw in camp.
Mm-hmm.
And so we might be doing a lot about nothing, because ultimately, as we've been discussing, I feel like the bigger thing about this is just the ceiling on this offensive line at all. Before we get to
there is a Nick Caserio discussion to be had.
100%.
Yes.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. It feels like this is a deja vu all over again with the Houston Texans in some way. What are some Groundhog Day things about Houston in general? They never change no matter how much you want them. 713-572-4610. We'll do it next.
All right, little good, little bad.
NA, member FDIC.
Leasing a car makes more sense now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
About to get to the question of the day. What are some Groundhog Day things about Houston, as it feels like a lot of people are kind of in Groundhog Day feels for the Texans. They lose 14-9 against the Los Angeles Rams. We were just talking about the offensive line, and maybe that's answer number one on Groundhog Day.
That's why it's here. Yeah.
And the continued conversation, because just letting you know, just because we were on break does not mean that we were not talking about all of this. I think, it keeps coming back to the entire talent level. This was a concerted decision to not address offensive line in the way of raising the talent level. And so I think your five best players are already barely above the line of like, hey, what is really good? People are asking, why is Juice Scruggs on the roster? Because he was one of the 9 best of the guys that you brought into camp. I don't know how I felt. In fact, I can tell you how I felt about the offensive line talent that you brought in, which was, I felt like it was not sufficient, but we were going to wait it out and see. We waited it out and saw, and it didn't feel good enough. But I feel like all of this, no matter what, because we can't prove that this offensive line versus the other configuration versus not getting injured and having Ed Ingram in there, any of them were going to be good because, again, the talent level wasn't that strong. And I could bring you back to, Ariante Ursary on playing right tackle instead of the left tackle that he gotten comfortable with. Can I give you two names? Can I give you Josh Simmons and Josh Connerly? Both of them first-round tackles that played in week one, and both of them looked so-so. I think that it's just hard for a rookie. So whether he was at left or right, it was going to be rough for him, I think.
Why make it more complicated? That I keep going back to that. Yes, he's a rookie. It's hard.
Because I'd rather have the veteran of Cam Robinson in there rather than Josh.
But his head would be spinning. And figure you brought up the best point during the break about, why are you not – whatever happened to next man up?
Yeah, I think, what I said in the break, I feel like in a perfect world it's next man up, where if one person get injured on the O-line, the next person step in and just take over.
I mean,
this one, it's week one. You usually don't see like a big old shuffle on the offensive line like this unless it's like desperate times and where a couple people are hurt.
And to that point, Reggie, if Juice Scruggs was a complete unknown, then maybe we could talk a little bit more about shuffling everybody. But we know Juice Scruggs is not that big of a liability at right guard, or at guard, period, interior line. We know it. He hasn't been, necessarily like the best, but he's not been a huge liability.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I completely agree with that.
I think to what degree has he been a huge liability on the interior? The head coach was talking about him playing right guard.
Yeah. And they've talked about a lot of things that weekend.
Well, but specific to this conversation,
I think it's a bigger problem when you got to shuffle three different guys in week one for one injury like that.
And as far as next man up, I do think that was next man up. I think they view that as the next best player that we have is Cam Robinson, so then we get him in there. I hear what you're saying, though. And again, it felt like Groundhog Day because no matter what the decision was, penalties, flags, and all of those really hurt drives that were absolutely necessary for an offense that really needed to stay on track. So in honor of that, question of the day, what are some Groundhog Day things about Houston that seems to never change?
Well, obviously in terms of football, that's it. That's number one. That's why we're asking this question. We just cannot get it right on the offensive line. There will be, and we will have a discussion about Nick Caserio and this offensive line because it ultimately does come down to that. As far as Houston, I'm looking to my right. And I see a seeping boil.
Oh, God.
I shouldn't even give him the opportunity to do
I
this.
see a seeping boil called the Astrodome. Come on, man. It's day after day you wake up and you drive by there or you go by there, you go to a Texans game, you go to any event in NRG, you're like, what? Why is this here? Why is this here?
You know why it's there.
I don't know why it's there. Do you know why it's there?
They're not paying to take it down. That's why.
I don't know why it's there. I'm curious on y'all's answers. There may be some sports-related ones as well, which is always good. But the other one is, this is another one of my favorite go-tos. All those dummies driving in the rain with their flashers on. They're dummies.
I don't even think that's inherent to Houston. You just wanted to get off that take.
But it seems like it's in Houston. Some states it's illegal to do that.
Is it?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. Some states it's illegal to drive in the rain with your flashers on.
I feel like people still probably do it. Immediately one that came to mind as my car remains in the shop dealing with this is traffic and accidents on Westheimer, especially Galleria area, right in there. Like it's just that's forever going to be the case. I don't know. You can make that 50 lanes wide. In fact, you can make it as wide as Katy Freeway because again, Katy Freeway also traffic when it comes down to it.
Yes,
so yeah,
absolutely.
You're never going to get off that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of one. Come back to me.
I got a good one here because it ties in with Reggie. I do this to myself. This is apples to apples in terms of like the offensive line. You start thinking maybe there's hope. Every time I'm in some bad construction in Houston, which is all the time, of course, I always think to myself, okay, once this is done, though, it's going to be smooth sailing.
Never.
It's going to be smooth. Remember when, speaking of 610, right here, the interchange? I always told myself, once it's done, we're going to be flying onto 610 off of 59. Never happened.
Yep.
Never happened.
Somebody had the bright idea of putting one lane going towards the Galleria, and that part be jam-packed every single time.
I thought when it was under construction, I was like, oh, boy, it's going to be great when it's done. It's done. Still not great. The other one is the whole Houston, we have a problem thing from opposing fans. I keep thinking that's going to stop.
Why?
I keep thinking at some point they're going to realize that it's done.
How far are we away
tired
from the Apollo 13? Like,
wasn't that in the 90s? The movie?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we 30 years?
Yeah.
Maybe if we get 50 years away?
And I keep fooling myself, okay, we're not going to hear that anymore. I'm surprised I didn't see anything yesterday at the game about Houston having a problem.
Yeah, maybe this is diminishing somewhat from the 713 people parking in parking spaces when there's still open space right in front of them. I'm not getting what you're saying here. I need you to simplify that.
Apollo 13, 1995.
Yeah, okay. We're 30 years out. We just 20 more years that
Rockets
we might be able to get this out of here. Actually, you mentioned the Rockets, and sadly enough, I don't know why this is the one that reminds me of it, but fans getting to the stadium late.
Oh, big time with the Rockets more than anywhere. Texans do it a little bit. They've gotten better. But
the Rockets was doing that in the playoffs,
dude,
man.
In the playoffs, they were doing that.
We're going to pop in here somewhere between the
just
start
take
of
it
the
slow
fourth
down
quarter and the
here.
middle of the second. We'll get it in here. Let's see. Let's see.
Lopez finding a way to inject the Astrodome is
That's a
something
great
that never
point.
changes.
That is a good point. And it was demonstrated just earlier in this segment. Some things.
I'm not going to disagree, actually, but it's true.
No, 100%. So it just feels like some things.
I have confidence that the four-way stop is going to work, and I can always count on someone messing up the four-way stop.
Oh, my God.
It's not hard, people.
That's a great point.
It's not hard.
And it's so deeply frustrating because it's the worst part is not when it's just a regular four-way stop sign. Mm-hmm. The worst part is when it's the stoplight that's now flashing and it's become a four-way stop sign because it feels like there's a whole nother level of not knowing what the hell's happening.
Everybody trying to get ahead.
It's the worst thing ever.
Sneak one past, people.
45 South going towards Galveston. Yep, same.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like just traffic in general, any traffic things that you want to put up here can absolutely be that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's bounce around the NFL a little bit. Let's go around the NFL and talk about some of the other things that happened, including what was maybe the most elite game that I've seen in a long time, Sunday Night Football between Bills and Ravens. We'll talk about that and more next.
The Texans had a chance to win it. 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
I didn't even realize how much there was to talk about with your Houston Texans here. We're about to go around the NFL, but we ain't really gotten off the tarmac yet. So let's go to the phone line. Let's get somebody else in. It's Wood. Wood, what's popping, man?
Man, y'all talk about overreactions Monday. No, this ain't overreaction Monday. I told y'all Nick Caserio can't put an offensive line together Monday. I've been telling y'all for the 5 years, this man to put together, these linemen are soft as toilet paper. The levees in New Orleans doing Katrina held up better doing the flood better than these linemen protect CJ. I'm trying to tell y'all, man, Nick Caserio is not the man to put the offensive line. What D'Amico Ryan's going to need to realize, I know he came in here with the attitude, you know what, I'm a first-time head coach. I'm going to take over the defense. I'm going to let Nick navigate the offensive line and put together those things. But he's going to have to realize this is my team. Nick, I'm going to let you be the GM, but I need to control everything. I'm going to need to put an offensive line together and stop depending on Nick Caserio to give away our number one draft picks in the 20th area that we can use to package together to get a decent number one draft pick. But Nick cannot do this. And then the other thing, we need a quarterback coach to coach up CJ. Teach him how to move up in the pocket. Teach him how to slide in the pocket. We have Davis Mills and a rookie behind him, nobody, and a rookie quarterback coach who don't know what he's doing. You need somebody seasoned in there to help this young man learn how to make adjustments, learn how to get his offense together to say, slide over here. Tight end, you're going to slide here and protect this way. Running back, you're going to get here. So this man don't get shell-shocked and be like David Carr.
Appreciate you, Wood. You didn't have to bring the levies into it. It's been
he brought the levies.
The 30-year anniversary is just a little. You didn't have to bring the levies into it.
I'm sure everybody watching that dot too.
Yeah, the offensive line. That's
it has to happen. You know, if you go through some of these draft picks, look, I know they're bringing in some New England guys. Go figure. But like Cam Robinson and Trent Brown and stuff like that. But let's look at the draft picks. Kenyon Green, thumbs up or thumbs down? I think we all know the answer.
Yeah, that's down.
That.
He's got cut twice.
Down.
He's gotten cut twice by the Eagles in this short season.
Yesterday wasn't exactly, no matter where you fall on our previous discussion, yesterday wasn't exactly an endorsement of Juice Scruggs.
No. Nor Cam Robinson.
That was a second-round pick.
I'm talking about the draft picks right now.
Oh, draft picks.
Yeah. I mean,
Juice was a second-round pick.
Jarrett Patterson, backup, that ended up playing a lot.
Sixth-rounder, though.
He's a sixth-round pick. Blake Fisher, four snaps, killed the drive.
Another second-round pick.
Another second-round pick. So let's go through the offense. Well, we're not even have to talk about Ladarius Henderson. Tay Ursery to be determined.
I'm willing to put his playoff.
Thumb probably up on that one.
This is year one,
right? We think
this is game one of his career. Offensive line is a tough thing to drop in and immediately be great at.
Dude, it's not looking good in terms of offensive line evaluation.
These conversations will have to be had. Yeah. Absolutely, 100%. And don't forget, you brought in Cam Robinson on a 1-year, $12 million contract, ostensibly to be the starter. He was a part of your starting five until he gets hurt. And then the first opportunity, you're not going to put him back out there? I understand that's not a football reason, but probably factors in.
I'm kind of curious if he would have lost his job eventually if he started the season and never got hurt.
Yeah, I don't know. It seemed like, I know that Sean Pendergast made mention of that might have been a move that was coming out there at the Greenbrier, but obviously we don't have a great way of pointing to that per se.
Or if he wasn't paid
because
$12 million.
Yeah.
Well,
if he was paid $6 million, would he have been out there?
Those are all good
questions.
Probably
would have got cut.
Yeah.
All right, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, around the NFL, it feels like if you were looking, well, not even feels like, I was watching TV, right? We watched the game. The Texans lose 14-9 versus the Rams. We get that little break. Maybe you watch a little 60 minutes. And then we go to Sunday Night Football. in Buffalo, and buddy, it looked like a different sport.
They did.
Well, Buffalo with a 41-40 comeback victory in this, and Josh Allen threw for 251 yards in the fourth quarter. Like not total, in the fourth quarter. Yeah. I mean, this was, and first and foremost, before we get to any of like the late portions of it, what it says about the Ravens, what it says about the Buffalo Bills, can we just go ahead and blow out the rest of the season? I understand this also says something about the Houston Texans, but in this moment, I'm overreacting and deal with it. Blow out the rest of the season and just book these guys for the AFC Championship game.
We'll see them late January.
Yeah. Directly into my veins. I need it.
We'll see them late January.
Man, that game was so crazy. It's funny because as the game was going on, I went in my studio to do some work, and I just kept hearing Mike Tirico just screaming at the top of his lungs. It's like the third quarter probably at this point. And I'm just like, damn. I'm like, let me stop what I'm doing and watch this game. And, man, that's a game if somebody never seen football a day in their life, that's the game I'm pointing to.
And it speaks to a number of things that you just mentioned.
Well, you're going to ruin football for them because they're going to be like, why aren't all the games like this?
No, if they say, oh, why do you like football so much? I would turn on that Buffalo and Baltimore game.
But to Reggie's point, it almost looked like they were a different species than the Texans.
It was. There's at least one guy who's definitely a different species than the rest of us, and he wears 22. Why did we make a Derrick Henry? Why did we do that?
Well, here's the other thing.
That's somebody else we could have possibly brought in.
That is a point.
That is absolutely true. So they look like a different species, but it does speak to the Texans and their style of offense versus defense, because I don't care. I mean, this Texans defense looks strong, physical. We talked about that. Made a huge play there at the end that actually could have turned into to a chance to win the game. But this defense is going to be had by these two teams eventually.
Oh, week 5 is going to – that was one of the thoughts was just, week 5 is coming very soon.
It's going to be had if your offense can't keep – this offense can't keep up with that. And then here's the other thing. I'm watching this game, and I'm like, this is a microcosm of the Baltimore Ravens. Wow. Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson. Oh, my gosh, these guys are incredible. DeAndre Hopkins, Jose Flowers. I'm like, wow, these guys are awesome. Oh, wait, they lost. It was a microcosm of the Ravens.
They had a 15-point lead there in the second half. And, of course, they have a Derrick Henry fumble, which then allows the Buffalo Bills, once Josh Allen gets into his bag, go down the field and score a touchdown. And then, again, you have what is a very interesting set of downs. You have a run, which, of course, allows the Buffalo Bills to use their final 2 timeouts. And then a pass that ends up being short of the sticks, in which Lamar Allen walks over and talks directly to Derrick Henry in his ear, almost intentionally signaling, ball's going over here, fellas. They stop him short, and then on 4th and 3, I believe, or 4th and 2, John Harbaugh decides to punt the football back to Josh Allen, who is literally on fire. I'm pretty sure I saw flame on his helmet.
See, that's where Titus Howard should have been yelling.
Yeah.
Like, oh, no, that's a perfect reason to be like, nah, we can't get the ball back to this dude.
No.
They give the ball back, and it works exactly as you imagine. They go down.
Matt Prater is exactly how I imagined it.
41 years of age, kicking the game-winning field goal. And, there were some really great plays, including Josh Allen feathering in just a beautiful pass down the left side to a Joshua Palmer where he just puts the ball in perfectly. I mean, it's the cornerback undercuts it as you're supposed to in that place, because typically if you're there, you'll be able to get to it. Not when Josh Allen throwing the football. Like, just a fantastic play.
It's the Ravens in one game.
But is this a John Harbaugh situation on that play? Like, who do you blame most? Is it the fumble? Is it John Harbaugh? Because, again, you mentioned this is the Ravens. This is the 8th time since 2001 that the Ravens have lost a game in which they've had a 90% win probability at some point in the game, which is 3 more than any other team in that span.
You do not give the ball back to Josh Allen. You do not do it. Not without a fight. Not with a fight. And then, the other great story here, Matt Prater took a red eye and got to Buffalo Thursday. And if you're not, you're probably familiar with Matt Prater, but his teammates were not.
I'm not going to take a shot at his age, but he walks into the special teams meeting, and I'm like, oh, we got a new coach. And then I'm like, wow, man, that's Matt Prater. Holy cow, this guy's been, like, balling in the league. Yeah. First time I seen him, I was like, that a coach? And he comes out here, man, and he's a great dude. Comes out here, kicks a game-winning field goal. He's special, and I'm just happy to have him here with us.
The oldest guy in the world, ain't he?
In the world.
Shoot, I'm thankful for him. Keep your old ass
ass with the Bills. Oh, man. I'm thankful for him. I'm glad that somebody could come in on Thursday and help us big because every piece matters. And he came in, he understood the assignment, and we got the job done.
Keep your old ass with the Bills.
Hey, Tyler Bass got to be like, hey, cut that out. Hey, no. He here until I'm healthy again. No, he here until I'm healthy again. Then he can go.
Yeah.
Calm down. But, yeah, John Harbaugh himself, when it came to the decision to punt, he said it's what most people would do in that situation.
Facing Josh Allen?
Yeah,
that's the follow-up. Would most people do that with Josh Allen getting the ball?
But the way they was running the ball, man, I would have just
I honestly,
it's tough. That's tough situation.
Tough. Yeah, the thing that I thought was, I understand why you run the ball twice there to try and get those timeouts. I think if you know that you probably will punt in a situation, because again, I get it. If you don't pick up that fourth down, they're in field goal range right then, and the game is over, right? But in my mind, you make that decision if you know. And we're going to go ahead and throw the ball at least on second down.
Oh, sure.
So we have two opportunities to pick this up. Or we just put the defense in conflict with our quarterback that can run.
Yeah.
Right? I don't love the idea of run. Now we're in a third and everything. And, we're in this situation where we have one opportunity to pick this up.
No, I totally agree. You make that decision on first down.
Right. And it felt like he didn't make that decision on first down. So I will put this on John Harbaugh. I was surprised, though, that Derrick Henry did fumble that football. Obviously, he takes responsibilities as he should, although it felt like he was just rumbling, bumbling, stumbling all up and down that game. And the weird thing about that is, I still feel like the Ravens are the better team. However, I don't know how to wipe myself.
2024,
right?
2023,
right?
2022.
I don't know what to do with them because I keep looking at them and I'm like, they didn't beat no team beat them over the last couple of years. They keep beating themselves, though, and against teams like the Raiders at times, but then in the playoffs against the Bills and against the Chiefs. And I go,
that's when you look at the coaching, man. I mean, if it wasn't John Harbaugh, we would be looking at the coach.
Yeah.
But for the simple fact that he's a legend and one of the greatest coaches around right now, we don't really question that.
Teams that were with a 40-plus points in a game, 235-plus rush yards in a game, were 277-0 coming into the game last night. They are now 277-1.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, you're not always going to be facing off against the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen. However, 277-1.
You know what I am happy about? Reggie didn't mention that it was a scoregami.
Was that a scoregami?
Buddy, can you let me get to the punch? And finally, that 41-40 score was a scoregami, ladies and gentlemen.
Lord.
The 1,092nd unique score in NFL history. How does that make you feel? That felt like the cherry on top of the night. I felt post-coital after watching that game. I'm not going to lie.
I should not.
You know the one thing that impressed me throughout that whole game, it wasn't even towards the end. It was towards the end of the first half. Remember when they got the ball back and they got all the way in field goal range with exactly 1 second left, man. Like, it's unbelievable. It kind of make you a little jealous.
It does.
Just seeing the team move like that, man.
Yep.
All right. What somebody said, unfortunately, I think the Texans would have punted 1,000%.
For sure.
1,000%.
Yeah.
That's the way that in fact, we
leaned on the defense.
We saw a lower stakes situation in which the Texans punted on a 4th and 1. No, absolutely. Now, of course, again, not nearly as good of an offense that you have running out there. But yes, did that make you feel worse? Obviously, comparing your team to all those teams, or just seeing Justin Herbert validate all the love that you got on a Friday night game in Sao Paulo, 27-21 victory over the Kansas City Chiefs, and it was very squarely on the shoulders of Justin Herbert.
I was very happy. I'm not related or anything, but I've always had that guy's back, and that they just showed it, on television as we're watching here. When he clinched the game with that tuck and run down the right sideline and did that little pose.
The slide?
When he posed as
it was a gorgeous slide,
It was, and he made a little see, I am here. Now, here's another guy, though. Let's see what happens in the postseason, but that was a huge, huge game for them. Huge win.
25 of 34, 318 passing yards, and 3 touchdowns against a pretty damn good Steve Spagnuolo-led Kansas City Chiefs defense. And, I mean, he was doing it all. He was passing the ball well. Obviously, he had the right times to run. Amari Hampton looked solid, but this was a Justin Herbert extravaganza of why do people love him so much? I mean,
that's why.
There's one specific play where you have like a corner route, and then you have your corner or your running back rather in the flats, and most quarterbacks go, I'm going to dump this off.
Yeah, be safe.
I'm going to dump this off and allow him to go and make that play. And Justin Herbert goes, nah, I think I can fit it in there. And does.
Yes.
And
Yes,
does.
he
And I just I know for a lot of people in Houston that were like, why do people keep gushing over this dude?
That's why. He has every element. He just hadn't done it in the postseason.
And the thing that I thought was the biggest praise for him, he had Quentin Johnston out here like, all right, so we have the big, fast wide receiver that has questionable hands. How do we fix that? Throw it to him when he's booty butt naked open. That's apparently how you fix that. Because Quentin Johnston had a few of those where he was just so open. It was like, if you don't catch this, then we're throwing you into the sun. We're firing you into the sun. And that's how it went. Does it feel like, though, that the Kansas City Chiefs – all right, overreaction, because it is Overreaction Monday. Are the Kansas City Chiefs finally not going to be able to be the team that just keeps getting away with it?
You have to always sort of qualify it because it is Mahomes, it is the Chiefs, it is Andy Reid, Spagnuolo, et cetera. But it sure feels different this year, man. And I know a lot of people have lost a lot of money saying that. Have you seen the AFC South standings? Have you seen the AFC South standings? 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, 0-1. I think the biggest thing is they might lose some games in division more so than they have in the past, simply because, you talk about the Chargers. The Raiders made me look stupid. I picked the Patriots in my survivor pool.
I tried to help you. Did I not try to help you?
Did.
Thank you. I tried to help you.
And then, of course, the Broncos. I mean, Sean Payton,
That defense, man.
That defense and Sean Payton and the play calling and all that. I mean, it does feel different. That doesn't mean it's going to be different, but it does feel different for the Chiefs.
So what's funny is that was one of a few games that it felt like starts to put a little bit of a I don't know, a spin on what is going to be those division races, because that is a win, technically a home win for the Chargers versus the Chiefs, but those two teams I imagine are going to be contending at the top of the AFC West. Let's look at also not the Commanders, Giants. What's the other game? You look at Niners, Seahawks. That feels like that has some impact. How about this? The Buccaneers getting a very narrow victory over the Falcons, 23-20, in a situation where the Falcons absolutely Falcons. They were down 17-13, and Michael Penix has a fantastic game in this one, particularly in the fourth quarter. He lays out on the left sideline, just barely is able to pick up a first down within the 5 yards right before the end zone. And then they go on they start another drive, and he just barely lays out and breaks the plane for them to score the touchdown to go up 20-17. And then Tampa Bay goes and scores and misses the extra point. It's 23-20. He begins going and driving down the field, gets him into field goal range so they can keep going. And Younghoe Koo, of all ways, the kicker, slices a kick that he normally just
pretty
absolutely
reliable
slots.
kicker, man. Pretty reliable kicker. That Baker Mayfield obviously will be at NRG on Monday night. The thing that stood out to me is they got another weapon, man. They have got another
Emeka
weapon.
Egbuka. He's definitely one of the winners.
Ooh, baby. With Mike Evans, all of a sudden things are looking pretty interesting on Monday night, not just because of the Texans and their offensive woes, but the opponent there.
Yeah. It was a fantastic week of games, even though that noon slate, I'm not going to lie, I looked up and I was like, this is a lot more mid than I thought it was. Shout out to the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Jets giving me excitement early. We'll talk more about that. There you go. That's Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. There's so much to get into when it comes to the NFL, but there's so much more to talk about when it comes to the Texans. They lost 14-9 versus the Los Angeles Rams. I'm done talking about the offensive line for the time being. Let's just talk about who hooped. Who was there anybody actually that was worth the designation of playing really well in this game? Who do you think showed up the best for your Texans? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
So much.
Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's continue talking about and reacting to the Texans' loss to the Los Angeles Rams in Week 1. 14-9 was the final in favor of those Rams. And so within this, become a little bit of a staple in what we do. Who hooped, who demonstrated themselves, or who played well for your Texans in the game that we were just reacting to. And it feels like going in, we're going to have question marks on all these. All this is going to be with upwards inflection. CJ Stroud? Right? Like, that's the way that we're probably going to handle this. But 713-572-4610, get your thoughts in. Because we do still want to appreciate good performance. And maybe this ultimately looks at what can you build on. I know I heard Mark Vandermeer doing that as the perspective for looking at this game and the people who played well.
He did switch up the segment a little bit.
He did.
Yeah, because I think, what was the piping hot player of the game or whatever it was?
Yeah, what can you build on?
What can we build on?
That's how you know you were disappointed and with the game that you had. But who hooped in your opinion, John Lopez?
All right, let's start with the offense. And now let's go to the defense.
Wow, nobody? I do think that you got to give.
I'm going to say Dalton Schultz.
Everything's going to have caviats.
I'm going to say Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, that's probably under the radar one.
He looked tight ends by extension, because Cade Stover, had a couple of moments here.
Cade Stover had some good blocks. I think Dalton Schultz also looked as willing as I've ever seen him in blocking. There was like a wham block that he had that ultimately led to which
is what he should be doing,
2 or 3 yard rush. I was like, damn, if he could really get a hit on that end, maybe that running back could have broken that for 5, 6, 7. But I was like, also, he was in there. He was squared up. He got the block. He wasn't able to push him. But, hey, that's kind of Dalton Schultz. What do you expect?
Look like Nick Caley showing up, ain't it? Tight ends.
And I'm telling you, to me, you guys might have others on the offense. That's the list.
So you're not willing to put CJ here at all?
Nah. The thing with CJ that was frustrating, and I will say this, it reminded me a lot of last year, which is not exactly an endorsement.
Okay.
He had really good plays despite all kinds of pressure or good plays, I should say, but despite all kinds of pressure in his face. He was sort of backing up, and I think, was it Wood that said that about the deepest side? He's absolutely true. How does normally a 5 to 7 yard sack become 12 or 13 with C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, and one of those instances, he was clearly unwilling to step up into the pocket because it looked like, oh man, here are the tackles allowing the edges to go and pinch CJ. When in all reality, a quarterback, and I was talking with Clint about this as we're watching it, quarterback should step up in that instance, and then those tackles are doing what they're supposed to do, running those edges out of the play. But because CJ is back and not willing to step up into that pocket, whether it's just for fear or what have you, that was a problem. However, I will say, I think he did a fantastic job of pulling the ball down and picking up yards with his legs in a way that makes me think if he does that continuously, it forces defense to consider that, and maybe that allows things to free up just a little bit. I also think that the question that I was asking, or the thought that I was having when it came to C.J. Stroud possibly being here, is we know the level of difficulty is raised for him and the things that he has to do, and it felt like he handled that decently well. Now, there was at least 1 or 2 plays, and I think C.J. mentioned it himself in his post-game availability, where he did not get the right situation. They had a free rusher that he did not account for, and he's the one now that has to be able to handle that. But it felt like there was instances where he comes up, he gets the calls checked right, and he's able to manage this largely well and get the ball out in a way that was solid.
I got it. I get you. But
I'm doing too much here.
He was good. He was fine.
Okay, fair enough.
When I think hooped, like that dude hooped.
Well, is there anybody who hooped outside of maybe like Tommy Townsend booting the mess out of the football?
Azeez Al-Shaair he was just destroying fools. Made the big play at the end of the game. Otherwise, it would have been over earlier.
Helmet on football.
I think he was crucial to this defense, and this was a very, very physical game for the defense. When I think hooped, I think someone like Azeez Al-Shaair, Kaimi Fairbairn.
He has all your points in this one. 3 field goals.
He was 3 for 3 and some big kicks in the way. And Tommy Townsend. That's a problem, but we're talking about who hooped. Those were some booming punts and some big hang time, etc. I would say 3 dudes: Azeez Al-Shaair, Tommy Townsend and Kaimi Fairbairn. That might be about it.
Okay.
In terms of like that good, you know?
Aziz is interesting because I see people saying the linebackers general, Henry To'o.
He was really good.
Very good coming up, making tackles. And then the thing I would give both of those linebackers as well in credit, when Aziz makes that play, I'm like, yo, they have been getting driven on. The offense hadn't really been on the field a ton in the second half then. And I could easily see generic defender X looking up and being like, I am demoralized because this team is just run the ball down our throats. They were still out here giving it their all every play, even though they were giving up yards periodically as they went. But they were still out there thumping, coming up, and ultimately that allows them to make that play there. So I will give them that credit. The tough part about the linebackers, and maybe more specifically Henry or whatever, is that is the part of the field that clearly the Rams were attacking.
Yes.
And I don't know how much of that you could say is because of their inability to cover, or some of that was just schematics of, hey, if you're in a zone, that zone just beyond you is going to be available no matter what you kind of do. And, Matt Stafford, along with Sean McVay, was able to take advantage of, like, Henry To'o in zone at times or whatever, or matchups where Devontae Adams is switched on to him, and that's going to be a no-win proposition no matter what.
Do you have anyone else on your list? I think Will Anderson could be on that list.
Yeah, him and Daniil were just kind of mitigated, but they definitely still had some really good plays where you could see they were rushing diligently, and when that ball stuck just a little bit longer, you saw the benefit of them. Hell, they got to, with that ball that went over Matt Stafford's head, they got there very, very quickly to where Matt Stafford had no chance of trying to, like, get the ball out or anything.
Yeah, so I think they could be in it.
Maybe. Nick Chubb. No? Nick Chubb, who continued running the football, kept being a battering ram, and eventually you saw some of that wear down where, they're running behind Tatis Howard and starting to pick up runs of 7, runs of 8. Like, you're starting to see some of those expand out. No? You don't feel like
he was good.
The running backs?
He was good. I think his percentage on the snaps was just over 50, right? If I remember that correctly. He was good. Again, I wouldn't say that dude hooped. Longest run was 13 yards. Good run. Didn't really necessarily turn and pound the ball with Nick Chubb, into the defense and really use that as a strength. So he was good. I wouldn't necessarily go that far, but if you do, I'm good with it.
Can I come back to Dalton Schultz because you mentioned him? With Dalton Schultz, I did appreciate him getting the football a decent amount. He had some receptions there, and he caught them all. 3 receptions, 28 yards. The athleticism that's not there was kind of rough. So with the way that they were using him, do you feel like that's the best way? Just like kind of a lot of these kind of hitches or sit down routes,
what
especially knowing that he's not going to catch it and turn it up the field per se in a way that's meaningful and it's going to challenge the defense?
I do. I think they one thing that they did right in the offseason with the offense is realizing what Dalton Schultz can do and using that. He's not an island blocker. He blocked well as he was helping people, as he was wham blocking like you talked about, made some catches. Just they're fitting him in with his skill set. So they did do a good job with that.
Is that really it for us? Do I have to get negative with it? Who decidedly did not hoop? Like who had the poor outings for you? Because, interestingly enough, one of the guys that I think of, it's not going to be the one that you think of, I don't think. But it's personal to me because I've been, maybe not advocating, but I've been real interested in what this guy was able to do. The one elevation from the practice squad, Jakob Johnson, number 43, the fullback. I was like, okay, let's see what this happens. He got 7 plays, if memory serves, and it didn't feel like he really helped open anything when it came down to run the football, which, again, feels kind of like what it probably was in the preseason.
And that might be a true element. Forget the offensive play calling and the offensive line. They still might be trying to find exactly where he fits with this offense, what they can use him in as a benefit. Who did not? For the life of me, I don't understand Dameon Pierce. I don't understand the infatuation with Dameon Pierce. Somebody help me here.
3 carries, 5 yards.
Keep criticizing Dameon Pierce.
Help me out.
Yeah, they ran the running back room exactly how we kind of thought, where it was going to be Chubb with some Dameon Pierce spelling him, and then Dare Gumbawale, Woody Marks, rather. I've made them the same guy. Had that one drive where he had a couple rushes and pretty much shoestring tackles, nothing really doing, and that was it. Like that was the way that they utilized it, and I think Yes, I'm with you. The Dameon Pierce, it doesn't feel like there's much juice there, although the offensive line, I don't know how much you want to give them that credit for. But also, it feels clear that they need Joe Mixon so bad. He creates so much of what they do.
They need Joe Mixon so bad, and we still don't know, just how long he's going to be out, and that could be a lingering problem. But Dare had, I think, twice as many snaps as the other two running backs combined, right? Woody Marks and Dameon Pierce.
Second most.
Yeah, second most.
Yeah, they had a lot of those passing downs. That feels like how they trust, right, is that level. And I hear
Keep doing it.
I hear you 832 saying Chubb was by far the best back. Clearly, should have had more touches. Is something
that's kind of where I am.
I don't know about that because maybe I'm stuck too much on the image that we had of we look at him on the sideline and he is gasping for air.
No, I get it, but that's where I am. And what else are you going to do?
Yeah, and he started rolling that last series.
He did. He did. It felt like they were starting to get some push up front, just a little bit, not that much. But he started rolling, and maybe the effective Nick Chubb that you typically expect. As the wear starts hitting the defense, then you start seeing open up.
Yeah,
I just wonder at what point in the season, if at all, can he sustain that? Because again, it did feel like he was gassed.
Yeah, I think the only thing is too they were coming from behind.
Mm-hmm.
So and then I think you had a little bit of time left. So I think if they had the lead, then that would have been perfect for them.
Somebody said we just need to run 2-minute offense all the time. Yep, that's quite possible.
Yeah.
We'll talk about how we felt with the debut of Nick Caley on his maiden voyage as the offensive play caller later in the show. But coming up next, let's get into what's popping. Because there was some baseball that happened this weekend. The Astros lost the series to the Rangers. We'll talk about that and more next.
I got a text from a buddy just yesterday. He said with all the rain that he had over the weekend, he realized there was a little drip, drip, drip.
And so much more at Bex Prime. 10 Houston area locations, BexPrime.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin'. Obviously, I will start by making note of the thing that we've talked about all damn day. Texans, week 1, go into L.A. at SoFi Stadium and are unable to score a single solitary touchdown. They fall 14-9 versus the Los Angeles Rams. They are 0-1 to start the 2025 campaign. And they've left a lot of questions that are being asked by Texans fans who were trying to find answers in week 1 and only really got more questions. So, there's more conversation to be had, including we'll talk about the defensive effort versus the offense. And I will have a little bit of a mea culpa here in a little bit, I'm sure. But while all of that was happening over the weekend, while we were debating about offensive line shuffle, while we were watching the Texans unable to score a touchdown, the Astros were in Arlington facing off against the hated Texas Rangers, which makes it a lot worse. The fact that they lost that series 2-1. Obviously, this was the part of your rotation where you usually hope for more consistency. And interestingly enough, John Lopez, it feels like you got it.
You did. No, you got, in terms of effort, the effort is certainly.
That's right.
Certainly Hunter Brown and
These are the things that you want to talk about as a team trying to contend for a pennant. Great effort, guys.
Good effort. We just want everybody to have fun.
Who wants ice cream, guys? Who wants some ice cream?
You just want everyone to have fun. But no, you did with those two guys. Just didn't quite work out the way you had hoped for.
Yeah. Hunter Brown was actually aided by getting real good run support to the tune of 11 runs over the course of that game, an 11-0 victory for the Rangers, or for the Astros rather, against the Rangers.
Happened fast too.
Yeah, it did. Quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Yeah.
That game happened. Although really a lot of the runs came together late, but
that's what I mean. All of a sudden you had a ball game, and then it was like, oh, okay, this is over.
You put a few runs up here or there, and then you were like, how about a cricket number in the 8th?
Yeah.
Hunter Brown outdueled Jacob deGrom. That was really fun. Pitcher's duel before you got to the game kind of breaking open. But thankfully, you get 6 innings out of Hunter Brown. I don't think any worries there. But then yesterday, interestingly enough, and that's actually skipping the 12th inning. Do we want to call that an extravaganza?
It was
that
an
happened on
extravaganza,
Friday.
baby.
But that's before you get to what was a 4-2 loss yesterday. That I want to ask you, especially coming off of the heels of what you had with Fromber his last outing. How did you view this game, like from a Fromber perspective? Not from an entire Astros perspective, but Fromber getting out there, he gave you 7, didn't he? 7 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned runs, although there was a total of 4 runs in this game. How did you view this outing?
I thought it was
Fromber?
a great response by him. I didn't know what to expect, and that's the Fromber, extravaganza experience, whatever you want to call it. I didn't know what to expect, but I thought it was a fantastic quality start. You just mentioned it. And to be able to do that, I still don't know what to expect next time,
I feel like it was encouraging, at least to me, that it seems like he very much took the approach of, I am remaining calm here, guys. Look at how calm I am deciding to be. It was a little unnerving, though, that he was like, they didn't really address what happened all that much. He was just like, I'm going to be calm this time around. No, they're not.
Yeah.
And look, it's possible that they are just past that, and that is what it is, and we move. But it also is possible that that's a thing that kind of festers and then pops back up. Like, I know that from personal life and just other circumstances, we've all lived life to know. Yeah. Sometimes you just hide something, and eventually it comes around and bites you in the ass.
The key is just to push it all in, and hold it in.
Is that how you sweep things under the rug? Just sweep them under the rug.
And just not ever talk about it until all of a sudden it blows up. No. But I don't know what to expect from him. It was an unfortunate series loss, and the things don't get a lot easier for the Astros from this point. Fromber responded, and there was also some pitching news. Some pitching news that was not exactly comforting either with the Astros. Bennett Sousa, Caleb Ort, more issues happening with the staff as well.
Yeah, it's somewhat evidenced by the fact that, hey, you look up and Lance McCullers is the one that came in late in that Friday game. This is going to be a continued issue. The two issues that felt like they were very evident over the weekend was the inability to score runs consistently. Right, obviously you had 11 in one of those games, but again, you mentioned they all kind of came in a spurt late in that game. really early on in these games, you continue to not be able to score runs, which is not going to help you no matter how fantastic and phenomenal Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez and whoever else decides to come along is on the mound. You need to have that. And then also the pen, man. The pen is just so very hurt. As if we haven't had every other portion of their team be very, very hurt.
Yeah, we just talked about it, and it doesn't get any easier. They haven't been able to really make a lot of hay in terms of the Mariners, but the Mariners are now 2.5 back, and not only that, but you've got the Blue Jays coming up, then the Braves, and then the Mariners, and that series in late September here is going to be very decisive.
Yeah. What also doesn't help, Dana Brown on the pregame radio show yesterday talked about the fact that the best case scenario for Caleb Ford would be coming back in the postseason as well as Bennett Sousa. So, this is a really, really rough place for the Astros, at least when it comes to health-wise. Someone who had a good day yesterday, former Texan J.J. Watt. He was on the call for Steelers Jets, which was probably the most exciting game of that window, which I appreciated because that window was not really slated well when you move all the games to Sao Paulo and Thursday and all that. So you leave that window kind of rough. And so shout out to Aaron Rodgers and Justin Fields giving us that some fun. This is J.J. Watt in his debut as a caller of analyst on CBS Games, showing that he is ready for the moment.
You have the speed of Justin Fields, fake the handoff, naked all the way to the edge.
A few moments later.
4th and goal from the 1. Hall in the backfield. Fake it, and it's Fields.
There it is.
By himself for the touchdown.
Shout out to J.J. Watt calling. He's like, look, Tony Romo, you're not the only one that can do this. Did you get a chance to actually listen to this broadcast with J.J. on it?
I did not. That was one. Obviously I was red zoning it most of the day, but no, I didn't get to hear that one.
Yeah, I didn't get to listen to too much of it, but it did, like, all of the, whatever conversation I saw about it was largely positive. It seems like the J.J. Watt Iron Eagle broadcast, in addition to being very different in heights, they look like, you remember
that
the movie
was a
Twins?
great picture.
But it sounded like they were just fantastic, as we probably could have imagined, because Iron Eagle is great and J.J. Watt has all the personality in the world.
And J.J., definitely, you mentioned Tony Romo, not that far removed from the game, certainly knows what, the players are doing, and had a really good outing. I mean, that's why he's on the second team right now.
Yes, absolutely. For now.
Yeah.
So watch your back, Tony Romo. We've seen that play out, by the way. Tony Romo, J.J. Watt. We have seen that. While we were in that game, who was more surprising to you? Was it Aaron Rodgers, 4 touchdowns without a turnover in the victory for the Steelers, 34-32? Or was it in any way Justin Fields, who just looked really confident, looked really consistent in a way that Justin Fields simply has not, neither with his tenure with the Bears nor with his tenure with the Steelers, the team that both of these teams were like, kind of doing it was like the X game on both sides.
That was one of the notes I made to myself for the other NFL games, and that was like Aaron Rodgers deservedly, stole the headlines, but we kind of knew that it was in there. I mean, it's always been there. He hadn't really, he can sling the ball. This just in. But the Jets and Justin Fields doing what they did, to me, that was like, oh, okay. Okay, maybe there is something there. No, it was definitely Justin Fields in terms of that.
Okay, that's interesting because I thought you would go Aaron Rodgers.
No.
The 4 touchdowns is big. Aaron Rodgers looked like he kind of turned back the clock, and the reason why I put it that way is because after the game, Aaron Rodgers was asked about, you remember the exit interview with Aaron Glenn where he just made it abundantly clear that we don't want you here? Aaron Rodgers was asked, did you like the fact that you were able to get a win against Aaron Glenn?
Beating him, is there significance in that since he basically told you to your face that he didn't think you were right for that team?
Yes, that's what he did.
So there's significance in beating him for you?
I was happy to beat everybody associated with the Jets.
All y'all.
He was like, I will not isolate. But the thing about it for me, does that not sound like we're getting Bleep You season number 3 for Aaron Rodgers?
He lives for it. His whole career is based on bleeping you, so to speak.
Did we just get Aaron Glenn to turn back the clock on Aaron Rodgers for us?
Mm-hmm. I don't know about that. I think Aaron Rodgers was just really on fire. But keep in mind, I want to get back to the Justin Fields thing, and why that was most impressive. He did that against the Steelers defense.
That's a good defense.
He did that against the Steelers, and I was like, I'm not predicting anything. I'm just saying that was impressive to me. what he could do on them.
If you want to do any predicting, Monday Night Football, we still got one more. It felt like last night should have been the end of the weekend, but we get Monday Night Football between another pair of division rivals. It's Vikings-Bears. We get to see Ben Johnson, but maybe, and Sean mentioned this, and I think that he was really right to do that, maybe what could be the part that smarts the most in watching this as a Texans fan, two teams that went and really made sure to solidify their offensive line in the offseason by adding talent. Is that the part that catches your attention the most here?
100%. They decided we've got quarterbacks that we need to take care of. Let's spend the money, spend the resources, and build up these offensive lines. Let's see how that plays out. Absolute versus what the Texans did. And to me that's going to be the story for tonight.
Yeah, so excited to watch that one, a little Monday Night Football. You'll be able to hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, all right, so Reginald Atatula, was wrong. It happens from time to time. Because I said that I thought that this Rams offense would not necessarily be as big of a challenge as we were trying to make it against the Texans defense. Definitely a challenge. Was I a little or was I a lot wrong? To what degree was I wrong? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about this defense versus the Rams offense next.
All right, Texas Star Grill Shop. You know what I was doing this weekend for sure. We're talking a little backyard tailgate, man. You don't have to be at the game to have your tailgate, and you do have to go to Texas Star Grill Shop because they're going to guide you with all your questions. They're going to guide you through the right choices, whether it's a ceramic charcoal grill, wood pellet smoker, quick and easy gas grill, griddles. Those are really hot pizza ovens. For sure, they can help you, and they have helped me over the years. I've got 3 Texas Star Grill Shop items in my backyard. Maybe I'm a sicko, but that's the case. And Traeger keeps leading the way with cutting-edge technology. You can check out the new Woodridge models right now through the end of the month and get free delivery and assembly with your Traeger wood pellet grill. Rick Martin, Michelle Martin, the whole gang over there are going to get it. They even have the Kalamazoo at the Southwest Freeway store, and this is the Rolls-Royce. This is the most high-end grill on the market, if that's what you're looking for.
get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, Texans fall 14-9 in their Week 1 matchup against the Los Angeles Rams.
Man, were you wrong.
Let's react. Continuing on this Reaction Monday as you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. And I think I was wrong. I am not too much or too small or too big or what have you to admit that. I don't remember which size ultimately corresponds.
Mm-hmm.
See, you didn't know either.
I didn't have to think about it.
One of those, whichever one.
I felt like we all was right as far as like a low-scoring type of
Yes,
game.
no, we didn't say
100%.
that.
It was just way lower than we thought.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's have this conversation then. All right, so to what degree was I wrong? Because I said on Friday on these airwaves.
You put your chest out.
With my chest. I did say with my chest. I tried. That I didn't think that this Rams offense was going to challenge the Texans defense nearly as much as I think some people were talking about. I think yourself as well. You were very big on the idea that this was going to be a great challenge for this defense for reasons that you could obviously point to, right? You talked about, Matt Stafford himself as the quarterback of a number of years, veteran in the NFL. You obviously could point to the wide receivers that they have available to them in Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua, both of them very good wide receivers in this league, well respected. And the head coach and play caller, Sean McVay. And I looked at some things where I was like, hey, statistically, there's some places where I think the Texans should be able to match up well, and this should not be as big of a deal as we're talking about. Well, it mattered. I think that this Texas team, you saw them kind of get worked down the field a number of times by the Rams, but to what degree? Like, was this a huge challenge? Was I a little wrong, or was I a lot wrong in your opinion here, Lopez?
I'm going to be nice and just say a lot wrong.
Wow, that's the nice part. Damn. How do you figure?
No, I was kidding. Here's the thing that I'll put it this way: the one thing that definitely was on my plate in terms of being worried about the Rams offense. And now you spoke specifically about the secondary and that good. The numbers, I guess, under pressure was another thing that you talked about, et cetera.
Right.
But that's where they thrived.
Yeah,
that's where they thrived.
Mm-hmm.
And just real quick, the other thing that really tipped the scales for me in terms of this is a kind of a worrisome type game. Now, to be fair, I picked the Texans to win. I thought it'd be a little bit, the defense really coming through and making the plays. But what really scared me about this offense, Sean McVay is a master at exploiting matchups, an absolute master, and also adjustments. First half to second half. First half, I'm kind of with you in terms of the Texans defense. We were talking about how physical they were, some of the big plays they made. They did frustrate the offense a little bit. But then Sean McVay happened. Then Puka Nacua happened.
First half, 110 net yards for the Los Angeles Rams. They were 2 for 5. Or sorry, not. They were 3 for 7 third down efficiency. And maybe that's the thing where you ultimately point to if you go, hey, Reggie, real problems. Over the entirety of the game, the Rams on third down, 7 of 13, 54% completion percentage on third down.
And that's what I'm talking about. The three things that definitely, proved to be right in terms of the worry with Sean McVay is the middle of the field, which we've talked about a lot. He absolutely just was picking his mark, over and over and over again. And then you can almost tie this in with, just his greatness as a play caller. When they face third down and maybe a chance to punt the ball back to the Texans very late in this game, he didn't run the ball. He found Jalen Petrie covering Puka Nacua and exploited that. Ball game over.
Puka Nacua, 10 receptions, 130 yards.
That's as many receptions and more yards than the entirety of the Texans receivers had. So no, this was my biggest worry came to light, and that was that. But it was also not just the play calling; it was knowing and the adjustments that he made after halftime. Because they easily could have had more points in the second half. Texans got fortunate with Azeez Al-Shaair on the punch out, et cetera, et cetera. It It was a man amongst boys right there.
And as you mentioned, like they were just working the ball down the field. This was DeMeco Ryans, mind you, and how he responded when it came to talking about this defense. He said, he was asked wrong one. Did the Rams' initial third quarter drive alter what they were trying to do?
Yeah, well, they made some plays. We of course made adjustments there in the second half. They came out, they scored, they went down and scored on us. Not how we were expecting to come out. Like, we gotta stand up and make a play there, and they got us. And it goes back to us on defense. Main thing was just eye discipline. Right, we didn't play with great eye discipline, so they made plays when our eyes were not in the right spot. We're looking in the backfield, they're throwing the football. Guess what? Guy's going to be wide open. So that's things that we control, and that's the main thing about this game. Rams did a good job, but there are a lot of things that we control: penalties, eye discipline, just the urgency. We control all of that.
Yeah, the eye discipline is the thing that showed up a lot for this team, this defense. It was one of the things that was the most surprising for me. And I think one of the places where I went wrong in my kind of prediction is I was thinking the continuity that this defense has, the idea that you're adding more talent. I thought, okay, well, you can kind of pick up where you left off. But DeMeco, I should have listened to DeMeco. He tells us every year's a different year, and it feels like they're building the eye discipline from someone like a Kamari Lassiter on that Whittington kind of deep over that ultimately got called back because of a hold by Higbee as he pulls, I think it was 51, I think it was Will Anderson Jr. upon himself. Kamari just gets caught with his feet stopped because out of that break, Kamari is looking into the backfield, his feet is stopped, the crosser starts, and that's already a hard enough route to cover across the field. If you're not on it, if you're not staying with them, especially considering Kamari has a little bit lacking in some foot speed compared to other cornerbacks, you're not going to keep with it. And he didn't. There's instances where Jalen Petrie on one of the Puka Nacua kind of like almost wheel route, not quite. Actually, no, I think it was more of a corner. He hits, he gets up to, the stem of his route. He gets up to Petrie. Petrie's, I don't know, trying to jam him, get his hands on him, whatever. But he's not, he's not committed. He doesn't get it. Puka Nacua's gone. There was a number of times where you saw the defenders on this Texans team a little slow or just out of position because their eyes were in the backfield. In fact, the touchdown that the Rams were capable of scoring to the tight end, Allen, was because your cornerback on that side, if memory serves, it might have been Petrie, in fact, actually, who was like eyes in the backfield, not able to get back there and actually apply coverage or apply any level of pressures and make it tough for Matt Stafford to connect there. Like, that was something that was really tough. But all that being said, 14 points on the board in the modern era of football is something that, we could talk about and we can nitpick. I feel like that is an indication of a defense still doing some good things right, even as we can point specifically to instances and things that we go, that's problematic.
No, look, the defense still did a lot of things right. But I want to get back to what you were talking about and what you heard from DeMeco there with the eye discipline. My response to that is, okay, well, let me say this first of all. It's not as if these guys have not been coached up to do these right things. It's not as if they haven't had multiple games now where they have done the right things. So my response to the whole eye discipline thing is why? Why did they not have good? Why did Petrie not get back to that corner? Why did Kamari Lassiter allow the big play over the top? That is the action that they saw that had them looking different places, and it's Matthew Stafford making sure that their eyes go to different places. See, you have to give credit sometimes to the other guys. It's not like, oh, I forgot how to do this. No, they manipulated you with play calling and action, etc. And so that's where I would go with it. This is not just, oh, we suck this day. We forgot how to play football. We forgot where to look. No, they were manipulated by the offense.
I think that's partly true. I'm not going to try and negate that, right? There was definitely motions and movements that absolutely drew the attention and the eyes of this defense. But the defense also, we've seen teams attempt to, use motions to the same degree in the same ways that Sean McVay, maybe not, but they know, and we've seen many of these guys capable of playing fast and playing free. That is the, kind of the tenets of a DeMeco Ryans defense. They didn't look like that. So I do wonder how much of this is just the tightness of a new year, or, we could take this all sorts of ways. The tightness of knowing that they have to be the guys that carry this, the tightness of whatever. But
that's it.
All of this, it came out to them not looking like the best version of themselves in this game, and then on top of that being additionally capitalized. I do wonder, though, and this is kind of not the same thing as what we're talking about here, but I did question as you know, Sean McVay was able to find guys over the middle time and time again. One of the things that I thought would help stop that is the safeties, especially the upgrade in safeties play from C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Without having looked at the All-22 yet, and we know safety play, cornerback play can sometimes be can be missed in that regular broadcast copy. How do you feel like he looked? Because he didn't look like what I felt like I was advertised in game one early on for C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
No, I totally agree that it wasn't exactly and forget the numbers. I know his numbers weren't exactly outstanding, to begin with, but it just didn't seem like he was impacting as much as we expected him to. And by the way, 4 tackles, 2 solo, no real, quarterback hits or pressures or anything like that. So I agree with you on that. But I do feel, to your other point, as much as they're going to rely on this defense, we're going to have to start asking ourselves, especially if this offense continues to struggle to put up points, how much can you rely on that defense to just keep holding up? It's a common question that defenses like this can have.
Well, and the thing about it is, and I see the people texting in because this is the part that I asked, how wrong was I really? 713. One game that they had a chance to win, WTF do you guys want? That's the thing. As much as we can nitpick the defense, how much of this is because we are taking on some of the responsibility that should be had from the complimentary side of the field?
Yeah.
Because, again, they only allowed 14 points. And, yes, we could say they possibly 21 points. Even in the modern NFL, you hold a team to 21, you should have a chance. You hold a team to 14, you should win that football game.
I totally understand, but let's look at both sides. Is this defense going to win games? 100%. This defense is going to win you some games. Is this offense going to be good enough to be able to put points on the board more often than not that gets you 14 points and 21 points, an easy win? I don't know. I was going to say I don't think so. We'll find out, but I don't know if this offense can consistently put up 24, 27, 31, whatever it may be, based on what we saw with the offensive line. So it goes back to the question of how much are you going to have to rely on this defense having games like yesterday? Because I guarantee you face Buffalo, you face Baltimore, you face these other teams that can, fall out of bed and score 28 points, then you're going to have real problems. So that's what it comes down to. Yes, defense was good. It wasn't what we thought it was going to be in terms of making, Matt Stafford and the offense look bad, but can they consistently win games by doing what they did yesterday? It's a big question.
I think if they're capable of doing what they did yesterday, which I do believe them capable of, you can win games off that. I think the question then becomes, again, circling back to the original question, how wrong was I about the challenge that this Rams offense would face? I think I was a little wrong because obviously they were capable of doing things. Even with that, the Rams were able to get to some of the things that they wanted to, get the ball out quickly and really mitigate the strength of your defense, which is the edge rushers and really just the pressure that you're typically able to get on quarterbacks, which helps the back end be better versions of themselves. 14 bleeping points.
No, I know.
Right? Yeah. Ultimately, it was just shy of 300 yards total on the game. But again, 14 points, you end up still with the turnover in a game where it felt like they weren't generating a lot of opportunities for turnovers. With all of that, which I think if you just looked at the game and didn't see the score, you'd been like, not really the best day for the D'Amico Ryans defense. They handled this thing admirably, much better than some of the other teams in the league, much better than you could. You look over at, and maybe this isn't fair, we talk about Bills, Ravens, and how exciting that was. You look at those defenses, and they were going up and down in a way that the Rams absolutely weren't. Now, I don't think the Rams offense is in the same place, but I think maybe the question is, and I think this is kind of what you were trying to get to, tell me if I'm wrong, are we expecting too much of the defense just in general? Are we expecting them to have to be elite?
How much are they going to have to do this?
Because I think they were good yesterday.
They were good.
Just in a vacuum. That was a good defense.
There is no question they were good, but they were also manipulated much more starting on the last drive of the second quarter all the way through the second half. Again, probably, they were going. Keep in mind, the Rams were moving on down the field before Azeez Al-Shaair made that fumble.
Sure.
That was going to be a 21-9 game, and then, who knows what we're talking about here. And 21 is still not a whole lot of points, but the adjustments that they had to make and having to hold up for that long and bear that responsibility. I guarantee you the Texans defense right now, they're thinking, man, we're going to have to score points. We're going to have to be like the freaking Ravens, back in the day in order to be able to win.
This is a question that comes in that we might need to examine at some point. Are the Rams good?
Oh, they're good. No, there's no question they're good. I don't know if they're great, but They are a good offensively, especially.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. I wasn't sure if it was just the Texans defense that was just so good where they kind of look a little iffy on offense, or anybody else they might steamroll through.
No, I
don't know.
They're definitely good. I mean, just look at Adams and Puka alone, and Williams was okay. Out of the backfield.
Yeah, he had 66 yards.
I don't know if they're great, but they're good.
This feels like the Rams team of last year, where it's like if they're healthy, they're probably in the mix for maybe just getting over on the NFC West. Can I leave you with this? You mentioned Puka Nacua again, 130-yard receiver on the game, really showed out, bloody eyebrows and all. And this was what D'Amico Ryans had to say when asked about Puka Nacua and his day.
Yeah, Puka made some plays. I think Puka, he did a nice job today making some plays, and credit to him. He's a good player.
Oh, he's good.
That's it. Like, what made it so difficult to defend Puka Nacua? He made some plays, and he was good. Can I ask you real quick, was any of that in your mind hating, or was that just, I don't care, my defense is supposed to shut that down?
Well, maybe a little bit of the second part, but I think D'Amico Ryans was frustrated that they manipulated his defense to consistently get Puka Nacua in a right matchup. I think it was as easy as that.
Yeah.
Like he got outdone when it comes to Puka.
Yeah. I feel like just with the defense in general, it might have come down to, and you were talking about this when we started the show, the D'Amico Ryans defense is such that you know what we're going to do, we know what we're going to do, we're just going to execute really at a high level. They didn't execute quite as the highest level of what they were wanting to do.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say I was a little wrong as opposed to a lot wrong on this is even with them not executing at the highest level, they still did a great job of corralling that offense and giving the Texans offense any platform and opportunity to do something. The Texans offense really disappointed ultimately. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our lunchtime confessions as we typically do. We'll do that next.
All right, guys, if you're a little tired,
us help Houston kids during our Kids Read Radiothon Wednesday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, let me ask you guys something first. It's part of my confession. Is today a good day for me to get canceled?
I don't think there is a good day to get canceled. But I mean, if you were going to try,
depends what you're talking about.
Well, it's my confession.
This is a bad day to put things that's cancelable out there because I mean, first reaction Monday of the regular season. I imagine there's a lot more people tuning in.
Yeah.
So best of luck to you.
Unless you're doing a Drewski skit or something like that.
Because my opinion here, obviously, we always be honest with our confessions. I said I'm gonna take this to the studio audience and see what they feel. I feel as if the NFL is getting a little too liberal with the weather delays. Back in my day.
Switch the music.
Back in my day, and even y'all's day, is it just me? I mean, are they being a little too sort of willy-nilly with did you see the scene in Jacksonville?
I didn't actually see the scene.
It was partly cloudy, dude.
Yeah,
I'm not exaggerating, but there was lightning in the area.
It's funny. I thought about this, too, because, they've been playing football since the beginning of time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, damn, I don't ever remember it being this many weather delays.
I don't either.
Because we seen some in college. And all, I mean, I'm like, damn, I don't remember it being like this, like constantly.
I part of me gets it because if there's an accident, then everybody's in trouble. But it's just what I feel. I'm like, this 3 weather delays in one weekend. And one of them, go back and search it. Like, I was like, okay, maybe. Like, I'll put it this way. The pool still would have been open. The pool still would have been open.
This is Texas A&M Aggie John Lopez. Because wasn't it the Aggies that were like, yeah, our meteorologists say that we could play football. I don't know about y'all's meteorologists.
See, that's a school.
Exactly y'all's weak-ass meteorologists said we got to stop.
Now, that's a school there, see?
We want to play some football.
Yeah, ESPN hid their cameras. They put them in the box and everything.
Like, our meteorologist says, we might be in trouble here. The Aggie said, screw that. We're playing ball.
I was wondering, I'm like, why do they keep showing this camera view?
Yeah. And by the way, no lightning the whole game.
By the way, you want to know whose meteorologist that was or what the meteorologist did? He went and licked his index finger, put up to the wind and said, I think we good.
Yeah.
I think we good playing football.
Trust me, bro, my source.
I hear you. I wonder, because I don't know. Like, I'm nobody's meteorologist. I have no training on this. I wonder if, one, how much, like, our predicting capabilities are changing or whatever. 2, I wonder how much our weather is just changing in general. Like, and then 3, when you say, hey man, we need to just go back in time, do we know how safe it was? Because look, I'm genuinely asking. It could be that people have gotten hit by lightning and we never heard about it, or it could be that nobody is hit by lightning.
Yes.
I have no idea, but it never makes its way to me. So
I know this is old man on the porch thing, but some of our listeners are down with me on this, just because it's like, here's the other kind of secondary aspect of this. We're not going to see any more mud games, are we? Or very few. Like, remember back in the day, we were all covered with mud and
well, if there's not
around
lightning, if it's just rain,
the sliding. Well, it usually has. The rain makes it more
likely that
visual.
Lightning.
Yeah, the visuals are better.
I'm 100% good with that. Actually, I'll make this my confession.
These are my confessions.
Dome it all up. Dome them all up.
Oh, now that I agree.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Like this notion of the mud game or the snow game, I could not care any less. Like, I don't care. It's football weather. I don't care. I want to see the best product of the game. I do not care. So the idea of like that mud, don't need it. Don't need it. The thing that I do care about, and I'm just sneaking this in here, there's not even really a confession on there. My AC broke this weekend.
Oh no.
And I was in the house hot, brother. I was in the house hot.
Lord.
And I'm pretty sure I got plants dying in there because they were like, what?
Was it fixed yet?
No.
Oh.
No.
When did it go out?
On Saturday, I'm watching college football, and early on Saturday, and I just see smoke coming out the vent. And I'm like, what is that? So I turned the AC off. I was like, what is
kind of hot in here, right? Is it only yours?
I'm guessing, because I feel like if it was more than mine, they would have really gotten on there.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So I turned it off for like 30 minutes, turn it back on. I was like, all right, it's fine.
Did you pay the rent already?
Rent is paid.
Oh, man.
Rent is paid.
I would have held on to that check. Like, no, until you fix this AC.
Yeah.
And
I'm
I guess
not
maybe,
paying no late fee.
Maybe this is a confession. If that joint's not fixed today,
when you get home, it better be cold.
I am going to go ballistic.
Yeah.
I'm going to lose it.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to become a Karen in somebody's office, raising mayhem about the fact that my AC is not on.
That's ridiculous.
That was my welcome to Houston moment. When I first moved down here, we drove all the way from Cleveland, Ohio, all the way here, got to the place around I want to say on a Friday. The AC went out on a Saturday. And we on the second floor, by the way. It was blazing hip-hop and R&B in that joint, man. And this is the crazy thing. The maintenance people came. They was like, oh, yeah, we got to wait on a part that's from Germany or something.
Well, you get on a plane and go to Germany.
I'm like, yo, man. So they brought us like a big old fan and all that stuff.
Wow.
We ain't had we had no furniture. So we was on a blow-up mattress. I was sticking to that bad boy. I almost went to the car to go to sleep with the car running.
I thought I could deal with heat. Brother, I was in there. I was like, let me go walk around outside. And the worst part, maybe it's a good thing. The weekend was pretty cool. So I was legitimately just outside.
Yeah.
I was just outside doing nothing, walking around, because it was better than being in
There was
apartment.
a pretty good little nip in the air this morning.
Yeah,
it was. I appreciate it.
Yeah. It's funny because when my AC went out, it was July. I want to say it was July. My first welcome, I'm like, man, nah, this is crazy, man.
These are my confessions.
So this weekend, I got to confess, I almost went the whole weekend without watching any sports.
What? Not you.
Yes, me. So,
yeah.
So
Who
sad.
did OH play?
You said what?
Who did OH play?
IO.
Grambling.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I caught the end of that one.
Yeah.
But I almost went the whole weekend without seeing anything because Saturday, the wifey we still looking for a car. So we had to go to a couple car spots, which took damn near almost the whole Saturday.
Oh.
So I got in probably at the very end of that Ohio State game. And that was that. Sunday, she brought up something that I kind of really wanted to go to. And I had to make the decision. I almost said, you know what? I'll just watch the highlights. So they had a Japanese festival going on. I want to say it was, I forgot where it was at, but yesterday was the last day they was having it. And it was like a big deal.
Yeah.
And I almost said, you know what? I'll just watch the game later.
Yeah.
And just.
Did she go?
No, she didn't. We didn't go. We decided not to go, and I stayed and watched football all day. But I almost punted on football, no pun intended.
Yeah. Well,
you might have saved yourself.
Yeah, you might have saved yourself from that. We need your hot takes.
Yeah.
We need them.
Yeah, but I really wanted to go to that Japanese festival, man. Try some of that food.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, this might just be bad of me, but I can't wait to hear D'Amico Ryans being asked about the offensive line tomorrow.
Nah.
Remember what he said last time?
Some splaining.
Time to move on. Okay, we talk about something else. You know what's coming. I can't wait to see. How do you think he's going to handle it? You think he'll still be like, hey, well, whatever? Or he's got to talk about it, right?
He has to talk about it. I wonder, it's early on in the season. I don't know how exasperated he can afford to be. I wonder if he takes the approach of, we just got to do better. There's a standard, and just kind of holds them to account that way.
Yeah.
He can't be indignant.
He was in the indignant neighborhood last time he was asked about the offensive line.
Yeah, but he was like, I can't wait. Because remember, you were right about that.
Play, yeah.
He's like, I can't wait to go out and play. And basically, it felt like a challenge to the team. Like, hey, I can't wait. Now we got to put it on the field. All this talk is cool. Now, actually thinking about that in this context, I do wonder if he was like, y'all think y'all hot? All right, let's see it.
Yeah.
And I do wonder if maybe he is like he is taking the Nick Saban approach where it's like, yeah, now I got stuff to coach, right? Like I do wonder, and I sure hope, because that would very much be better than some of the alternatives that are possible, I guess, out there with how you respond to the 14-9 loss.
Or maybe he's just really sort of, his eyes are open, like ooh.
Or it can't.
Do you feel like he's might be feeling the heat a little bit? I know it's overreaction Monday. Do you think he's kind of feeling the heat? Like, man, this offense looking pretty much worse than last year.
I think the thought maybe crossed his mind. In terms of especially as it pertains to the offensive line, he might be sitting there going, oh boy, we banked on this.
I don't think you can afford to do that week one with Nick Caley, who's with all the things we know what all the things are. It's early and all that. That might be back there in the back of his mind, making a little bit of a buzz. Maybe
he's thought about it.
You can't afford to be there just yet. And if you are there, buddy, that's a real indictment on yourself because that means that you did not do the right things to get these. And he pounded his chest about how this is my hire.
Yeah,
man. It can't be that. It can't be that reaction in this moment. Somebody said I want to hear him justify Petrie in coverage.
Yeah,
we'll have an opportunity to that. That's tomorrow.
That's his baby right there, too.
That is tomorrow. Yeah, because
he can't point at Nick Caley.
Teams have consistently, in fact, Devontae Adams himself has done this to you twice. This obviously yesterday, and then Halloween last year versus the Jets. He has done this specifically to you. So yeah, those are all answers that we would love to get. But that's tomorrow. You're in the loop right now today on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us with some lunchtime confessions. Coming up next, I want to do two things. And I don't know if I'm able to juggle this, Lopez, so let's see if I can do this. First and foremost, you mentioned it, Figgy. Not only is it Reaction Monday, it's an Overreaction Monday. Open it up. You can go anywhere in the NFL. What are your overreactions? But also, I kind of feel like we need to go around the AFC South because there are notable things happening all the way around the AFC South. So let's see if I can juggle all that next.
CJ Stroud.
for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, 713-572-4610 is the number to text if you got an overreaction on Overreaction Monday. Anywhere around the NFL, we can open this up because this is the week to do it. Coming off of week one, let's get overreactionary. But also, we got to go around the AFC South because the Texans, obviously, I think we have felt good about the Texans winning the AFC South. In fact, I have personally had arguments with friends of mine who have been like, yeah, I think that this other team is going to come up and win. I'm like, against the Texans? Mm-hmm. And right now, it is fair to point out the Texans are at the bottom of the AFC South. One game in, of course. Obviously, that's the fun caveat in it. But what does the rest of the AFC South look like? And gentlemen, as you know, around the AFC South is a choose-your-own-adventure affair. Mm-hmm. So where would you like to start, with the Colts, the Jags, or the Tennessee Titans?
Let's talk about those Indianapolis Colts.
All right, we begin talking about the Indianapolis Colts, who are one of the teams that are 1-0 in the AFC South. They got a victory over the Miami Dolphins, 33-8 there at Lucas Oil Stadium. And look, if we're going to start talking about the Colts, the number one person we should talk about is the quarterback position. That was the conversation. Anthony Richardson benched. Daniel Jones, who had been brought in to be competition, ultimately wins the job. So it seems like they might have made the right decision depending on how you view this game. 22 of 29, 272 yards and a touchdown with additional 26 yards on the ground. And only once in 227 total Colts starts did Peyton Manning lead Indy to points on its final 7 drives, or rather first 7 drives of the game, which happened during a wild card playoff game. Daniel Jones did that in this game.
He did. I mean, Justin Herbert could have been in the mix for AFC Player of the Week, Offensive Player of the Week, Daniel Jones, and Josh Allen, and Lamar Jackson. That's the group. Those 3 dudes and Daniel Jones.
One of these things is not like the other.
One of these is not like the other. He was that good. He was that good. He was absolutely. I'm not going to lie. A little bit of a confession hangover. Started to feel a little uneasy about things with the way they look. But then I started thinking about the Miami Dolphins, and they are.
Wait. Press pause. You did say that you're feeling some type of way. Wasn't John Lopez out here on the? You don't have to worry about the Colts.
Yeah. No, it was Jags that I said.
Was that the Jags?
Yeah,
okay, all right, my bad.
Press play. No, don't worry about the Jags.
You had the Miami Dolphins making the playoffs, though, right?
I think that was me. That
was you.
Yes. I'll raise my hand.
Y'all putting all this on me, and it wasn't me.
No, I was just throwing it out there.
It wasn't me that said that, and it wasn't me that said that.
I owned up.
All of y'all talking crazy. That's the whole point.
I owned up, and I see you, Cornbread. They played the Dolphins, stop, and this is the
and that's what you absolutely have to mention that.
This is the Overreaction Monday.
Yeah.
Tua Tagovailoa sacked 3 times, threw 2 interceptions, just patently looked terrible. Mm-hmm. And my overreaction, my guy Mike McDaniel, he not making it to the end of the season. Hell, he's not making it to halfway.
He got the gasoline draws on right now.
He's not making it to halfway through the season.
Yeah.
Because that is a team that has absolutely lost belief.
They lost belief in training camp.
Mm-hmm.
You could just tell the way he was talking. How you lose the locker room in the offseason?
In training camp. The last time Tyreek Hill had a catch of more than 30 yards, 1 year ago today.
Sounds great.
Think about that.
Sounds great. So early on in the season last year, which last year was a problem for them.
So what I'm saying is, yes, Miami Dolphins, awful. I'm with you on Mike McDaniel, all that. All I'm saying is, I mean, you can't help how you feel. I started to feel Tyler Warren is the real deal.
Yeah, 7 receptions.
He
for
is
him.
The real deal. Just started to feel a little bit uneasy about it.
I'm surprised y'all didn't bring that stat up about the Colts going 1-0 for the first time since 2013 or something.
That's my bad.
That was crazy. I'm like, was that real?
Mm-hmm.
Peyton Manning had to be the quarterback during that time, right?
Yeah.
2013?
This was. See, and this is the thing. I can read off all these things that Daniel Jones clearly did, with this offense, like scoring on the first 7 drives, like going 7 of 15 on third down this offense. Michael Pittman had a great game in his own right, 6 receptions for 80 yards and a touchdown. Mind you, that touchdown was a pass that on the TV copy, Daniel Jones threw it, and I was like, that is awful. He's nowhere near him. Landed right in his hands, and I was like, huh.
Yeah.
Funny how that happens.
Yeah.
And if you have to lean one way or another, I think I lean that was just the Dolphins. They're probably just, like we had previously thought. However, you're right. You do have to open yourself up to the possibility. What if the Colts, with a consistent player at quarterback, whether he's great or not, can find themselves to be a more reasonable team? We will find out next week very quickly as they welcome in the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, we will. We will.
And see, that's the other thing about the Colts. I feel like their only issue was the quarterback position, and nobody had faith in Anthony Richardson. So if you had somebody that's, I guess, then maybe they could be in the way. I ain't going to say they could be a playoff contender, but maybe they could be in the way.
Well, especially depending on how the Texans, respond and look offensively. I mean, it all comes together in terms of the division and who's going to do what.
Jones had that magic game last, like Winston would, 1 week, amazing rest of the year. You'll see why they don't start. And
that's
quite
fair.
possibly.
That's
like
fair.
Maybe that is why Daniel Jones is probably in the quality of really solid backup quarterback.
He is better than Anthony Richardson at the moment.
That seems clear.
Yeah.
All right, we continue around the AFC South. Choose your own adventures, gentlemen. We got the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Tennessee Titans.
How about those Jacksonville Jaguars?
Jacksonville Jaguars get a victory as they welcomed in to Everbank Stadium the Carolina Panthers, a team that we saw in the preseason. 26-10 victory for the Jacksonville Jaguars, in which Travis Etienne, 16 rushes for 143 yards. Yes, that is 8.9 yards per carry.
Is he in college? Man.
Yeah.
Is he at Clemson again?
And if he was at Clemson, that's Clemson playing up against
about right.
Directional Michigan or something, right? Like that's what that one is. That's FCS East or whatever.
And as we established, I don't have a lot of confidence in the leadership in Jacksonville, but this is what I would say. Skill position players, pretty impressive.
Yeah,
pretty impressive skill position players. Starting with him and then Brian Thomas, obviously Travis Hunter, did his thing a little bit. I had a wide open ball that was taken away, or else he would have gone for like 60. But they got some skill players.
Interestingly enough, the leading receiver for the Jaguars in this game was not Brian Thomas, was not Travis Hunter, was not ETN. It was tight end Brenton Strange with 59 yards on 4 receptions. Interestingly enough, not a lot from Brian Thomas. He just had the 1 reception for 11 yards on 7 targets because
had an end around too that was big time.
He did have a rush, an end around that ended up going in for a touchdown on a 9-yard rush. Thank you for pointing that out, even though I didn't want to give him that credit. But I wanted to point to the fact that Trevor Lawrence continued to be a guy that we look at and we go, so this is who y'all paid?
Yeah.
19-31. 1 touchdown, 1 interception. And again, this is against a Carolina defense that really doesn't give you a ton necessarily to be afraid of. This dude looks very mid.
Yeah, no, he does. Like I said, the one thing that I'm not scared of him, but they have some skill players.
They do. Speaking of those skill players, obviously I know the man that you want to get an update on is Travis Hunter. He had 8 targets, 6 receptions, all of them really short yardage. He only had 33 yards.
See the one that was a near miss?
Woo. Yeah.
That would have been lightning. Yeah.
You and lightning today. But yeah, it felt like they were just kind of getting the ball underneath. It didn't feel like there was a lot going on there for him. But he was mostly on offense. I believe it was 42 snaps on offense, 6 on defense. We're not really doing the two-way thing for real yet, are we? Or
not
do you
yet,
think this is just
but I think they will. I think they will, yeah.
Okay. All right. The Jacksonville Jaguars get that victory. And so they are one of the 2 teams that are 1-0 in the division. And, of course, I have to double-check who they're playing next week to get a feel for what we are looking at with the Jaguars. We know that they're playing the Texans week 3 here at in Everbank Stadium. How about going on the road to the Bengals next week for the Jacksonville Jaguars? How does that sound?
Well, they're probably not too scared of the Bengals at this point.
The Bengals who got a 1-point victory over the Cleveland Browns, whose offensive line did not show up.
Yeah.
And with Joe
7
Burrow.
yards in the second half.
Yeah. 7 rushing yards in the second half.
Was it rushing or total?
Or I think it was rushing yards.
It might have been. I don't know, man.
I'll double check on that. But Joe Burrow really don't like clocking in until like week 3, does he?
No, he does not. They were very fortunate to get that. I mean, they got outgained by 2-1.
Yeah.
Salute to what kicker?
That kicker in Cleveland. Gave him that win.
I don't know what they're saluting with.
He need to get whatever chain or trophy or something they giving out in the Bengals locker room.
Yeah.
They need to give it to him.
Before we move on, stepping back to the Colts, Cornbread on the YouTube said he would trade Nick Caley for Shane Steichen right now.
That's not even
who would not?
Is that a real question?
Yeah, who would not?
Is all the optimism gone just like that?
No, it's experience.
I would have did that. I would have did that
Yeah.
at the time of the hire.
Yeah. No,
if you told me Nick Caley or Shane,
that's what I'm saying. It's not like, based on one game, he stinks. He's not going to get. No, but it's Shane Steichen has been doing it.
All right.
yeah, it's not even about Caley.
And then I was also just wondering how people felt about Shane Steichen. He obviously did that thing where he really coached up very well with Gardner Minshew, seemingly doing the same with Daniel Jones. But then, it's looked really, really bad with Anthony Richardson, which that looks bad for him, his agent, all them. All right, we continue and finish up around the AFC South with the Tennessee Titans, which is a loss here. They join the Texans as 0-1 starting the season. They get a 20-12 loss versus the Denver Broncos. Hey, what's up with your mans, John Lopez? Cam Ward, 12 of 28. I'll say that again, 12 of 28, 112 yards. He had the second worst EPA, the worst completion percentage, and the third worst completion percentage over expected in week 1 amongst qualified passers.
So, he's just ramping up.
Yeah, I guess so. Real rough go of it for Cam Ward.
Welcome to the NFL, right? That's exactly what that was.
Yeah, man, it's one of those things to remember. Quarterback in the NFL as a rookie is not the easiest thing in the world, but even then, that felt like kind of exaggerated from what I anticipated. The Titans nearly had their penalty yardage eclipse offensive yardage. They had 133 total yards on offense, 131 yards of penalties. Bo Nix, however, so interestingly enough, 25 of 40, 176 yards, one touchdown, but 2 interceptions. So I wonder, do you take anything away from Tennessee defense there, or do you go towards the Broncos offense and maybe overreaction Monday it and say, oh, last year was just schemed up, people have tape, and now the Bo Nix experience is going to hit its bump?
Yeah, I don't know if it was, it's definitely overreaction either way. I don't know if it's going to be like, oh, okay, he's going to come back down to earth, as much as, like, I kind of need to lean toward the Tennessee defense on this, I think, and getting it done. I mean, they kept their team with a chance to win despite bad offense, just like the Texans,
Yeah, a big drop by Calvin Ridley at one point in this game. And as a texter notes, you're not wrong. The Tennessee Titans did indeed score more points than the Houston Texans. That is technically correct.
Did they score a touchdown? It was a touchdown, though, right?
Yeah. So, yeah.
How about the Texans?
Why are you doing this?
Well, I'm just 9 points, man.
Now, we'll get a real comparison next week when the Tennessee Titans welcome in the Los Angeles Rams.
Oh, wow.
So that'll happen in the noon slate on Sunday. So get a
Tennessee scored a touchdown. Is it fair to overreact?
Yeah. At that point, you can overreact, right? Like, you got
Caley got to go. Got to go.
At that point, you can get him up out of there, right? Like, that's how it works. That's how this goes. But there you go. That's around the AFC South. Did you have any overreaction you wanted to get off your chest here?
I'm gonna save mine for
save.
Later. Yeah, I think it's worthy of a bigger discussion
for later.
Yes, it's a bigger discussion.
He just pocketed an overreaction. Somebody said I'd take Mike McDaniels out once he's fired, though. You in there?
Do what?
If once Mike McDaniels gets fired, because it really does feel like an inevitability at this point. He just there's a nasty vibes all the way around. He step up to that podium and get up talking snarky and stuff, and then they just are not producing. And clearly,
he's awfully joined at the hip with
that
Bobby
defense
Slowick.
Is terrible.
Yeah, but he's joined at the hip with Bobby Slowick. I mean, Bobby Slowick is their passing game coordinator.
But this started falling apart before Bobby.
I'm kind of wondering though, would the Texans try to bring in that offense again?
That's what I'm saying. No, the answer to that question is no. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Plus, they built this line based on this style of offense.
This is kind of a Nick Caserio
McDaniel
offense.
and Bobby Slowick are like BFFs. They have been together, big friends for a long, long time.
So now Bobby Slowick is cancer.
No,
anybody that touches, he's the inverse Sean McVay. Anybody that's been near him, stay away.
No, it's not like toxic as in Jack Easterby. I'm just saying it's too soon. It's too soon. They just got away from that.
Right, there you go. That's around the AFC South here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Let's get back to talking about your Texans, though. After a 14-9 loss versus the Los Angeles Rams, how are you viewing Nick Caley's maiden voyage at offensive coordinator? Let's talk about this offense, what we didn't like, and maybe if there's anything what you like, let's talk about it next.
All right, D&M.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Attatua.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, reacting on a Reaction Monday to a Texans loss in Week 1 versus the Rams. 14-9 was that final. How are you viewing Nick Caley's maiden voyage at offensive coordinator? 713-572-4610, as the offense was incapable of scoring a touchdown. They kicked 3 field goals, a couple of them long ones at that. There was obviously a turnover involved here. Just, how are we feeling? This was our first opportunity to see Nick Caley, play caller, on the sideline, and what he was going for. How did you like it? What did you see?
Well, obviously, when you score 0 touchdowns and have 3 field goals, the result speaks for itself in terms of your offensive prowess. So, that much we know. What we can say is, hey, boys, it was the first game regular season game he's ever called plays. Here's where I think you can go, though. What they're going to try to do is certainly not helping any explosive plays, not helping Nico Collins. That bothered me more than anything. Not being able to get Nico the ball, not being able to scheme up, whether it was, however you wanted to do it, to get Nico some touches, et cetera. So that's the first thing. And then, of course, the running game. The running game was not real, impressive. It was okay from Nick Chubb. So I think the whole mindset of we're going to run the ball, they're sticking to that. But any little breakdown in this offense, whether it's a penalty, a sack, whatever it may be, the drive pretty much you can count on stalling.
Yeah. That felt very, very much clear. Mm-hmm. I continue to place that on this offensive line, and I see you text line saying that I wonder how Nick Caley feels about whether the offseason narratives about the offensive line are overblown. Like, that felt like that came into factor, even just because this offense, the way that they played, and I know that CJ wasn't getting the ball out as fast as Matt Stafford, but everything was still quick. Everything was very clear to the idea of we're not trying to tax this offensive line at all. Unless we absolutely have to, then we're going to try and have some deeper, some longer developing plays. And oftentimes, that offensive line was collapsing inwards on him. Now, some of this was he needed to feel more comfortable stepping forward into that pocket, but I cannot blame him for seeing the year that they had last year. And let's be honest, as much as he'll say, maybe knowing what his offensive line is and maybe the high level of that not being as high as, you might want, and not wanting to step forward. However, you need to. As the quarterback, that's probably what you need to do in order to try and be successful. However, you mentioned something that's very clear, was Nico Collins not being involved. Now, I still want to go in and watch the All-22 and get a better look at what the Rams might have been doing to maybe take him away. I know that John Harris very quickly was making note of the fact that he felt like there was more opportunities where you could, within what you were doing, get the ball to Nico Collins. I, in a quick cursory look, saw at least 1 or 2 where maybe you could have done it. But I'm interested. But they clearly did not get the ball to him. 5 targets, 3 catches, one of those being a screen in a game where, you're missing a couple of wide receivers. You don't have the running back that you usually have that can make a little something out of nothing. You're getting the ball to the tight ends, but all of that is short underneath the defense where they can rally up and tackle. It feels like you needed to find a way to get the ball to your best player, and with any offense, that should be what you're trying to do, and it really felt like they weren't capable of doing that, and really maybe that they didn't try enough to do it.
Well, and I think a big part of this offense, you point to Nick Caley and the play calling, again, you can't sugarcoat it. They didn't do a whole lot, with this offense, but a lot of it is personnel based. You mentioned the offensive line. Well, here's the other thing. If Christian Kirk is down, if Christian Kirk is the answer to all of a sudden this offense opening up, well, then you got problems. You've got some rookie wide receivers that did not have, and it's early, obviously, in their careers, but that did not have an impact. That you have Christian Kirk not being down. Well, what do you think every single defensive coordinator is going to do then? They're not going to respect the other guys and certainly focus on Nico Collins until you make them respect it. And so it's not just, the offensive line. Yes, it is, but it's elsewhere as well.
Yeah, I think that's fair, right? Like, there still needs to be some of that.
Running back. I mean, the love infatuation with Dameon Pierce. Dari steps on the field, okay, pass, or maybe they're going to, flare it to him or something. It's a personnel thing as much as anything.
So there's the personnel aspect of it, which obviously, look, in week one, we can talk about the things that you should have done, but at this point, you're gotten to a place where you're kind of locked into it. We could still go back and say, hey, look at what you set yourself up for. And we will, I think, talk tomorrow a little bit about what were some of the things that held back this offense and maybe what are the ways in which they can change or what are the ones that you're stuck with. But I kind of want to talk more specifically about Nick Caley himself and some of the things that he did in this because this felt still a lot like last year. I really want to go back and compare how this year compared to last year, week one to week one. And I understand week ones are not going to be exactly the same. Last year it was versus the Indianapolis Colts on the road. You were able to run roughshod on that team because, you had Joe Mixon, he was handling the football. You had explosive plays last year. And I know that we can use that particular phrasing as a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek joke towards Bobby Slowick. There weren't explosive plays in this game.
There weren't attempts at explosive plays.
And so, this felt this felt like a step back in trying to be, trying to raise the ceiling and not having abject failures on the offensive line when it comes to protection. But even then, I don't think that the trade-off ultimately worked for you there.
Well, my biggest question with Nick Caley, again, you have to react only to the one game, but I think this feeds into the entire season is a question. Is Nick Caley capable of scheming up, of making mismatches, of being able to exploit what the defense is not able to do? Is he capable of doing that? Because keep in mind also, he's basically been a tight end coach his entire career. He worked for Sean McVay, and we saw yesterday in living color, Sean McVay runs that whole thing, makes all those calls, certainly with input, with all his assistants. He talked about that as well. But Nick Caley has never been able to just say, let's do this. I think this is this is a weakness. I'm going to exploit that. And we certainly didn't see it yesterday.
Yeah, the inexperience there in that aspect in particular shows up, right? That's what I'm talking about with Nico Collins. Nico is an incredibly capable player, but you should also be able to do things that then puts him in situations to be even more dangerous. And it felt like there wasn't nearly enough of those in this game. I think also one of the things that was interesting is, and injuries is probably one of the things that ends up here, you didn't have much of your slot threat either to maybe magnify the threat that Nico Collins has by having somebody threatening playing off of him in some ways. But yeah, you're right. Just the inexperience showed in not having some answers in, hey, we're not getting the ball to this threat. How do we make sure we get it to him earlier? Because again, 5 targets. I honestly wonder if I'd have felt better if you end up in more situations where you go, he had 3 catches, but he had 8 targets, and we were just trying to get him the football.
Sure, absolutely. I totally agree. But you couldn't even scheme him open to get more than that in terms of targets. And then one more thing with Nick Caley and the offense, are we sure that this is all something that is fixable in terms of the personnel that you have? Yeah, I don't know how much better are you going to be with Christian Kirk on the field? How much better are you going to be with more carries for Nick Chubb instead of fewer? Because you've talked about it a lot. You've had some questions about just how good he's going to be over the course of the entire season. Well, if he's getting 50% of the carries like he did yesterday, then that leaves Dare, Dameon Pierce, and Woody Marks as your options there. So what how much is that going to help? They leaned heavily on the tight ends, which stands to reason. He's been a tight ends coach for his entire career. He knows that. But scheming plays open, I just didn't see it. No, they were worse in the second half than the first half, except for the 2-minute drill.
All right, and there were some instances where I think also, because I want to put this all in context, it's worth remembering that this was always going to be a work in progress in week one. But even then, it felt more bare bones than I thought it would look. But C.J. Stroud has more of his pulse on the reins, and honestly, it feels like CJ has a little bit more leeway or a little more willingness to talk openly. It almost feels like, because this is cut 6 from CJ. He was asked, what in particular were the things that give you optimism that this isn't a long-term problem for this offense?
Yeah, I thought the quick pass game was efficient. I thought the run game was efficient in ways. There's a lot of things that I think we didn't get to because of the negative play. So Nick kind of had his hands tied around his back. It's hard to operate in 2nd and 20 and, those type of systems. And, that's something that sadly we've gotten used to, and we got to fix that here. We can't expect to win close games like that. So, and we got to just make plays. You know, I think they made more plays than us. We got to come down with just better urgency, I think.
How much do you believe? How much do you believe that what CJ's saying there? They have more in their pockets that they just weren't able to get to. Because, admittedly, he's not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You were in a lot of ill-advised positions behind the sticks. Behind the game plan. A lot of third and longs, 3rd and 7,
Mm-hmm.
3rd and 7. In fact, there was a number of 3rd and 7s. It felt like that just kept coming up on the scoreboard. How much do you believe the idea that Nick Haley had more things available to him, he just couldn't get to situations to use?
Well, I think you always do, and I think he did. What stood out to me was the first part of that when he was talking, and I heard it yesterday, and I was thinking that for sure, this is going to be a longer-term problem for the Texans. They run the ball, we know that. They came in saying that, but their passing game is so quick, partly because of the offensive line, partly because they just want to get rid of the ball. Well, what do you think every defensive coordinator, and they did yesterday in the first half to second half, what do you think they're going to start doing? Jumping more routes, playing more man, tight coverage on the line of scrimmage. I mean, it is out there. The Texans are not going to be, a double move, throw the ball, stretch the field kind of team. I mean, everybody does it sometimes, but by and large, defenses are going to be doing all that on this offense.
And the Texans offense gets a notable knock as well, as Cade Stover has suffered a broken foot. This is per Aaron Wilson, who had that. So he is out indefinitely. So even the idea of the tight ends and getting the ball out quickly, that gets hampered because Dalton Schultz got a lot of that. Cade Stover got a lot of that love as well. He also was used quite a bit in some of those big sets as a blocker, and I thought that he handled that pretty nicely in this game. This becomes even more difficult, and I think this is a question that we have to ask ourselves, and it's one of the things that when you were looking for an offensive coordinator, why people were asking for an experienced coordinator. Now, in addition to trying to find your way through this offense, can you also find your way in a way where it's like, I have my goal, but now how do I adjust that as I go? Because now I'm losing this weapon or I'm losing that weapon. They've had a number of injuries. Jake Andrews has a foot injury that we don't know about. Cade Stover now out indefinitely. This is really, really dicey proposition.
Well, and where is Cade Stover, even though he got some targets yesterday, where is he at his best? Blocking. And so now, there's another, they had a hard time protecting C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud was frustrated and going backwards a lot. Cade Stover has been a part of that as well. So we don't know, as you mentioned. I mean, Jake Andrews, who knows? I mean, he was carted off, into the locker room. So this offensive line and then the offensive pass protection took a hit.
If you're grading the offensive performance from a coordinator perspective, so if you can manage to take out like the execution elements of it, even though that is still within the purview of a coordinator, but get what I'm trying to say.
You're just talking about philosophy and approach?
If we're just talking about philosophy and approach in week one, now that we have something tangible we can look at, how do you grade what Nick Haley was capable of doing or what he put out there on tape?
This might surprise you. I'm going to grade him a C-, not anything lower than that, because this has been his marching orders. The marching orders from Nick Caserio to D'Amico Ryans is run, safe passes, etc. He is doing what he was hired to do. The personnel certainly has let this offense down. The offensive line did not play very well, and the depth was not very good.
C- definitely feels like the right answer, but
I was going to go lower just in general, like a D, a D or something. But all he's doing is the job that they hired him to do. That's what he's doing.
No, I hear you, but I mean, even in doing that, it didn't feel like there was very much imaginative things within the run game. It felt, somebody made mention of, it felt like everything was, into the guards or in like just right there off the tackles.
But again, what do they want him to do? That.
Yeah.
They want him to do that. We're not going to make any negative plays in the run game. We're going to be safe with the offense. None of these funky reverses that Bobby Slowick always made 2 or 3 times a game. He's doing the job they hired him to do. I think, and he didn't do it well. That's why I'm going C-. But at the same time, it could be lower, but a lot of the blame has to go to the guys that are buying the groceries here.
Yeah, and I think also some of this, CJ has to hold some of this because I think there was instances, and of course, understandably, he's getting an idea of how to handle all of the responsibilities that he now holds. But there's instances where, hey, you got 7 guys showing in the blitz. Do you have an answer, or do you maybe need to take a timeout there?
No, that is him.
Or there's some instances where they're getting to the line late, and I wonder how much that CJ versus also Kaylee, are you getting the play in early enough so you can get up to the line and CJ can do the things pre-snap of figuring out, okay, how do I make the adjustments? Or does he just have to go and snap the ball and hope for the best and getting the ball out hot? Or there's instances where CJ doesn't throw the ball hot because there's a unblocked rusher, and that's what it was probably supposed to be on the line. So now this is a little bit more muddled, but one thing is very clear. This is not close to the standard that needs to be there, even with, I think, the pared back expectations of, your marching orders are run the football, stay on track. And that's before we even talk about the fact that there's a glut of penalties, and there's a glut of
and that's on
getting
him.
behind the sticks and such.
Yeah, the holdings and the pre-snap penalties and all that, definitely on him. But one of the most key drives was when Blake Fisher came in for 4 snaps, and they're moving the ball. They're in Rams territory, and then they go backwards because Blake Fisher grabs some dude's face mask, and that's the end of that drive. Is that Bobby Slowick's? Is that Nick Caley's fault? Or is that the guy buying the groceries?
Yeah, it's tough because they're all intermingled now, and there's just a general frustration that it's building that's not really inherent to this year itself. It's built off of previous years. So I was trying to find a way to isolate Nick Caley. The fact of the matter is, if in all reality, if we were grading it, it'd be incomplete, but it's not looking on the positive side after 1 week, which was a tough challenge. He's got to get back to the drawing board because the challenge doesn't stop. Monday Night Football, Tampa Bay Buccaneers is not going to be the easiest thing in the world. That's the next job. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. If you missed it, we are finding out some breaking news on the day. Aaron Wilson was the first to get to it. Cade Stover, tight end for the Texans, broken foot, out indefinitely, which makes things a lot more difficult because you mentioned it. He's of the tight ends. He's the blocking one. He's the big physical one, and out indefinitely does not sound like anytime soon. So that's going to have to change from the physicality and that tight, condensed formation mindset that Nick Caley clearly fancies for this team. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Coming up next, we hand things off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, so it's been a crazy weekend when it comes to sports, including somebody saying, hey, you ain't played the game, pretty much. So we got to get into that. Plus, Karen in Philadelphia. We got to get to this, and I want to see what y'all feel about it.
All right, let's do that next.
The Texans kick off their home schedule in prime time on Monday night, and you could... own library of new books. Help us help Houston kids during our Kids Read Radiothon Wednesday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
You will probably make the playoffs if you win your division.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Reaction Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. So it was a crazy weekend when it comes to sports and just debates online and all that good stuff. And this one started actually on Friday. It was actually probably around during our show, which is the show Get Up on ESPN. It usually come on around the time of our show. And it started with Ryan Clark and Peter Schrager, who were on Get Up on ESPN. And they were talking about not the Monday night, but the Thursday night football game between the Cowboys and the Eagles. And somehow the debate got to who, I guess it was about who had the better game between CeeDee Lamb and A.J. Brown. And a little backstory, A.J. Brown, I want to say, had one catch or either one target.
Yeah, one catch.
And CeeDee Lamb, we know what type of game he had, which included the few drops that probably lost them the game. I would say, fair to say.
Definitely didn't help. Yeah, it's very, very big. And I mean, actually, he was going to catch a touchdown, wasn't he? Like that would have.
The one was for sure.
Yeah, that would have won.
It was kind of rolling. I think one was a fourth down pass where he totally dropped it.
Yeah.
But here's Ryan Clark and Peter Schrager kind of going back and forth, and I think this is the whole ESPN panel too. And Ryan Clark did something that we kind of get once in a while, right? Yeah. Working in sports talk radio.
Okay, you look at A.J. Brown, which is this number one wide receiver who got one target all night, and then you got CeeDee Lamb. But that's the when was the one target?
That's the target.
But
though.
I'm saying
when was the one target?
I'm saying you could have it both ways.
54 seconds left in the game on 2nd and 11. It was the one target. He runs the out route.
You wake up this morning saying A.J. Brown had a better day than CeeDee Lamb.
But you know what you wake up saying? No, A.J. Brown's team is 1-0.
Of course,
right? Like that's what
I get it.
But the thing is this though, and. We shouldn't do this on TV, and so I apologize if people think this is rude. That's the non-player.
Oh,
view.
stop! CeeDee Lamb is.
Let me tell you why. I'm not
looking at fantasy football, Ryan. I'm not. Don't belittle me like that. I could come in and say, as 3 ex-players are saying one thing, and give an alternative perspective that maybe CeeDee Lamb did play well. And
Peter, what I need for you to do is not get mad and let me finish for one.
Okay, go on.
It wasn't about you. It was going to be about me.
Okay.
Was it?
Thoughts?
I mean, that is an old, tired, disproven, not by and large. I very much, and you do too, I can speak for you on this.
You don't know what I believe.
The respect you have for a former player's perspective.
I don't respect them at all.
Is off the charts. But that doesn't mean that not being a former player eliminates you from the discussion.
I was surprised that Ryan Clark handled it in that way in the moment. He obviously has come back and apologized in the back half of this. In the moment where he goes, we shouldn't do this on TV, but hey, dog, that might mean don't do it right then.
Yeah.
Just don't. And to be fair, Peter Schrager, which I can't blame him for, immediately was like, don't do that. And maybe on the backside of that disclaimer and that start, he would have had a way to land the plane. Except you were making it real tough on yourself to land a plane by starting in that way.
Yeah, and it's one thing if somebody is out there just going nuts, if they're going Skip Bayless, where you just like, come on, man, like you ain't played, you don't understand what's going on. I can kind of get that point. But Peter is very well respected. He do his homework. He's not a hot takey type of guy.
Yeah.
And to just go out like that, just like, all right, man, like we might as well. You know what? Let's walk off the show and y'all players just do the show.
It turns into a different discussion. And from the discussion about that, A.J. Brown, CeeDee Lamb, to all of a sudden, did you or did you not play the game?
But you didn't play
and see, I think I understand where Ryan Clark was trying to come from, because I feel like that player in him, what he was trying to say is we're 1-0. So it's all about team type deal. He's not really looking at, I had a bad game because that team won.
Yeah.
So it don't matter. But I guess when you just looking at both of the players, CeeDee Lamb did play better. He had more stats and all that stuff. He had drops, but he did play better. They just lost.
And one thing that's kind of odd, as much as I generally like Ryan Clark's work, he's had a lot of apologies.
It's been rough for a couple
There's been a lot of apologies here, brother. I feel like we might need to stop and take
apologies. Did you see Kyle Brandt this morning, or are you going to use that?
I'm actually about to get to it right now. I'm glad you brought that up.
I didn't know if you were or not.
Yeah, so his former, Peter Schrager's former coworker, Kyle Brandt, was on NFL Network yesterday, and this is before all the games started and all that, and, we kind of getting pumped up for the game. And Kyle had this to say, a little PSA before he got around the league.
It's great to see you, and it's great to see everybody around the country today working there, especially on set in Los Angeles. And a special shout out to the non-players today. We see you, we respect you on our set and on several others. In the meantime,
I like that he says several others, not all others.
Yeah.
All y'all non-players not getting this love, but a few of them, y'all getting this.
He taking up for his former co-worker, man, his buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, I actually don't even know what the conversation was on the front end. I just saw that this was happening, and it sounds like it was happening with the CeeDee Lamb versus A.J. Brown and who actually had a good day and who didn't. And, I mean, CeeDee was playing decent, but he had those up and downs, and that was a problem.
He had them drops and then a loss.
Yeah.
So I think Ryan Clark was just coming from a place of the Eagles won the game.
We're 1-0, Figgy.
Yeah. I did want to make this point, though, in Ryan Clark's apology where he says, today I had an interaction with my colleague Peter Schrager, both on and off the air that I regret. What was the off the air?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
I kind of want to know that.
It's messy.
Yeah.
I don't need nor do I deserve to hear about it. However, my thought was, wait, either that carried on off the air or that started off the air, and both of those are carrying on.
It had to carry on because Schrager was kind of sideswiped by it on the.
So you mean it
was after
after the on
and
air.
Another thing.
Yeah, he tried to play me because I ain't playing the league like you.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Yeah. All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Something else that kind of caused a lot of debates online, which I was kind of shocked a little bit, and I'm like, man, this is kind of getting out of control now. So apparently, is the Philadelphia Eagles, not Eagles,
Phillies.
but Phillies. Yeah.
Probably a Philly Eagles fan though.
Yeah, I'm sure the way she was acting. She went viral because she went over to a little kid or the dad and stole the ball back. So apparently the dad went over to the area where the home run was hit by, I want to say it was Harrison Bader.
Harrison Bader, yes, sir.
Yep, and he went over there. He got the ball. He was so happy, gave it to his son. And then all of a sudden, the lady with a little short haircut came over.
Definitely looked like a Karen. 100%.
And she started yelling at this guy. I think you could kind of read her lips saying that was my ball.
Mm-hmm. Well, you didn't even have to read your lips because
there was another angle.
In modern day America, somebody got their phone out. And there's another
That's
angle.
What I said. I see that.
Yeah.
So, it been a bit debate about that. I see Sean Pendergast was very intrigued over this situation. So I want to know from y'all who is right in here, who is wrong, who's right. And I didn't even know it was a set of rules when it comes to catching the baseball.
The old unwritten rules.
Well, adding more to it, nobody caught this baseball. It ended up on the floor by the seats. Now, it was close to, I guess, who we were calling Philly's Karen and whoever she was with. However, this other buddy, who was the dad, walked over and was able to pick the ball up. He turned around, immediately handed it to his son. And Philly Karen was like, oh, no. That ball was mine because it was in my vicinity, apparently. And first and foremost, why do you care that much?
Yes.
That's the first thing that I have, which maybe that's wrong, but I'm like, hey, not to put arbitrary rules where there are already too many. I don't feel like adults don't really get a chance, don't really get the choice to be that indignant about a ball, a home run ball.
No, absolutely not. Okay, and you hit on the number one thing for me. The ball's on the ground, on the concrete, that's anybody's ball. That's anybody's ball. He didn't like take it off her lap or something. It wasn't like she was.
Yeah,
it was on the ground. That is anybody's ball.
The ball was a loose ball.
Yeah, that's number one. Number two, no matter how upset or hurt or mad you are that you didn't get the home run ball, once it gets into a kid's hands, game over. You can't say give it back to me from that kid.
Yeah,
Once it got into the kid's hands, give it up, raise the white flag, hope for another home run ball, and take your chances there. Those are the two main things.
And then it was just her. It wasn't like she had a little kid over there where it took the ball from that little kid.
And that leads to number 3.
Oh wow, 3 parts.
You are at a stadium, and if you don't know by now,
that's right. We watching,
especially after Coldplay. If you don't know by now that you are going to be on TV acting like a fool, then you get what you deserve. And by the way, this is another instance, not necessarily to the degree of the Coldplay thing, but like her life has altered a little bit. Her life has changed.
I'm not going to lie.
That's the part I don't like.
Agreed. I was a little uncomfortable with all the people that were immediately like, find her. Who is she? It's like,
find her job so she could get fired.
No, I don't agree.
I don't like that part.
I don't agree. I'm just saying it has.
It has. It has happened.
She need to be a little aware of that type of situation, man.
Did you guys see the folks coming after the Pops here saying that he shouldn't have given the ball back? He should have fought for that. Because if you don't know, once this woman came over and accosted him for this baseball that she believed to be hers,
he was scared.
He was trying to talk with her for a little bit. He started at first trying to talk to her a little bit, and then he, very indignant, takes the ball out of his son's glove, hands it to her, and gives her the little like, now be gone.
Yeah.
Be gone.
But pretty good move by old dad there. They got an RV and World Series tickets out of
did. And then I know that the Marlins, because this was in Miami, they orchestrated because their TV broadcast caught this. They orchestrated where they went over and had like goodies, signed baseball bat. I think Harrison Bader hooked them up.
And then the kid meet him too?
I believe so.
Met Bader as well. So now, to your point, he didn't know that was going to all happen at the time.
No.
He didn't even probably, I mean, he should have known, but probably thinking about the cameras per se. But the fact that he was a good dad, got the ball, it was a free ball, gave it to his kid, didn't want to fight with Karen, got the ball, gave it back to her, and now he's got, somebody gave him an RV.
I'm sorry, did I say Marlins? I think it was the Phillies that ultimately orchestrated all the goodies.
So the Marlins gave them like a little gift bag and all that stuff. And then I guess the Phillies
they went and reached out.
Yeah, where he actually met the guy, Harrison, and all
that's
that
right.
stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Just remember, as much as it's weird, we live in a surveillance state. They're always watching.
We do.
Comport yourself in a way where you would like social media to talk about it. Like that is the takeaway from this. Act as though social media is ready to debate about it.
I think the one thing that got me with the whole conversation, I saw somebody say, "Oh, the dad should have protected the young boy." I'm like, what? If that is a woman.
Yeah, well,
that is a woman coming right at you. What else is he supposed to do? Mm-hmm. Did you want him to hit him?
Well, I think also it was very clear she was not going to take no for an answer.
Yeah,
take the ball and please
get
out my face.
Here, you got it. Have a nice day.
Yeah.
We'll figure. Sorry, little Timmy. We'll figure something.
We'll get you a ball from the gift shop. It's not really that.
Yeah, I ain't got time for all
or
this.
An RV.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this as we continue the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Did you guys see this yesterday at the Cleveland Browns game? Right before the game, somebody got married.
Oh yeah,
at the tailgate.
At the tailgate, I did see that. Yeah.
So they actually held a wedding. It kind of looked cool, man. And so this wedding was officiated by Browns legend Webster Slaughter.
Former Oiler.
Incredible
Webster
football
Slaughter.
name.
Yeah. So just give a special shout out to Charles Bevel, a.k.a. I guess they call him Brown Spider.
Okay.
So he got married to his lovely lady out there. And as I'm sitting there watching the game, and I looked over to my wife, looked over to my wife, and I'm like, how would you feel if we... Absolutely not. Absolutely not. She was not down for that.
Hey, if anybody wants to get married in the Texans tailgate, I can perform the ceremony. I am an ordained.
You're ordained.
We did see some engagements at the...
we did.
At some of the tailgates. So now we just need a wedding. We need a full-blown wedding.
Yeah. I actually didn't mind it.
I thought it was cool, especially because I read a little bit on the backstory, and I guess that's how they met, was tailgating and all that stuff, big Browns fans, and I thought it was cool for them. I thought it was perfect for them.
Yeah.
Well, salute to them. More power to them. Hopefully their marriage goes significantly better than the Browns organization's football track record. But there you go. Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig if you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy. All right, you're in the loop. Coming up next, let's get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive, Clinton Ron. But before we get there, let's circle back around actually to this breaking news of the day. Cade Stover, broken foot, out indefinitely. How does that then impact what was already a pretty woeful Texans offense? Let's talk about it next.
CJ Stroud doesn't want to hear any excuses.
And a drink for just $8? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, a lot of reactions to a Texans 14-9 loss versus the Los Angeles Rams. Appreciate you rocking with us and reacting along with us. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here in a little bit. But if you're just tuning in, if you have not heard, the hits just keep coming, unfortunately. And Cade Stover, tight end for your Texans, tight end number 2, really. Broken foot is what the diagnosis is on him. I didn't even really truly realize that he was dealing with an injury, but broke his foot out indefinitely is the information that we've gotten, which is correct. Yes, 281. He did indeed break his foot. That is really tough, right? You look at the tight end room, rather, and you had obviously Dalton Schultz up top. He got a number of targets himself. A lot of those underneath routes, kind of. He had 3 catches, if memory serves, 28 yards. Cade Stover, 4 catches himself, 22 yards. All of those kind of short dump downs. But then beyond that, who do you have out there besides Harrison Bryant on your practice squad?
Luke
Lachey on your practice squad, who, again, he has some size, but he's definitely not the same blocker that Cade Stover is. The physicality of Stover absolutely shows up. And I don't really think there's anything out there that you could go and just pick up, right? There's not really too much out there tight end wise on the free agency market. So what do you think this does now for a offensive coordinator who we were already talking about losing Brevin Jordan and probably maybe using more Xavier Hutchinson in some of those instances, like big wide receiver sets, or like Justin Watson, who we saw in the slot a decent amount in this game? Does that feel like that's probably more of where we go? There's a lot of 11 personnel in this game.
Yeah, no, it has to be that. This is I wanted to say this is a huge loss. Let's not overstate things. I think it's a big loss simply because there were high expectations for Cade Stover this year. He clearly, his strength is blocking, which is what this offensive line needs, especially now coming off of this game when you know that this offensive line certainly, fell short of expectations. So, no, it's a big loss. I think the crazier thing is, you only have one healthy tight end right now in the room. Otherwise, you have to bring up Harrison Bryant or, Luke Lachey, whatever it may be. And I think it kind of ties into maybe your guy, Jakob Johnson, having a bigger role in things and being able to do those things. It's just a big hit because of what he could do, not necessarily his giant numbers and all that stuff, but the little stuff that he could do that would help this offense.
Yeah, and the indefinite makes it interesting to see if they're going to go and pick somebody up. I do wonder if someone like a Gerald Everett or Peyton Hendershot might be some names that were interesting. Trying to think of someone that might be somewhat similar to
not a lot out there.
No, there's not. And a decent amount of them a little bit older there. But yeah, Cade Stover out would be really rough. Somebody said Cade Stover's out again. Nick needs to be fired. I think we're doing overreaction. There's a lot of emotions. I understand it.
I think they're looking for reasons to get Nick in the crosshair.
But I think you're right. This might end up being, more of an opportunity, maybe even just an opportunity straight bring him up to the 53-man roster, Jakob Johnson. I think that also yesterday gave me a little bit of heebie-jeebies on Jakob Johnson, and maybe that's too strong, but it's Overreaction Monday. We'll deal with it because it didn't feel like you were getting much punch and much push when he was, out here trying to lead block either.
I think they're trying to figure out where to place him, how to use him. I think he had 7 snaps. Another aspect of this, speaking of the offensive line and everybody, trying to improve the blocking, Jake Andrews was out. We haven't heard anything yet on him, the center Jake Andrews, which I think Jarrett Patterson, I'm with you. I thought Jarrett Patterson is as good or better, but I also kind of think Jake Andrews is something of a teacher's pet, as I've said in the past, and they really want him to kind of lead the way in terms of communication and how they're playing, et cetera. But that would be a loss. No matter what you think of Jarrett Patterson, that would be a loss.
There's not a more respectful way to say it, or there probably is a more respectful way, and the way that I keep thinking of is somewhat disrespectful. So please know I don't intend this, but this is just the thing that's in my head. You got Jake Andrews off the street.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing that I have a hard time getting over. So I do wonder if Jake Patterson in that space will be better actually when it comes to the physicality and like the actual Talent level, I do wonder, though, if it was just a Jake Andrews having a better understanding of the scheme there.
I agree.
But, man, this is going to be a interesting week and headed into Monday Night Football, which is an island game. So as much as this one, you had enough people watching in that afternoon window, everyone is watching this Texans team in week 2. It becomes even more important for you to find a little bit of something because, man, you've had a lot of claims about wanting to be amongst that top class of teams. Just watching yesterday's football, and again, overreaction. It's a lot to make of one data point, but you look so far off the Buffalo Bills and the Baltimore Ravens. You even look far off of the Chargers and the Chiefs, a team in the Chargers that you beat last year, and a Chiefs team that you were kind of close to when you played them.
I think here we are again, right? What's old is new again. This is a week where the offensive line and the questions about the offensive line and what you can do offensively are going to be compounded. And they have no one. You know what? If DeMeco Ryans gets upset about asking the questions about the offensive line, as he did, we got a little irritated. Let's put it last week. If Nick Caserio is wondering why keeps talking about the personnel and these guys being able to do it and all that and finding the right guys, that's their own fault. I mean, they have no one to blame. This offensive line was subpar. The protection was subpar. The run game was subpar. So if you have a problem with it, you have no one to blame but yourself. And now you've got some shortcomings with the center position and the tight end position.
Yeah, and these were all things that you saw and we knew were issues coming in, and you decided to take what I would deem the least optimal or less optimal ways of trying to address them. So when it comes out in week 1, understanding that week 1 you're going to have some growing pains. These didn't feel like growing pains week 1. These felt like there's some issues there. Could they be growing pains? Sure. Could they find a way to grow past it? Maybe. And we also know that we didn't have a super high bar for where this offense was in week 1. But even then, it felt like they missed it. It felt like they missed that mark.
They did. And then on top of that, first-year offensive play caller again, mixing in, the offensive line that is not playing well. It's going to be the same thing. It's like, what can this offense do to just get any points get a touchdown at this point is the goal. Just get any points on the board to be able to allow your defense to do what they do best. And that's basically win the game for you if you can just get them any points.
So, I mean, again, I saw this from, I think Adam Spillane tweeted this, and I appreciated it because I was going to look for it myself. 11 personnel, which is 3 wide receivers, 1 running back, 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers. 81% of the snaps in this game, which again feels like it goes a little bit counter to kind of what we were starting to anticipate with multiple tight end sets possibly. So it feels probable that continues to be the case with just more dependence on Dalton Schultz. Are you encouraged by that? Are you looking forward to that? Especially, I know that you didn't have Christian Kirk, which maybe changes the dynamic of this, but it didn't feel like they were able to really capitalize, or at least it didn't feel like you were getting the effect of having 3 wide receivers out there a decent amount of time.
No, God, no. As far as the Rams were concerned, you had 1 wide receiver out there, because they didn't respect the other guys enough, especially with Christian Kirk out, to do anything but turn their attention to Nico Collins, and so that maybe that's the next step. Is to be able to somehow, some way get these other wide receivers comfortable enough to be able to utilize them and stretch the field a little bit. But that was the most frustrating thing to me. Is this was exactly what we were talking about: run the ball, keep it safe, keep it short, and they didn't even mix it up. I mean, they didn't stretch the field once.
They didn't really do that. I'm laughing at a text line. I think it was a text. No, rather it's Sean on the YouTube page saying, Nick Caley got to call Gronk. Huh. See, you think you can get out here and play? Do you think that whatever's left of Gronk will help?
Where did he play?
New England Patriots.
So there's a chance.
Yeah, I see what you're doing there. All right. We're getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for giving the opportunity to crosstalk with them. Before we get there, I did want to highlight Alper Sengun's still doing it. Turkey has they're playing tomorrow in the quarterfinals of Eurobasket. Alper Sengun might have an opportunity to actually go and win this thing because what I imagine the presumptive favorite in that tournament is France. They lost to Georgia, not the state, the country. in Eurobasket. It feels like this thing might be opening up for our guy Alper Sengun to come back to the States in the fall or later in the fall with some hardware.
Well, we'll see. We'll absolutely see, and it's going to be good for him, especially going into this coming season with all the expectations that we have.
Yeah, so a little bit of Polish basketball against Poland tomorrow at 8 a.m. for Alper Sengun, who he's setting himself up nicely. Him and probably Luka Doncic setting themselves pretty nicely for the possibility of trying to be being the MVP of that tournament. 32 points, efficiency, 22 points per game, 10 rebounds, 7 assists thus far. Like, it's looking really good for Alper Sengun out there. All right, we welcome in the fellas of The Drive. It's Clint, it's Ron, again, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing. Fellas, how you living?
Not bad, man. Reaction Monday, first one of the year.
Can I ask Clint something real quick that we started the show with?
Absolutely.
And this is that Reggie was wondering, he wasn't necessarily pushing back, but your starting quarterback talking about lollygagging right out of the chute, talking about lollygagging. Yeah. To me, that was not just I'm going to say something just to say something. It seemed like he had a little intent there.
You listen to the entire post-game presser from C.J. Stroud. There's 3 or 4 moments in there.
Mm-hmm.
He talked about the need to grind through tough times and negative plays, and he talked about lollygagging and not being as focused, and he talked
practice.
The whole thing and the preparation like that. That I'm gonna tell you, man. We talked about this multiple times, and this is, I'm not gonna make a mountain out of a molehill, but this is the lack of leadership on the offensive side of the football that we talked about for 2 months, right? Like, and who there's an opportunity there for somebody. There's an opportunity for somebody from a player's perspective to step in, and by the way, that may be what CJ did in the postgame press.
Maybe it was.
I love that right there. Mm-hmm. But there's a need for somebody to step in so that stuff like that doesn't happen.
Yeah,
right. I mean that's where I went with it immediately.
Well, I heard it. I'm like, that ain't an accident. That ain't just saying something just to say something.
No, John, he went. There was probably three of, I don't know, what do you have, 8 questions? I think three of them he found his way back to some level of, what, we didn't take this thing as serious.
And how is my other point.
Yeah.
And this is what I asked Reggie and Figgy. First game of the year should be the last game where guys are not necessarily, they're kind of, as I said, unserious, about preparation and such.
Yeah. It's interesting. I thought those were some strong words. From CJ, man, and we're going to talk about them all day today. But that was interesting. It's what it looked like.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it looked like, John.
Sure, the way the game started,
and it wasn't just the players. I mean, that's offensively, that's what it looked like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe the reason why I had a hard time getting there. You're not wrong though. Is the standard? All this talk about the standard. It feels like, all right, you coach them hard, but if your quarterback is getting out here week 1 and seemingly having that, you almost wonder, like, hey, what is the standard? Is everybody on the same page on the standard? Because it feels like week 1 you should not have these issues unless you're looking like Black Mike over there in Miami, where that's an indicator that it's about to be over.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think your question's fair. I think it's, what is the standard offensively? We know what it is defensively.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You got D'Amico over there. You got Will over there. I think you got a bunch of dudes that are C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You got a bunch of Kamari Lassiter's even in that mix. Danico Autry's in that mix. Aziz Al-Shair's in that mix. We've never heard those guys talking about, we probably didn't take his practice.
Lollygagging.
Yeah. No. I think that's a big question coming in, and it reared its ugly head week 1.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, look, I love chopping up with you guys, but there's a lot of reaction to be had. So I want to get out your way, give you maximum opportunity to get into it, because the people want to talk about what was a 14-9 loss to the Los Angeles Rams. We'll catch you tomorrow. D'Amico Ryans talks at noon tomorrow. But before we get there, you got to roll home with The Drive. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And as I said, right now, The Drive is live.
That's right, fellas. The first Reaction Monday of the season.
Take the drive.
There you go. You heard Clint. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see Tyler is not thrilled. No Victory Monday shirt today. I love he still has one. I don't know why it looks like he has a dip in his mouth, but there you go. No, we're in it, and quick show today. We just have 3 hours, as you might want to really stay tuned for this. We, as Reggie said, D'Amico will speak tomorrow at noon, but he will speak first right after we're done. 5 o'clock, the coaches show, the D'Amico Ryans coaches show. He will get going at 5 o'clock, so you can hear from him today and his thoughts after he's watched some film, after he has flown back, met with his team. You will get a chance to hear from him coming up at 5 o'clock as soon as we are done on Mondays. The Coach's Show at 5, so you'll hear D'Amico coming up behind us. But, Clint, I do want to get to kind of what we were talking about because I thought of you when he made those comments, when CJ made those comments. And if you all haven't heard them, we'll play those here in just a bit. But I do want to get this. God, I thought of you when I saw this too. I do want to get this latest news to you if you are just now rolling in, and that is, according to a few sources, Aaron Wilson on this one, Texans starting tight end Cade Stover broke his foot against the L.A. Rams and is out indefinitely. Stover, who was in a boot after the game, caught a team-high 4 passes for 22 yards on 4 targets on Sunday. And this is really tough, Clint, because you've already lost Brevin Jordan, who is out for the season. They went into this game, Clint, with just 2 tight ends with Dalton Schultz and Cade Stover. They do have Harrison Bryant, who they got in the John Mechie trade with the Eagles, and Luke Lachey, who they or Lachey, whichever one is called, who they drafted late in the draft on the practice squad. So maybe one of those guys will be added in this next game against the Bucs. But Clint, this to me is a really, really big injury. You wouldn't think maybe your second tight end, Cade Stover, but from what we think this offense wants to do, I'm sure we'll get into that this week, but from what we think this offense wants to do, Clint, this is a big, big injury, losing Cade Stover indefinitely.
I think it's a huge injury. I mean, you're talking about a guy, the only guy in the tight end room right now that can put his hand in the dirt and move folks and had the type of physicality that D'Amico Ryans wants this offense to have. I mean, I think he was in that context. I think he was one of your lead dogs in terms of guys that would thump somebody, that would you know what I mean, chatter somebody's jaw if he gets a chance on a wham block, even if he was a 300-pounder kind of deal. And then they've talked multiple times about how much better he's got at the top of his route, getting in and out of routes, being more quarterback friendly, and I think he was my pick to take the biggest step this year. I thought he was going to become a really good all-around tight end.
I know you've been really excited about Cade Stover.
Yeah, Cade Stover was it, man, and this is a tough loss. And so now, look, you can argue with the Brevin Jordan injury. All of a sudden, you need more out of your $12 million a year tight end, Dalton Schultz, and now you lose 2 of your top 3 tight ends. Dalton Schultz being that $12 million man, being that veteran. You got to find a way to get more out of Dalton Schultz. Somehow, some way, Dalton Schultz has got to play better football. He's got to play more football. He's got to be a factor in the run game. And that's just the reality of this situation. I mean, you can call up these other guys, and I do think Harrison Bryant will be a nice little addition. I think he can be a good fill-in right there. I think he could even be a good 1-2 punch. But the reality of it is nobody's looking at Harrison Bryant to save this thing. This is Dalton Schultz' opportunity to step up and have a monster year. He's got to.
Yeah. Again, as you said, man, I thought going into the game, and I would guess they still want to be able to effectively run the football. And he was clearly not just their best option. After that, Clint, it is like now you're gonna, I guess, have to ask Dalton Schultz to do things that maybe aren't his strengths.
Well, you just can't. The thing is, when you got $12 million invested in a guy, when in situations like
Cam
this,
or him?
I'm talking about him.
Okay.
Well, Cam too, but I'm talking about him. With him, Ron, it's just you got that's the guy you got to call on to do more. A guy that you cut and put back on the practice squad, a guy that you traded for, late, right before the cut date, and again, he's a veteran. He's played some ball. I like Harrison Bryant. I don't like him as a guy that you are absolutely dependent upon. This is a situation where you've got to have a meeting with Dalton Schultz and go, okay, big dog, like we got to empty the tank, bub. I mean, this is it's going to be. You had no problem running Joe Mixon 42 times last season on the first game of the season. Like Dalton Schultz, you're making that money, man. It's time that you stay on the field and that we build this thing around you, not necessarily around him, but the tight end room around him.
Yeah. So a tough one there. If you missed it, Cade Stover broke his foot in the game and out indefinitely. Maybe tomorrow when D'Amico, or hell, maybe tonight after after we get done here and the coaches show, D'Amico may give some more news and update on Cade Stover. If not tonight, after we get done tomorrow, 12 o'clock on In the Loop, you can hear him speak to the media tomorrow right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, you guys were kind of talking about this in the crosstalk, and I want to play this audio first because there was, you said what you said, there were 2 or 3 moments in his press conference where it was just like, stop traffic.
Yeah.
Like there was Gary Pettis holding up the stop sign right there. But this was the one where the infamous lollygagging term came out. Here's C.J. Stroud after the game yesterday.
Yeah, I take just negative plays. I think it's kind of obvious. We can't shoot ourselves in the foot consistently and expect to win. And that starts with me, with a lot of different things. I got to get rid of the ball better and, use my legs maybe a little more. But, I think, there's a lot of hope still. We did a lot of good things. It's a really good defense, a really good team. But I definitely think we could have won. But just you can shoulda, woulda, coulda all day. We didn't deserve to win that game because we didn't do the right things. So when you come out in NFL lollygagging and not going through the motions, that kind of happens. So I think we'll be all right. But I think it's a good wake up call for us.
All right, that's C.J. Stroud lollygagging, and then shout out to whoever it was who went for the follow up. He also, Clint, went on to say they didn't practice well. They didn't have a good week of practice, which also jumped out to me to go along with the lollygagging and the way they came out. Clint, you've been talking about, hey, that's the next step for CJ is he needs to jump out, and that leadership part, that part of his game has to step up just as much as the on-the-field stuff. Is that how you took those comments? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. How did you take those comments from CJ? Is that how you took it?
That's one of the ways. Absolutely. Yeah, I look at that and I go, you're fixing to be, you're the face of the franchise. You're fixing to be a $60 million quarterback. It's on you. You cannot let those things happen for 17 more weeks. You flat out can't. It's on him to fix those things and make sure. And he talked about it, to be clear, for all my sensitive CJ fans out there, relax. He did vocalize that and say, hey, it's on me. I got to hold guys accountable. There's some things that need to be said, and so he acknowledged it. But yes, that the leadership piece on this offense, as I mentioned over the last 6 months, has a chance to be an issue. And in my opinion, when your quarterback is talking about lollygagging, not preparing the right way. He even went on to talk about, there's one thing to be in confidence, but there's a standard that's set in preparation, which in other words, people may think they're a little bit better than they really are, kind of deal. That is a lack of leadership on the offensive side of the ball. Now, whether that's CJ, whether it's Nico, whether it's no Joe Mixon in the mix, whether you want more out of Chubb, Nick Caley needs to do something, right? Whatever it may be, that is a lack of leadership. So yeah, Ron, that's one way to look at that comment right there is CJ's got to grab the bull by the horns, and every time I've said that in multiple different ways, this is evidence that
you liked it.
I liked him. I don't like that we saw it. I don't like that it's the truth. I don't like it's what the quarterback had to say.
But you like that he addressed it.
After watching that game, I like the fact that C.J. Stroud addressed it and didn't get up there talking about we'll fix it, everybody's going to be okay. And by the way, we had a bunch of guys hurt and that they're going to get back and we'll be okay. The O-line was rotating around and they'll be all right. I'm glad that he got up there and said, no, man, this right here was unacceptable. Absolutely. Yeah, no, I loved it from CJ. I hate that he had to say it, but I loved him saying it, yes.
There's Cornbread said, I think he was talking about the whole team, not just the offense.
That's fine.
How he took
well,
it.
You talk about the whole team if you want to, and we can talk about the defense. They just give up 14 points.
That's what I'm saying. I think was that just too. I wonder if when he said we didn't practice well, because that to me is, I'm looking at the coaches as much as I'm looking at the leaders on that team. When I hear we didn't practice well, I'm interested to see. We may not hear it tonight on the coaches show. I'm interested when he meets with the media if it is addressed. And I hope it is addressed. Did you agree with CJ about how you all practiced last week? Because that's where that goes. But no, it felt like to me he should have been talking about the offense for the most part. I mean, I don't think the defense was perfect. There are some things that I'm sure they wish they could have back. But as you said, they gave up 14 points. They were the reason you were in the game. They made multiple big plays. It looked like an offensive issue as opposed to the whole team.
Whatever the Texans defense did coming up in preparation for the Rams all the way up till game time, I need them to do it again this week before Tampa Bay gets here. Right? You just held a Hall of Fame head coach, a Hall of Fame play caller, a Hall of Fame quarterback, a Hall of Fame receiver, and Puka Nacua, who is on his way to have him several All-Pros.
Force him out the game twice.
Yeah, I mean, like you just held them cats to 14 points. And again, we can dig on how the game ended and how that game ended and how.
Yeah, don't give me they were driving. No, Aziz made a play.
Yes.
To force that to stop.
Yes, well, I was referring to the Petrie matchup at the end, but yes, the defense did everything they could to put this offense in a position to have a chance to win a game. They had a chance to win a game. They didn't get it done. They turned the football over. I got zero problems wrong with the defense in terms of the overall product. Yeah, we can cuss and discuss a couple things with Jalen Petrie getting matched up on Puka and Devontae Adams. It seemed like at will all game long.
Whenever they wanted.
Yeah, whenever they wanted to. But hell, I mean, at one point Puka Nacua was matched up with Henry To'oTo'o somehow outside.
So was Adams.
Yeah,
they picked up the flag, but when
right. but it's hard to bitch about that defensive game plan given what we just watched. 14 points. You got it. That is exactly how the Texans season this year, I think, is going to unfold more times than not. And in those moments, whether it's a moment at the end of the game or it's throughout the second half or it's a couple of plays that present themselves throughout the game, C.J. Stroud's got to be the reason that you go on and win that thing. And Nico Collins has got to be put in position to help that. And that's just the reality of the Texans season. It's unfortunate that it ended the way that it did, but when you get a one-score game in the fourth quarter and you turn the football over as time expires, you're going to lose that game.
Can I be honest in what I was thinking when I heard those comments? When I heard him going to the lollygagging, and now he is in the huddle and he knows how they practiced and the difference in things. My concern is and wonder was, were they really lollygagging or did they just struggle?
Hold on, so
like he knows more than I do, but like when I was watching it, I didn't have a thought process of, come on guys, wake up. Right, like I thought Cam Robinson held on the first drive because Cam Robinson got beat. And he was trying to, like, I didn't get the sense of, boy, they need to wake up. And they look like they're not taking this serious. And I'm just wondering, is it that they were lollygagging or they weren't taking it serious, or, hey man, like this is just what this offense is. I don't think Nico just wasn't getting open just because Nico don't want to get like that's my other point is that there's some denial there. Like,
it looked like an offense that every time anybody in the building's been asked about Nick Caley, they've led with juice and energy.
Well, that's a good point.
They're all fixable.
That's what that looked like. Is we ain't real sure what we're going to do outside of juice and energy. I mean that's what that looked like offensively. And you know, look, I thought the O-line was a tad bit better than what we watched last year. Last year was just a three-ring circus, right? I mean, it was a little bit better. I thought CJ did the best that he could with what he was handed. You know, I don't know, man. I think there's some real questions about Nick Caley. In my opinion, right now, after one game, after listening to all these guys in training camp, after watching this offense take it on the chin, practice after practice after practice from our own defense, and hear nothing about energy. Oh, we're good, man. Nick Caley's ready, man. It's energy and juice and all this and that. And we're going to get the players the ball. We're going to get our top players the ball in key situations, and we're going to do it. None of that happened. There was zero evidence of any of that. And that's potentially a real problem. I mean, look, there are going to be some people that take it's patient this, patient that.
Which I think there's some truth to that. I mean, it's week one. It's a new system. But, yeah, they there was a lot of, boy, that looks worse than what we've been watching.
Oh my God! It was significantly worse than I expected, and I'm not even talking about the not scoring in the second half and the 9 total point. Like I don't need to look at the box score to get to a point where there's a pretty high level of concern for what Nick Caley's doing.
Yep. All right. I do want to remind you guys later on this week, Odyssey Houston Kids Readathon. We do this each and every year. We're trying to get new books into the hands of kids in low-income homes in Houston. That's 79% of Houston kids. A $30 donation gives one child in Houston their own home library, 6 new books of their own. Text new books to 41444 on Wednesday to donate and help us help Houston kids. Again, that's Wednesday coming up. Text new books, NEWBOOOKS. If I said 3 O's, that's 2 O's. To 41444 on Wednesday. So keep that in mind coming up in a couple of days. All right, there's a lot to get to in particular with this offense. We talked about CJ's comments that he made post-game. I want to get from our quarterback, I like this, we did this last year, I want to get from our quarterback, Clint Stoerner, his grade and what he saw from what CJ did yesterday. 19 of 27, 188, no touchdowns, 1 pick, ran the ball for 32 yards. What and how would you grade C.J. Stroud's performance? We'll get into that next.
All right, football is back. Week 1 is in the books in the NFL. Y'all got one game tonight, but week 1 is all but in the books. Football is back, and Underdog Fantasy is the best place to make picks and win money all season long. Have you downloaded the Underdog Fantasy app yet? Yes, you can play in Texas. Download the dang app, y'all. Playing Underdog is easy. Look, here's how it works. You pick whether your favorite player is going to go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, tackles. You get the point. The list goes on and on, all kind of stats. You get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times you cash. That's one thing, 5,000 times you cash. And right now, you can play with as little as $1, y'all. Right? I'm telling you, millions of fans have already won billions of dollars making picks on Underdog. And the question is, are you going to get in the game, and are you going to be next? Look, I love Underdog Fantasy year-round. I play baseball. I play basketball. But football season is the absolute best time to download the app and sign up. When you sign up, use promo code H-Town. Y'all score.
Help us help Houston kids during our Kids Read Radiothon Wednesday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Play clock down to 2. They got to get this snap. CJ out of the gun. Here's the pressure. CJ looking, firing downfield and high in the air for it. Higgins, and then a defender has it as it goes through his hands. Is it a pick? It is a pick. Kobe Durant plucks it out of the air as Higgins could not come down with the ball, and the Rams get a takeaway.
All right, that is Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Mark Vandermeer at least. John Harris, you'll hear them. Texans All Access after us. But John Harris was on the sideline for that with Andre Ware, but that was the interception that it's kind of surprised it stood as an interception. But that was the one turnover in the game for C.J. Stroud. And we did this, and we do this after each game, especially when we're sitting here next to a guy who believes he is one of the top 5 quarterback coaches in the country, self-proclaimed.
I think it's fair.
And I do too. I do too. I've done some work with him.
That Pep Hamilton Stoerner Academy, man, it had legs.
It did.
I've gone out and done some work with him. My footwork has really improved.
Quick feet.
And
big man, small ankles, always quick feet.
I'm starting to drive the ball a lot better since working with Clint.
Is that my boy Ron?
But C.J. Stroud, we talked about his comments in the first segment, but let's look at his play. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can throw your grade for C.J. yesterday. 19 of 27, 188 yards, no touchdown. You heard there the one interception. 5 rushes, 32 yards, a 74.3 quarterback rating. The offense overall, as you know, scored 9 points, 0 in the second half. Clint, when you watch everything and you see the entire way that you judge a quarterback and how they played, what would be your grade in his performance yesterday against the Rams?
I'm going to go with a C-.
C minus.
A C-. Okay. And I'll be lying to you if I weren't transparent and said that, you know, the comments in the post-game presser, which I greatly appreciated, they did negatively affect his grade for this game, because I think the reason he had to say what he said is because he hasn't been the one to step up and be the leader that doesn't allow that to happen. So his grade went from a C+ to a C- with those particular comments. Here's the reality of, as a whole, I think CJ did a admirable job with what he was given, right? But there are a couple of things. I just mentioned one of them, the post-game press conference comments. I think I couldn't help but let that weight it. And then the second thing, which I think is the most important thing that he took a ding for here with his report card, is the first sack that everybody's talking about. The first sack that I believe it pushed him out of field goal range. I'm only zeroing in on that first sack because I don't recall. I didn't get a really, really good look of the other ones. They replayed that one a bunch of times, and we can chalk that play up to, it should have been that they slid the whole line right. And you can argue they should have slid the line left. Not you can argue. They should have slid the line left.
Who's making that call?
I don't know. That's their processes. It's either C.J. Stroud or it's Jake Andrews, one of the two. The reality is we've been told that communication piece is going to be handled. The center knows the offense. The quarterback's got more control. So it's inexcusable for that to happen. Let's say this, though. Let's say, hey, they broke the huddle. The play clock was down. And they snapped the football. Okay, they didn't have time to adjust, right? So then the offense coordinator comes into play of like, are you getting the play in quick enough? So I don't put as much stock and time and effort and conversation into dissecting that play and how it happened. My biggest problem, and where I'm going to ding C.J. Stroud the most, is C.J. Stroud didn't see it. CJ, I know folks don't want to admit this. This is what Anthony Richardson did early in the game, and the whole world lit his ass on fire. And
there was a couple of blitzes where you could tell, all right, they're coming free, and it is not a plan for them to be blocked. They're coming free, and you didn't
have enough heads.
You didn't see CJ react to knowing that. There was a couple of times.
So there's a difference. I want to make sure that the communication piece and the O-line should have shifted that protection. I want to make sure that doesn't take all of the oxygen out of the room, because there is absolutely a part of, and this is my bigger concern, right? C.J. Stroud snapping the football when you obviously don't have enough blockers to the left with the play that's called, unless C.J. Stroud just does not know the protections, which would be crazy, right?
I don't think that can't be.
Even if he decides to snap the football, there was an obvious overload to the left. C.J. Stroud not snapping that football, I'd have called a timeout, but C.J. Stroud snapping that football and not looking dead left where you knew you didn't have enough, just by design, you did not have enough to protect it. There's no excuse for him not being aware that is coming. He snapped the football, he looked hard right, and there's a free runner from the left. And I don't know which, I don't remember, it was Dare Ogunbowale. Dare Ogunbowale goes hard inside to try to get the linebacker. The tackle was on the defensive tackle right there, or the end, whoever was right there. That was a free runner.
Which usually, it looked like it was the quarterback's guy. You know what I mean? Like that, the quarterback, no, he's free. I know.
It's your job to have a plan. Yeah. You either throw it away, you call a timeout, you throw it to a quick throw to where you know that widest guy can't get to you. But the last thing you do is snap the football, look hard the other direction, and stand there like Chad Hutchinson and get a center punch in the middle of the back. That's the last thing you do. And so that in itself, and C.J. Stroud said in the post-game presser, C.J. Stroud said, I got to be better. I think he corrected himself and said, I know I missed two reads, right? And the reality of it is, guys, and this is critical of C.J. Stroud, C.J. can't miss that one, man. CJ, if
they're giving him control,
not that one. If this football team is going to win games, they're going to keep it close, and then CJ Stroud has to play, but at least between the ears, he's got to play damn near perfect football, and that was way too obvious to not at the very least as a quarterback know. I don't have anybody for that. So that just flat cannot happen. For a third-year quarterback, it cannot happen for a guy you're fixing to pay $65 million a year to, and it cannot happen if you're a team that's going to play the defense, ball control, low scoring, win that sucker late. If you're going to play that style of football, your quarterback can't miss those types of reads when you've got potentially 3 points on the board, right? When there's a premium on you staying ahead of the chains because you just don't have the dudes to get you in second and long and third and long. You don't have those dudes, right? Your C.J. Stroud cannot miss that. So all in all, I thought C.J. did a great job with his scrambling abilities. I thought C.J. Stroud did some things which we talked about of like, hey, put the team on your back and go get points. I thought there was times with his legs and with his arms where he
off schedule.
Yes, and that's the only way they had points. The 9 they got. So he did some good things, but those two big dings right there, that hurts. So I got to go C- on.
Yeah, I had to see. Still, he got hit 10 times. Mm-hmm. He got sacked. Now some of those
ran into one of them.
Some of those, if you flip over to Matt Stafford avoided some of those things that you're talking about and didn't take as many hits as he could have and got rid of the ball. But he was pressured on 41+% of his dropbacks. So I that still is a lot to deal with. When you're out there and trying to negotiate that. But, yeah, there were some things. When you now have control, and we all know it, and it's what you've been talking about, there was some misses. There was some misses of free runners coming, and the reaction not as if you knew free runners were coming.
That's the scary part, Ron, because you're up against the clock, the OC, the lack, the communication piece is a tough piece to deal with. But not seeing it, and just getting square punched in the middle of the back, that can't happen, man.
Yeah. All right, coming up, as I see some of you throwing your grades, we'll revisit that. But Clint mentioned his name early, Nick Caley. The one thing that he couldn't do coming into this game, he did. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all.
It's a McCarran Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up here in the 3 o'clock hour, we will hear from you. We will hear from you, 713-572-4610. We'll open up the phone lines and hear from you, as I see some people are texting in their grades from what we saw from C.J. Stroud yesterday. Some people, I think, are just letting themselves get a little upset. I see some D's in here. I see a C minus. Champ said F. Champ just left F. Needs to get rid of the ball instead of taking sacks. There were 2 or 3 times off the top of my head. He did a terrible job of calling out a blitz, multiple occasions, bad all around.
Look, there's on that front right there, like one thing that I thought, to me, like the biggest 30,000-foot view takeaway from this game, if you were watching those two offenses back-to-back do work, like there is clearly the Grand Canyon-sized gap between that offense, which I think is an offense that can win a Super Bowl, versus the Texans offense, which you just got to be complimentary to a defense that can win a Super Bowl. Like there is, how many times did Matthew Stafford use the dummy cadence to try to get, what all he's doing is trying to get the Texans defense to show their hand of what pressure's coming, what coverage is it going to be. He used it 2 or 3 times. How many times did Matthew Stafford, I know it worked twice, where he used a dummy with a hard count and got him to jump off sides.
At the end of the half.
I know, yeah. I mean,
so the quarter,
and I'm not saying that to bang on the defense. I'm saying that to say then you roll an offense out there. There wasn't one. I take it back. There was one. I do recall one where CJ got real animated and was like, no. Mike's 52, and they redirected everything. One time in that game that I remember. And so, like, there is just and it was a panic when CJ did it. Like, there is just a night and day difference between the two. And I would expect to see a difference again because you got a new OC, you got a whole new offensive line, you got a young quarterback. I would expect to see a difference, but the reality of it is we're not even attempting to do those things. Like, it's not even in the realm of possibility for the Texans offense. And so to me, that was a big wake up of like, and maybe I'm stating the obvious, Ron. Maybe I was unfair to expect more. But when I'm sitting there watching that Rams offense and the Texans offense, I'm going, man, we are watching Football 101 versus Masterclass. I mean, we're watching an offense that seems to be more interested in get Damian Pierce touches than the guys that they're paying.
You said Hall of Fame coach, Hall of Fame play caller, Hall of Fame quarterback, Devontae Adams, a Hall of Fame receiver, Puka Nacua, one of the best Swiss Army knife weapons in the game right now. And they got, versus a first-time play caller.
There's just
a guy that used to be his tight ends coach.
There's a level of, like, cool, calm, collected in every situation at the line of scrimmage. Hey, man, we're finna dummy signal y'all's ass so y'all move a little early. Hey, I'm fixing to, at the end of the half with no time on the damn clock, I'm gonna hard count you so you jump over, both of them right over the damn center. They couldn't have been no closer to the damn football than a man in the moon. And
Daryl was on the edge, too. He got it, too.
God, yeah, that's right. Daryl was. That was EJ Speed over the damn ball.
EJ.
Yeah, you're right. But golly, man, like it's just, boy, we're so far from that. It's frustrating.
Yeah, EJ and Christian Harris, total of 8 snaps. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, Clint. Here was C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud speaking about Nico Collins. And Nico Collins, let's be honest, Nico Collins had 3 catches, 25 yards on 5 targets. He is without question, even without the injuries, but especially with the injuries, the number one weapon they have. They didn't seem to get him involved, not anywhere near the way that Nacua and Devontae Adams were. Here was C.J. Stroud on the issues get Nico Collins involved.
Just play shell, a lot of tamper 2, a lot of disguise, cover 2, and played over the top. So they did a good job of that. But I feel like we were executing in ways, but just some of those negative plays that we got to just fix. But I thought we moved the ball pretty well, but just got to just put it in the end zone or try to create an explosive somehow. But yeah, we'll be seeing that all year, so we got to get used to it.
All right, that was CJ on the limited chances and opportunities for Nico Collins. You said to us in the pre-show this was the one thing that Nick Caley couldn't have done.
Absolutely 100% unacceptable, cannot happen, can't win with it type of playing offensively as it pertains to Nico Collins.
It never became the play.
We've been hearing about from D'Amico, from Slowick to C.J. Stroud. We've been hearing about this shell coverage for 2 years now. Enough already, man. Everybody sees it. Like that if a basic shell coverage, rolling your safety cover 2 over the top of a corner, if your offensive play caller allows that to take your best player out of the game to where he doesn't have a catch until the 13-minute mark of the second quarter. He has 2 targets in the first half. He ends the game with 5 targets and 2 or 3 catches.
Yeah, 5 targets, 3 catches, 25 yards.
Completely 100% unacceptable. We got a call last night on the postgame show, and my man said, "Hey, Clint, I was at the game. You're going to watch the film, and you're going to see Nico was open some downfield, and CJ didn't get the ball to him." Okay, CJ can shoulder some of the blame along with Nick Caley. Even with that said, I've not seen the film yet in terms of the all 22. I will. But even if that is the case, if there's 2 or 3 times that Nico's running open over the middle of the field and CJ doesn't get the football to him, it's still a piss-poor, unacceptable effort to get your best player, the only X-factor type player you have on the offensive side of the football, to not get him touches in creative ways. And instead, you're getting 4 different running backs carries. You're handing the jet sweep to Xavier Hutchinson.
Hey, that Bobby was doing that.
That cannot be the case. That doesn't matter what's going on. I don't recall Nico Collins lining up in the backfield one time like we've seen before in situations where he was the only healthy target on the field and for that given week. I saw 1 screen to Nico Collins.
He got 8 or 9 yards on
there is no excuse, and this isn't about, he's never called plays or he has. This was a piss-poor plan as it pertains to getting your best player who with no Joe Mixon and no Christian Kirk and no Braxton Berrios, hell, it's even more of a reason to have the expanded package for Nico Collins. That is absolutely 100% unacceptable.
How he never got matched up on old 37 Lake, who kept holding and grabbing Justin Watson because he couldn't handle him, and we see Puka and Adams repeatedly getting in matchups against defenders that can't handle him. How we never saw that. I will say this: they talked about this dude all offseason. I don't care who was on the field. Bobby Slowick was able to get Nico Collins the ball. I don't care who was on the field. Like that was something. It would be injuries to Tank, to Steph Diggs, to everybody.
Yep.
We find a way, boy. 10
O-line play.
10 targets. 8 like that. It can't be that easy to take out Nico Collins. Cannot be. There is no Stingley, and there's no Stingley roaming around over there in that Rams secondary.
Yep.
That it can't be that easy. I don't know how in the second half, the first. All right, let's go now. Let's go.
Yeah.
Like the first, it was that was.
I said this before, Ron. If I'm D'Amico Ryans, up there in first class on that United flight y'all chartered back to Houston last night, I'm gonna tell that old stewardess, right, flight attendant, whatever. I'm gonna make sure I guess I'm politically correct here. What stewardess, is that okay?
Sure.
Flight attendant. Hey, I need you. Can you call over the loudspeaker? Can you ask Nick Caley to come up to 1B, seat 1B? I get Nick Caley sitting right up there next to me. I say, Nick, here's the deal, man. I know it's your first time calling plays, bro. But what in the hell was that plan right there to get Nico Collins to football? I've been telling everybody out here, Nico needs to walk around like he's an absolute superstar at practice, because he is. And you go out there and throw a back shoulder, a low percentage throw. That's really, if you ask me after covering Nico Collins this long, the one thing that I don't think Nico Collins is like really, really good at is the Devontae Adams back shoulder. That was your effort to get him the football in the first quarter? And then you throw him a screen. What do you do? Do you go get 9?
Yep.
Went got 9.
Never saw that.
Never saw it again.
Easy.
Hey,
there should have been at least 2. All right. You're the first option and maybe the only option.
Hey,
let me get it right to you.
I don't care if we score 9 points or 30 points. I don't care. Nico Collins better have 10 targets. And they better be high percentage targets. It better not. Like right now, what we're looking at is a rolled safety over the top and disguising a few coverages to his side will take him completely out of the game or cause the quarterback to not see when he's open. The inability to throw him the football multiple times, multiple ways from different spots on the field within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage where the pass protection is irrelevant. The fact that wasn't a huge chunk of this game plan is disturbing.
Yeah. Let's get
Go ball out, Nico.
All right, Clint's going to take a drink during the break.
They got some of that old whiskey back in the back, don't they?
Coming up as we continue, the biggest question coming into it, the O-line. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Academy Sports and Outdoors. Y'all, football is back. It is your one-stop shop for all things tailgate, right? Let's start with what you're wearing when you go to the game, y'all. You got to have the right gear, man. What
ethos.com/play. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive on a Reaction Monday as the Texans lose a tough one yesterday in L.A., 14-9. The defense, they played well. You hold Sean McVay, Matthew Stafford, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, and they were on. Williams in the backfield. You hold them to 14 points. You feel like you should win that game.
Yeah, girl.
Turn the ball over, especially when it mattered in a big moment. You feel like you should win that game, but your offense struggled so much that you weren't able to get the job done. 9 points overall, none in the second half, and just a tough go of it. And I think coming into this year, obviously, Clint, the biggest thing we were going to watch was the offensive line. And that was going to be probably the biggest talking point for this team moving forward. By the way, coming up here in the next segment here, we will hear from you. We will open up the phones line, 713-572-4610. You can give us your thoughts on this first game and where you are. But the O-line was a big part, and they had some shuffling. We wondered, as Ed Ingram was questionable on Friday, what would that mean? And if he couldn't go, what would it mean? And what we saw was a lot of shuffling. And then in the game, Cam Robinson had to come out with cramps and saw even more shuffling that brought Blake Fisher into the game. And in 4 plays, he got himself a 50-yard penalty that helped kill a drive as well. Here was C.J. Stroud, the quarterback of the Texans, talking about the offensive line issues and the combinations that they had to make going into this game.
Yeah, it's not easy, It's something that just, what, you're going to complain about it, or you just, or you're going to lay down, or you're going to go play. So for me, I just try to compete as best as I can and show those guys that I don't care who's in there, like, I trust in you. And by the way I play, I try to play as hard as I can to show that I'm there for them, and also vocally as well. So, but yeah, even, a receiver a little bit, we got some guys, hopefully coming back, hopefully soon. So, yeah, it's not always easy, but, that's why I'm in the position I am, to try to, solve some of those issues. Everybody deals with injuries, but I think I've tried to do my best at that.
A lot going on with the offensive line and how they decided to go in this game. 3 sacks, 10 quarterback hits for the Rams. C.J. Stroud, according to Next Gen Stats, was pressured over 41% of his dropbacks in yesterday's game. Your thoughts on everything with the offensive line and their performance?
Well, the significance of that audio right there to me is C.J. Stroud, which I greatly appreciate he did, is acknowledging that, yeah, this isn't ideal. Like having a different left tackle, a different right guard, a different right tackle than I had the last month of training camp is not ideal. That getting switched and having to move everybody all over the damn place in the middle of a game when the one guy you think you can depend on, the guy you paid $12 to $14 million, has got cramps on the sideline. Now all of a sudden you got a carousel on your offensive line. The significance of that offense is C.J. Stroud telling all of us, like, yeah, man, it's not ideal. It's not easy, right? And so my response to that is I believe this is one of a handful of things that Nick Caserio, DeMeco Ryans, and the organization, they've invited to the party. Like the approach to offensive line play, this overall 5 best offensive linemen, everybody playing every position. The thought of guys, a rookie going from left tackle to right tackle in an NFL game against that defense, it's no big deal. They practice both positions. Like it is in my opinion, it's laughable the way that this organization has approached offensive line, like constructing an offensive line, and the way that this is. Think about it. We had Nick Caserio on these airways multiple times. And he is literally on record saying how special of a skill set it is for the veteran Titus Howard to go from the right side of the football to the left side of the football. Do you know how hard it is to go from the right side of the football to the left side? Forget guard to tackle. Right side of the football to the left side. And then all of a sudden in game one, we've created a situation where we're going to ask a rookie to do it. Because why? Because you got a big fella out there at left tackle that hadn't practiced all training camp and has got cramps, right? That's being the plan coming into week one.
Did you see like Titus and him standing there as Cam went on the ground, like looking at the bench, like, what we gonna do?
What you gonna do now? Yeah.
Did you see? I saw their eyes, like, what we gonna do here?
Well, the big part of this is if this were week 8 and you had just a ravage of injuries and you're like you're just like, man, we have more choices. You know, this is what we got. They invited this. By the way they built this thing, they invited this. Ed Ingram, your entire offensive, 3 of your 5 offensive line positions that you went into week 1 with was all predicated on the health of Ed Ingram, a middle-of-the-road guard that wasn't even in the plans to start when you signed him. Because he's not healthy, you reshuffled not 1, not 2, but 3 positions on your offensive line, which then created a shortage at the tackle position. So when a tackle does get injured or need a breather, now you're bringing in Blake Fisher, who peed down his leg all training camp. And in the process of doing that, you're moving the rookie from one side to the other. Like this is not it's the NFL offensive line play. It is what it is. You got, like, that's the response for the situation that they've created. But I think that they've invited this offensive line, and I think it's significantly more.
Absolutely.
It's a significantly bigger deal than DeMeco Ryans mentioned in the postgame. And I think it's significantly bigger deal than many people over this next week are going to make it. They're going to write it off as, oh, it's football, man. Everybody, it happens. It's football. No. This is week 1. You're shuffling 3 of your 5 positions before the game starts and in the middle of the game. Yeah, no, I disagree. I think it's an issue that they invited and it bit them in the tail.
There's a few things with the offensive line. 713-572-4610. What were your thoughts about the offensive line's performance yesterday? It was the biggest talking point in the offseason. One thing, Tyler, is I don't know what the guy you moved up in the second round to get has to do to get on the field, but they are avoiding that. Like Juice Scruggs, like, I mean, to me it just made sense. Hey, how about you just slide Juice in if Ed Ingram's, all right? What we're going to swing everything around for.
Yep.
Right? Like, why would you, again, as you said, Cam hadn't practiced all week. It's not a shocker that he may have some cramps or anything like that. Why would you swing that all the way around? Right? Then hell, you moved up for him to be a center. Hey, man, David Andrews goes, or what's Andrews' name? Is it
Jake?
Jake, yeah, David's brother. Jake Andrews goes down. Still not him, the 6th rounder that you drafted in the same draft. Patterson comes.
Plug its backup center in.
I don't know. I don't know what has to happen for him to get on the field at this point in their trust. I mean, you got to have multiple injuries up front for him to get on the field. And look, Clint, I would say I think I'm with you. It's better to me in a sense. I didn't see as much confusion from the offensive line.
Agreed.
Now there was some free rushers, but I don't know how much that's on them. I didn't see as much confusion on the offensive line. I just, at this point, just saw ass kicking.
Yeah.
Like Ariante Ursery struggled, and you're moving him from right to left.
Yeah.
Like he can handle it. He's struggling. He's struggling no matter who he's going up against.
To be clear, Ron, my frustration is to the organization, not the players. There's nothing Titus can do. If you show up and they tell you to go play right guard, you got to act happy. I mean, you're making a boatload of money to do it, right? If Ariante Ursery, if they ask you to slide from left tackle to right tackle, hell, you got to do it, right? But for all of us that analyze and evaluate and cover the team to sit back and just go, oh yeah, it's no big deal, it's football, everybody in the NFL does it. Yeah, no, I just disagree. Not week 1. I mean, because here's what you do. The whole starting lineup hinged on Ed Ingram's oblique or stomach issue, ab issue, or whatever it was, right? And then the way you shuffled the deck, now your ability to block on the edges now hinges on the one guy that didn't practice all training camp. The one guy that was sick earlier in the week and couldn't practice, Cam Robinson. So now you're because the minute he goes down, now you're back to these musical chairs.
And now you're bringing Blake Fisher in here, who you don't
instead you
trust.
Ariante Ursery, Titus Howard at tackle. You plug a guard that you kept on the roster that you drafted, plug him in at right guard, and let's ride with it. If it becomes a problem, then you can try to maybe you adjust late. But like this whole best five approach, I mean, I disagree that it's no big deal, next man up type of situation. Like I think they're inviting a lot of this in, these issues with the offensive line. They're inviting this stuff in. You can argue that it's putting significantly more pressure on guys to be able to listen or communicate the calls, and then all of a sudden, second nature, be able to adjust on the fly when they're going left to right, tackle to guard. You know what I mean? Like you can argue that it's making the position significantly more difficult to play.
Yeah.
Mentally, I'm talking about mentally. You know what I mean? Like that. There's like in Titus Howard, maybe the one that can handle the in and out, but it's hard for me to think that that's ideal week one.
Yeah. Again, we said this is a situation in which they better be right with how they have decided to handle this offensive line during the offseason. And again, I will sit and say, yes, it is the first game. It is early. They had some injuries. I don't know that Ed Ingram was in the fold as the original plan, but apparently he won his job. So when he gets back, we can better assess what they have. But I mean, I'll just be honest. Ariante Ursery, Clint, is really the only one up there where you're like, all right, I feel like, this is going to be potentially a totally different player in 10 weeks. Everybody else is pretty much who they are, right? Like there's not going to be an uptick in jump from Laken Tomlinson or Andrews or Ed Ingram or, even Titus. Like I think Titus is a good offensive lineman, but like Ursery is the only one where you look at and you say, all right, this is his first game in the NFL. There's going to clearly be some growth there, and he'll look better in November than right now. But the rest of them, this is who they are, and it is starting right now, Clint, not to look like I don't know if this was the best way to attack how they tried to fix the offensive line. That's what it looks like.
Well, it's just I mean, rubber met the road, and it was not a good look. And to me, it's less about the players. The players have shown who they are. Like, I mean, there's a better unit. I think as a whole, across the board, they're a better offensive unit. I think they showed that. But boy, the approach has really. I mean, think about if you're Nick Caley. Think about if you're Nick Caley. You're going to the game. You're like, hey man, I got to be top of mind. I got a rookie left tackle. Or I'm sorry. Now I've spent a week plus talking about this rookie left tackle. Let me correct that. I got a rookie right tackle. I got to protect this guy. I got to make sure this guy's all right. All of a sudden, Cam goes out. Well, now my rookie's moved to left tackle. Got to protect him. Well, Blake Fisher's at right tackle. He had a rough camp. Got to protect his ass too.
Cam looked like he needed some help too.
But by the way, Nico's the only like proven X factor type player. I got to find a way to get him the ball. Like it's just all over. You're just creating issues. Oh, by the way, let me make sure I get all four of my running backs touches early in the game. What are we doing? Yeah, I mean, there's some questions offensively that to me the questions are above the players' heads.
Yeah. All right, coming up, we're going to hear from you. I see our guy Dom on the line. I see Corey. I see Jay. I see Stretch Campbell. Solid name. We will.
That is good. Stretch Campbell.
We will hear.
That is good.
We will hear from you. Phone lines open. We will turn it over to you. What's your thoughts? How are you feeling after week one on this team? Are you with, hey, it's early with the Texans, let's let them, grow and fill themselves out, or do you have a little concern / panic in your mind? We'll hear from you coming up next.
All right. Well, I got a little concern, a little panic in my mind. I'll be honest with you. I need one of them tall boys of that chill the hell.
skills. We need your help to change that. On Wednesday, we're asking you to join us in donating to the My Home Library program. For every $30 gifted, an economically disadvantaged Houston child will receive their own library of new books. Help us help Houston kids during our Kids Read Radiothon, Wednesday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
What's up, Clint? How y'all doing, man?
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Remember, we are out at 5 o'clock because this will be the first time since he spoke to the media after the game. You'll hear from the head coach, DeMeco Ryans. The coaches show coming up behind us at 5 o'clock, so stay tuned for DeMeco Ryans. Remember, you'll also hear from him tomorrow, I believe, at noon on In the Loop, as he will speak to the media. Everything is pushed back a day since they have Monday Night Football, so be ready for that. We want to hear from you, the people here, as the Texans suffer a tough loss. I think a lot of concerns that people had walking into the game, I would imagine a lot of them they don't feel better about because we saw them. 713-572-4610. Let's hear from you, and we could start by you answering the thought of, are you concerned about this, or is this just early? Let's give them some time to get things together. Let's start off with our guy, Dom. Your thoughts, Dom. Where you at right now when it comes to the Texans after game one?
Gentlemen, I just had a root canal, and that was more exciting than the Texans' offense yesterday. I am beyond concerned. I'm sick to my stomach. C.J. Stroud, why does he lose 15 to 20 yards every time he takes a sack? It makes no sense. Then you come out today and you say you could have practiced better? That makes me sick. DeMeco, 11 penalties yesterday. Bro, this team has been undisciplined since you took over, okay? And let me tell you something about C.J. Stroud before I go. Do not pay C.J. Stroud. He's just a guy. Week one and the sky's falling. Thank you for my call.
All right, Dom. Dom, that was – damn it, Dom, that is it.
Dom nails it.
Man, 45 seconds, and Dom got in a hot take to end it with I wouldn't pay C.J. He went in there and talked about C.J. C.J., you ain't lying. Third down in the red zone. He dropped back and took a sack that dropped 10, 12 yards. You know, Fairbairn in the early part of the season is nails every year, so that didn't matter. But another sack, that's a good call.
That's
way to
how
kick
you do
this
it.
Damn thing off.
Representing the Northeast, wasn't he?
My
That guy, he got.
He's done that
New York?
before.
I missed Dom.
Is that New York?
New Jersey.
Was that Patrick Creighton?
Jersey.
He has done that before.
Oh, Patrick Creighton still be going.
Yeah, you're right.
He's a radio guy. He still be going.
Good,
Dom said, "Let me get it." Dom's a damn caller.
He said, "Let me get my hot take in." Finish this thing off.
Well done.
No, it was. Listen. I was wondering if and I said it, we're probably reaching the point where I don't care how it happens. You can't go out there and score 9 points, no touchdowns, and you be the guy. You be the guy that they're about to pay $60 million to, and we just gonna say it's everybody else's fault. Like, I think some of this has to, and will start falling on CJ. All right, Corey, jumping in with you, man. How did you feel? Are you concerned, or are you just saying, "Hey, it's early. Let's let them get some time together"?
Oh, no, I'm concerned because we have a middle-of-the-pack head coach who acting like he's one of the top five. If you think about it, when we went against the Ravens when he first came back, he didn't adjust, and Lamar Jackson ate us up alive in the second half. Last year against Kansas City in the playoffs, he didn't adjust. He got out-coached by Andy Reid. Travis Kelce ate us up, and they won a playoff game. Yesterday, we're going to get Sean McVay, and he got out-coached again. He got out-coached. We let Puka Nacua come in. He had a bandage on his eye, catching the ball at will. And then on the last drive of the game, when it counts, you're going to get Sean freaking McVay, bro. And you think he's going to run the ball 3 times? The dude ran the ball twice, and then we set up for the run, and they hit us with the knockout punch. I'm telling everybody, we might not want to hear it. He might be a good defensive coordinator, but as a head coach, he has a long way to go, and that's my hot take.
Corey, no. Corey, do you feel like this is just you're angry right now, and this is getting away from you? You got him as a middle of the road?
You done seen it for when did we won the big game, besides winning the AFC South in the wild card round? Every time we get into a big game, we get
Buffalo. They beat Buffalo last year.
We beat Buffalo. Okay, we beat Buffalo. I give you that. He got out coached by John Harbaugh. He got out coached yesterday by He got out coached. He gets out coached in the big games, man. We need to. I'm the biggest Texas fan there is, but DeMeco, I'm just saying we put him on the pedestal, and really in reality, we all know he's the middle of the pack head coach.
All right, Corey.
Holy smokes!
I think Corey's angry.
Hey, callers are killing it so far.
I think
though.
Corey's
Keep
mad.
It going.
I just wonder. I wonder if Corey, and you could text in Corey. Corey, did you have him middle of the road before yesterday's game? I don't know if he's middle of the road. I think that's a little. The turnaround that he has made has been extraordinary. Now, I'm not going to say he don't have to pick things up, and there's some things that he doesn't need to be better. I think that's maybe a little anger coming up.
Look, that's emotional.
It's emotional.
But I like it. I love it. I mean, at the end of the day, Corey's already there, but at the end of the day, I think everybody's going to get to a point where, all right, it was Bobby Slowick last time. Now it's Nick Caley.
Yeah.
It was this slew of offensive linemen and this offensive line coach, and now it's a new O-line coach and a new this and a new that, and it's more excuses. And at some point, right? Because look, I believe it don't matter what happens, they're going to pay C.J. Stroud $65 million a year.
Yep.
And at some point in time, it's going to fall at the feet of DeMeco Ryans, the defensive-minded head coach.
Oh, he's tied to Nick Caley.
For not getting this. Oh, ain't no doubt.
He's not getting away with that.
DeMeco Ryans has been hovering over this offense all training camp long, and then they go out there and do this right here. I'm not going to go crazy and say he's a middle-of-the-pack defensive line coach. I will emphasize how important it is that DeMeco Ryans, not everybody else, that DeMeco Ryans gets this offense right.
And I'm telling you, Corey and Dom kicking this thing off right. Jay,
set the bar
let's
high.
Keep it going. Jay, are you concerned, or is this, hey, let's calm down, let's relax, and let them get going?
Man, I'm concerned as hell. Well, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. They told us that the flags was gonna stop when Tulsa got traded. Man, we got about 20 flags. They told me that they weren't gonna spend no money and that we was gonna protect C.J. Stroud. That ain't happened. And guess what, man? This is the last thing for me. I'm gonna be quick. I'm tired of Darray over Buwale on the field. Okay, I know he took that game when the field goal, dog. But look, it's over with, man. He shouldn't even be in that position to be on the field for me. And that's on DeMeco and that's on Casario, or Casario, whatever his name is. And I'm done with it.
Jay smoking hot.
Dude, callers are making me so proud
I will
right
say,
now.
Jay, I know you're emotional. There were no lies told there. I cannot explain how we're in year 3 of the program, and it is clear they believe Darray Ogunbowale should be on the field in important moments.
Another pregame decision, another preseason decision that they are going into games with blows my mind.
No, listen. I know I have said in the past, like, I believe that Dameon Pierce can run the football in this thing. You're in year 3. I mean, you've continued to put yourself in a position where Darray finds his way on the field. He is, and to Jay, it's not his fault. He is a great special teams player and a great player to have on your team. They got Williams over there on third downs or in the game in important moments that can run it or catch it out of the backfield. Hell, Blake Corum, they drafted early. Do the same. You got Darray out here. Ain't his fault. Stretch Campbell coming in with a fantastic name. Go ahead, Stretch. Are you concerned, or are you feeling the need to relax and they'll get it together?
Well,
go ahead. Now.
I'm concerned.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why.
You feeling good, ain't you?
No, we panicking a little bit, but I'm gonna say, you wait 3 quarters. You run 3 quarters. You find out you can't open one hole. Why are you still running the ball?
No, I hear
you. Set some screens or something. You got to do something different. And TJ needs to get the ball out of his hand real quick instead of sitting there taking a nap, waiting for somebody to get open. We seen that last year. It cost him a lot of games, big games last year.
Yeah, the defense has been Ryan is a heck of a defensive coach. He got the defense playing. If you can't score one touchdown for the defense, come on, man. Last year's defense, they shut the players down, and also they scored all the touchdowns on fumbles and pick-off returns. You got to get the offense to a point where they can score at least 10, 20 points a game at least.
All right, Stretch, I appreciate you. Coors or what do you – that's a little harder, right?
It sounded a little older and a little longer than Coors. It sounded like it's a little closer to Dirty Red's Bud Ice or something.
Speculate.
Hey, go ahead now. Text line, Tunzo had 0 penalties for the Washington Commanders yesterday.
How about that? Son of a bitch. I don't want to know that.
That was good. That was fantastic. Now you make me want to. I mean, so we got to do this on Mondays. We got to do this. I mean, I want to do this more, but sometimes you just drive us right off the rails. But that was beautiful with the dismount from Stretch.
Yeah, I feel like that deserves a big voice man entry and a 40 segment.
I'm on it.
I'm telling you, that was.
Hey, Stretch, I said a 40 segment, not a 40. The time of the segment, Chief. Not what you got your hand on.
Like, is that a bad assumption that we believe he's had a few today, or that maybe that's just?
No, I think that's just fair. It may be a bad assumption, but I think it's he earned it.
Yeah, between you watching NCIS, Investigative Discovery, me watching Dexter and stuff, we put our context clues together.
I mean, I think he's living life. I think he's got a great life.
He's reacting to that Texans loss on a Monday.
Coming up, weekend's best, weekend's worst, and we give you our Man Eye Institute Players of the Game. You can text yours in as well. Players of the Game. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all. You got.
Not sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
It's a McCarran Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back on this Reaction Monday. Coming up here in just a bit, we will do our weekend's best, weekend's worst in just a bit. But each and every day after a game, every Monday, every Tuesday, every Friday, we will do our player of the game, our Man I Institute player of the game. And you could do yours as well. Wesley says, Will Anderson's the only answer, right? No, man. More than Will Anderson out there. You can come up with more. But we'll do it, and I'll start off with mine. I'm going to go with Kamari Lassiter. I thought Kamari Lassiter was the best corner on the field. And from either team. And I understand who is on that field with Derek Stingley. Who probably hey, you're gonna have some games. You're gonna have some games where you're going up against a Hall of Famer and a Hall of Fame quarterback, and they're gonna get you a few times. And Derek Stingley kind of had some issues there a little bit with Adams, but Kamari Lassiter, I really only saw one big catch on him, and I think he was probably supposed to have some help on the inside with Puka Nacua. But much like everyone, he arrived as he always does, Clint, violently, physical. And he held down a lot of his own. A lot of the big plays did not come his way. And so I love his intensity every single week. So I'm going to give my Man I Institute player of the game to Kamari Lassiter. Yours, Clint?
Man I Institute player of the game, Ron. That's a hard one to come by, man. I would go with Will Anderson. I think the defense played. The defense played really, really well. They played well enough to win. And when it's all said and done, I think the pillar on that side of the football that sets the tone, that's obviously not happening on the offensive side of the football, I think is Will Anderson. And so performed well. Unit played extremely well. They were ready to play. They were prepared. They held down a Hall of Fame lineup that would have allowed should have allowed the team, really, hell, it did allow the offense a chance to win the game late. So I got to go with Will Anderson.
All right, text line coming through. A little Azeez Alshire. He did, and that punch-out was a huge, huge play as he gave them life. And I will say this, not just Azeez and Henry To'oTo'o played the majority of the snaps. Again, E.J. Speed and Christian Harris combined 8 snaps in the game. I don't know if we saw EJ again after he jumped off sides in the middle there, but I guess some of that in the middle of the field they're a part of, but it didn't really feel like they got picked on like the last time we saw them, where just Travis Kelce was just killing them in the middle of the field. I thought them two being on the field, it was a bit better in terms of tight ends, running backs, and stuff in the middle of the field. So I thought Azeez played a really good game as well. All right, weekend's worst, weekend's best. Tyler, jump in. Let's hear yours. What's your weekend's best over the weekend?
My weekend's best, fresh out of the weekend on a Reaction Monday, it's got to go to the Jets, and more particularly their quarterback, Justin Fields. You might have something. You might have something, New York Jets fans. There's no such thing. I'm sorry, Ron. There's no such thing as moral victories. We all know that, and y'all have heard me more than some others talk about. I don't want to talk about that, especially after a Texans loss. But the New York Jets have been an ish show for as long as I can remember. And even though they lost that Week 1 matchup with Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers there at MetLife, Justin Fields showed a lot of good things. 2 TDs on his feet, 1 with his arm. It was a shootout. And I think that's something they can build off of. So if I'm a Jets fan today on a Reaction Monday, I'm feeling a lot better. Weekend's best to the Jets and Justin Fields.
Hey, I did not have 30-plus points on the Steelers' defense on my bingo card. So I hear you. I hear you on that one. All right.
Glad they had that old quarterback that could move the ball up.
Yeah. Aaron had himself a big week, 4 touchdown passes in that game. All right, Clint, what's your weekend's best?
This one's there's a lot of good, but this one I got to ride with Josh Allen. I mean, the what he was able to do last night against that particular team and Lamar Jackson, bring them back from a 2-score deficit and end up having to score 3 times because their 2-point conversions didn't work out worth a damn. That was impressive. Big stage, opening weekend. Going against the best, going against the one guy that, let's be honest, I think if these teams win 10-plus games, these are going to be your top 2 MVP candidates more than likely. The way they play, run like legit, the way they play, where they affect the game with their legs and their arm. These 2 guys are going to be in that mix. And for Josh Allen to win it the way that he did was I just can't put. I liked what Aaron Rodgers did. Hell, I liked what Daniel Jones did. Good for those guys. But I can't put any of those guys over Josh Allen.
Yeah, Josh was that game was crazy as hell. I think it was a good game.
For the offenses, it was.
Yeah, that was. That was
something like the other game I can think of that he was in like that. Pat Mahomes outlasted him, and he just couldn't. Wasn't it overtime with Pat Mahomes?
13 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's just. I mean, so he's against the greats, against the Lamars and the Pats, and like it seems like he's come up short. It was good to see him get one and play that way to get it done.
All right, my weekend's best goes to South Florida and their head coach Alex Golish. He is going to get a job soon. His first 2 games this year, Clint, they have beaten ranked Boise at home, and then they went on the road in the swamp and beat Florida 18-16.
That Boise win was convincing, too,
yeah,
wasn't
convincing.
it?
They blew them out, and they got Miami next. What a hell of a start to their season. They're playing the Hurricanes next, but they are 2-0 against 2 ranked teams, and they have now jumped into the polls as well. So I don't know, South Florida, you better start hunting down another coach, because that dude is probably gone.
On the flip side of that, I mean, Billy Napier's got to be it's got to be coming any minute, right? That he's dismissed from the Florida Gators.
I don't know. He ended his year last year.
This has got to be. I don't know what his buyout is, but this definitely, Tyler. He had.
They said they had the buyout ready last year.
Well, I saw that on the SEC Netflix thing.
He had, I think, coached his way out of the hot seat. Like the expectations were through the roof, and then this cannot sit well. I got to believe that seat's hotter than hell.
What's your weekend's worst?
Right here in Houston. Nick Caley. Yeah. Right here in Houston. Texans offense. We're talking about people have the Texans as a Super Bowl sleeper contender.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm not saying that's not possible, but I'm saying it's highly unlikely given what we just watched on the offensive side of the football. Unacceptable. Absolutely. I'm not even looking at the box score. I'm not
just what you watch.
I'm not concerned about 9 points. It's the first week. I'm not gonna bail for not. It has nothing to do with that. It's all the other stuff that I think played a big role in why you only put 9 up. That just really, really concerns me about what's going on the offensive side of the football. And really, I say Nick Caley. D'Amico's just as responsible.
Yeah. All right, Tyler, your weekend's worst.
Oh, it's got to be for me. I mean, outside of what Clint just laid out there so beautifully, I think we all could agree with that being the weekend's worst, the Texans offense. But I'm going to go with the Miami Dolphins.
No, I think you're wrong. I think the Miami Dolphins were worse than what Nick Caley put forth yesterday.
They may have been.
I think they were.
They may have been, but I don't feel it like that, you know?
I hear you.
But the Miami Dolphins, if you missed it, little AFC South update for you. The Indianapolis Colts, well, they won their Week 1 game as they hosted the Dolphins. Didn't just win it, beat that ass, 33-8.
It wasn't that close.
It wasn't. No, it really wasn't. 33-8, your final in Indy, and it just all looked bad. Mike McDaniel was a coach. The offense, Tyreek wasn't able to get going. Tua looked awful. Miami Dolphins weekend's worst.
Yeah, the Texans, they might want to take a look in there and see what that Tyreek Hill might look at right now. I'll be honest with you. He's about 2 or 3 weeks away from that being a potential thing there. That looks like that's coming to an end. All right, my weekend's worst was the entire first half performance in the Kansas City Chiefs on Friday. That was just awful. what did CJ said? Lollygagging, it was worse.
Bundle of Rooski doo.
And they got players running into each other, and just took out Xavier Worthy. He's got a dislocated shoulder because nobody understands the depth on routes they're supposed to run. Then the very next series, the cornerback and linebacker run into each other to leave a wide open receiver on a touchdown. They had 10 penalties. They were just awful.
Bundle Rooski.
To come out, and then they all of them talked about that they lacked the Nick Caley. They all said they didn't have any energy and juice in the game. They lacked the old Nick Caley. I don't know how, after you just got your ass kicked up and down the field by the Philadelphia Eagles the last time you played, and then you came out there like that. So
didn't have a protractor out there.
Obviously, the Miami Dolphins were the worst, but they were pretty bad as well. What you got coming up?
All right, if I'm D'Amico Ryans, I mentioned it earlier. I'm asking the flight attendant on the flight home from L.A. I'm asking him to please page Nick Caley. I need him to come up here and sit in this middle seat here, and we got to have a quick conversation, because the second we hit the ground in Houston, there's some things that absolutely have to be fixed. That conversation between D'Amico and Nick Caley, I'm going to tell you exactly what it need to consist of. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about them fine folks up on the north side.
Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Nice little intro right there, T. Well done, baby. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
I tell you what, man. Damn, that's good, man. That's good right there. Took me back to them old pythons, man. It's been a minute since I've had them on, man. I got to get them things back out for you boys. Texans take one on the chin, 14-9. They lose in frustrating fashion, I think is the best way to put it. Frustrating fashion. Week one, expected a lot more out of this offense. I think the defense did all that they could possibly do to give us a chance to win against a Hall of Fame head coach, a Hall of Fame offensive play caller, Hall of Fame quarterback, Hall of Fame receiver. Puka Nacua, one of the best young ones in the game right now, that's had a couple of monster years. I thought the defense holding that crew right there to 14 points and giving the offense the football with a chance to win late in a one-possession game. I thought the Texans defense did exactly what you need them to do on the road, week one, against all that I just mentioned. The defense did their part. The offense is a major problem. This is worse than I thought I ever expected it would be out of the gate, right? And here's a few of the reasons why. This is not checking a box score and panicking over 9 points. This is not checking a box score and being concerned because we didn't score in the second half. This goes much deeper than that. If I'm D'Amico Ryans, as I said before, if I'm D'Amico Ryans, Ron, I'm tapping the old flight attendant on the shoulder up there. I'm in first class, baby, first row, seat 1, A1. And I'm going to say, ma'am, can you call back to Nick Caley? And can you get him to come up here and sit in A2 right next to me right here? And I got some things that I need to hash out with him. And when I get Nick Caley up there, if I'm D'Amico Ryans, we got to have a chat about a few things that are just flat-ass unacceptable. At the end of the day, there are a few things, Ron, that are just writing on the wall. Like, you don't need experience being a play caller to accomplish, right? I'm setting all the inexperienced things to the side. This is just good football mind expectations for a play caller coming into a game. Now, you may fail miserably doing these things, but it just makes football sense if you're trying to move the chains, if you're trying to score points, and if you're trying to win a ball game. It just makes football sense. The approach with the best player that you have on the football field, the only player that's healthy on this offense that I would consider an X-factor player right now for the Texans, of course, outside your quarterback, is Nico Collins. Nico Collins had one target, boys, in the first quarter, and that was a back shoulder throw in man-to-man coverage, and it wasn't even close. I mean, the ball went by his head, but it wasn't even close. That was his lone target? Yeah, that was in the first quarter. That was the target. And that, I would argue that is the one thing out of all the great things that C.J. Stroud does, I would argue that the Devontae Adams back shoulder throw is just not his strong suit. Out of everything he does, I would argue that's not his strong suit. And hell, I would argue that hadn't been C.J. Stroud's strong suit. C.J. Stroud can spin the damn ball with anybody in the league. There's about 3 or 4 guys that throw that back shoulder really well and consistently in the league. For all the listeners out there, take your mind back to Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams. It was effortless for those guys. That's not our forte here in Houston. But more importantly, that was one target in the first quarter. How do you come into a game, Ron, with no Joe Mixon, with no Christian Kirk? You've already lost a big weapon in Brevin Jordan. You've already had to, in the damn pregame, basically shake up your whole offensive line.
Yep.
How do you come into this game, even if all those things weren't the case and everything was hunky-dory, how do you come into this football game and not have a better plan to get number 12, to get Nico Collins touch after touch after touch after touch? And I don't want to hear nothing about, well, he was open down the field and CJ didn't get it to him. Well, they rolled this shell coverage over the top of him. I don't want to hear all that. There was zero attempt to get Nico the football, and when you call the play, there is no doubt that Nico's getting it. There should have been 7 play calls in this game where it don't matter what the defense does. I'm going to line Nico Collins up in the backfield. I'm going to toss it to him. I'm gonna line Nico Collins up in the backfield. I'm gonna throw him the swing screen. Yep. I'm gonna line Nico Collins up in the slot off the ball, and I'm gonna hit him with this quick jet motion and give him this speed sweep. I'm gonna throw 2 or 3 screens to him in multiple different ways: inside screens, rocket screens, jet screens, all the different ways.
I'm gonna break my neck to make sure he's involved in this game.
If I score 9 points, I'm gonna score 9 points because they had a beat on Nico Collins. If I'm D'Amico Ryans, I'm sitting right there in that air on that United flight, that charter flight, and I'm gonna say, Nick, look, man, I quick triggered my boy Bobby Slowick in that second year. I probably should have done it mid-year, but I let it ride. I'm not letting this one ride, man. If you can't figure out a way to get Nico Collins touches early and often, and I don't care what the defense is doing, then we're gonna have to make a move. We got to see what Gerard Johnson got.
And then Clint, off of that, it can't be both things. It can't be they lock up Nico, and then the highest person and the highest yards that a receiver has is 32 in the game. Like, it can't be they lock up Nico.
Somebody else
for
better be going off.
Right, yeah, somebody else. This should open it up for somebody else. Jaden Higgins led it with 2 catches for 32 yards.
Yeah.
That
this is all for me too, Ron. This is all about your plan coming. Clearly, the week leading up to this, the 2 weeks leading up to this, the month and a half leading up to this, and that's the Nico package that you entered game 1 with in L.A. Come on, man. That's unacceptable. It can't happen, right? Number 2 probably should be number 1. Your quarterback. Your quarterback who has all the talent in the world. Your quarterback who has told us multiple times that, man, I've always had more control of the line of scrimmage. High school, college, I've always had it. The whole storyline about fixing this pass protection and fixing, not getting CJ killed is the quarterback's got more control at the line of scrimmage. Right out of the gate, quarterback takes a sack, doesn't even see a blitz coming off. Your quarterback doesn't even identify the blitz. Forget about the clock issue and the O-line maybe not identifying it, not sliding it. Your quarterback didn't even take a peek at the pressure coming off the edge, and we took a sack. We took a sack for a big loss, right? I mean, at least if your quarterback sees it, which CJ did in this game, he sees it, he spins out of it, avoids the pressure, and goes and makes a throw for, I believe, a first down, right? But he didn't even see it, right? Your quarterback can't be in that situation, Nick. We got to get CJ Stroud up to speed, because the type of football that we're going to play in Houston is going to be tight ball games. We're going to keep the scoring low. We're going to run the football. We're going to not turn it over. We're going to kick field goals when we get in field goal range. We're not going to take risky. We're not going to take additional risk right now with this season. We're going to be a tight ball game, low scoring, down the stretch team. CJ has to be able to that is an absolute game changer when CJ misses identifying a pressure. Forget the processes of getting it picked up. Just identifying it. Your quarterback can't do that, man.
Well, yeah, and I think what we're seeing, and yes, it's just one game, but what we're definitely seeing is this isn't an offense that can sustain setbacks, right? Like, you get a sack that is a loss of 7. That's probably going to end the drive. Anywhere in it, you get a penalty, like a holding,
makes it difficult, for sure.
And they're just not enough. Like the Rams can feel more comfortable about overcoming, mistakes. They feel like they have to stay on schedule, and they cannot make those type of mistakes.
There is a premium on staying on schedule, staying ahead of the chains, no doubt, given how this team is and this offense is wired. You got to have a plan to get Nico the football. Your quarterback has to be able to identify pressures. And don't give me, it was just one play. No, one play takes you out of field goal range. One play turns a 35-yard chip shot into a 50-plus yarder. One play goes from field goal to punt. One play may take you out of a chance to score a touchdown versus just being conservative and taking the three. So I don't want to hear about one play. C.J. Stroud has to be borderline perfect. All right? Get Nico the football and get CJ up to speed where he identifies these damn pressures when they're as simple as that first one, right? Number 3, the running back rotation. The running back rotation. We are not going to be able to win football games when we go into the game and the plan is to get 4 different running backs the football. We are not going to be able to be the best offense that we can be in Houston. If there's 10 minutes left in a one-score game, we get the football back. Odds are we're going to get maybe 2 more drives. It's a premium drive, game's on the line, and it seems like there is a concerted effort to get the football to Dameon Pierce. Why is he in the game? I have no idea. We're going to throw it to him one time and then toss it to him the next time, which, by the way, 2 weeks ago, Dameon Pierce was on these airwaves, and Dameon Pierce said, yeah, that Bobby Slowick stuff, man, that tossing the ball to the boundary, that just ain't my deal, man. That don't fit what I do.
That was one of the
what did Nick Caley do? Toss the damn thing.
They didn't have a shot
in an unbelievably critical moment of the game. And then we fast forward to the fourth quarter. Again, these are all plans that I believe were plans coming into the game that failed you miserably. How in the world is Dare Ogunbowale getting the football on 3rd and 1 in a clutch situation? In between the tackles, downhill. Now, he didn't get it. Luckily, we quarterback snuck it on 4th and 2, and we got the quarterback sneak. But thinking that your best option in that situation is Dare Ogunbowale.
Catch him by surprise.
Blows my mind. And then at the very end of the game, and look, no shade to Ogunbowale. I mean, look, he's out there trying to make plays.
It's not his fault.
I ain't got no problem with him turning the football over. I do, but it's not Dare. He shouldn't even be in the game. That should be Nick Chubb or Woody Marks. Period. Point blank. That's it. It should be Nick Chubb unless he can't breathe at that point in time. Like this whole thinking we're smarter than everybody else and this O-line shuffle and this running back by committee and all this kind of jive, it just can't happen. So Nick Caley, you got to figure out a plan every single game. I want you to send it to me on Tuesday morning.
You're D'Amico Ryans.
If I'm D'Amico Ryans, Nick, I want you to send me your plan against the next opponent to get Nico Collins touches in every facet of the game, offensively.
I feel like the running back thing really bothered you.
The running back thing makes me sick. Because people say, because you look good, box score checkers, right? So-and-so only had 1 carry. So-and-so only had 2 carries. So-and-so. Those are all critical carries. You're wasting drives.
I'm sure they bother.
We wasted a drive at that 10-minute mark. We wasted that drive throwing the football to Dameon Pierce when he dropped it. And the problem is he drops it and he looks like a deer in a headlight, like you just threw a ball to him. And then you toss it to him. Like those are wasting drives. 3rd and 1, whether it's drives or situational, you gotta put your best foot forward. And at the end of the day, I personally believe there was plenty of evidence there with Nick Chubb that Nick Chubb has got to carry the football more than 13 times. Nick Chubb is got to be the answer why Joe Mixon is out. This can't be running back by committee. If we find out down the road, hey, man, Nick ain't got enough tread left on the tire, man, we can't run Nick 20 times in a game, right? Or if we get into a game and in the fourth quarter, Nick seems to be a little petered out because we ran him in the first half 12 times, okay, then we'll adjust. But we can't keep getting to critical moments in games, and we've got Dameon Pierce or Dare Ogunbowale at the running back
position. Looking at this drive, baby. Back-to-back plays to Xavier Hutchinson to get a first down, and then incomplete pass to Dameon Pierce, rush for 1 yard, and then a pass to Dalton Schultz, and he couldn't get the first.
Couldn't get it. Yeah. Couldn't get it. That's when CJ. I think that's when CJ and Big Titus was at D'Amico wanting to go for it. I think, but that those are the 3 things for me right there. Ron is this. You got to put. You are limited from like talent in your supporting cast, and when you got 2 of your vets in Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios down. Now we've got to have what did Saban say? Saban say the most recent deal. The story he tells is when the game's on the line, don't think plays, think players. And somehow we go out there and Nico don't touch it. I mean, that blows my mind. So yeah, Nick.
It is clear that they don't view Dare in the way that I think many in the fan base may view Dare.
It's impossible.
Well, it's not, but they keep rolling with it.
No. This is the smartest guy in the room type stuff.
Yeah. But again, the smartest guy. They view him more than, and I think maybe some people. I see up and down on the fan base.
I think they can win with it. I think they can win with it. Like I don't think there's a premium on let's get the ball in the hands of a playmaker. I think there is a let's get the ball in the hands of a guy that we can trust.
Yeah,
I think that is,
and Darby's way up on
and
the
I
list
think
of
that's no question, and I think that's to a fault. Like to me, it's there is in that late in that game, Nick Chubb should have never come out of the game unless he was getting a drink of water. Period. I mean that's just, I mean from a pass protection, from trusting in the pass protection, from running the ball downhill in between the tackles the way that he was running it, to that being something that you can play action off of and throw the ball over the top and stick the dagger in these jokers with a touchdown late. Like it makes no sense in any of those situations to have Dameon Pierce and Dare Ogunbowale in the game. And the part to me, Ron, that really is frustrating about all of these things, everything I just brought to the table, is that every one of them are preseason problems. These aren't just got in the game and didn't have guys. These are all preseason problems, along with your best 5 offensive linemen playing that approach. All of these were planned. Like this is what we plan on going in the game to do.
Yeah,
that's the scary part of this thing.
All right, well, maybe it's just game 1, and they've got a different ball plan. Coming up, we will talk about one of the other things we learned. That championship defense, that's a real thing. It is a real thing, what they were able to do with that offense. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all. Look, football is back, and we're rocking and rolling. College ball, pro ball, everything. It's beautiful. Baseball's still rolling. I think we still got a first-place team. Hell, we spent so much time talking to these Texans, I don't know. But I tell you what, Underdog Fantasy is the best place to make picks and win money all season long. I've been an Underdog Fantasy fan for a couple of years now. I've been telling y'all about it. I'm telling you right now, you can download it right here in Texas. You can play it right here in Texas. And so, the gist of it is Underdog is easy. All you're doing is picking higher or lower on stats. Touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions. If you're talking baseball, it's hits. Strikeouts. I mean, you get any stat out there, right? You get your picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. And heck, right now, you can play with as little as one.
that. On Wednesday, we're asking you to join us in donating to the My Home Library program. For every $30 gifted, an economically disadvantaged Houston child will receive their own library of new books. Help us help Houston kids during our Kids Read Radiothon, Wednesday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
You're going to get hit hard if you're playing against us.
You're gonna get hard.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Rangers or the Astros are like, whew, all right, take a little bit off us. Went over there and lost 2 of 3 to the Rangers. Framber does go 7 innings, gives up 3 earned. Yonder Diaz cost him a run early in the game, but yeah, they are off today, well needed, and they'll pick things back up coming up tomorrow as they head up to Toronto and face the number. I think they've got they're the 1 or the 2 seed. The Blue Jays are. They've been playing well. Luis Garcia, Jason Alexander, Christian Javier. They will pitch the 3 games in that series, so we'll get ready for that tomorrow as the Astros are. Would you say they're limping to the finish? Are we limping to the finish? I think they are.
I don't think we're limping unless I missed something, which I did miss a lot of action with all the football going on. But I mean, unless I missed something and they got more guys injured. I mean,
I mean just like limping in terms of
Jake
record wise, just record like towards the end. They're not playing their best ball right now.
Oh, I wouldn't say they're pretty inconsistent at the plate, ain't they?
They won 11-0 the other night. Yeah.
11-0 and 4-2, huh?
Yeah. But yeah, we'll keep you updated on the Astros.
Did I tell you I got me a mile in this morning?
Did you? What'd you run it in?
Take your guess. Tyler, take you a guess.
I'm going to be an honest guess. I'll say 8:45.
Dang, Tyler, what about you? You want to guess? Ran me a mile this morning, bub.
Go.
Ron's got me cracking 9. That's
9:27.
8:34, boys.
Nice.
8:34, boys.
Respectable.
Comfortably under 9. So I think I could crack 8.
Did you give it everything you had? Did you think you could get
it hurt.
down?
Coming off a weekend, I had a good weekend now. I mean, I had several different kinds of drinks throughout the day on Saturday, and woke up Sunday morning, and my trip to church was a little dicey. So I tell you, that's where I was at, Father of the Year, right? But yeah. So it was a rough weekend, and it was a Monday of a rough weekend. If I just get my system right, I think I can break 8.
Oh, you think you can break 8?
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right, 7 something. Have it start with a 7. All right. Listen, one thing we've talked about a lot of the issues, and I think it's a very fair conversation, and we will talk about it moving forward the rest of this week as they take on the Bucs Monday night. And you know, the big questions really seem to stand on the offensive side of the ball. We felt pretty good about the defense, Clint, and I don't think there is anything that changes that from their performance. Now, listen, there are some things, but ultimately, Clint, they gave up 14 points. They got after Matt Stafford and sacked him 3 times, and you know the Rams weren't really dominant anywhere. And you hold a team that has Matt Stafford, Puka Nacua, and let's be honest, Puka got off in this game, 10 for 100 plus, and Devontae Adams just getting there, and Williams, and he had a couple of nice runs and had him a touchdown. But just overall that, with Sean McVay, and you hold him to 14 points on the road, like that's what we're thinking this defense can be. And as someone texted in earlier, Clinton said, hey, Ron and Clint, didn't you have the Texans winning the division? Yes, I think they will beat a lot of teams that they play the way that their defense plays, and I think their offense will have a little bit more success. I think their defense will probably have turned other teams over in the way more than they did against the Rams to give them short fields. I think the Rams are a good football team, better than some of the other teams. That game they played yesterday, they will probably win more times than not with the teams on their schedule.
Oh, look, this defense is going to win you a ton of games. No question about it. You're going to win this division based on just how good your defense is. I mean, you just played a top team. What I believe, if somebody doesn't get injured on that team, I think that offense that the Texans just played is going to be one of the better offenses in football. If they stay healthy, they're going to be one of the better offenses in football. And you just held them to 14 points, and with a terrible offense, had a chance to win the game in the last few minutes of the game. Yeah, this defense is championship, Super Bowl worthy.
Yes,
and
they weren't even, and they probably walk away from the game saying we could have done things better. I think if Puka and Devontae weren't out there, Clint, and Matt Stafford, they may have pitched a shutout against that.
No question.
That team.
No question.
Right. I don't know. I get the thought of, oh my God, they scored 9 points. But you just got to also remember the other side. That offense they played, like there were some big plays that I don't know other teams. There are some teams on their schedule. I don't know that right off the bat Trevor's making that, or Cam's making those plays, or Sam Darnold's making those plays, or Brock Purdy.
There's no doubt. Here's the thing, though, is like
Dan Jones.
The one thing, although it was a one-score game, like I don't know that. In fact, I think that the Rams probably punted once late, and I think the commentator even said, "Boy, they're putting a lot of trust in their defense. They just know their defense can get the stops necessary," which rightfully so. I mean, they should feel that way. But the interesting thing with them is I've talked a lot about how good that offense is, and I think defensively. Now, look, the Texans made them look better than they are, but that's going to be a pretty damn good defense. It was well documented how good the defensive front was,
especially front seven. Yeah,
yeah. But it's just that defense is pretty damn good too. Now, there's no excuse like the Texans that just to show up and do what they did. There's no excuse, but I think that defense is going to be. But the Rams are going to be a football team that's in the mix late. in the playoffs and making some noise.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Yeah, the defense is, Will and Daniil are as advertised, and I bet you that might be the worst game Derek Stingley plays all year. Potentially, I think that might be the worst game he plays all year. So yes, I am not coming off my thought of them winning the division. Yes, the Colts and the Jags had good days yesterday. I'm not coming off them winning the division because, yes, I still have real concerns with the offense, but I think as you said, Clint, their defense will win a lot of games, and in those games, not only would the points would have been lower, I think there may have been turnovers. Matt Stafford's a smart dude and a good quarterback that didn't hold the ball, that got rid of it and made plays in a route where you're like, damn. And I don't think you're going to be doing that with a lot of the quarterbacks on their schedule. All right, coming up as we continue, remember, we are out at 5 o'clock. The Coaches Show with D'Amico Ryans comes up right after we get done at 5 o'clock. We are going to look at T-Mill's best bets. We'll get you out there as we got a little Monday Night Football, so I'm sure there will be a lot going there. We'll tell you about the news of the day that kind of made yesterday even worse with an injury for the Texans, and we'll relook at the comments that C.J. Stroud made that was interesting after the game. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive. But before we get there, guys, you need to do what I do.
McCarran Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live on The Drive. Remember, we are done and handing this thing over to the Coaches Show with D'Amico Ryans. That's coming up in about 18 minutes, so stay tuned for that. It'll be the first time we've heard from D'Amico since the postgame show. Again, also programming note, he will be live speaking to the media at 12 o'clock. You can hear that right here on Sports Radio 610 during In the Loop, so stay tuned for that. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up in just a bit. I do want to get across some important injury news to the Texans that this happened about a half an hour to an hour before our show started. Before we get there, guys, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built to protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. All right, this news here, Clint. The Texans, according to Aaron Wilson and many others reporting, their starting tight end, Cade Stover, broke his foot against the Rams and is out indefinitely. He was seen in a boot after the game, and he did catch 4 balls. That was a team high for 22 yards on all 4 targets. By the way, the Texans in their practice squad, they do have Harrison Bryant, who they got over in the trade with the Eagles, and Luke Lachey, who is the tight end. Those 2 are on the practice squad, so the thought is maybe they bring one of those guys up because they only had 2 tight ends going into the game yesterday. But that is, I think, a pretty big injury. You look at the loss of Brevin Jordan and how we think they want to play football. Now, I know they are a matchup-based offense of how their game plan goes, but I still think running the football was a big thing for them.
Yeah, so just kind of connecting a couple of dots here late. Going into a game with 2 tight ends on the active roster bit him in the ass too, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a bad deal for the Texans because look, I'm a big fan of Cade Stover. I expected him to take that next step and really be an impact in the run game, as you mentioned. We've heard D'Amico Ryans talking about how much better he's got at the top of his routes and creating separation and snapping off his break points for the quarterback and all that kind of stuff. And man, I just thought that he was going to have a monster year. For this to happen week 1, it stinks. It leaves the offense in a tough spot, and you lose what I think is, I don't think that Cade Stover was one of the best players on this offense by any means, but I do believe that Cade Stover, when you talk about what kind of the movement, if you will, in that O-line room and in the offensive meeting room, the movement to be more physical, more accountable, to bring that level of dog, I'd be shocked if Cade Stover wasn't one of the first tone setters that comes to mind over there. So you're losing a good player, you're losing a tone setter, you're losing a guy that had a really high ceiling on both fronts in your offense, I would think, run and pass game, and at a position where you were already thin. So, yeah, they've lost 2 of their top 3 tight ends, and we've played 1 game.
Yeah.
So they're in a tough spot. I do like Harrison Bryant, for the record, just for what it's worth. I do like Harrison Bryant. I think he's a veteran. This is why you keep him around. He's a veteran that can get out there and make plays. I do think he can do a little bit of everything. So doesn't have, I don't think, the high ceiling as Cade Stover had. I don't think he's as athletic as Brevin Jordan, but he is a guy that you can get into some 2 tight end sets. He's a veteran, knows the game, knows the defenses, knows the intricate details of playing the position, both in the run game and the pass game. So you do have a reliable backup there, answer at that tight end position, but it sucks to lose Cade Stover for sure, man.
Yeah, it does. So we'll see if they make any other moves. Maybe Nick is out there taking a look at things. And I still assume they're going to have to add another tight end somewhere. Anyway, you don't now because Because where they're down to 3 on the
I guess
between the practice squad.
I guess you've lost 3 of your top 4 because Irv Smith is out.
Yeah,
too.
Irv's 2. Yeah, Irv's out. So they got 3 right now, including the practice squad. So they're going to have to add somewhere. Wow. Yeah.
3 of your top 4 going into the season in training camp.
1 ball game. And they are long-term injuries, right?
They're
Broken
done.
foot. We'll see how long he is. He's out indefinitely. There's no timetable on his.
Gotcha.
But Irv and Brevin are done for the year.
Yeah.
We'll see. All right. I think a big talking point was C.J. Stroud after the game, and he talked about the way that they came out, the way that he was critical of his team and how they approached the game. Here is C.J. Stroud. If you missed it, this is something that has been a talking point since he spoke to the media yesterday after the game.
Yeah, I take just negative plays. I think it's kind of obvious. We can't shoot ourselves in the foot consistently and expect to win. And that starts with me, with a lot of different things. I got to get rid of the ball better and, use my legs maybe a little more. But, I think, there's a lot of hope still. We did a lot of good things. It's a really good defense, a really good team. But I definitely think we could have won. But just you can shoulda, woulda, coulda all day. We didn't deserve to win that game because we didn't do the right things. So when you come out in NFL lollygagging and not going through the motions, that kind of happens. So I think we'll be all right. But I think it's a good wake up call for us.
All right, he said it was a wake up call. Lollygagging is the term that really that jumped this out. This was the follow up to CJ speaking about a wake up call.
I just think the way we practiced this week, I think we could have practiced better. I think, I love the confidence we had, but there's I always say there's like a type of mindset is like, did I do enough? And I think it's a healthy way to be because then you'll probably do more. So for me, preparing, I got to do a better job. And I also got to hold my guys accountable, for that one exotic. And it's the first game of the year. We got a lot of exotic looks we did not expect. They did too, but they made the play. So you can come with a million excuses. We got to just be better.
All right, Clint, your thoughts hearing both of those cuts about lollygagging, wake-up call, and then his response to it, talking about not practicing. Great.
Yeah, I think we've talked about it before, Ron. I hate to say I told you so this early on, and I know people got mad when we talked about it, but at the end of the day, we've been talking about leadership on the offensive side of the football for 6 months now. And I've gone through the list of, Joe Mixon was the only one that I would say is a put a foot on your throat, hold you accountable type of guy. He's been gone, nowhere to be found. And so that leaves, I think, a void of leadership. And when you have that, whether it's veteran or young, it doesn't matter. When you have that, I think you put yourself in positions offensively or really anywhere the void in leadership is. I think you put yourself in a situation where you get caught off guard. You end up in hindsight looking back and going, yeah, we were lollygagging. You look back and talk about, I like being confident, but it sounds like they may have gotten a little cocky, maybe gotten a little arrogant, maybe thought they were a little better than they really were. Later in that press conference, and the postgame presser for anybody out there, the postgame presser with C.J. Stroud was absolutely beautiful. I mean, he went on to talk about we got to have grit to fight through when we have negative plays to stay positive and keep moving. So obviously there was an issue there as well. The overall, to me, I immediately thought these are leadership issues. These are, if you had the guy in-house, whether it were Nick Caley, whether it were C.J. Stroud, whether it was Nick Chubb, Cam Robinson's a veteran, Nico Collins, who have Dalton Schultz, you nip this in the bud on Tuesday of hey, it's game week, man. Y'all get y'all stuff together. But what are we doing? Lollygagging. What the hell are we doing? Yeah. Right? Not practicing well, being a little more focused in
really intrigued to see.
It's week one. It's week. Yeah, it's week one, man. That to me, that is a lack of leadership. Now, I will respond to that by saying this is exactly the kind of leadership I'm talking about, though. Right? I wish that C.J. Stroud would have handled this a month ago and been this vocal about it a month ago, and not waited till you put up 9 points in a regular season game But this is the kind of leadership I'm talking about. We don't get up there and talk about, this is all fixable. We're just going to get back together and go to the drawing board and, just all we know how to do is work hard. That's all we know how to do. No, none of that. I mean, this is, that was bull jive what we just did right there. That's the kind of, what you just heard is the kind of leadership that I think this unit on the offensive side of the football has been missing.
All right, Tyler, as Monday Night Football nears, let's start the week off right. What are your best bets, T-Mill's best bets? I'm sure they are Monday Night Football lean.
You are correct. I got 4 Monday Night Football best bets for you to start the week. First, I got the winner in this game being the Vikings. I got the money line at -120. That's the odds I got it at. They are favored in this game by a smidge, just by a very thin margin, but I got the Vikings winning this one tonight. And now I got 3 player props for you. First, I got the quarterback for the Chicago Bears, Caleb Williams. I'm on under 20.5 completions for Caleb Williams. Now 2 Vikings props for you. I got Justin Jefferson, one of the best receivers in the National Football League, over 6.5 receptions for him tonight. Got the at +115 odds as well for Justin Jefferson. And then I got the other quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. I got over 13.5 rushing yards for him. I think you get that in one play if he gets panicked, which he's liable to do tonight. And I got over 13.5 rushing yards. Those are your 4 best bets for the Vikings and Bears game this evening, which you can hear right here on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, I normally would roll with the Jefferson thing, and I think I wonder how JJ plays it. How JJ plays. Hey, Sam Darnold's going to get that ball over to his ass. I mean, 6.5, you might as well write that in. Sam was getting it over there, and I wonder if JJ will too. He's got a really good offensive coordinator that I'm certain will have the game plan there. 13.5, I like those rush yards. Young quarterback's going to pull it down and run. I like
sir. The only one I like on there is Justin Jefferson, T. I like the Bears tonight. I think Caleb Williams gonna get a ton of easy completions.
He better look better than JJ.
And the JJ rushing yards a crapshoot.
Yeah, that's fair.
I needed 6.5 out of Dak the other night and got 3.
Yeah, true. But I was right in line with Ron. I'm thinking young quarterback,
Scramble
week 1.
Yeah, panic a little bit and go.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. That's a good call.
Dak ran sideways more than 6 yards. All right, Clint. Great job, Tyler. Great job. I'm Ron, the show. D'Amico Ryan's the Coach's Show coming up next. A lovely
Gentlemen, I just had a root canal, and that was more exciting than the Texans' offense yesterday. I am beyond concerned. Do not pay C.J. Stroud. He's just a guy. Week 1 and the sky's falling. Thank you for my call.
Damn it, Dom, that is it. Stretch Campbell coming in with a fantastic name. Go ahead, Stretch.
Well,
you feeling good, ain't you?
No, we panicking a little bit, but I'm going to say.
All right, Stretch, I appreciate you.
That sounds like it's a little closer to Dirty Red's Bud Ice or something.
Yeah, look at you. And the world's all right.
All right, thanks, Tyler. Let's roll.
C.J. Stroud doesn't want to hear any excuses after a tough Texans loss to open the season.
You can shoulda, woulda, coulda all day. We didn't deserve to win that game because we didn't do the right things. I think we'll be all right, but I think it's a good wake-up call for us.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
All right, how do you start a bidding war for your home in this housing market that we're in the middle of right now? I can tell you how. Fast Track offers from Orchard. It's easy, y'all. It's a program that flips a slow market into your favor. Here's an example. My man named Chris. He took advantage of Orchard now. He needed to sell his home fast, but he didn't want to take the lowball offer from an iBuyer. We've all been there. So, look, he called his Houston Orchard agent, and she took care of business. She told him about the Fast Track offers program that Orchard's offering, and she explained how the program creates a bidding war among buyers. Right? With Fast Track, Orchard creates demand for your home before it goes on the market so that you sell fast. Oftentimes, getting multiple competitive offers in the first week. Y'all, bottom line, when buyers compete,
He should rethink that and make a QB change now, because as long as Russ is starting for the G-Men, it's a giant waste of time. I'm Zach Gelb.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, our goal is to cure cancer, not simply treat the symptoms. We go beyond standard diagnostics and conduct in-depth tests to ensure our patients receive an accurate diagnosis and the right treatment plan from the start. This deeper level of precision gives our patients peace of mind and the best hope to overcome cancer. Because at MD Anderson, we know cancer, inside and out. Choose us first at mdanderson.org.
It's hot, it's humid, it's Texas. You know we're in for a long, hot summer. Nolan Ryan for American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. Beat back the hot Texas sun once and for all with the cool, clean home comfort of American Standard. Consumer testing says American Standard is one of the best, but your family comfort means the most. It's that important, and it's what we do in Texas. Stay cool this summer. Peace of mind is everything in this business. Comfort the way you like it. AmericanStandardAir.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
If you've been waiting to update your home, don't wait any longer, because Macy's Labor Day sale has our lowest prices of the season on everything, from our exclusive Radley sectional in so many fabric and leather options to our beautifully crafted Headworth Queen bed, plus top mattress brands like Sealy and Beauty Rest for that new bed, all at 20 to 60% off, over half off. But don't wait any longer. Our lowest prices of the season won't last forever. Hurry into Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
It's Texans Radio.
Yes, sir.
The D'Amico Ryan Show.
Communicate. Over-communicate.
Brought to you by Amity Bank.
Hello, Texans, and welcome to the D'Amico Ryans program, the very first one of the season, as a matter of fact. It's a little bit of a different one because we have plenty from the head coach, yet our normal weekly Monday afternoon visit with him will actually take place tomorrow. So full disclosure there, as we will get into everything related to the Houston Texans game against the Rams 14-9 loss, with Tampa Bay coming up a week from tonight in the home opener. But tomorrow we'll visit with D'Amico, and we'll work out the rest of the week the way we do. It's a weird week, Johnny, because it's game week Sunday now. Tomorrow's Monday. I don't have to get into the rest of it, but we're going to have a weird week here, getting ready for the Buccaneers to invade NRG Stadium. Liberty Whiteout, 6 o'clock kick on Monday next week. Don't forget, very important to point out, 6 o'clock kick, because I know some of you, and I'm kind of like this too, noon Monday, I'll be opening up those tickets in the app. Wait a minute. It's not a 7 o'clock or 7:15, 7:30 Monday Night Football kick. No, it's not. It's a doubleheader, and we've got the early game. As opposed to the Seattle weekend where we will have the late game, a 10 Eastern start. By the way, did you hear what they did for that one, Johnny? They decided to take it off ESPN Plus and put it on the regular ESPN.
No, I hadn't heard that.
That's a smart idea. That game, and a lot of people didn't even realize that game was slated for ESPN Plus. But by doing that, the league avoids a tremendous disaster, which would have been the lowest streamed game in NFL history, which streaming has not been around for that long.
Yeah.
Yet ESPN Plus, 10 Eastern start? I don't think so. Good idea to put it on ESPN. Remember, the Friday night game, had that been on, I don't know, ESPN Plus or a pay service that's not as familiar to people. I know a lot of our listeners have ESPN Plus, but had that not been on free YouTube, I don't know how that would have done. But it was on free YouTube, which was highly accessible to everybody on planet Earth, so that was a good thing.
But luckily we were in LA, so we got a local broadcast, so that was kind of nice.
My YouTube feed,
I for some reason was thinking Netflix the whole time, so I'm going all through Netflix, and then I was like, okay, what have I missed? And then I was like, wait a second. This thing's on YouTube. So I went to my YouTube TV, and it said NBC4, whatever NBC is in Los Angeles, and that's where I found. I was like, oh, here it is. So I was able to, I don't even know what time we got started on that game. My daughter and I did, but it was odd because I was like, it's like 7:30 here.
Well, we came off the plane because we went 2 days early.
Yeah.
We came off the plane, and it was on YouTube. I was getting it on my phone.
Yeah.
Until my phone realized, oh, wait a minute, you're in L.A.?
Yeah.
Now I'm going to turn this off, and you're going to have to watch it on local television.
Yeah, and that's the way that I ended up finding it, was getting it on local television that way. So it sounded like it got an okay number, but it didn't hit the Netflix number from what it sounded like. I was just glad that the Chargers won.
Yeah, well, because a lot of people hit YouTube in a way that's a Google search or something.
Yeah.
Netflix, when you open it up, bam, there it is.
There, yeah.
If you open up your YouTube page, but how many people actually do that?
Yeah,
if you did it on a desktop, it's right there. Anyway, we didn't come here to talk about that. We came here to talk about this, losing to the Rams and building up toward the Buccaneers Monday night. So here's Coach Ryans after the game, because the big topic was the offensive line. And going in, no Ed Ingram. You could have slid Juice Scruggs in there at guard and left the line the way it was. And it's not like this is a highly established line. We've been seeing the thing through various combinations throughout the entire preseason. But they decided to move Titus Howard and play him at guard and go with Ursary at right tackle and go with Robinson at left tackle. Handle it that way. What went into that decision?
Yeah, our offensive line was our offensive line. We had 5 guys we had out there that were up, and injuries unfortunately happened throughout the week, so shuffling will take place. That's the NFL. That's the nature of the league. Guys go down. You have to move guys around, and we don't complain about it. It's, hey, you got to show up and just get your job done.
All right, so they did not get the answer. The media did not get the answer that they were looking for, which is, why not Juice? He just said, we're going to shuffle guys around. I think the answer to the question, you correct me if I'm wrong here, is they just want to get their best 5 available out there, and maybe he's not one of their best 5 available. Shuffling or not, that's their best 5 with Ed Ingram out.
Yeah, and then when Cam went down, instead of moving Titus out to tackle, moving Ariante over to left, Titus out to right, and putting Juice in there, they went with Blake out at right and moved Ariante. I guess that's 2 moving pieces versus 3, I guess. At that point, I'll be curious. I've seen most of the game. I'll be curious if they go with this same line for week 2. Just I'll put it that way. Ariante's going to make mistakes, there are going to be some times. There were some times where he got beat with some good hands by Byron Young, but I don't know what they'll do. I'm curious to see if they'll go with that 5. And I don't think ultimately the interior. I thought Lakin and Jake. Now, obviously Jarrett went in for Jake, and we'll see where Jake is this week after going out of the game. But I know that Jake tried to walk on whatever he had going on, and he took a couple steps out of the blue tent, and then he just was like, he kind of shook. I was standing right there. He shook his head. So they had to get a cart to take him off. So that doesn't sound all that promising. But Jarrett did a pretty decent job when he went in there. So if there's anything to be taken out of it, Titus, I thought at guard was good. Now, I will say, I thought Ariante for his first performance, it was up and down. But I thought in the run game, he had one. I'm trying to remember which one run it was. I think it was Nick's 13-yard run. And Ariante put a linebacker, he put Spates on his back. And it was full of fury, and it was nice. But does he stay a right tackle? Does he go back over to left? Do they move Titus back out? I think the best line, seeing all the combinations, my God, there have been so many. I think the best combination, if Ed is healthy, is Ed going back to right guard, Titus at right tackle, and Ariante at left tackle.
And maybe they do that.
That's the best group they had. And they had that group running for about 2 weeks before Ed had the abdomen problem.
Ed was limited on Friday. Mm-hmm. I mean, he was in uniform Thursday and Friday, right? Yep. So maybe he's close. Maybe you can get him. You have that extra day to get ready for Monday Night Football. Here's Coach Ryan's on what needs to be done, what can be done with the offense after the loss to the Rams. Looking forward to the Bucs.
For us, offensively, in the first half, we drove down. We got field goals. We needed to get in the end zone there, but we had some really successful drives. Just got to end in the end zone. And then there, at the end of the game, it's the NFL, right? Fourth quarter. That's why everybody watches it. We got the ball. We got a chance to drive down and score. We're making progress. We're making plays. And the one thing that we talked about, the main thing throughout the week of what it was going to take for us to win this game, it was protecting the football, right? They took the ball away 2 times and took it at the most critical time of the game there as we were driving down to score. They make a play to take the football away, but we're in striking distance. We don't make the play. They made the play. Credit to the Rams. They showed up, and they played really well today, and they made the plays, and we came up short on a few.
And those takeaways were not exactly Texans' grave errors where you just drop the ball or you just doink, get rid of the ball somehow involuntarily. That didn't make sense. Anyway, those were different. Those were actual takeaways. You have the ball in the hands of Jaden Higgins, and you got to give Durant a lot of credit for coming down with that football on the way down. The Dare fumble, he's got to protect the ball, but that was a perfect peanut punch. And I don't even want to say but it was. It was. And you got to protect the ball, yet that was a hell of a play by them. Just like Aziz's helmet hit on the ball on the other end that led to that possession was a hell of a hit on the ball. And these things happen. I love what N.D. Kalu said. He'll be on later on in this program, that this is 2 heavyweight defenses going at each other. And you can look at it like that because it's a 14-9, extremely low-scoring game. This is not NFL poster stuff. They don't want this to be the league poster game of the week. They want the Ravens and the Bills game in the 40s to be like that. But this is what it is. These 2 teams were playing tough defense.
They were they were hitting. Mike, both sides were hitting. Thinking about that last drive, where Dare had it punched out. Dare goes down right there. It would have been about the 18-yard line, I think. I had this going into that game. I just was like, man, please Stafford-proof this game.
Yeah.
And I could see us going down and scoring and taking the lead.
And then
but
he comes
missing
back.
the 2 and being up 15-14 and then him coming back and then getting them at field goal range to win 17-15. But, it would have been incredible to see an ending like that. I think it's just unfortunate because Dare had made a nice play before that. He was in the process of making a nice play. I would have liked to have seen from the 18-yard line how the Texans could have drained clock and then scored, which would have been nice. But then you had to get the 2 if you were going to score. But that didn't happen.
Right. It didn't happen. And if Dare goes down right there, it's something like 2nd and 3.
Yep.
You're in the red zone. Mm-hmm. You get a lot of opportunity and options.
2 timeouts.
There's no guarantee you're going to score. They're one of the top red zone defenses in the league based on last year's statistics. And
no, you had all 3 timeouts.
You had all 3 timeouts left. But you really wanted to milk that clock, if at all possible.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about that at the time, and I thought, I'm not going to be greedy here. You got to figure out a way to get the ball in the end zone.
Yeah, especially against them.
Don't delay that possibility.
Right.
Get it in.
They're so good to get in the red zone, as you pointed out a few times on the broadcast. Their red zone defense last year was outstanding. And once we got one drive inside the 20 and then went backwards. And we would have been just inside the 20. Maybe you make that play, maybe you didn't, but you didn't get that opportunity. You did have a chance to get a stop on the 3rd down play. And you want to talk about a really well-conceived play. Really well-conceived.
I watched it several times. I felt like you watching it. Where did Puka come from on this play?
Well, he goes in motion, and a lot of you saw the Texans do this. I like to see some of the trends. One of the trends now is to take your wide receiver and bring him all the way in and then let him go kind of in the B gap and, between the guard and the tackle and let him go through there and go get a safety, as opposed to what a lot of teams were doing before was bring him to the tight end and then try and get him from there. So they couldn't get there. So what they would do is they'd bring him all the way in. They get him. The Texans did that with Jaden Higgins a couple times. He would get all the way between guard and tackle, kind of buzz his feet, snap the ball, and then he'd go get the safety at that point, which was an easier angle. Well, the Rams had done that in the run game a couple of times, so they set it up. So when Puka goes in motion, he gets to that point, and so when he takes a beeline to Petry's thinking it's run. So what do? You start to fight off the block and look for the ball, and as he does that, Puka just he goes out to the flat.
Runs by him.
He runs out to the flat.
And it's over already.
And it's a great play construction. I mean, it's beautiful. There should have been a little bit of help there. I don't know how that would have come to be, but the Texans, you could tell the secondary definitely felt like it was run all the way.
Well, they'll be ready for it next time, you hope. Now, quarterback C.J. Stroud, obviously not the game he wanted, had the pick, but again, it was in Higgins' hands and taken away on the way down. Stroud made some plays with his legs, made some nice throws, had some sacks against, wants some plays back. And D'Amico Ryans was asked how difficult a game it was for his quarterback dealing with the injuries around him. You go into this game with no Christian Kirk, who is not a proven world beater for the Houston Texans, but this thing is cooked up with Kirk as part of the mix, and he wasn't. And then Ingram out, and then you have to do all sorts of things. So here's Coach Ryans on his quarterback.
Injuries happen. Guys go down all the time. Do we not show up? Do we put the ball away and go home? We compete. It doesn't matter who's out there. All right, whatever the job is, whatever the assignment is called for, man, we're NFL players. You got to man up and be able to do your job. So we don't complain. We don't make excuses for guys having to be shuffled, injuries happening. You don't make excuses for that. That happens all across the league every year. It's just about, man, whoever steps up in that spot, how are you owning your opportunity, right, man? You should be thankful and grateful to have that opportunity to step in and show that you're ready for that challenge. You're ready for whatever takes place. And so no complaining. Just keep pressing forward.
So Coach not taking any bait on injuries being an excuse of any sort. He knows the league. This is it. This is next man up. The Texans' legendary next man up season of 2011, he was a huge part of that, and they went to the playoffs for the first time. His own team has been in many situations where they've just had to deal with devastating injuries. Anyway, had to deal with that. Also had to deal with the Dare fumble. Now, Dare made the big play, like we said, and then the next play fumbles the football on the hit by Landman. And here's Coach when asked about what kind of talk he had with Dare afterwards.
A veteran player for us, captain. That's one of those moments. What do you say? You don't have to say anything. Everyone knows how hurt he is. I know his pain. I know what he's feeling. It's a tough moment. He's been one of our most dependable guys. And the Rams kid made a nice play, put his hat on the football, bang, bang play. Really nice play by them, right? So it's Dare, he'll bounce back. He'll continue to do. He made a nice play there to get us down in striking distance. So that's the nature of the league, right? But no one's more hurt about that than Dare.
Yeah, Dare Ogunbowale doesn't fumble. but he did yesterday,
Yeah.
and you just have to live with it and move on. He's still going to be your back on Monday night, your third down back, I would imagine. I know everyone thought maybe Woody Marks would slide into that role when he was drafted, and maybe he does eventually. But right now it's Dare. And I would still go to him, Johnny, because that's the way this thing is designed. You don't have Darren Sproles back there, somebody like that, a third down back who could do those kinds of things, but he can clearly make plays, and you got to find a way to make that work. I think what's more interesting here is how they divvy up the running back first and second down type carries when they play the Bucs on Monday. Everyone's talking about Chubb needs more carries. Well, you got to be better than 2 for 9 on third down if Chubb's going to carry the football more.
Yeah, absolutely. It was fits and starts with the run game. There were times where they ran, it's funny because we talked all offseason. They ran a lot of duo, a lot of gap scheme stuff, and Nick's best run came on a split zone play where he cut it back behind Ariante Ursery with a hell of a block. So, they're trying to find a lot of things that work. And look, Nick had how many carries yesterday? I mean, he had, 15 he had yesterday? I don't know. But either way, I felt like Nick was effective for most of those carries. So, and look, the guy's coming off a major knee surgery in 23, a foot injury in 24. You can't just throw him out there and get 25 carries. Right. You don't want to do that. I mean, that's foolhardy. So you've got to be able to get contributions from all your backs. You need more from Dameon Pierce. You can't drop the ball when the ball's thrown to you when you talked about how good you can catch the ball. You got to catch the ball. You got to make a play. Both he and Woody both tripped. Weirdly enough, CJ tripped on both times. He was going to hand the ball to both of them.
Weird.
And those could have been good. They could have been good chunk runs, especially Woody's. Woody had some space, but he kind of had to move out of the way of CJ. Then he stumbled after that. So either way, the running backs, there's more there. It's just a matter of how do you mix? What's the mix going forward? Is it more Woody? Is it more Dameon? Is it, less Nick? I'd be just fine with the same amount of Nick and a little bit more Woody, to be honest with you. I'd be okay with that. But, you can't get yourself with penalties and mistakes, so it's 3rd and 12.
Yeah, then it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
A moot conversation at that point.
There was the CJ sneak on 4th and 2 preceded by a 3rd and 7 run, I think it was.
And they got it that close. Yeah.
So it's like, man, you get it to 3rd and 7. Hey, your running game is still a part of that. But by the way, that was a 2-yard sneak. I remember looking at it, and I said in your ear, it's a good 2 yards. So when he started to sneak, I'm like, oh, no.
Not going to make it.
Not going to make it.
But he made
2 yards, but he ended up making it.
Yeah,
so
that was pretty cool. Here's Coach Ryan's on running the ball more with Nick Chubb between the tackles.
Yeah, I thought we could have stuck with it more. I mean, you saw that's where our plays were made, where Nick was running the football down the middle. We had good double team, good movement up front. So something we have to look at again, just see what we can stick to and what do we execute best to give ourselves the best chance to win the game. But Nick did a really nice job.
Okay, there it is. And I hope the Bucs weren't listening to that because that's going to be part of the recipe on Monday night. Run the ball more with Nick Chubb in all likelihood.
Well, that also means that you got to, Vita Vea, you got to do something about. So
yeah,
you got to go toe-to-toe with that big sucker. So the one game that I always, when Bobby was the offensive coordinator here, the one game that I always thought Bobby handled the best was the Bucs game because Vita Vea and the Bucs defensive line was just eating up anything.
Right.
So it was like, bleep it, throw it. Mm-hmm. And we threw it. I mean, CJ threw it a ton in that game because they just got away from the run game. They can't in week 2. Even with Vea, they got to be able to move some people and find some space and hopefully utilize Nick Chubb and get something out of Nick where this doesn't become a throwing game completely because then Todd Bowles gets involved in it. By keeping Nick Chubb involved, you keep Bowles and his blitz packages out of it, and that's what you want to be able to do. That's going to be hard enough with a guy like Vea in the middle as it is, but then you get Bowles with moving pieces and some pressures and all that, and you're like, God dang it, that's where you don't want to be.
All right, C.J. Stroud doesn't want to be in that situation anymore. On the losing end of a 14-9 score, what were his feelings about what happened and what needs to happen?
Yeah, I'll take just negative plays. I think it's kind of obvious. We can't shoot ourselves in the foot consistently and expect to win. And that starts with me, with a lot of different things. I got to get rid of the ball better and, use my legs maybe a little more. But, I think, there's a lot of hope still. We did a lot of good things. It's a really good defense, a really good team. But I definitely think we could have won. But just you can shoulda, woulda, coulda all day. We didn't deserve to win that game because we didn't do the right things. So when you come out in NFL lollygagging and not going through the motions, that kind of what happens. So I think we'll be all right. But I think it's a good wake up call for us.
People reacting to the "use my legs more" comment right there, Johnny. He used his legs plenty in this one. I thought effectively. I don't want to see him go crazy, but it's clearly a good weapon for quarterbacks. We've been wanting this from CJ. Run the ball a little bit more selectively. He did to set up the field goal at the end of the half that enabled you to take the lead at the time going into the break. And we pointed out this morning, Josh Allen is the all-time leading touchdown rushing touchdown leader in Bills history. Not passing, rushing. He's got to be passing as well at this point. I would
think so, yeah.
Kelly, who was a phenomenal Hall of Fame quarterback, but didn't put up the numbers that we see today with all these carbohydrate yards that teams seem to get with the rule changes and everything. I'm not get off my lawn guy. I know Allen's an amazing talent, but Kelly did go to 4 Super Bowls. Anyway, the point is this. You could run the football a little bit, and I also think he means in this way, using my legs to roll out maybe. Move that pocket.
Or just getting vision down the field.
Yeah.
Which yes. Now that I totally agree with. But I don't want him to all of a sudden, man, I got pressure, I'm gone kind of thing. Because then you turn away from what I think is his best asset, and that is his accuracy. And it was pretty clear. Like, going back and watching the game, when he was protected and he had time to stand in that pocket, and I'm not talking all day statuesque Kenny Stabler type stuff. I'm just talking about time and space to step and throw. He's brilliant. I mean, even the throw at Jaden Higgins is a brilliant throw. The throw to me that was, I thought we've glossed over because we ended up not winning that game, was the throw to Xavier Hutchinson on the sideline on the halftime drive right before the end of the half. That ball is thrown into a cover 2 hole, and it is zipped, and it is beautiful. Like, you see it, and you're like, whoa. I mean, he rips it, and it's like, man. So when he had time to throw, even when he didn't, like, he's fading back. He throws the ball to Justin Watson. He made some, he put the cape on yesterday to keep the Texans in that ball game. But as far as his legs go, freeing himself up to throw the ball, I'm cool with. Totally cool with. The amount of hits he's already taking, and then if he runs, is he going to take more? Because he's not great sliding. We know that. So can he get out of bounds? Like that run before the half, he was able to get out of bounds. I'll tell you what, Byron Young, I ran a 4.51 for the Rams at the Combine back in 23. He can fly.
0.
Watch that run again, 0. CJ runs away from him. Like, runs away from him at the end of that run. Like, getting away. CJ can run.
Oh, we're dealing with a phenomenal athlete.
Yes, absolutely. So I'm totally fine with him taking off and going. Just, I don't want it to be 8-10 times. I'd like for it to be like it was yesterday, a couple of key times, maybe another time where he could get out of there and then maybe throw on the run or something like that. We just don't need him caping up all the time. If people protect him and he just does his job, which is throw the ball and throw it accurately, we should be okay.
How about this one? Media asked about reasons for optimism from Stroud.
Yeah, I thought the quick pass game was efficient. I thought the run game was efficient in ways. There's a lot of things that I think we didn't get to because of the negative play. So Nick kind of had his hands tied around his back. It's hard to operate in 2nd and 20 and, those type of systems. And, that's something that, sadly, we've gotten used to, and we got to fix that here. We can't expect to win close games like that. So, we got to just make plays. I think they made more plays than us. We got to come down with just better urgency, I think.
Quick pass game, Johnny. Stafford got rid of the ball quickly. He still took 3 sacks.
Yeah, he did.
But he got rid of the ball quickly. Drop back foot hits the ground, boom, bam, out.
Yep.
And I watch football that way. When a quarterback drops back, I'm saying to myself, out, meaning throw the football. Right. If you're waiting for things to develop, okay, but you better have the time. All too often last year, we saw the Texans waiting for things to develop, and yesterday a little bit too. There was some quick stuff, but you don't have all day back there. And Stafford, when he did take the extra beat or two, often there were Texans in the way, and he was going to go down or be flushed out or whatever, have to dump the ball. Yep. So let's see more quick pass game. That's my prescription.
Well, and I think not having Christian Kirk doesn't help that. You get him back, Berrios. I don't know how much Braxton will impact the offense, but get Jalen Noel, Christian Kirk. You know, the one throw that CJ made, you know, to Damian out in the flat, which was just, okay, it's not quite quick game, but it's like quick game, not there, throw to your, check it down right now.
And he doesn't catch it.
So it's like, so some of the things, it just got to be cleaner too, but first play of the game, it's quick game, throw to Cade, it's 7 yards, damn holding.
Yeah,
wasn't a holding,
and that would have been a nice little start. 5 yards. It's not a trad run play. You're going against type. Maybe.
Here we go.
Yeah, let's do something positive. Okay, let's talk more. We'll hear from the head coach with you after the game. We'll hear from Henry To'oTo'o after the game. ND Kalu, Texans legend, former defensive lineman, 12-year NFL veteran. He's coming up as well here on the D'Amico Ryan Show on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Rooting for the family team has become quite the tradition at Amity Bank. It's something we grew up doing, and it's something that defines who we are. We're also big fans of rooting for family businesses, because in all of our years of banking, we found that when we treat every business like family, they tend to prosper. So, if you're a family business and you need a bank, come see us today. Amity Bank. Here you grow. A division of Zions Bank Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
Texans fans, when it's time to step up, you make the play. You take the moment. You take the drive. And like your Houston Texans, Ford's starting lineup is made for every moment. It's Coach D'Amico Ryans here. With the strength of the F-150, the versatility of the Explorer, and the toughness of the Bronco family, Ford brings the power, style, and control to take on every drive. So visit your best in Texas Ford dealer, official truck and SUV of the Houston Texans.
Ford is the best in Texas.
We believe in possibilities at Texas Children's. As the nation's largest women's and pediatric healthcare system, we believe all lives can be changed for the better. We're inventing revolutionary in utero surgical procedures, finding a cure for difficult-to-treat brain tumors, solving the world's most complex neurological disorders, developing life-saving cardiac technology, and so much more. Texas Children's, the difference is life-changing. Come see why at texaschildrens.org today.
There is no better way to watch C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the rest of your Houston Texans on game day than in a luxury suite. From hassle-free VIP parking to James Beard award-winning, chef-curated food selection served by your own private suite attendant. Texans Luxe is unparalleled, but hurry, suites are going fast and already sold out for select games this season. Call 832-667-2299 or visit HoustonTexansLuxe.com to reserve your private suite today.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Okay, quiz fans, what's one word to describe Whataburger's new prickly pear raspberry Whata-Fresher? Is the best word refreshing? Or does the real raspberry make you say tangy? Or perhaps the sweet prickly pear fruit is simply delicious? Actually, the only word to describe it is quenchy, tangy, sweet, chalicious. And that may sound like 4 words, but we used hyphens. Introducing new Whata-Freshers from Whataburger. Whataburger. Available for a limited time.
You need facilities designed to perform under pressure. From refineries and petrochemical plants to terminals and pipelines, Burns & McDonnell delivers fit-for-purpose solutions on time, on budget, and with a steadfast commitment to safety. Our still-growing team has been in Houston for nearly 30 years and draws on the full integrated EPC services of one of the nation's top design firms. Learn more about the opportunities that are waiting for you at Burns & McDonnell. Find your fit at burnsmcd.com/Texans. Burns & McDonnell is an equal opportunity employer.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment. For the fans in the stands or on the couch, this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
The Texans couldn't knock off the Rams in the season opener.
40 seconds to go. Stafford takes the knee. It is over in Los Angeles. The Rams take down the Texans 14-9 on opening day.
We're in striking distance. We don't make the play. They made the play. Credit to the Rams. They showed up, and they played really well today, and they made the plays. And we came up short on a few.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Back to Texans Radio, the D'Amico Ryan Show.
Back to it here on the D'Amico Ryan Show. A little bit of a different version because we will get the head coach later this week. Following the loss to the Rams, no media availability today for head coach Ryans and the rest of the crew. Nick Caserio is going to join us Tuesday night, 6 o'clock at the Texans Team Shop for Texans All Access. That'll be Nick Caserio in person, 6 o'clock, Team Shop, really the lobby right next to the Team Shop at NRG Stadium, Tuesday night tomorrow, 6 o'clock. Now, let's get to Andy Kalu, who is on our preseason TV broadcast crew and this program, other programs, and we asked Andy about what needs to happen, what he needs to see, especially from the offensive line, etc., following the loss to the Rams leading into next week.
It's just the way everyone else saw it. You want to see consistency, and you want to see the offensive line, especially the offensive line that's new, start to create an identity. And the identity they created yesterday is the one you don't want, with the penalties and with not being able to get the push that we saw during the preseason at times. And I know Ed Ingram was out, but with all due respect to Ed Ingram, it's not like we're saying a Hall of Famer was out, so that's why the play dropped. Just the entire offense was inconsistent. It starts with the offensive line. But big picture, and I'm not Pollyanna, I'm not going to be rainbows and butterflies, but if I'm watching this game bird's eye view, I saw two division champs, two playoff teams just go blow for blow, defensive struggle, great defensive plays, and in the end, unfortunately, the bad guys won. But it was a great defensive output on both sides. Both sides, and both sides, even the Rams right now. I'm sure McVay and they're sitting saying, hey, we got to figure something out with our offense as well. But they made the plays when they needed to. They made the big plays on offense when they needed to. And Landsman, man, I know John Harris was like, hey, it was the wrong team that made it, but I know he appreciated that play. The way he punched that ball out,
Yep.
That was more of a great defensive play than it was a bad offensive play.
Yeah, I was standing probably about 5 yards downfield, and I could see him kind of bracing. And then when I saw him reach back, just all in one, I'm like, oh, man, please protect. And then I see the ball come flying out. I mean, it was so perfectly placed because it's now become in the league where guys no longer really tackle you. They really go for that punch. I mean, I remember Shaquille Leonard with the Colts. He just stopped tackling people. He just was like, I'm going to punch it out. And then he would punch it out and then hit it perfectly. Landman got it perfect. And the thing I hate is he talked about all week how he was going to make a play. And, well, he did. And that was unfortunate. Andy, how do you feel if you're on the defensive side today after that performance? You gave up 2 touchdowns in the last possession of the first half, the first possession of the second half. That's the only touchdowns you gave up. They did have a couple other drives. They moved it, but then you shut them down. How do you feel about this defense and what you saw yesterday? About on par, or did you feel like maybe something was a little bit missing? What did you think?
As a fan, as a guy that's sitting on the couch watching the game or in the stands watching the game, I thought, man, that defense looked good. They played against a future Hall of Fame quarterback who was healthy. I was so annoyed with the talk of his back. I knew if they rolled him out there to start the season that he was going to be healthy. And in the end, especially in the third quarter, he looked like that guy, Matthew Stafford. But I was I was pleased with what they did, and I was pleased with the way they opened up the game, the big hits. I mean, what we saw at practice, what we saw during the preseason with the intensity you saw on the field during the game, but with any good defense, whether you give up 14 points, 9 points, 6 points, if it results in a loss, you're saying you didn't do enough. You know, when I was lucky enough to play on some of those great Philadelphia Eagles defenses, when we would lose a game, 10-7, we weren't saying, oh, man, the offense needs to pick it up. We're saying, you know what, their defense played better than we did, and that's why they won the game. And I'm sure Will Anderson and crew, they're not sitting there saying, you know what, we had a pretty good game. If our offense picks it up, they're saying we didn't make enough plays like the Rams to win the game. So forget the stats, forget the fact that you held them to less than 17 points, which is typically the goal of every defense going into a game on Sundays. You have to look at it and say, that team over there, they played better defense. They made big plays at the right time, and we didn't. So I'm sure they're also going to watch film and see where they can improve.
ND, the longest run of the day belongs to Stroud at 14 yards, but right behind him, Nick Chubb had a 13-yard run, part of a 60-yard performance, 4.6 per carry. Look, this is not something that we're going to hang in Canton and framed up, that stat sheet, but there were some encouraging runs by Chubb, no doubt about it. 13 carries, do you push him more? You're hoping to get something similar out of Pierce, and maybe, I know Woody Marks had, 3 carries in this game. They didn't find the cracks of daylight that Chubb did. What did you make of the running game, and especially Chubb making his Texans debut, and what can happen from here with that?
I like that he looked healthy, Mark. Like you mentioned, do you give him more carries when they play against Tampa Bay? When you watch film against the Bucs defense, what did they give up against Atlanta? But he just looked healthy. That was what my biggest concern with Nick Chubb. And when you get more consistency and more of an identity from the offensive line, I'm expecting a century mark coming here real soon from Nick Chubb. And as much as we want to see everyone get carries, I do believe that more than likely it's 2 guys. I don't know who that second guy is going to be, whether it's Woody Marks, Dameon Pierce. We see Dare Gumbawale on certain packages. But when you talk about splitting carries, especially with all the weapons you have as a wide receiver, you're going to have your bell cow, who right now is going to be Nick Chubb, and hopefully one of the guys emerges as somebody you can give the rock 10, 15 times a game.
I remember back in the day, I want to say it was 99, 2000, like going way, way back. And the Vikings had Randy Moss. And I remember I can't remember what it was called. It was called the Randy Plan or something like that, where they said 40% of all targets were going to go to Randy Moss during a game. I bring that up because I'd kind of like to see the Nico plan. And as I'm going back and watching the game, I don't think the Rams are doing anything extraordinary.
I was going to ask you about
to really take away Nico Collins.
Yeah.
And I know that, as we talked about in the first segment, like, there's a 40% pressure rate. There are times, like there's a time where CJ's got to throw the ball out to Cade Stover because it's sim pressure and they miss the outside guy. Nico's wide open on the sidelines. But to that end, ND, I don't know the right way of saying this, would you like to see more just definitive targets going towards Nico Collins as opposed to, who's ever open, to actually know this ball is going to number 12, no question about it. We've got to get him involved more than the game on Sunday. How would you kind of like to see that going forward with Nico?
100%. I mean, when you talk about Nico Collins, when healthy, you're talking about a top 3 receiver in the entire AFC. With his body type, John, I believe, if you're in trouble, you just throw it high and in his direction. There were so many plays last year where when the ball left the arms of the hand of C.J. Stroud, I thought, oh, that's high. He's thrown it out of bounds. And then you see that big 6'4" frame just jump up and snatch it out of the air. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's what happens when you have a guy like Nico Collins. So I'm 100% with you. And I know, people hear, oh, I hope he's not comparing him to Randy Moss. Absolutely not yet.
No.
But you want him to have that type of respect for from this team, with his body type, with his ability to catch, with his ability to make the big plays. I'm 100% with you. And keep in mind, you know whose first game this was, not just with the guys on the field, the guy making the calls on the offensive side. When you look at the offensive coordinator, he's probably watching film as we speak, saying and seeing where he could make improvements. It's not just about the players, the offensive line improving, but the play calling and some of the decisions that are being made. And hopefully when he's done watching film for the 15th time, knowing coordinators the way I do, he's going to say, I have to figure out a way to target Nico Collins more.
I'm glad you said that, Andy. Two things. One, I'm not comparing Nico Collins or Andy Moss. I was just comparing the targets, and thank you for saying that, Andy. But the second thing, I
some idiot sitting with his white underwear on his couch.
Don't say this.
These guys.
He has to have white underwear. Is that?
Yeah. I mean,
usually
typically
the prototype. I got
guys
you.
on the couch. Yeah. And the second thing is, there are times I remember after games where I'm like, oh wait, such and such only got so many carries of plays I called. I'm like, oh crap, I got to get him. So you're totally right. It's Nick Caley's first time, and that's the thing. I think this is what I'm fighting today is that it's Nick's first time doing it, and so there are going to be some fits and starts. Yet some of the same issues we saw last year that really kind of shot the offensive season in a sense right in the chest were the same things that we saw yesterday. And I think that's what I'm trying to I'm fighting that balance of, no, we got to be even better than we were last year, such that we can get this offense moving beyond where it even got last year. Like this, we can't be making the same mistakes to correct those, and then because we can't get 2025 going basically until you go back and fix what was wrong in 2024. And that's kind of what the game yesterday felt like.
Who feels, and this is for both of you, who feels worse today? John Morton or Nick Caley? John Morton is the new offensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions, right? Ben Johnson's in Chicago. They play tonight against the Vikings Monday Night Football. Mm-hmm. He's the head coach there. John Morton takes over the Rolls-Royce that is the Detroit Lions offense. They put up 13 points in a loss to Green Bay. Nick Caley takes over the Texans, and you mentioned it, John. He's got to replace the plumbing and fix that and design the new house and make it all work. So who feels worse today about things for their offense? Andy, what do you think?
The only reason I'm going to say Nick Caley, because at least the Detroit Lions scored a touchdown. So when you look at the touchdown, you have to say, okay, how can we continue this? But you can also argue that LA Rams defense is, I don't know now if you can say the Rams defense is better than Packers now that they have Parsons over there. But either way, they both feel bad. But at least you can hang your hat on the touchdown for the Lions. I don't know when it came, and I don't know if it was a give me play.
It was later.
They were down. Was it later? Okay.
It was in the fourth, yeah.
Okay, so we'll have to see how they score.
You're right. John Morton took over an offensive line, or an offense that had an established offensive line. Now, we'll say
they have changes.
They've had 3 changes on there that are pretty big.
They have some established weaponry,
but their tackles,
and performance.
But I will also give John Morton a little bit of I'm not giving him a pass. Everybody in week 1 should get a little bit of a pass in a sense because it's week 1. They're unscouted looks. The Packers added Parsons, and at that point, you're like, oh, crap, what can they do? And there's so many different things that you can do with Parsons and Rashawn Gary and now Lucas Van Ness, and those are the 3 guys that had the sacks for the Packers. Like, there's so many different things that they could probably do that once the Lions found out, they're like, oh, my God, how do we handle this? How do we handle that? So I'm sure there was probably some week 1 stuff that they had to deal with, and didn't deal with it exceptionally well, obviously, because they went to Green Bay and got drilled. But we always look back at week 1 and go, whoa, what were we thinking?
Yeah.
Why were we thinking that? All because it happened in week 1. We've been waiting for this week all along. And then you get kicked in the teeth. Andy, last night, and this really has nothing to do with seeing the game because we didn't see the game at all. I was just kind of following on the plane. The Ravens give up another game where they've got a double-digit lead, and this time it happens late. It's a different kind of loss. Obviously, it's on the road. It's tough. It's Baltimore. It's Sunday night. Like, going in there and winning was going to be hard, but you had the win in your hands. As a player, especially week 1, how do you kind of handle that where you've absolutely gagged one at the end, where you've got it dead to rights, and then your key players don't make the plays? In fact, they make some bad plays down the stretch, Derrick Henry fumbling, etc., and you lose. As a player in week 1, how do you make sure, A, you don't overreact to it, but B, how do you deal with that kind of loss as you're flying back knowing we should be 1-0, but we're 0-1 because we didn't take care of our simple business?
A lot of drinking on that plane back ride because that one is rough. Like I did see that game, and I didn't have a dog in the fight. I was kind of leaning towards the Ravens, wanting them to win because I feel like Lamar Jackson gets a lot of hate. But when the game ended, his haters had something to point to. Like, see, he can't finish it. Josh Allen, is the true MVP because he plays a full 4 quarters. And if you're being honest with yourself, just from the assessment from the game last night, it's hard to argue that point, that even though they put up 40 points, the Ravens, even though Lamar Jackson was spectacular, didn't throw any interceptions, had 70 yards plus rushing, then Derrick Henry had over 120 yards in the first half, but he has a huge mistake towards the end of the game, but they couldn't finish the game. And your great ones, the Josh Allens, who I believe is a top 3 quarterback, I don't think anybody disagrees with that. He's one of the greats, and he's proving it with his consistency as far as playing for 4 quarters. But similar to the Texans-Rams game, again, if you're just watching this game, you're seeing 2 of the better teams in the NFL just go blow for blow with each other, just, throwing haymakers and getting back up. And credit the Buffalo Bills. When the game seemed to be over, they never gave up. Sean McDermott, who was a freaking quality control coach when I was in Philly, to see him and the success he's having is awesome. But they just never gave up. And the way they worked the clock, I mean, it was masterful at the end of the game, the way they worked the clock right before they got the final game-winning field goal. It just showed great coaching and understanding of the game. But with the Ravens, on the bright side, hey, they put up 40 points in Buffalo. What are they going to have to work on? That defense, because I don't care who you're playing, how great of an offense you're playing against. To give up 41 as a defense, you're licking your wounds and you're going back to the drawing board trying to figure out what you have to do better.
There's N.D. Kalu joining us following the loss to the Rams. Now, the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, up next again, this time with Johnny Harris. Right after the action, we'll hear that coming up on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination like the Victory Dance. It says, I'm a winner. In your face, world. With Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, it's time to start working on your victory dance. You could have lots to celebrate with top prizes of $100,000, plus enter for a chance to win VIP Texans experiences. So, dust off your victory dance and play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
A breast cancer diagnosis can turn your world upside down. But your Houston Methodist team assures you they'll use the latest cancer research and technologies, collaborating to treat and remove the tumor and reconstruct your breasts, restoring symmetry, sensation, and your sense of self. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems, like snoring, aches and pains, hot sleep, or even an old saggy mattress that can keep you up at night. And our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now get a king bed for a queen price, plus a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
The Texans couldn't knock off the Rams in the season opener.
Stafford bootlegs out to the right, looking, throwing underneath, and the ball comes out after the catch. It's loose, and the Rams turn it over in the red zone as the Texans have the rock, down 14-9 with 4:09 to go in this game.
For me, I think execution breeds energy. You got to execute. So we got to have a certain type of tenacity and grit to push past the negative plays. I think we'll do a better job at that.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
When you partner with CDW, you get more from your devices with solutions purpose-built for your toughest tasks. CDW experts are creating seamless workplaces using HP's suite of PCs, printers, and peripherals, so remote teams can work flexibly and designers can display their brilliance, all while keeping your customer data safe. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/HP.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
When it comes to unique experiences, pick TickPick. You're picking the official fan experience partner of the Houston Texans with no hidden fees ever. So pick TickPick for your chance to enjoy an all-exclusive experience at NRG Stadium at every game. A chance to experience the national anthem on the field, or exclusive suite access during the game with an opportunity for post-game field access. Don't let fees get between you and a great game day. Download the TickPick app and enjoy the best experiences supporting your Houston Texans this year.